At any rate, with Gluck's advance notice, all subsequent developments were almost within Qi Li's expectations. However, the secret decree of the Lord Saya was an unexpected surprise. Because of this secret decree, Qi Li's aid can be regarded as a well-known. If it succeeds in this battle, Silver Moon City will be justified. Moreover, with such a great achievement on the surface, the ministers in the court did not dare to gossip anymore. In this way, all obstacles will be removed. It can also make the leader of Saya owe Silver Moon City a favor, which will naturally come in handy when needed in the future. Qi Lu, there won't be any problem if you deal with a monarch-level summoner. Angel asked worriedly. Although Angel is very confident in Qi Lu's strength, he still worries when it's time to worry. Don't worry, it's just a small role. Qi Lu said with a slight smile. Qi Lu is probably the only person who can call a monarch-level summoner a powerful person with a small role. Before the Dragon Holy King wakes up, Qi Lu's probably the only one who is qualified to say such a thing. To Qi Lu, the summoner is just a very partial magician. If one's own combat effectiveness is not strong, it will be useless to have more summoned beasts. You must know that after the god of summoning ascends to the throne, although the throne is achieved through the method of summoning, the god of summoning himself is not bad in combat effectiveness. And he can bless himself with the power of many summoned beasts. Compared with ordinary gods, their fighting power is much stronger. What's more, there is the Dragon Saint King taking care of him. So to be honest, Qi Lu has always thought it was a mystery why the god of summoning fell. It was also because of this that Qi Lu seemed so shocked after hearing the news from the Dragon Saint King. But now, what appears in the Blackwater Kingdom is just an expected monarch-level summoner. Just a newly promoted powerful person. In front of Qi Lu, it's really not enough. Aren't you going to go to the capital, Qi Lu? After Bellet received the answer, he couldn't help but ask one more question. The secret decree asked Qi Lu to go to the capital to discuss how to defend against the enemy. But Qi Li's current approach is rather perfunctory. If you don't go, what's the point of going to the capital? How about looking at the faces of those guys after you go there? Or are you going to listen to flattery of those people who are in favor of others? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously. Communicating with people should be a pleasant thing, but why should we be so vain and conciliatory? At Qi Li's level, this is the most despised thing. A strong man should act as he pleases. Unless Qi Lu likes something meaningless, he won't do it at all. That's right, what's there to do in the capital? Angel also followed suit. Unlike Bellet, who was deeply loyal to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, at Angel's age, he was more likely to follow his own emotions. Otherwise, how can we say that hot-blooded young people are easily impulsive? Then, that's it. I'll go back and ask the messenger to bring the news back. The most Bellet could do was try to persuade him, and without saying anything more, he left in a hurry and went back to his study to write a letter. The specific answer still needs to be explained clearly. Qi Lu doesn't need to be afraid of the Lord Saya, and he doesn't even need to care about Angel. But not Bellet. Silver Moon City is still within the territory of Yanlong Kingdom, so it must abide by the rules, be controlled by others, and obey orders. At least, it has to be a show-off on the surface. I didn't expect that the Blackwater Kingdom would move so quickly. Qi Lu looked up at the sky. Today, less than a few days have passed since the will of heaven and earth reunited and the golden pattern of heaven and earth appeared. A monarch-level summoner actually appeared. It seemed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If the will of heaven and earth had not been formed, then this life might have passed. But looking at it now, the lifespan of a strong level powerful being is still slightly longer than that of a heroic level one. It can last for 100 years if you don't say much. Although it is still incomparable to long-lived races like dragons and elves. But compared to normal people, it is already quite long. This also means that the Blackwater Kingdom can at least remain majestic for a long time until there is no successor. It will take about 3 days to stabilize the realm. Presumably when the news came out and was known to all the major forces, the monarch-level summoner must have been ready. Thoughts swirled in his mind before Qi Lu spoke leisurely. Seizing the opportunity is very important in this new era where the will of heaven and earth is emerging. Blackwater Kingdom will definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Qi Lu, nothing will happen to the Yanlong Kingdom. Angel was silent for a while, before suddenly asking. After all, Angel is still a noble child of the Yanlong Kingdom, and after calming down, he will still care about the safety of the Yanlong Kingdom. It's just that the way you care is not so urgent. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. However, Angel, this kind of thing is a rare opportunity for Silver Moon City. Qi Lu glanced at Angel and spoke slowly. If Silver Moon City can become famous in this battle, it will be known all over the world. The merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom played a very important role in this battle. Blackwater Kingdom, Blackwater City Palace. In the main hall, a middle-aged man stood with his head held high, looking at Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom with an arrogant expression. Flass, the most famous summoner in the Blackwater Kingdom and the elder of the palace guest. It was also this time that the person who was rumored among the various forces successfully broke through and became a monarch-level summoner. If you want to take over the Yanlong Kingdom, don't you just attack the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom directly? As soon as the Yanlong Kingdom's capital is destroyed, the Yanlong Kingdom will inevitably be leaderless. At that time, the remaining city-states might as well be left to our disposal. Flass looked around at the ministers standing on both sides of the hall before speaking loudly. His tone was conceited and arrogant, showing no regard for the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Elder Flass, are you sure you can defeat the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom by yourself? This matter is of great importance. Elder Flass does not need to force himself. The leader of the Blackwater Kingdom asked in a deep voice. A war of this level is no joke, and the strategies required cannot be figured out at a glance. But at this moment, Fraz didn't take Yanlong Kingdom seriously at all. This is of course also related to the strength of Flass. A monarch-level summoner is definitely capable of being proud of in this world. He can definitely be called the first person in the world. However, the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom sees further. The first king of Yanlong Kingdom started from scratch and was so powerful that no one could match him at that time. Didn't he leave any trump cards to future generations? If I alone can't break through the Yanlong Kingdom's capital, then even if I send a large army there, what can I do? Slowly attack from the border? When Flass said this, he couldn't help but sneered, with an undisguised look of ridicule on his face. The defeat at the Battle of Jushiguan is still close to our eyes and vivid in our minds. When this matter is mentioned, even if the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom doesn't blush, the commanders of the border garrison will blush. Then thank you, Elder Flass. You will be the vanguard and attack the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The army will arrive soon after to help Elder Flass clean up the mess. The leader of the Blackwater Kingdom knew that he could not order Flass, so he simply let him go. There is a difference between a monarch-level summoner and an outstanding-level summoner. When Fraz was still at the excellent level, he would not dare to be so disrespectful to the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom. But now, it's different from before. As a monarch-level summoner, he has this strength as his confidence. It would be great if you guys could make it in time. Fraz spread his hands, said no more, turned around and left the hall. The unparalleled fighting power is the confidence to do whatever you want. For Flass, conquering the Flame Dragon Kingdom is just something that can bed one casually. Naturally, the fastest way is to use it. Because in Flass' view, it is too timid to still have Su Tuji even though he has the power to crush his opponent. Anyway, Fraz doesn't bother to do this kind of thing. Your Majesty, are you just going to let Elder Flass do whatever he wants? The ministers in the main hall couldn't help but speak out after seeing Frost's disrespectful attitude. Hearing this, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom raised his eyes and sneered in his heart. When Frost was present before, I never saw you come out and say such things. Who wouldn't use hindsight? What Elder Flass did was also for the Blackwater Kingdom, so there is no need to scold him. The Flame Dragon Kingdom has been our long-standing enemy of the Blackwater Kingdom. If we can defeat the Flame Dragon Kingdom and bring it into the territory of our Blackwater Kingdom, it would be a good thing. Therefore, the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom also spoke in a solemn tone. Then he paused for a moment, then continued, Silver Moon City, the newly built city-state of Yanlong Kingdom, the place where the summoning scroll was produced. A businessman has already gone to Silver Moon City and brought back the summoning scroll, which proves that this thing does exist, and that this thingy's so powerful that it can completely make up for the lack of combat power. So even if it is for Silver Moon City, this battle is inevitable. For a kingdom, it is far from enough to have the top combat power of Amonarch level summoner. The main function of top combat power is deterrence. If you want to manage an entire kingdom's people well, what's more important is the fighting power at the bottom. Whether it is the border garrison, the city guard, or the patrol force, etc., they are all indispensable establishments. Human resources are the most important thing. Therefore, more combat power that can be mobilized has become the most critical issue. The summoning scroll can solve this problem. After all, there is only one summoner of Flass's level now. It's fine for attacking Huanglong, but when it comes to managing a city-state, it's useless at all. How can ordinary people care about such a high-ranking big shot? What's more, the Blackwater Kingdom has such a vast territory and so many city-states that it cannot be managed by just one person. Therefore, the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom has long made plans to visit Silver Moon City. A large trading city-state capable of free trade must be included in the territory of its own kingdom. Send a large army to attack Jushigwen directly, then divert to Silverywa City and take control of Silverywa City. This time, they have the summoning scroll, and so do we. The leader of the Blackwater Kingdom had already planned this matter. If Froz wants to act alone, then just let him act alone. At that time, the Yanlong Kingdom will be in chaos and the dragons will be leaderless, which will also facilitate the attack of the Blackwater Kingdom's army. Go straight from the border gate and then take a detour to Silver Moon City. The city-states on the way are all supply stations. Seiya of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, you must have never imagined that the things that make you successful can also destroy you. You actually refused? No, that's not right either. This isn't considered a rejection, it's just weighing the pros and cons. After seeing Bellet's reply, Seiya quickly understood the purpose of this behavior. The icing on the cake can never be as good as providing help in times of need. The term support at any time sounds nice, but another way of saying it is that it is nothing more than a lack of favor and fighting from the outside. Waiting until the critical moment and then coming to the rescue will have a much better effect. It is impossible for Viscount Bellet to make such a decision, and Angel should not have such a deep palace. Then it seems that the only one left who can make this decision is the humanoid familiar. Putting the letter paper back on the desk, Seiya couldn't help but rub the acupuncture points on both sides of his forehead. Humanoid familiars have always been synonymous with resourceful familiars. Now this humanoid familiar, on the basis of possessing such terrifying combat power, actually also possesses such profound ingenuity. It seems that Angel is indeed quite lucky. However, this kind of familiar is also the most difficult to control. Because they will not listen to the words of the contract owner and have their own ideas. So Seiya couldn't force this kind of familiar to do anything. After all, people don't care about their identity as the leader of the country at all, they just act according to their own preferences. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Your Majesty, there is news from Jiu Pass that the army of the Blackwater Kingdom is gathering and seems to be preparing to attack Jiu Pass again. At this moment, a guard walked in quickly and placed an urgent report on the table. Seiya frowned, opened the emergency report and looked at it, his face suddenly darkened. Although I had expected that they would take action, I didn't expect that the Blackwater Kingdom would be so impatient. Give me the order to move troops to Jiu Pass and transport all the remaining summoning scrolls there. With the help of the summoning scroll, the disparity in military strength is no longer a big problem. Although Jushiguan was unable to recover its troops in a short period of time. But there is no problem in using enough summoning scrolls to make up for this part of the combat power. Furthermore, it would take 3 to 5 days from the time the army was assembled in the Blackwater Kingdom to the time it rushed to the Great Stone Pass. This is even when the horse is racing at high speed during the march, and supplies such as food and grass can keep up. Otherwise, it would take 10 days to start at least. Unless the Blackwater Kingdom is willing to spend money and use magic Circlesto teleport. In this case, all we need to do is send scouts to the Blackwater Forest outside the Great Stone Pass and set up a magic circle. It's just that the cost of building the teleportation magic circle is really high. If the Blackwater Kingdom loses this battle, it will probably be difficult to recover in 10 years. Yes. Your Majesty. The guard got the order and left quickly. Seiya was the only one left, still thinking about something. Silvermoon City, Summoning Scroll Warehouse. Qi Lu brought Angel here and walked to a shelf placed in the corner. Qi Lu, why did you bring me here? Is there a new summoning scroll? Angel asked with some confusion. Since Gu Yuan came to Silvermoon City, the Summoning Scroll Warehouse has almost become his residence. Usually you can hardly see Gu Yuan coming out of it, except when he comes to pick up the goods. So today, Qi Lu suddenly brought her here, and Angel had no idea that there was anything to do. Are you trying to find Gu Yuan to take action? But if we really want to calculate it, Qi Li's strength should be stronger than Gu Yuan's. Angel, that's why I say, you still have a lot to learn. Qi Lu looked at Angel's confused expression and said with a slight smile. If the Blackwater Kingdom attacks the Flame Dragon Kingdom, which other city-state do you think is worthy of the Blackwater Kingdom's attention, besides the Yanlong Kingdom's capital? In this current situation, only the Blackwater Kingdom has a monarch-level summoner. At the end, Qi Lu gave one more reminder. Yes. Is it Silvermoon City? When Angel heard Qi Li's question, his mind suddenly got stuck, and then he said tentatively. Because after thinking about all the city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom, Angel suddenly discovered that there seemed to be only a few truly unique city-states. In other words, most city-states have developed quite well. Being quite satisfactory means that it can be replaced, which also means that there is no need to compete. When a war breaks out between kingdoms, limited troops are thrown into such a huge battlefield, which means that the competition for some positions must be given up. Then the must-win areas are those hub city-states, or city-states with great strategic value. Silvermoon City really meets the latter condition. To be more precise, it should be that the summoning scroll fits the latter description. It has great strategic value. Especially at this time, Silvermoon City is still under construction, and even the basic city guards have not yet had time to recruit, so the combat effectiveness must be extremely low. From the perspective of the Blackwater Kingdom, Silvermoon City is like a piece of fat on the chopping board. As long as you get close, you can easily get it. And once you get it in your hands, it will definitely be of great help to this battle. Therefore, Silvermoon City has become a city-state that must be fought for. It is obviously a city-state that is still under construction, and it has not yet been fully constructed, but it is about to become a city-state that must be fought over in the war between kingdoms. To put it this way, it is really ironic. However, from this point, we can also see why Seiya, the leader of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, protects Silvermoon City so much. He was able to ignore the frequent reports from the ministers in the court and request for severe punishment to Viscount Bellet, and pretended to be ignorant all day long. Isn't it just to make Silver Moon City become the Star City-state of Yanlong Kingdom? This will definitely be a great help to the Yanlong Kingdom's national strength. Fortunately, you're not stupid. Qi Lu shrugged. But, what does this have to do with the summoning scroll warehouse? Angel was still a little confused. Even if the Blackwater Kingdom attacks Silvermoon City, it has nothing to do with the summoning scroll warehouse. It's very simple. Among the merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom, there must be spies sent from the Blackwater Kingdom's palace, who have already explored the details of Silver Moon City. Then you will also know that Silver Moon City still has many high-level summoning scrolls in its hands, which can quickly form a powerful combat force in wartime. When Qi Lu said this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, under such circumstances, the Blackwater Kingdom still dares to attack Silver Moon City. Why do you think it is? Is it because you are prepared? Angel frowned and thought for a moment before answering. But his tone was rather uncertain. Of course not. Businessmen who have purchased many summoning scrolls should be very aware of the power possessed by the summoning scrolls. Then the Blackwater Kingdom must have tested the power of the summoning scroll, and it will definitely not act rashly. Under such circumstances, if the Blackwater Kingdom still dares to attack Silver Moon City, there is only one possibility left: they will send the main force of the army to Silver Moon City in order to quickly capture Silver Moon City. Qi Lu shook his finger and said very confidently, "If you want to take down Silver Moon City with a small force, unless the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom has a brain problem. Otherwise, the commander of the expeditionary army suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Otherwise, such a strange decision would never have been made. But if the Blackwater Kingdom sends its main force to Silver Moon City, what about the capital city?" Angel couldn't believe it. Because she did not think that the value of a Silver Moon City would be higher than the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. "You ignored the monarch-level summoner. I think it will be this conceited summoner who goes to attack alone in the capital. How powerful the power of the expert-level power is. In the current summoning world, Qi Lu is probably the only one who knows about it. So it is only natural that when you suddenly gain such tyrannical power, your mentality will expand. How majestic is the power of heaven and earth. If you have this kind of power, how can you take other people into consideration? And Qi Lu is probably the only one who can guess this. Of course, it's not just speculation. No way." Angel's eyes widened. "This is normal. If you were asked to crush a nest of ants and destroy that ant nest, how many people do you think would be needed to send there?" Qi Lu gave an example, a very appropriate example. In the eyes of a powerful person, there is really no difference between ordinary people and ants. In the eyes of a monarch-level summoner, it is actually the same. Even because of the existence of summoned beasts, the summoner thinks even more highly of himself. Upon hearing this metaphor, Angel suddenly stopped talking. But it's a pity that the information the Blackwater Kingdom has learned isn't what they think they know. Because I have never shown the real trump card in the summoning scroll. Qi Lu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Angel's serious look. Are there any trump cards in the summoning scroll? When Angel heard this, his serious expression suddenly turned into curiosity. Of course. What's the trump card? That's it, summoning scrolls of extraordinary level. Qi Lu stretched out his hand and directed Angel's eyes to the shelf in front of him. The summoning scroll placed on it was obviously much more delicate than other summoning scrolls. They are the Fire Spirit Summoning Scroll and the Ice Spirit Summoning Scroll. Excellent level summoning scroll? Angel's eyes suddenly widened, her face full of astonishment and surprise. But there was no look of disbelief. Because Angel completely believed in Qi Lu, no matter how shocked he was, Hestel believed that the extraordinary level summoning scroll was real. The lack of information can easily lead to the collapse of a war. These are my gifts to the Blackwater Kingdom. Qila looked at the summoning scroll on the shelf and said with a smile. To be honest, Qi Lu does not intend to sell large quantities of summoning scrolls of an outstanding level. Because the promotion from a high level to an excellent level is a qualitative change, and rashly taking out a large number of excellent level summoning scrolls can easily change the current situation. So it's better to sell it in limited quantities. This is also why Qila did not allow the system to design too many summoning scrolls of extraordinary levels. Anyway, they are all sold in limited quantities, so it doesn't matter the type. If you buy it, you will make a profit, so why do you want to do so much? What's more, the two summoning scrolls, Ice Spirit and Flame Spirit, correspond to almost all combat situations. After all, no attribute can restrain the fire attribute and the ice attribute at the same time. That's it, I understand. Angel's eyes began to shine unconsciously. This big gift will definitely give the Blackwater Kingdom's army a huge surprise. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. The movements in the Blackwater Kingdom have not been hidden from the exploration of other forces, and they have no intention of hiding it from those forces who came to investigate. After having strong strength, strategy becomes less important. Since we are not preparing for a sneak attack, we must do it in an upright manner when facing the enemy head-on. Therefore, the Yanlong Kingdom did not dare to neglect, and a large number of troops were quickly gathering towards the Great Stone Pass. Be sure to stop the men and horses of the Blackwater Kingdom from the Great Stone Pass. Suddenly, the border garrison armies of the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom were at war with each other. Other surrounding forces are also making preparations. Who knows whether this war will affect them? If you are caught off guard because you are not prepared, you will not even have room to regret it. However, just as the army of the Blackwater Kingdom marched towards the Great Stone Pass and the war was about to come, something unexpected happened to everyone. Boom! A loud noise rang out in the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom. A strong ape nearly 10 meters tall appeared in the capital of Yanlong Kingdom, beating its chest and roaring. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the Great Stone Pass, the sudden attack shocked the jaws of all the spies lurking nearby. How is this going? What is that ape? Why is it here? This is the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Wait, that ape, I think I know what it is. This is Lord Flass's familiar, the Battle Demon Ape. Spies who can be deployed by other major forces must be well informed, or at least knowledgeable. The information about those powerful people is even more precious. Otherwise, it would be a joke if you can't recognize the person opposite you even though you have met each other. Isn't that the fighting ape of Fraz? Why is it here? Seiya naturally recognized the origin of this ape, and even knew that Fraz was the monarch-level summoner in the Blackwater Kingdom. Is this the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom? It hasn't changed at all from when I came here before. The figure of Fraz also appeared in the sky. Walking through the air, we arrived above the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom, overlooking the houses and people below. It's not Flass's character to hide his head and show his tail, especially after gaining such tyrannical strength. He needs to be so public that everyone knows about it. Fraz, what do you want to do when you come here alone? The next moment Fraz appeared in the sky, Seiya's figure also appeared in the sky. He was also walking through the air, standing opposite Fraz, in a stalemate. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the only summoner with a monarch-level familiaris Seiya. So now, only Seiya is qualified to confront Fraz. Isn't this the leader of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, Seiya? It's such an honor for me, Fraz, to have such a distinguished leader of the kingdom, Seiya, come out to welcome me in person. Fraz looked at Seiya and said with an exaggerated expression. It's just that the tone is saying hello, but it's more of a sarcasm. After all, from the moment he took the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom into Hyzes, it was destined that Fraz would not care too much about Seiya. Because only those who have personally experienced the power of a monarch know how powerful it is. At this moment, Frus felt this deeply. Only after breaking through to the monarch level can one understand that the so-called excellence level is nothing more than that. If you don't become a monarch, you will end up as an ant. The so-called excellence level is probably an ant with relatively superior abilities. Frus, even a 3-year-old child can hear your hypocrisy. So you'd better put down your hypocritical mask and tell your purpose. Saya looked at Frus with a gloomy expression, and the corner of his eye swept across the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The fighting demon ape would not make unnecessary moves or take the initiative veto attack without the instruction of Flas. Although the aura of the fighting demon ape was quite terrifying, after all, it did not make any movement and just stood there quietly. It's like an imposing statue. This also made Saya breathe a sigh of relief. But even so, this is a disaster for the residents of the Yanlong Kingdom's capital city. Panic-stricken crowds abounded, and panic and fear spread everywhere like they were contagious. This is the threat of death. Even if it doesn't happen to you. But as long as he is around, no one can remain calm. A familiar at the monarch level has such terrifying power that it can intimidate people's hearts. This situation is very bad. If even the capital city has become like this, then let alone the other city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom. Saya, can't you really see what I want to do? With a playful smile on his lips, Frus said slowly, the power of a monarch is so beautiful and powerful. I came here alone. Do you think I'm here to surrender, or to attack the city? His calm tone gradually turned sinister. Flas's eyes drooped slightly, becoming a little sinister and bloodthirsty. Do you want to attack the Yanlong Kingdom's capital city that has stood firm for thousands of years all by yourself? Saya stared at Frus and sneered. So what? Saya, you should know that you alone can't stop me. Frus spoke out proudly, full of arrogance. A powerful person with a dignified monarch level naturally has his own arrogance and will not kill ordinary people. Unless it's those evil people who are bloodthirsty. So although Flas said he was here to destroy the city, what he really wanted to do was not to go on a killing spree or massacre. Instead, they came to eliminate the top combat power of the Yanlong Kingdom. Because after Frus defeated the capital of Yanlong Kingdom alone, he did not have extra manpower to take over the city-state. So naturally you won't do such meaningless things. However, as long as the Yanlong Kingdom lacks top combat power, it will have no confidence. This will further affect morale. As a result, the Yanlong Kingdom's border garrison would not be able to withstand the Blackwater Kingdom's cavalry. When the time comes, the Yanlong Kingdom will naturally become the possession of the Blackwater Kingdom. How will you know if you don't try, Frus? Don't you think it's too early for you to say this now? Saya sneered at this. Then come and try it. Flas looked at the city-state below and said nonchalantly. It goes without saying that you can guess what the Yanlong Kingdom's capital city will look like if a battle takes place here. However, Frus cannot care, but Saya can't. Do you want to destroy this city? Saya took a deep breath and stared coldly into Frus's eyes. With the tyrannical power of a monarch, it is simply easy to destroy a city-state. If possible, I don't want to destroy the city-state. After all, it won't be long before it becomes my own. If it was destroyed at this time, wouldn't it have to be rebuilt? Frus chuckled and said softly. In his words, he didn't take Saya seriously at all. He has begun to regard the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom as his own. Damn guy. Saya gritted her teeth. Although she was furious, she had to endure it. This battle must be fought. But we can't start a war here. Otherwise, the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom that has stood for thousands of years will be destroyed in one day. If this kind of thing really happened, how could Saya have the dignity to meet his ancestors after his death? Two of you, let me tell you. I'm watching you guys talking all the time. You've been facing off for most of the day. Do you want to fight or not? But at this moment, a voice that seemed to be teasing suddenly appeared. Seiya and Froz were both startled at the same time and looked around cautiously. No need to look for it, I'm right here. As the words fell, a third figure appeared in the sky. Standing diagonally opposite to Seiya and Froz, they formed a tripartite force. If you are a familiar person, you will definitely recognize that this third figure is none other than Qi Lu, who came here from Silver Moon City. Who are you? Froz stared at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared. His tone was both shocked and wary. A person who can suddenly appear next to him without him noticing it must have unfathomable strength. Seiya did the same, staring at Qi Lu closely. However, unlike Froz, Seiya had to pay attention to Froz, who was also an enemy. Both of you, it doesn't matter who I am. I'm sorry to bother you, but I really can't stand it anymore. You have been grinding and whining here for most of the day, fighting and not fighting. It makes me anxious for you. Qi Lu didn't care at all about the gazes of the two people, shrugged his shoulders, and spoke slowly. If we want to talk about why Qi Lu appeared in the capital of Yanlong Kingdom, we have to say that Flas was too arrogant when he came to Yanlong Kingdom. Perhaps he was so conceited that he did not restrain his aura at all. So Qi Lu easily sensed this momentum, and immediately guessed the identity of Flas. It is too easy for a monarch-level power to destroy a city-state. And Qi Lu didn't want the Yanlong Kingdom to disappear just like that. After all, this is a kingdom that has some connection with the Dragon Saint King. It doesn't matter if you help with a little effort. So after giving the excellent level summoning scroll to Angel, Qi Lu followed him and came here. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu take out a bunch of summoning scrolls that were not intended for sale? What's more, in Silver Moon City now, even if Qi Lu is not here, there won't be any problems. So why not come to the capital of Yanlong Kingdom to see the excitement? However, Qi Lu, who had been squatting nearby and watching for a long time without seeing anything, finally couldn't help but speak. Your Excellency, this is the grudge between our Blackwater Kingdom and the Flame Dragon Kingdom. If it has nothing to do with you, please give me Froz a face and leave here first. I will thank you again after everything is done. Froz was quite wary of this guy who suddenly appeared, so he wanted to chase him away as soon as he opened his mouth. You just have to say it nicely. I'm sorry, you don't have enough dignity. Qi Lu replied unceremoniously. As soon as these words came out, Flas's face suddenly turned ugly, like the bottom of a pot. Your Excellency, I respect you even 1 foot, but you insult me like this. What does this mean? Froz asked with a dark face and a little anger. Powerful people at the monarch level all have their own arrogance. Even if they are afraid of the other party, they cannot be without anger. When did I insult you? I'm just telling the truth. Because your face is indeed not big enough to drive me. Qi Lu spread his hands and said it very naturally. That declarative tone made Froz feel even more insulted. The issue of face has always been a very mysterious topic. The higher the position and the more powerful the person, the more they care about face. Therefore, Froz's anger immediately rose when Qi Lu said these 2 words, and there was even more undisguised anger in his eyes. Are you? Baron Angel's familiar? However, when Qi Lu and Froz were confronting each other, Seiya, who had been staring at Qi Lu, suddenly asked a question as if he had recalled something. The portrait of the familiar will also be recorded in the student directory. It's just that in such a tense situation just now, Seiya couldn't think of it for a moment. You know me? Oh, I see, you should be the Lord of Seiya. Qi Lu glanced at Seiya, paused, and then showed a look of realization. Because in the capital of Yanlong Kingdom, the only person who knows Qi Lu's identity is probably Seiya. After all, those noble children in Flame Academy would not come to the capital when they have nothing to do. Yes, I am the current leader of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, Saya. Saya nodded. Fortunately, I didn't admit the wrong person. My name is Qi Lu. You can just call me by my name. Qi Lu also introduced himself. Familiar? You are just a familiar. Fraz, who was not far away, naturally heard this conversation, and an angry look suddenly appeared on his face. A mere familiar dares to say such things to my great Fraz. Who gave you the courage? Although most summoners treat their familiars as partners. However, there are also a small number of summoners who only use their familiars as a tool to become stronger. Flas is undoubtedly one of this small group of summoners. Therefore, regarding Qi Li's status as a familiar, Fras felt a huge deception, and his anger naturally grew stronger. What happened to the familiar? Did the familiar provoke you? Who are you if you don't have a familiar? When the issue of identity was mentioned, Qi Lu frowned and his expression was no longer easygoing. In the summoning world, familiars occupy a very important position. In addition to the status of the familiar and the owner of the familiar being always equal due to the familiar's contract, the familiar can stand on any high position and overlook everything in the world. Just like the Dragon Saint King, if he had not died, he would still be on par with the god of summoning. So how can Qi Lu tolerate the slander of such a short-sighted person? My familiar came into the world because of me, and is in the realm of a monarch. I am also extremely powerful. How can a familiar like you be considered equal to me? Fras sneered at Qi Li's statement, with a hint of sarcasm and contempt in his. Then after glancing around Qi Lu, Fras sneered again and said mockingly, "Are you the only one showing up? Where is your contract owner? Is your contract owner a cowardly person who only dares to hide in the dark and dare not show up?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's deep eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dangerous aura appeared on his body. TSK, it seems that trying to reason with this kind of person won't work. It will be better to use your fists to wake him up. Since talking doesn't work, then beating will do the trick. Anyway, the final effect is the same, as long as the enemy can be made to surrender. Qi Lu, never underestimate the enemy. Fraz is a monarch-level summoner, and he has his familiar by his side. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with him alone. Seeing that Qi Lu seemed to have the intention to take action, Saya quickly spoke out. The implication is also obvious. If you can fight in a group, you will definitely not fight alone. This is the purpose of the summoner. Although Saya's own strength is temporarily not as good as that of Fraz, the combat effectiveness of the familiar is still not bad. After all, they are all monarch-level familiars. However, the biggest problem is that due to the restrictions of the familiar's contract, how much combat power the familiar can exert actually depends on the cultivation level of the owner of the contract. Therefore, if we really want to compare the combat effectiveness of familiars individually, there is a high probability that Saya's familiar cannot defeat Frost's familiar. Based on this factor, Saya can probably guess what kind of cultivation level Angel is. Therefore, in Saya's view, no matter how strong Qi Li's combat power is, he will not be a match for Flas and the fighting demon ape. After all, a familiar is just a familiar after all, and its strength is still limited by its owner. Is it this guy? Even if I don't underestimate him, I still can't take him seriously. Lord Saya, if I have to ask you to help me clean up this kind of waste, then where will I put my face? Qi Lu pressed his finger bones and made a crisp sound. To be honest, it had been a while since Qi Lu had fought against a powerful person. Although I can't say that my hands are itchy, I still feel like I'm ready to move. Especially, the guy in front of me seems to have something wrong with his thinking and needs to correct it with his fists. Qi Lu, you. Saya was still a little worried and looked at Qi Lu with worried eyes. Because this battle is not only related to Qi Li's safety, but also related to the safety of Yanlong Kingdom, so it is a battle that absolutely cannot be lost. Therefore, no matter from any angle, Seiya's concerns are reasonable. Okay, no need to say more. If you are really worried, then prepare yourself behind the scenes and help with some repairs. Qi Lu waved his hand, his eyes focused, and he was obviously ready to take action. Let's talk about it. If what Frost said was only aimed at Qi Lu, then Qi Lu might not care about it given his character. But when the people around Qi Lu were mocked, Qi Lu couldn't bear it anymore. Heh, it's too arrogant for you, a mere familiar, to dare to speak such arrogant words. If you want to show off your power in front of me, Froz, you should wait until your cowardly contract owner dares to appear in front of me in person before you say such things. But Froz didn't care about Qi Li's actions at all. Because Froz didn't believe it. Even if the guy in front of him was a monarch-level familiar, what could he do? You know, Flas and the battle demon ape are both powerful at the monarch level. Roar. The fighting demon ape standing in the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom also let out a terrifying roar as if it was echoing Froz. The violent air waves followed this roar and turned into circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. It was like a roaring ocean wave, slamming hard wherever the air wave touched. Boom. The destructive power caused by the terrifying air waves is also terrifying. A large number of buildings collapsed amid this roar, and the circular area centered on the fighting demon ape was razed to the ground almost instantly. The ground was covered with broken bricks and tiles, and countless residents were wailing and crying before they had time to escape. There are more, but they are ordinary people who are no longer breathing. This is the destructive power possessed by a monarch-level familiar. Damn guy. Seiya, who stood in the sky, could see with eyes split open. Just this roar, no one knows how many people will die from the impact of the air wave. How will those broken families live in the future? As the leader of the country, although he is ruthless, he still has to worry about the country and the people. This is also the reason why Seiya never wants this battle to happen in the capital. If the city-state is really destroyed, it can still be rebuilt. But these tens of thousands of people are gone, and it is not that simple to recover. Population is a big problem no matter which city-state it is in. Do you guys like to treat human life as nothing? Those damn gods are the same. They shattered the will of heaven and earth, wiped out the hope of advancement for thousands of creatures, and raised the creatures in these worlds like livestock. It's not a pity to die. Of course, Qi Lu would not say that part in the middle. Because whether it is the gods or the will of heaven and earth, it is a secret that cannot be told. If one's own cultivation level does not reach a certain level, knowing these things would be a disaster. However, Qi Lu read out the 4 words, "Death is not worth pity," one by one. What did you say? Froz's face darkened, and just when he was about to speak, he saw a black shadow suddenly appear in front of his eyes. Taking a closer look, it was Qi Lu. You. This situation frightened Froz, and he realized that Qi Li's figure not far away was slowly dissipating. It's an afterimage. Qi Lu, who had already arrived in front of Froz, said nothing and just shook his fist suddenly. The punch was so fast that a sonic boom suddenly sounded, and cracks spread in the void like a broken mirror. Boom! With a muffled sound, Froz's body suddenly flew out like a sharp arrow leaving the string. Only a pool of blood and a few knocked-out teeth were left in the air. Boom! In just one breath, Flas hit the ground hard. In an instant, the entire capital city trembled. A huge pit appeared on the ground, with cracks extending outward along the edge of the pit. Bah! Waste! Qi Lu, who stood quietly in the sky, couldn't help but spit. The place where Froz crashed, but the direction controlled by Qi Lu, happened to be the ruins destroyed by the fighting demon ape. This will also prevent the Yanlong Kingdom's capital from being destroyed twice during the battle. At least, Qi Lu didn't want to destroy the capital. Cough cough cough, how can your power be so strong? Flas crawled out of the pit, his face was obviously swollen, and the corners of his mouth with blood flowing across them looked extremely embarrassed, and his words were a little leaky. Chi Li's impartial punch caused Frost to lose at least half of his teeth. Although with the powerful recovery power of the monarch level, this kind of injury can be fully recovered after the war. But the humiliation of being beaten to the ground with one punch by a familiar despised really made Flas furious. Fighting demon ape, kill him for me. Fraz, who had spoken out loud, stared at Chi Lu angrily, with the murderous intent on his face uncontrollable. Close combat is not what the summoner is good at. Although it is not a shameful thing to be attacked by a familiar who is good at close combat, it will definitely bring shame to one's face. Therefore, with Flas's face-saving character, if we don't get rid of Chi Lu, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in your heart. Roar. Upon hearing Flas's order, the combat ape immediately beat its chest and let out an earth-shattering roar. Although there is such a thing as spiritual intelligence, all familiars at the monarch level will have it. But language cannot be learned by possessing intelligence. Therefore, what the fighting demon ape wants to express, it is estimated that only Fraz, as the contract owner, can understand it, and Chi Lu can't understand it anyway. However, Chi Lu guessed that it was probably expressing anger. Battle demon ape, fighting form. Following the order, the fighting demon ape, which was nearly 10 meters tall, immediately began to expand in size. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. In just a few breaths, the already extremely tall fighting demon ape suddenly expanded to nearly 100 meters in height. Standing on the earth, it is like a towering mountain, exuding endless oppression. What is this? Saya looked at the fighting demon ape, nearly 100 meters high, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he began to stutter when he spoke. Although it is large in size, it does not necessarily mean that it is powerful in combat. But the larger the size, the greater the destructive power it can cause, and the wider the scope of damage it can cause. This is not good news for Saya. If the Yanlong Kingdom's capital was razed to the ground, the losses would be measurable. Come on, familiar, let's compete with the fighting ape. I will watch with my own eyes as the battle demon ape crushes your bones 1by1, starting from your hands and feet, and grinding you into powder bit by bit. The fighting demon ape, which was like a mountain, gave Flas huge confidence. The terrifying combat power is where the confidence lies. Especially when Fraz was punched by Chi Lu, the overwhelming anger mixed with his confidence was even more terrifying. Chi Lu, let's join forces. Saya looked at Chi Lu and said solemnly. If we don't join forces at this time, it will be too late when the Yanlong Kingdom's capital is gone. Chi Lu let out a breath after hearing this. I said it before, Lord Saya, there is no need. Chi Lu twisted his neck and glanced at Fraz, who was standing on the ground with a crazy look on his face. Big size does not mean strong strength. If that were the case, the Dragon Clan would have dominated every world long ago. The body size of nearly 100 meters is just the standard size of an adult dragon among giant dragons. It even has a thin body shape that only a stunted dragon can have. You must know that the dragon body of the giant dragon Saint King, when fully unfolded, is thousands of meters long, suspended in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, like a mountain range. That's what is truly huge. As for the one in front of me, in front of the well-informed Chi Lu, let's sprinkle water on it. Chi Lu, this is not the time to show off. As Saya spoke, the magic power in his hand began to condense. Rather than trying to persuade here, it would be more reliable to summon the familiar directly. Showing off strength, forget it, it's better for you to see it with your ownies. Chi Lu doesn't want to explain this kind of thing. After all, it's not like Chi Lu has never fought against a giant dragon. If being big really works, then he can also get bigger. It's just not necessary. Thousands of machine balls transform into shapes pointing to tigers. Since it is a fist-to-flesh fight, the finger tiger is undoubtedly the best weapon to use. When the realm of cultivation reaches the level of Qi Lu, what is pursued with each move is no longer a gorgeous picture, but the actual lethality. Just like the capital city below, Qi Lu can destroy it with one punch. But why do this? Being unable to accurately control the power you possess only proves that your combat skills are not strong enough, nothing more. Flass, you're starting to be proud now, isn't it? It's a little too early. While speaking, Qi Li's figure suddenly swayed, and he had appeared in front of the fighting demon ape. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Uppercut. When the speed is in a crushing state, fancy moves have no meaning at all. After Qi Lu, who was wearing a finger tiger, appeared, he just gave the most ordinary uppercut and hit the fighting ape's chin hard. Even after Qi Lu punched, the fighting demon ape didn't react. The advantage brought by the crushing speed is simply too great to fight back. This is the gap in hard power. Even though Qi Li's combat power was only about half of his true combat power because of Angel. But that's enough. Boom. This muffled sound was even mixed with the sound of broken bones. The nearly 100-meter-tall fighting demon ape probably didn't even see the enemy before it howled and fell backwards. The terrifying power contained in this uppercut cannot be resisted by even Amonarch-level fighting demon ape. Not only was it crushed in terms of speed, but it was also crushed in terms of strength. Although Qi Li's combat power is not as good as that of a king-level expert. But after Qi Lu possesses the heart of a strong person, he is definitely among the top within the strong-level realm. You can't fall down if you want. There are many residential buildings behind you. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu appeared behind the fighting demon ape before it fell. This time, it's a straight punch. Twist your waist, turn your hips, and punch. The punch is like lightning, the sonic boom is like thunder. With this punch, the terrifying fist wind roared out like a storm sweeping across the world. In an instant, the ground shook. The fighting demon ape, which was still falling backwards, took the punch forcefully. The violent fist wind instantly turned into wind blades that filled the sky, cutting away on the body of the fighting demon ape, leaving countless blood marks. Blood fell from the sky and slapped on the ground, staining patches of dark red. The fighting demon ape also stopped falling down under this punch, and was sent flying in the opposite direction. The shocking sight of this huge body, nearly 100 meters high, flying out suddenly shocked everyone who saw this scene, dumbfounded and completely speechless. No way. How can this be? Saya was so shocked that her breathing almost stopped. The summoning magic in his hand had stopped long ago. If I hadn't felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, I would have probably suffocated myself to death. And the one who was most shocked was probably Froz. The fighting demon ape is his most proud trump card. His fighting power is so strong that he has never encountered an opponent in so many years. Especially after Flass was successfully promoted to the monarch level, the power of the fighting demon ape was completely unleashed. The combat effectiveness is even more incomparable. However, even under this situation, the fighting demon ape was still beaten until he was unable to fight back. So how powerful is this person in front of me, this familiar? It's unimaginable. No. This is absolutely impossible. Damn familiar, even if you win, you will be buried with the capital of Flame Dragon Kingdom. Froz roared hysterically, spread his arms, and the magic power in his body began to gather crazily. This is a large-scale summoning magic. Froz wanted to use countless summoned beasts to flood the city-state and destroy the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Since it's not possible to fight alone, let's compare the numbers. As an orthodox summoner, how could Flass forget this? Froz, do you think I have forgotten you? Qi Lu stood in the void and glanced at Froz with disdain. Forbidden Demon Realm. Open. Universal Magic, Forbidden Magic Realm. It can block the flow of magic power of all objects in the field whose cultivation level is lower than that of the caster. Although the Forbidden Demon realm is of little significance to fellow practitioners who are enemies in the realm, it can only have an effect on the flow of magic power, and cannot target fighting spirit and the luck of heaven and earth. But in many situations, it can play a huge role. For example, now. Want to use summoning magic when you can't beat him? There are no doors. Of course, if Froz knew how to add the destiny of heaven and earth to the summoning magic, then the Forbidden Demon realm would be ineffective. However, a newly promoted monarch-level summoner has not even accumulated much luck in the world. Just want to know how to use the luck of heaven and earth? That is impossible. Qilu was very sure of this, so he released the magic of the Forbidden Demon realm with confidence. After all, the will of heaven and earth in the summoning world was only condensed during this period of time. How much luck of heaven and earth can be scattered? It would be great to be able to help Froz break through his shackles and advance to the next level. How could there be any extra luck in heaven and earth? Why is my magic power blocked? Why? How could such a thing happen? Flas's summoning magic was only halfway condensed, and the shroud of the Forbidden Demon realm forcibly terminated the remaining magic infusion. As a result, half of the summoning magic that had been condensed automatically disintegrated. I've said it before, waste is just waste. Qilu sneered and answered indifferently. I couldn't tell whether he was mocking or stating the truth. Because from the beginning, to Qilu, the summoner was just a kind of magician with serious bias. Since he is a magician, he will have miraculous effects in the forbidden magic field. So Qilu didn't pay attention to these guys jumping around from the beginning. As long as they don't mess with him, Qilu won't bother to care about these things. After all, Qilu is very self-aware and knows that he cannot be a savior and has no dreams in this regard. It's a pity that Froz didn't realize this and just provoked Qilu. You have to bear the consequences yourself. Although I'm a little sorry for wasting the luck of heaven and earth on you, it doesn't matter. After I deal with you, I will return this part of the luck off heaven and earth. So, just stand there and watch carefully. Qilu raised one hand, completely sealing off the edge of the forbidden area and imposing movement restrictions. Under normal circumstances, this kind of movement restriction is used in conjunction with the Forbidden Demon realm to restrict the magician so that he cannot leave the Forbidden Demon realm. Although relying on brute force, this movement restriction can indeed be broken. But what brute force can a magician have? Before the Supreme Throne is condensed, physique and strength will always beta weaknesses of the magician. Fellow Moa practitioners have always just talked about it. After all, magic power and fighting spirit cannot coexist in the same person. What do you want to do? There was a trace of undetectable fear in Froz's eyes when he looked at Qilu. Maybe even Froz himself didn't expect it. He is a monarch-level summoner, but he is actually afraid of a familiar. What do I want to do? Just get rid of my enemies. Qilu clenched his fist hard and changed the finger tiger in his hand to a more comfortable grip. The fighting demon ape that was sent flying had just landed. The huge impact caused the capital city of the Flame Dragon Kingdom to tremble slightly as the fighting demon ape fell to the ground. The violent power can destroy cities and mountains with just a few moves. Then, let's continue the battle. Before he finished speaking, Qilu's figure had disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was beside the fighting demon ape, punching out suddenly, piercing the sky like lightning. A sudden punch immediately caused thunder and the situation changed. With pure physical strength, he can cause such terrifying phenomena in the world. One can imagine how powerful this punch is. Roar. But this time, the fighting demon ape had woken up from his confusion in the short time that Qilu had cast the Forbidden Demon realm. So when he saw Qilu's punch coming, the fighting demon ape let out an angry roar. It is a familiar that is at the level of a monarch. It is a strange beast that is famous all over the world for its powerful strength, the fighting demon ape. How could he not be angry when he was defeated in the hands of such a little kid, twice? Once a monarch-level familiar is overwhelmed by anger, not to mention the decline in combat skills, at least there will be a huge improvement in strength. This is especially true for the fighting demon ape, who is proud of his own strength. Since the little guy in front of him dared to punch, the fighting demon ape would naturally not be timid and would follow up with his fist. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder suddenly sounded along with the fist of the fighting demon ape. The terrifying fist force created a fist wind that even dispersed all the clouds in the sky. The ground was lifted up with a layer of gravel, which was then crushed into powder in the wind of the fist, raised into the air, and turned into a sharp blade. I have to say that even though he was punched twice by Qi Lu, he fell to the ground looking quite embarrassed. But the power of the fighting demon ape is undeniably tyrannical. After all, he is a genuine monarch-level familiar, so how can his combat effectiveness be inferior? Damn guy. He actually overestimates his own ability and competes with the fighting demon ape for strength. Although your previous sneak attack was indeed quite capable, it was able to defeat even the fighting demon apes. But this time you will definitely lose. When Fraz, who was standing in the forbidden demon realm, saw this scene, a mocking expression appeared on his face and he sneered coldly. Because Qi Li's previous sneak attack, in Fraz's view, was a failure. If it were a head-on battle, we still don't know who would lose and who would win. It's absolutely true that you are a waste. Just watch it honestly. It's really noisy to say such things. Qi Li sneered, facing the fighting demon ape's counterattack. He did not dodge at all. In front of the nearly 100-meter-tall fighting demon ape, Qi Li's size was really inconspicuous at all. He looked like a cricket shaking a tree or a montage using its arms as a cart. This also made other people have strange thoughts in their minds. That guy actually dared to face the attack of the fighting demon ape head-on. He was so courageous. Although the previous sneak attack did prove the strength of this strong man, who is also at the level of a monarch, the power of the fighting demon ape is notoriously powerful. It's really scary. Is this a battle at the level of a monarch? Just the aftermath of the battle is not an area we can get close to. Although those who witnessed this battle recognized Qi Li's fighting power, Noon was optimistic about Qi Lu. After all, the battle demon ape has been famous for a long time as the familiar of Flas. But Qi Lu appeared for the first time, and no one knew how strong he was. Especially in the battle just now, it was Qi Lu who made the first move, while the fighting demon ape didn't fight back at all. That's why they subconsciously believed that this was the result of Qi Lu's successful sneak attack. But Qi Li's real combat power should be inferior to that of the fighting demon ape. However, no one thought that the reason why the fighting demon ape didn't fight back was because he couldn't fight back at all. Interesting, you actually dare to fight back. In that case, let's use this punch to end this battle. Qi Lu clenched Jihu's fist and slightly adjusted the direction of his punch. You know, when he was still at the hero level, Qi Lu could smash the bone dragon's body with his fists. So when it comes to the strong level, Qi Lu doesn't think that the body of the fighting demon ape will be stronger than the giant dragon in the strong level. One punch decides the world. Boom. This time, Qi Lu stopped holding back and punched with all his strength. He didn't dodge, he didn't swerve to either side, and he collided fiercely with the fighting demon ape's fist. The two violent forces collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to instantly distort, then become densely cracked, and finally, shattered. The airwave of a punch was released brazenly, carrying a huge impact and sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the earth was torn apart and the sky was shattered. All the surrounding buildings were reduced to dust, and within the affected area, everything was razed to the ground without any trace of life. The fist wind was so violent that it cut nearly 1 meter off the ground, turning everything into stone powder. The capital of Yanlong Kingdom sank directly downwards, to a depth of 1 meter. Compared with the ground in the distance, it looked like a large pit that suddenly appeared. There was even silence all around, because no one could make a sound in the place affected by this air wave. Those who lack strength will turn into ashes on the spot. Even those who were lucky enough to survive relying on their own strength were shocked speechless by the scene. The power of this punch not only wiped out most of the capital, but even directly changed the terrain. If the Yanlong Kingdom wants to rebuild its capital in the future, this place can be directly used as a large lake. Ahem, who won? Seiya was truly heartbroken to see the Yanlong Kingdom's capital being destroyed to such an extent. But the more important question is the battle between the fighting demon ape and Qi Lu, who wins and who loses. After all, the capital is gone and can still be rebuilt. As long as Flas and the fighting demon ape can be eliminated, the Black Water Kingdom will no longer be the opponent of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. No matter how big the losses are in this battle, they can all be replenished from the hands of the Blackwater Kingdom. But if Qi Lu loses, everything will be over. Seiya has self-awareness and knows that he will not be the opponent after Flas and the battle demon ape join forces. Therefore, the outcome of this battle is related to the life and death of Yanlong Kingdom. If Qi Lu could win Qi Li's victory at the cost of giving up a capital city, Seiya would definitely want it. As time went by, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Outside the battlefield, everyone who survived was paying attention to the outcome of this battle. The spies sent by other forces are also waiting to pass the news back to the forces to which they belong. Such a big movement cannot hide the final result. The first war initiated by the first monarch-level summoner in the summoning world. The final result determines the final distribution of all forces. If the fighting demon ape wins, then Flas's fame will skyrocket, and together with the Blackwater Kingdom, he will reach the top of the world. And if the unknown strong man wins, then the Flame Dragon Kingdom will definitely counterattack the Blackwater Kingdom to make up for this loss. By then, the Blackwater Kingdom will be able to survive, let alone reach the top position. And the Flame Dragon Kingdom will ride on Flas's fame, surpass all other forces, and reach the top position. Roar! Through the heavy smoke and dust, the first thing to be heard was the roar of the fighting demon ape. This roar immediately chilled Seiya's heart. I knew that was the case. You are a familiar who can only rely on sneak attacks. Why do you have to prove fighting with the fighting demon ape? Is it just the heresies you know? After hearing this roar, Fraz immediately laughed out loud. Since the fighting demon ape roared, then the fighting demon ape must have won. In this way, the Flame Dragon Kingdom is still in the bag. Although the process is a bit tortuous, as long as the result is okay, it will be fine. What's more, he can also get rid of one of the top fighters of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, if the familiar that suddenly appeared from the beginning Chosito joined forces with Seiya, then Fraz would really not have any confidence in his heart. But now, that damn familiar has been killed, and the remaining Seiya is nothing to worry about. A mere familiar dares to challenge my great Fraz. Such arrogance will lead tot his. It is your greatest honor to die in the hands of the fighting demon ape. The previous anger made Fraz feel more joyful and his attitude became more and more arrogant. Perhaps it was the backlash from the imperceptible fear before that made Fraz ridicule him. It seems that if you don't say a few words, you will lose face. Flas, you are really confident. Why do you think your familiar will definitely win? But at this moment, Qi Li's voice also came out through the smoke. Then in the next second, a huge figure fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and at the same time, it also raised dust all over the sky. Puff! At this moment, Fraz's expression also changed, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. My spirit also became weak. Could this be? No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You damn familiar. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. How could you do it? After vomiting blood, Franz's face turned extremely pale, like a terminally ill person, with no trace of blood on his face. His tone became even more hysterical. Let me help you finish that sentence. This is the backlash of the familiar contract. When the familiar dies, the contract owner will suffer a huge backlash and will be deprived of his power as a summoner. Among the smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out, and the words that were enough to make Franz despair were also slowly spread out with this figure. Word for word, very clear. Franz, being conceited is not a good thing. Being underestimated is a fatal flaw. I believe you will definitely understand this in your next life. Qi Lu, holding the finger tiger, said as he walked. Even if the dragon is physically strong, it can't last long in front of Qi Lu, let alone fighting a mere demon ape. You know, in terms of physical strength alone, it is a creature that can be compared with a giant dragon. Not that often. Therefore, under Qi Li's terrifying punch that did not spare any effort, the fighting demon ape's bones were shattered on the spot, its internal organs were ruptured, and its vitality was cut off. The last roar was just a flashback. No, no. Let me go. You can't kill me, you can't. Looking at Qi Lu, who was approaching step by step, there was finally uncontrollable fear on Franz's face. As if death was gradually approaching, Franz was so frightened that his legs fell to the ground, and he moved back on his hands and feet. After all, there are only a few people who can face death directly. The more you desire, the greater your ambition, the more you fear death. Although Flass is a powerful person at the level of a monarch. It should be said that he once was, but at this moment, when facing this kind of gradually approaching fear, he is no better than an ordinary person. If I had known today, why would I have done it in the first place? Qi Lu has never had the habit of leaving threats to himself and feeding tigers into trouble. Now that we have taken action, we must eradicate the root cause and avoid future troubles forever. Call it ruthless or cold-blooded. Anyway, Qi Lu will never allow such a possible threat to endanger the people around him. In the next life, be a good person. After saying this, Qi Lu punched out without mercy. Even the fighting demon ape couldn't hold back his fist, and it hit Franz in the face. Needless to say, the result was natural. You should be able to handle the rest of the matter by yourself, Lord Seiya. After doing this, Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at Seiya. Of course, thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency Qi Lu. Seiya, who had just experienced ups and downs, quickly responded. With such a level of power, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't stay under his command, Seiya would have wanted to offer it properly. Naturally, we can't neglect it at this time. That's great. Then I should go back to Silvermoon City, to have a look, calculate the time carefully. The Blackwater Kingdom's army should be arriving at Silvermoon City soon. Qi Lu nodded, and then said meaningfully. On the surface, this sentence is saying that the Blackwater Kingdom wants to take action against Silvermoon City, but in fact, it is still reminding Seiya. It's time to resolve the matter in Silvermoon City. Your Excellency Qi Lu, please rest assured that matters in Silvermoon City will be completed together when the capital is rebuilt. Seiya said with a cupped hand. Then I'll trouble Lord Seiya. As Qi Lu spoke, he turned around and glanced around, and said loudly, You should have finished reading everything you should see. Then those of you who should go back, you should also leave. There is no way to stop something like a spy. Seiya also knew these things, but he didn't care. Because in the huge capital city of Yanlong Kingdom, it is really impossible to find all the spies. At most, it can ensure that there are no spies from other forces within the coverage of Yanlong Kingdom Palace. And that's enough. After all, if there were any confidential matters in Yanlong Kingdom, they would not be spread out. If those spies can really find out these confidential information, then they are really capable. But Qi Lu is different. What he shouted here was actually a warning to the spies not to take advantage of Silver Moon City. Otherwise, there will be consequences at your own risk. When Qi Lu finished saying this, the many spies hiding in the dark suddenly felt a chill in their backs. This feeling was like being targeted by some terrifying monster. It makes people feel chills running down their spines and making them break into cold sweats. It was this feeling that made these spies realize one thing. That was this unknown strong man who seemed to be able to really lock their position. This time, it was just a warning. Then next time, I'm afraid he will die on the spot. Walk. All the spies had the same idea. Anyway, I already have all the information I need to find out. The rise of the Yanlong Kingdom is already a certainty, and it is impossible to stop it. And Silver Moon City will also become a city-state that attracts worldwide attention. And there is a powerful person who can easily kill a monarch-level familiar, guarding Silver Moon City. One thing to say, I really can't afford to offend. I am afraid that from now on, Silver Moon City will become a forbidden area for spies like them. If you want to go in, you may have to stay in Silver Moon City forever before you can find out any information. Another troublesome matter has been solved. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, arched his hand towards Saya, and then left. Is this the familiar that Baron Angel has? This is more than a monarch-level familiar. After this battle, Silver Moon City's name should be justified. Saya looked at Qi Li's leaving figure and thought to himself. The Blackwater Kingdom's attack on the Flame Dragon Kingdom is not a secret matter. But when Froz went to the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom alone, no one thought of it. Until the news came back, people from all the major forces were extremely shocked. The first summoner, to be promoted to the monarch level, died. Although half of the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom was destroyed to be buried with him. But the price paid by the Blackwater Kingdom was too heavy. It seems that the Yanlong Kingdom's rise to the top of the world is already unstoppable. This is the opportunity for a new era. It's such a shame. I never expected that Silver Moon City would be guarded by such a powerful person. No wonder it could rise so fast. Fortunately, we made good friends with Silver Moon City from the beginning and didn't have any thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The better Silver Moon City develops, the better it will be for us businessmen. Yes, the appearance of Silver Moon City is really the luck of us businessmen. The news brought back by spies from various major forces made everyone start talking about Yanlong Kingdom and Silver Moon City. As for the loser, the Kingdom of Blackwater, it is just dust that should be forgotten. No one cares who the loser is. Those who follow the crowd only need to compliment the victor. However, just when everyone was deliberately forgetting about the Blackwater Kingdom, another news appeared that made everyone unable to calm down. That was the news of the Blackwater Kingdom attacking Silvermoon City. This incident occurred immediately after Flass attacked the capital of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Blackwater Kingdom had not yet received news of Flass' death, so it was still marching as planned. As a result, when the news of Flass' death was revealed, the army of the Blackwater Kingdom had already arrived at the gates of Silver Moon City. So the battle started without any surprise. At this time, according to the timeline, Qi Lu should still be in the capital of Yanlong Kingdom. The big and small forces that learned this news were sweating coldly for Silver Moon City. After all, Silver Moon City is just a city-state that dominates trade and isn't good at external warfare. It is conceivable that its combat effectiveness is weak. Even the city guards have not yet been fully recruited. However, by the time the news came, it was already too late for these thoughtful forces to come to support. Otherwise, these guys would still be willing to put in some effort to sell Silver Moon City a favor. In this way, he can also gain the favor of a powerful person at the level of a monarch, which is not a loss at all. However, what no one expected was the outcome of this battle. It was actually the Blackwater Kingdom that was defeated and fled. And let alone the gates of Silver Moon City, the Blackwater Kingdom's army didn't even get close to the city wall. This news shocked everyone. The senior leaders of the major forces who learned the news even confirmed it with the spies several times. Then the result is summoning scroll. And it's an excellent summoning scroll. Excellent level. Summoning scroll, is this the trump card of Silver Moon City? This, I can only buy medium level summoning scrolls, but Silver Moon City actually has excellent level summoning scrolls. Okay, it would be great if you can buy it. What else do you want? It turns out that it's not just that one monarch level power, there are actually so many trump cards in Silver Moon City. The Blackwater Kingdom actually dares to provoke Silver Moon City. Does it mean that it doesn't take us people seriously? The saying that when a tree falls and the hosen scatter, and when the wall falls and everyone pushes against it, this probably refers to this situation. Although these guys did not dare to fight the Blackwater Kingdom head-on, they were still very happy to follow the Yanlong Kingdom to fight the autumn wind, provide some material assistance, and help deal with post-war matters. Anyway, the destruction of the Blackwater Kingdom is already doomed. Whenever a new era comes, there will always be some big forces that do not understand the current affairs and become sacrifices to the wheel of history while stubbornly resisting. Call it luck or opportunity. When one's own strength does not match one's own ambition, there is never a good ending. This has always been the case throughout the ages. Therefore, after the Blackwater Kingdom's army that attacked Silver Moon City was defeated and fled, they withdrew back to the Blackwater Kingdom. Seiya also quickly organized an expeditionary force and began to prepare for the crusade against the Blackwater Kingdom. The priority of this matter is even higher than rebuilding the capital of Yanlong Kingdom. Because the people of Yanlong Kingdom need a window to vent their anger, and Blackwater Kingdom is the best target. As a result, a large number of people voluntarily signed up for this military conscription, clamoring to go into battle and kill the enemy. The long-standing hatred will also be completely ended in this war. The major forces who were good at opportunism and studied the trend of the Yanlong Kingdom also followed behind the Yanlong Kingdom and began to show off their power against the Blackwater Kingdom and help clean up the mess. City-states one after another were shattered under the iron hooves of the Yanlong Kingdom's army. The major forces that followed to help also diligently helped the Yanlong Kingdom's army move the various plundered resources back to the Yanlong Kingdom. By the way, you can get a little bonus during the transportation process. Because the points gained were really not much, Seiya turned a blind eye. After all, he is also a person who helps with work. He has finished eating the meat, so he must give others some soup to drink. There are no good consequences for eating alone. In this way, everyone will be even more happy. As soon as they saw the benefits, more and more forces came to the side of the Yanlong Kingdom. With the passing of Flas, the expeditionary force returned with a great defeat. Then, under the attack of the Yanlong Kingdom's army, the Blackwater Kingdom, which had been retreating steadily, was now facing enemies from all sides. It can be said that at this moment, the Blackwater Kingdom has already run out of fuel. Even if you want to resist, you don't have the capital. As news of the victory of the Yanlong Kingdom's expeditionary force continued spread, the residents of the major city-states were also immersed in celebrations. And the capital city of Yanlong Kingdom also started the pace of reconstruction in this festive atmosphere. The resources plundered from the Blackwater Kingdom greatly accelerated the reconstruction of the capital, and the new capital was even larger than the previous capital. This can be considered a different kind of blessing in disguise. All possible threats should be considered to have been resolved. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the wall of Silver Moon City, looked into the distance with unfocused eyes and said slowly to himself. Speaking of which, Qi Lu has done so many things just to develop Silver Moon City. This situation now can be considered the best situation. At least, during the reign of Saya, the current leader of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, Silver Moon City did not have to worry about being treated unfairly. And wait until Saya abdicates. I believe that the dragon statue in Silver Moon City and the accumulated power of the dragon are enough to deter those with evil intentions. Qi Lu, why are you still sitting here? Angel appeared on the city wall at some point and came behind Qi Lu. Ever since the Blackwater Kingdom attacked Silver Moon City, but was defeated by Silver Moon City and escaped an embarrassment, Silver Moon City has become completely famous. An outstanding level summoning scroll has become something that everyone desires. Although the will of heaven and earth has reunited, the summoning world has entered a new era. But that only raised the limit of the power of this world. In the case of limited luck in the world, the number of strong level powers, or monarch level powers, no matter what, cannot be increased. Therefore, the summoning scroll of the excellent level is still a powerful force. Therefore, the affairs of Silver Moon City have become increasingly busy. This also resulted in Angel having less and less time to play around. If you want to take over the position of the Lord of Silver Moon City, you need to learn a lot, but Angel's own combat effectiveness is not that important. After all, the defensive power possessed by Silver Moon City is not bad at all. And under this general trend, no one is so blind as to dare to trouble Angel. That's simply because I'm tired of living. For these reasons, Qi Lu also felt that it was time for him to leave. Now that everything has been settled and arranged, there is no need to continue to waste time. Regarding the issue of the Dragon Saint King, Qi Lu is planning to ask Lan Qi after he returns. After all, he is also a giant dragon at the strong level, and he should know some of the secrets of the dragon clan. Is everything settled? Qi Lu looked back at Angel and asked with a slight smile. That's right. It's just that Silver Moon City is getting bigger and bigger now, and the area of the fiefdom is almost not enough. Angel nodded, then sat next to Qi Lu and slowly talked about what happened these days. The area of a large trading city-state is definitely not small. Otherwise, facing the huge crowd of businessmen and tourists, it would be very difficult to receive them all. You will definitely lose a lot of customers by then. You must know that the current Silver Moon City is still only in the preliminary planning and needs to be built on a scale. Subsequent planning will require that the area of the fiefdom be enlarged before construction can continue. This is why, no matter which city-state the city lord is, the lowest level is similar to that of a marquis. Otherwise, it would be a position of duke or even prince level. It is because the area under its jurisdiction and the value of the city-state are indeed beyond the power of a small noble. If you want to seal the land, you don't have to worry. The results will come soon. Qi Lu listened quietly, and then suddenly spoke. The Yanlan Kingdom's expeditionary force against the Blackwater Kingdom has come to an end. With the help of the major forces, or the complements to the Yanlan Kingdom, and together they are adding insult to injury to the Blackwater Kingdom, I believe that the subsequent matters should not be difficult to deal with. Then the next step is to reward the meritorious people in this war. Although Qi Lu didn't know the Yanlan Kingdom's reward system and how merit was calculated. But just because he got rid of Fraz and the battle demon ape, it is estimated that Angel can get a marquis no matter what. Not even a duke. After all, these are monarch-level powers, and there are 2 of them. Such a terrifying and powerful enemy was completely wiped out. It isn't a problem to say that it was the result of the destruction of the country. As long as Saya doesn't have a sudden brain congestion, I believe that even if it is to win over Qi Lu, he will give Angel a satisfactory answer. What's more, with the momentum of Silver Moon City's growth, even without the factor of Qi Lu. Even if you just look at the development speed of Silver Moon City, Saya will not be stingy with his rewards. Therefore, the issue of fiefdom can definitely be solved. And after this battle, Silver Moon City will definitely be able to be justified and recognized by everyone. The Lord Saya will also announce to the world in the name of the Yanlong Kingdom's court that he acknowledges the existence of Silver Moon City. Although the current Silver Moon City can still become famous and recognized by everyone even without this step, it still needs to have the proper sense-off ceremony. Unless Silver Moon City declares its separation from Yanlong Kingdom. But considering the nature of Silver Moon City, there is absolutely no need to do such a thing. If a simple large-scale trading city-state does not have the support of a big force behind it, no matter how it develops, it will sooner or later become on a nonsense zone. Chila didn't want to see this scene. Rules are very useful in most situations. Without rules, evil will begin to breed, and the dream of prosperity and development will really just remain a dream. Okay, Chi Lu, that's all for today. My father is probably looking for May again. After finishing what he wanted to complain about, Angel stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and got off the city wall. As the number of things increased, Angel didn't even have much time to stay by Chi Li's side. However, everyone needs to grow. Angel is no exception and cannot always stay with Chi Lu. There are still many things that you need to worry about in the future. I don't know what will happen to you after I leave. Chila looked at Angel's back walking towards the city lord's mansion, lowered his eyes, and thought in his heart. However, there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Dividing and reuniting is the general trend. So even if he is reluctant to leave, Chila will not linger on. Time passes little by little. This war, which is related to the distribution of the major forces in the summoning world, has finally entered the final stage. The Yanlong Kingdom's expeditionary force marched into Blackwater City in a mighty manner, unstoppable along the way. And the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom finally gained some respect at the last moment. The country is overthrown, and as the leader of the country, it is natural that he has no face to continue living. So after the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom died heroically in battle, Sialso gave his old rival a grand funeral. No matter how great the hatred in the past is, death can eliminate it all. Since then, the Kingdom of Blackwater has become history forever. When the news spread back to the major city-states of the Yanlong Kingdom, the whole country was celebrating, and every household was decorated with lanterns and colors. The surrounding forces, large and small, also came to congratulate and bow their heads. Such a grand occasion can be said to be a rare visit from all nations in 1,000 years, pushing the Yanlong Kingdom to the top in one fell swoop. At the same time, a summons was sent to the city lord's palace in Silver Moon City, announcing Angel into the newly built capital Yanlong City. This is also the edict left by the first king of the Yanlong Kingdom. If the Yanlong Kingdom does not become the best in the world, the capital cannot be renamed Yanlong City. Because Yanlong is so powerful that it can be said to be one of the best in his world, then the Yanlong Kingdom should also be one of the best. Only in this way can he be worthy of the title Yanlong. It is a pity that the previous kings of Yanlong Kingdom have not been able to achieve this goal. It was not until Saya became the king that the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom was truly changed to Yanlong City. Your Majesty actually announces that I will go to Yanlong City at this time. Why? When Angel saw the summons, his face was full of doubts and confusion. Logically speaking, during this battle, I had been staying in Silver Moon City honestly, so whether it was merit or demerit, it should have nothing to do with me. But why is the summons coming at this time? Since His Majesty has announced it, Angel, you should go to Yanlong City. I think Your Majesty is not a person who cannot distinguish merit from fault. Bellet thought for a moment before speaking out. If Lord Zaya wanted to settle accounts with Chiu Ho because of the matter of Silver Moon City, he should have summoned Bellet. So from this point of view, Angel is still very safe. You know, anger can happen at any time, but it cannot happen when the whole country is celebrating. Otherwise, it is a lack of grace and will only ruin your own image. Saya is not one of those kings who acts based on his own mood and anger, so naturally, he will not do such a thing. Yeah, maybe there will be some reward. Qi Lu also said with a smile. The war is over, and the next step is of course the reward. Bellet and Angel didn't know what was going on, so Qi Lu didn't know either. It's just that there are some things that are meaningless to talk about. It's better to wait for Angel to experience them by herself before they can be considered a surprise. Therefore, with Qi Lu accompanying him, he didn't even need to bring a guard. After all, what kind of guard can be stronger than Qi Li's combat effectiveness? In just a few days, Angel and Qi Lu arrived at Yanlong City. The newly built Yanlong City covers an area that is at least half, or even more, than the previous capital city. The streets are also bustling, with crowds of people like the sea and extremely noisy. The cries of various vendors, the sounds of the surrounding shops soliciting customers, the noise of pedestrians on the road, and the sounds of tourists and vendors bargaining, all come and go. The liveliness level is even worse than that of previous capital cities. I have to say that with the efforts of a whole country to rebuild a city-state, the speed is faster than I imagined. Qi Lu and Angel couldn't help but sigh as they walked on the street. Qi Lu still vividly remembers how badly the Yanlong Kingdom's capital city was destroyed in the battle with the fighting demon ape. Looking at it now, there is no trace of dilapidation in Yanlong City. Everywhere you look, you see the color of prosperity. The faces of passers-by on the street were also filled with joy. This is the scene of strength and prosperity. It was only after arriving at Yanlong City that Angel was sure why Lord Saya had called her here. That is a reward. After such a war, rewards will be given based on merit. In this large-scale battle, there were naturally many soldiers who achieved great success among the expeditionary force that attacked the Blackwater Kingdom. It was also at this time that everyone was summoned to Yanlong City and then rewarded together. So Angel's mood was somewhat calmer. Although during this battle, Angel did not know what contribution he had made. But the benefits are all coming to you, so you can't push them away. Then wouldn't this not give face to the leader of Saya? Moreover, since you have come to Yanlong City to be sealed, there is nothing to worry about. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is a worthwhile trip to have a good tour of Yanlong City. So, while waiting for other meritorious people to come to Yanlong City, Angel and Qi Lu also put aside all their affairs and had a good time in Yanlong City. Although Yanlong City is only a newly built city, its scale is still one of the most prosperous city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom. There are still many places to visit. Until all the people who were summoned came to Yanlong City. These days of traveling around are finally over. With such a battle, the post-war reward ceremony will naturally not be too grand, and all ministers in the court must be present. The recorder on the side will also deliver the results of the reward to every noble in the Yanlong Kingdom through letters after the reward ceremony. It can be regarded as a disguised announcement to the world. Outside the venue of the award ceremony, apart from the guards guarding the city, the public was allowed to watch from a distance. As long as you don't come in and disturb the award ceremony, it will be fine. Following the staff of the award ceremony into the specially opened hall, Angel looked around and saw soldiers wearing armor everywhere. There are only a few nobles among them. After all, a war of this level is not something that ordinary nobles are qualified and able to intervene in. So in this way, it seems that Angel is a special case. Qi Lu, is it possible that the leader of Saya has announced the wrong person? Seeing this scene, Angel felt quite uneasy. No, the current king is so wise and powerful, how could he make such a mistake? Qi Lu comforted him with a smile. Of course Angel also knew that this matter could not go wrong. Because in addition to being issued by the Lord Saya, the summons will also be checked again by officials responsible for counting merits to confirm that there are no errors before it is passed to the recipient. However, after arriving at the award ceremony, this nervous feeling was completely involuntary. The people around him are all soldiers who have fought in hundreds of battles, but he is the only one who comes from a noble family. It's strange that this feeling can be so good. But it was useless to think too much. As the awarding ceremony began, Angel and Qi Lu also took their seats one by one. People with meritorious deeds came out one after another and stepped forward to receive the title. There are property, official positions, and titles. Every bit of the battle was recorded, and then read out when these people were awarded the title. It also made the people watching from the outside show a look of reverence. It is precisely because of these brave soldiers who are not afraid of death and fight in the field that they can protect the Yanlong kingdom forever. Such great achievements are a matter of kindness to every citizen of the Yanlong kingdom. However, during the awarding process, Angel kept applauding and watched the people around him being called forward one after another, but he never moved his position. Sure enough, the wrong person was announced. But being able to come and see the award ceremony is a worthwhile trip. This situation made Angel look slightly lonely. But soon, Angel comforted herself. After all, Angel still knows very well whether he has any merit or not. From the beginning to the end of the war, he stayed in Silver Moon City. How could he possibly get any credit? No, you can't say that either. At least Silvermoon City defeated the Blackwater Kingdom's attacking army, right? The last person to receive the award, Baron Angel, is he present? On the reward platform in front, the official responsible for summoning the meritorious people and announcing their achievements shouted loudly. After all, if the Lord of Saya personally announced so many achievements, he might become hoarse. Angel, it's your turn. Sheila smiled and pushed Angel, who was feeling lonely, and reminded him aloud. Ah? It's my turn, is it? Angel was startled suddenly, and then she saw the people around her, all seeming to be looking at her. Baron Angel, are you here? Another hearty shout. This time, Angel heard clearly that this sentence was not the voice of the official who announced the merits, but the voice of the Lord Saya. Really, is it really me? Angel looked up and saw the Lord Saya on the awarding platform, looking at her and smiling. He immediately stood up from his seat and walked towards the stage with some restraint. Let me announce her achievements. Saya watched Angel step forward and whispered to the official on the side. Yes, Your Majesty. While the officer didn't understand why, it just needed to be enforced. Because the current king of Zaya has led the Flame Dragon Kingdom to the #1 position in the world, and he is well deserved to be the greatest king besides the first king. With such prestige, Saya's decisions will naturally not be disobeyed. So, as the official stepped back, Angel, who was walking forward, felt his heart suddenly lift. What's going on? You called me up, but you left first? Then should I go up now or not? To be honest, this scene did make Angel a little confused. It's not that I'm afraid, it's mainly that I don't understand the situation clearly. If you go up and nothing happens, wouldn't it be a joke to others? Then where would you put your face? Baron Angel, why don't you come up? I don't think this award stand is high enough. Saya looked at Angel's hesitant look and couldn't help but make a joke. This sentence made Angel stunned, and everyone present was also stunned. Who is Saya? The current leader of Yanlong Kingdom. He actually joked with a little baron. Was this in a dream? Fortunately, Angel had been with Qi Lu for a long time and had good mental endurance, so he quickly reacted. Since Lord Saya would still joke with her, it would definitely not be a bad thing. After thinking about this, Angel took 3 steps at a time and quickly walked up to the awarding platform. You don't have to be so formal, Baron Angel. I asked you to come up this time, so you will be rewarded for your merits. Saya nodded to Angel and took a step forward. It was only at this moment that everyone at the awarding ceremony came back to their senses, and the eyes they looked at Angel suddenly became different. To have such a close relationship with the Lord of Saya, he must be a person who is highly appreciated. Even if you can't make friends with this kind of person, you absolutely can't offend him. At this moment, Saya spoke. Baron Angel, When the Flame Dragon Kingdom was in danger, he sent his familiar to come to the capital to rescue him and kill the enemy's monarch-level general, Fraz, and his familiar, the Battle Demon Ape. With this great achievement, the foundation for the Yanlong Kingdom's victory was laid, and led Silver Moon City to successfully repel the enemy army that came toe-tack. It is a great contribution. Hereby, in the name of the current leader of the Yanlong Kingdom, I grant Angel the title of Duke, and the title and Guogong. I am issuing an edict here. If I am here, Silver Moon City will be safe forever. Future generations must not violate it. Silver Moon City can only be passed down and cannot change hands forever. At this point, Seiya has finished saying everything he wants to say. It was a great gift right from the start, giving Angel a duke position and even a title. You know, a noble with a title and a noble without a title are completely different things. Having a title means that the title can be inherited. As long as there is still one person in Angel's family, the title will never disappear and the title can be inherited. The last two sentences also showed Seiya's attitude. One is to rectify the name of Silver Moon City, which is equivalent to telling the world that Yanlong Kingdom recognizes the existence of Silver Moon City. The other one ensured that Silver Moon City would always be controlled by Angel's family. As long as the Yanlong Kingdom exists, this edict will not change. It can only be passed down and cannot be changed owners. Thank you for your grace. After hearing these words, Angel was stunned for a long time before he remembered to lean over and thank him. Because this series of rewards is really too heavy. It was so heavy that Angel couldn't even react. Even after thanking him, I still felt a little dizzy. Duke, I am a duke now? Dong and Gua, this is a title. I actually still have the title of duke. Angel took a deep breath for a while, but couldn't calm down. There is no way the position of duke can be said to be the highest title among the nobility. The princes who are higher up are all relatives of the emperor, and they are not positions that ordinary nobles can achieve. Therefore, the position of duke was enough to excite Angel for a long time. Duke Angel, this is the reward you deserve. Without Qi Li's helping hand, the Yanlong Kingdom would probably no longer exist. Seiya helped Angel up and said with a kind face. The contribution of saving the country and the power of destroying the country are all due to one person. It is only a mere duke position and he can fully bear it. If Qi Li hadn't made it clear that he would not hold any title, Seiya would have wanted to give him the position of a duke regardless of Qi Li's status as a familiar. The previous battle in the capital was also a well-known battle. Even if you don't see it with your own eyes, and just listen to other people's sort of mouth, you can understand the danger involved. Therefore, facing the reward that Angel received at this moment, no one had any doubts. A familiar at the level of a monarch can also bear such an honor. At this moment, this award ceremony has actually come to an end. After all, even the new duke has already come out. Is it really necessary to appoint a prince to come out to control the situation? And the results of this award ceremony will be announced to the world as quickly as possible after the ceremony is over. A new duke, and a titled duke at that. This news was enough to shock all the nobles in the Yanlong Kingdom. Especially in the Flame Academy, the group of aristocratic students who were in the same class as Angel, after knowing this, beat their chests and regretted not making good friends with Angel in the first place. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. In the Flame Academy, the only one who is good friends with Angel is Nora. Now that Angel has become Dukin of the Yanlong Kingdom, Nora's identity and the status of her family have naturally increased with the tide. One has to admire Nola's original vision, or rather her luck. On the Silver Moon City side, the entire Silver Moon Plain was placed under Angel's rule. In the expansion of Silver Moon City, there is no need to worry about not having a fiefdom to display one's skills. But these are all things for later. The problem that Angel needs to solve in front of her is what Qi Li told her. You said, you are going back to your original world? Why? Angel looked at Qi Lu in disbelief, and a layer of mist filled his eyes. After spending such a long time with Qi Lu, Angel has long regarded Qi Lu as family. A big brother who protects him all the time. Even a lover? Falling in love with your familiar should not be a shocking thing. But now, a sudden news made Angel panic. He had just obtained the title of Duke, and Qi Lu actually said he was Levenge in the blink of an eye. How could this happen? Angel, I don't belong to this world, of course I have to go back. The construction of Silver Moon City has been completed, and you also have the title of Ngwagong. You no longer need my protection. It doesn't make much sense for me to continue to stay here. So, Angel, there is no such thing as a feast that lasts forever. You should also learn to grow up. Qi Lu rubbed Angel's hair and said softly. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. It's just that Qi Lu does not belong to this world. It would be bad to stay here all the time. I don't want to grow up, and I don't want to be a duke. I just want you not to leave, Qi Lu, don't leave, okay? Angel bit her lip and choked to hold back. People who are usually by your side always feel accustomed to them when they never leave. Only when we are separated will we feel heartache. Angel, parting shouldn't be sad. I will come back again in the future. I hope that when I see you again, you won't be a crying little girl anymore. Qi Lu reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Angel's eyes, and then turned around quite freely. The longer the separation is delayed, the sadder it will be. So it's better to cut through the mess quickly. Qila, Angel stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to grab Qi Li's clothes. But after hesitating for a moment, his eyes were fixed, he lowered his hand and said, I can do it, Qi Lu. If you come back next time, I hope you can stay here forever, or, take Mei away with you. Hearing this, Qi Lu glanced at Angel with some surprise from the corner of his eye, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. That's a deal. The cooling time of the barrier gate has long passed. So Qi Lu has been waiting for the opportunity to return to the store. Only after ensuring that nothing was left out could Qi Lu leave with peace of mind. After all, no matter how bad Silver Moon City is, there is still the dragon soul of the Dragon Saint King guarding it, so there won't be any problems. What's more, in the current summoning world, all the forces, big and small, respect the Flame Dragon Kingdom. With Seiya watching from the side, nothing will happen to Angel. As for the bondage of the familiar contract, it was mentioned from the beginning. As long as you leave the summoning world, the effectiveness of the familiar contract will be cut off by the system, so it will not have any impact on Qi Lu. Of course, it has no effect on Angel. Because Qi Lu is not dead, the familiar contract on Angel will not disappear. At most, I just can't feel Qi Lu. But there is one thing to say, Angel is now following the path of an orthodox magician, and the use of the familiar contract is actually not very useful. But it's better not to have such a thing as backlash. I'm finally back. I've been here for a really long time. Qi Lu returned to his bedroom and stretched hard, making the bones in his body crackle. It has to be said that the Golden Nest and Silver Nest are not as good as Meow Nest. This sentence is still correct. No matter how comfortable it is to live outside, Qi Lu still feels that his bedroom is the best. After all, it is a bedroom produced by the system, and even the air seems fresher. Of course, this is psychological. Take a shower first. Qi Lu, who was grabbing his hair and yawning, walked into the bathroom first. After just soaking in the bathtub for a short while, Qi Lu could feel that the fatigue in his body and heart was as if it had been soaked away, and his whole body felt relaxed. If we divide for a long time, we will unite. If we unite for a long time, we will divide. This is the general trend of the world. I just don't know if I will ever have the chance to return to those worlds again. While soaking in the bath, Qilu was still thinking about these issues. Because Qilu always felt that there was a problem in the forging world and the summoning world, but he couldn't tell what the specific problem was. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I finally came back, let's get some sleep first. After taking a bath, Qilu wrapped a towel around her and wiped the water droplets from her hair while walking out. I was just about to blow some air by the window and dry my hair so I could sleep, when I saw a cat-eared Lolita come out of the door of the store's passage. Qilu? When did you come back? As soon as she got out, Yu Xuanxue, who had a habit of running to Yu Shier's bedroom, suddenly saw Qilu blowing the wind by the window, and almost sat down on the ground in fright. Half an hour ago, I just finished taking a shower. Qilu looked at Yu Xuanxue with a calm expression, and the speed of wiping his hair with his hands did not change. This is the store in Donghuang, and Yu Xuanxue is looking after the store in the Beishan Mountains, and will come here after closing the store every day. The passageway, connecting the shops on both sides, is in Qilu's bedroom. So Qilu was not surprised at all to see this cat-eared Lolita here. It scared me to death. You've been missing for several months. I thought you were all. Listening to Yu Xuanxue's words, Qilu seemed to be turning in some strange direction, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. No, it's nothing, I didn't say anything. Yu Xuanxue reacted immediately and quickly covered her mouth. Even if you want to curse someone to death, you can't say it in person, otherwise you will have to be beaten with your head covered. Fortunately, you stopped quickly and didn't talk nonsense when you went to Shier's room. Qilu flicked a drop of water from his finger onto Yu Xuanxue's forehead. Ah, it hurts. Yu Xuanxue couldn't escape the attack of water drops, so she could only cover her forehead and grin at Qilu. However, this small interaction does not make the relationship between the two worse, but makes them appear closer. If the relationship is not particularly good, who would want to fight with each other? Okay, come on over, Shier should have fallen asleep by now. Qilu waved his hand and then glanced out the window. Looking at the sky, even the stars in the sky are almost disappearing. It is probably because Yu Xuanxue stayed up late again. This guy, after not being optimistic for a while, started to neglect his duties again. Qilu couldn't say anything about this situation. He could only say one thing. It is not good to stay up late, so it is recommended to stay up all night. To avoid missing the next day's work, because you can't get up. But there is no need to say so much in the middle of the night. The surprise-off meeting again after a long separation should be left during the day. Unfortunately, when I returned to the store this time, it was in the middle of the night. So there is nothing Qilu can do. System, you should be fine now. Please come out and speak. After watching Yu Xuanxue stick out her tongue at him and run out of the bedroom, Qilu said in his mind while standing by the window blowing the wind. There's nothing to do now anyway, so I'd better take advantage of the time when my hair is still wet to get the reward. When he was in the summoning world before, although the dragon scales and dragon soul fragments were left by Qilu in Silver Moon City. However, the task items submitted to the system have always only valued quality and not quantity. Just have them. The system itself will take a small part of what is needed, and the rest will be excess. Therefore, Qilu must have completed the task. There will definitely be rewards. Now Qilu is just reminding the system to prevent this guy from sneakily swallowing the reward again. System, host, this system is here. What can I do? Don't you think before asking me this question, you should ask yourself if there are any unresolved matters? Qilu said slowly in his mind with an expected expression on his face. As expected, this two-stroke system has begun to act carelessly again. After all, the value of an advanced purchase channel is still very high, higher than the value of previous purchase channels. It is natural for the system to feel heartache. However, purchasing goods is not free, and most of the profit from the goods sold lies with the system, What is it feeling distressed about? System: if the host is talking about rewards, then this system is calculating. If it is talking about other things, then this system doesn't know anything. So you still remember. That's great. Chi-Lu didn't expect that the system would agree so happily this time. There can't be any conspiracy. However, the system, what the reward is, wasn't it already agreed upon before? What are you still calculating? Is this a new way of embezzling rewards? Thinking of this, Chi-Lu immediately asked aloud. System: host, please don't use such groundless speculation to slander the innocence of this system. System: the reason why the reward content will be recalculated is because after the host returned, the system noticed an abnormality in the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. System: this guy actually took the initiative to contact this system, so we're discussing some things now. Chi-Lu was shocked when he heard this. Is there still this matter? Although I had known before that the relationship between the system and the will of heaven and earth was not good, this was the first time for me to take the initiative to contact him. After all, the will of heaven and earth acts according to instinct. If the system does not like the will of heaven and earth, it is only unilateral. System: the results are out, that guy wants to take away the dragon's soul of the dragon Saint King. However, before Chi-Lu could start thinking, the system replied. Wait a minute, system. I have already submitted the dragon soul fragment to Youyu, and the task is also shown as completed. You won't use this reason to deduct my reward, right? Thinking of the system's character, Chi-Lu quickly blocked out what the system might say. System: host, you are overthinking. The dragon soul fragments have been here in this system for so long. Whatever is needed has been taken away long ago. System: since the guy who wants the will of heaven and earth wants it, he can get some benefits in exchange for it, he. This strange laughter made Chi-Lu feel confused for a while. This damn Irby system is a bad one after all. Is this the so-called redness when near vermilion, and black when near vermilion? Yes, Chi-Lu doesn't think he is MO, so there is only one answer, and that is the system's own bad conduct. Wait a moment, system. Since you and the will of heaven and earth are going to benefit, and the dragon soul fragment is from my hand, then should I have a share in the matter based on emotion and reason? In a moment of confusion, Chi-Lu suddenly grasped the key point and suddenly spoke out. System. The strange laughter that seemed to show off suddenly stopped. The system, which has always had a low IQ, seemed to have sensed something and honestly shut its mouth. Then let's calculate it the same way. First of all, it is the additional use of the power of faith. Chi-Lu crossed his hands and tapped his fingers lightly on his arms. System, please don't tell me that the additional purpose of the power of faith is to gather the supreme throne, because you also said that that thingy's useless to me. Chi-Lu had already guessed this when he summoned the world. If you want to break through the realm of the strong and achieve the realm of the king, you can only gather the power of faith and gather the supreme throne. Only by attaining the enlightenment of the high throne can one enter the realm of kingship. As for the king-level realm, as long as the supreme throne is not destroyed, the king-level power will not die. In terms of lifespan, it can be said to be a world of difference from a powerful person. And this point is also the biggest difference between the king-level power and the previous realm. Before entering the realm of king level, even the peak of the strong level will have a lifespan limit. It only has a lifespan of 1,000 years at most. Once the end is reached, no matter how strong it is, it will be of no use. Exceptions can be made unless those races are born with extremely long lifespans. But the king-level powerful ones are completely different. As long as he can ensure that his supreme throne will never be destroyed, a king-level power can completely live as long as heaven and earth. Even if the will of heaven and earth declines and is shattered, the king-level power will not be affected. This is the difference, and it is also one of the reasons why those gods frantically pursue the power of faith. If faith exists, there is eternal life. However, these have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Because the system clearly told Qi Lu that he could not condense the supreme throne. The reason is that the power of faith gained by Qi Lu will be collected by the system first. Therefore, if Qi Lu wants to break through and become a king-level powerful person, the method he uses is different from that of a normal strong-level powerful person. However, what this method is, the system has not said yet. Of course, Qi Lu didn't want to ask. After all, Qi Lu has not even reached the peak of the strong level, so it is useless to ask, and it is useless anyway. Therefore, the additional uses of the power of faith can be eliminated first. System, since you said so, host, then this system will open up another use for the power of faith. Did you really plan to say that before? Qi Lu heard what the system meant. Could it be that if I hadn't pointed this out, this Irby system would have just gone through with it so perfunctorily? System, congratulations to the host for acquiring a new store machine, a product strengthening furnace. There are 2 units in total, which can be placed in the store. What the hell? Qi Lu always felt a little confused when he heard about this new store machine. Then he immediately opened the store manager's backstage and took a look at the function of this product strengthening furnace. Product strengthening furnace, it can enhance the functions or effects of all non-limited products in the store. Product strengthening furnace, it can enhance the functions or effects of all non-limited products in the store. How to use: each time you strengthen, you need to put in 10 spiritual crystals and pray sincerely. Wish you, the more sincere you pray, the higher the chance of successful enhancement. If the enhancement fails, the product will be damaged. Friendly reminder: be cautious when strengthening, so please be mentally prepared and don't feel bad even if you fail. After reading it carefully, Qi Lu had 3 words to describe his mood: that is a bit strong. It turns out that the power of faith also has this function: it is used to strengthen products. Although Qi Lu also knew that this peculiar function must have been specially developed by the system. And it's a function that can only appear in your own store. But he still couldn't suppress Qi Li's crazy complaints. Because obviously, judging from the description of the product strengthening furnace, the purpose of the system is not to let go of the power of faith off these customers in the store. The so-called sincere prayer is not to contribute the power of one's faith. Speaking of which, there are quite a few ways to create something like faith. The simplest example is those guys in the Pet Card Research Guild. Every time they draw a pet card, their hearts must be full of piety. These believers crazily believe in pet cards and their own theories. For example, single draw a miracle. Although afterwards, when I find out that I didn't draw the pet card I wanted, I will definitely feel full of rage. But this does not prevent them from contributing their faith when drawing cards. Therefore, the function of the product strengthening furnace is also based on this principle, using spiritual crystals as starting energy to collect the power of faith when users pray to help strengthen the products they want. It might be elixirs, it might be weapons, armor, or accessories. Anyway, as long as it is sold in the store and is not a limited edition product, it can be strengthened. The so-called non-limited products refer to products purchased from conventional purchasing channels. For example, conventional elixirs, weapons, armors, accessories, title badges and the like. The fairy weapons and magic weapons that come out of the fairy and demonic battlefield are all limited edition products, so they cannot be enhanced. After all, if you want to strengthen an immortal or magical weapon, you need a huge amount of power of faith. I'm afraid I won't be able to collect everything just by praying. Otherwise, why would it be explained that the more sincerely you pray, the higher the chance of successful strengthening? Isn't it just because the more sincere you pray, the more power of faith you generate, so it is easier to succeed? If the fairy or magic weapon were accidentally exploded, the shop would be overturned. Commodity strengthening furnace. Okay, I accept this reward. At least the new use of the power of faith is indeed real. So Qi Lu couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he had to admit it first. What's more, once the product enhancement furnace comes out, Qi Le can guarantee that it will definitely make the customers in the store go crazy. After all, strengthening is such a thing, but anyone who has played a sand sculpture game that often drops offline can understand the charm of it. Even if his equipment is strengthened and broken repeatedly, there is no way to stop this enthusiasm. The only flaw is that after his equipment explodes, his desire to kill may be genuine. It's really a bit of a playful mentality. However, the good thing about the product strengthening furnace is that as long as the prayer is sincere enough and the power of faith provided enough, the success rate can be said to be almost 100%. This calculation method of success rate would be applied to a disconnected game. I am afraid that on the next day, the product strengthening furnace will be able to recognize 3 million suns. If you can successfully enhance your equipment just by calling me daddy, then it's not a bad thing to be a son, right? However, when it comes to the operating principle of the product strengthening furnace, the system, if there is enough power of faith, those limited edition products can also be strengthened, right? After accepting the reward, Qi Lu asked again on a whim. System, as the host said, it is indeed possible. System, it's just that the stronger the power contained in the enhanced item, the greater the consumption of the power of faith, so this system does not recommend the host to do this. This sentence actually explains why those limited edition products cannot be strengthened. In essence, it's not that it can't be strengthened. But the power of faith is not enough. After all, it is obviously impossible to let this stingy system provide the power of faith at such a loss. So I can only give up on those unique good things. I see. So, pet cards can also be strengthened? Qi Le thought of another special situation. System, of course you can, but the effect is not as obvious as other products, and the card burst rate is very high. It is recommended that the host does not try it. I know, I'm just asking. Anyway, I'm not the user of the product strengthening furnace. Qi Le curled his lips. If Qi Le wanted to use the power of faith to strengthen the equipment, he will directly ask the system to strengthen it. How could he use a commercial strengthening furnace? But from this point of view, the product strengthening furnace is indeed a good thing. Because as those customers stay in the store longer and longer, their strength will become stronger and stronger. Sometimes, you will feel that the power of weapons, armor, accessories, and the like cannot keep up. But change it to a new one. Among those higher-level weapons, there is now weapon type that I am comfortable with. So at this time, the product strengthening furnace can come in handy. It can be said that the emergence of the product strengthening furnace is equivalent to raising all the original products in the store by half a level out of thin air. The significance is so great that it is self-evident. Although the product strengthening furnace is of no use to me, the new use of the power of faith is still very useful. Qi Le made a final summary and then changed the subject. So, what about the new purchase channel? I remember it is the advanced purchase channel. This reward is something Qi Le feels he will never forget. The high-end purchasing channels that we finally obtained cannot be lost just like that. System, don't worry, host, there will definitely be no shortage of high-end purchase channels agreed by this system. System, new purchase channel, equipment customization, open. This is a new purchase channel? What a strange name. Qi Le suddenly reacted after hearing this sentence for a long time. Equipment customization seems to be the name of this advanced purchase channel. System, the equipment customization purchase channel cannot be purchased. You need to inform the requirements in advance to customize the required equipment. System, in addition, the level of each piece of equipment will be equivalent to the epic level of destiny. The epic level corresponds to the realm of cultivation, which is the realm of the strong. The process of being promoted to the peak of the powerful realm is a process of controlling the destiny of the world. Until all of one's own strength is transformed into the destiny of heaven and earth, and reaches the point where one's own destiny of heaven and earth islandless. It is called the peak of the strong level. The heaven and earth luck level is a special level. Although in terms of level, it is equivalent to the epic level, but more accurately, it should be called a level of equipment that can only be controlled by a strong person. People who have not been exposed to the destiny of heaven and earth cannot control the destiny level equipment of heaven and earth. Therefore, this new purchase channel equipment customization can be said to be a purchase channel specially opened up for powerful people. Of course, luck of heaven and earth level equipment can also be used by cultivators who are preparing to advance to the strong level and have already been exposed to the peak of luck of heaven and hero level. It's just that the fluency of using it is not as good as that of a strong person. After all, the restriction on the use of heaven and earth luck level equipment should be people who have been exposed to heaven and earth luck. On the contrary, the limits on the user's cultivation realm are not very strict. Then how should the products in the equipment customization purchasing channel be sold? How should the selling price be determined? Qi Lu pondered for a long time before asking aloud. Admittedly, the emergence of equipment customization purchase channels was indeed unexpected by Qi Lu. But if you think about it carefully, there is actually nothing unreasonable about it. Because in Qi Li's store, the products provided by the previous purchasing channels can be considered as comprehensive coverage for customers with low cultivation level. Weapons, armor, accessories, titles, elixirs. A variety of products can meet almost all the needs of cultivators with low levels of cultivation. However, in the heroic realm and the strongman realm, the coverage is not very large. It can even be said to be a bit small. Of course, this may be related to the scarcity of guests at the hero level and a strong level. But no matter what, there is always a shortcoming when it comes to high-end products. But things are different now. The emergence of equipment customization purchase channels has perfectly made up for this shortcoming. Since the number of guests at this level is not large, we will not take the quantitative route. Take the quality route directly, tailor-made. When I hear it, I feel superior. So Qi Lu quickly accepted this setting. Isn't it just tailor-made? There's nothing strange about it. If the store was really filled with epic-level products, I'm afraid they won't be able to sell them. It's not that no one wants it, it's that not many people can use it. After all, the usage restrictions are there. Even if you buy it, you can only look at it. It is better not to buy it. Therefore, the purchase channel of equipment customization is particularly important. Then you must ask clearly about the selling price and purchase method. Because the purchase method of the equipment customization purchase channel seems different from other purchase channels, you have to inform the customer of their needs before you can get the goods from there. It's really a waste of time. System. The products in the equipment customization purchase channel are all tailor-made equipment. System. If the host wants to purchase goods, he needs to clarify the customer's requirements and pay in advance before he can pick up the goods. System. The price of goods in the equipment customization purchase channels, a ray of luck from heaven and earth of the equipment customizer, a sufficient amount of power of faith, a breath of soul that can prove identity, and materials based on needs. When Qi Lu heard the price, he didn't react for a moment. Because this money-grubbing herby system finally no longer struggled with the spiritual crystal aspect, but moved to a higher level. That is the power of faith. The reward that appeared before, the product strengthening furnace already made Qi Lu vaguely feel this way. Unexpectedly, Qi Lu actually guessed it right. As a higher level of energy than spiritual crystals, the power of faith is also something that the system cannot create out of thin air. At this point, the power of faith is completely different from the destiny of heaven and earth. The luck of heaven and earth is a kind of energy that can be formed spontaneously between heaven and earth. After the system has studied the destiny of heaven and earth, it can use the energy converted from spiritual crystals to create the destiny of heaven and earth. However, the power of faith mainly comes from the will of billions of living beings and from devout souls, so there is no way to create it out of thin air. Therefore, for the system, spiritual crystals are something that must be collected, and the power of faith is also something that must be collected. On the contrary, the luck of heaven and earth seems not so important. This is probably why the system has such a good relationship with those nascent wills of heaven and earth. It is for this reason that after returning from the forging world and the summoning world, this money-grubbing system finally started to make plans for the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. You must know that the power of faith is not only related to the degree of piety of the believer. It is also related to the realm of cultivation possessed by those who generate the power of faith. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, once he gives his faith, the power of faith generated will become more powerful. And the quality of the power of faith will be higher. However, this situation has a very significant drawback. That is, the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is for faith to appear, and naturally there will be no power of faith. After all, you are already so strong, why should you trust others? Belief in such an illusory thing is a kind of psychological sustenance for the weak. But for the strong, it is an insult. It is better to seek help from others than to ask for yourself. Rather than trusting others, it is better to spend more time to make yourself stronger. As long as you become stronger, there is no need to believe in anyone. So the system found another way. Don't you powerful guys want to become stronger? Then contribute your power of faith. As long as you contribute the power of faith honestly, you will definitely become stronger. This method is particularly effective for any strong person. What's more, the way the system collects the power of faith is actually different from the normal routine. For the system, as long as you put your trust in the products in the equipment customization purchase channel, it is equivalent to contributing the power of faith. The principle is probably this: you believe in these equipment, which can make you stronger and bring you victory. And as the number of victories continues to increase, this belief will continue to strengthen. The power of faith generated will also continue to increase. Probably so. Therefore, the product selling price of the equipment customization purchase channel has become a series of conditions. A ray of luck from heaven and earth is to confirm the key points of the equipment and leave traces on it. After all, it is a piece of equipment that is at the level of destiny, so it must have some kind of symbol. There is no need to say more about the power of faith. The purpose of the equipment customization purchase channel is to collect the power of faith, and also to use the power of faith to create various weapons or armors. Of course, this item cannot be missing. The soul breath that proves identity is probably something like essence and blood. This thing is mainly used to identify the owner. After all, it is tailor-made equipment, and it must be marked with the mark of the customizer to prevent it from being taken away by others. Moreover, since it is tailor-made equipment, it must not be used by others. As for the last one, materials based on needs, it is easier to understand. Is it possible for such a stingy system to make a loss? It's obviously impossible. Therefore, in terms of materials, the customizer still has to collect them himself, and the system only requires one manual effort at most. Also charge high craft fees. There is no way you can be so willful if you have the ability. If you want to build suitable equipment, you have to bite the bullet and suffer this loss. However, according to the system's consistent style, it is still open to question whether the customizer will suffer from the products coming out of the equipment customization purchase channel. Maybe the customizer can still feel that he has made a profit. I understand, let's just set the price. Chilo thought about it for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with the price, so he agreed. Then he paused and asked, "After I take the order, how long will it take for you to deliver the equipment?" Although this question is not very important, it is still critical. Shipping speed is a big issue. If it's too slow, it can be annoying. System, don't worry, host. As long as the required things are in place, this system can produce customized equipment in minutes. With your words, I feel relieved. Qi Lu still trusts the system in terms of products. At least in this regard, the system never boasts. Okay, the promised rewards have been given out, so now, let's talk about the rewards for those who meet. Qi Lu, who was relieved, immediately talked about it. Although I don't know what benefits the system has taken from the will of heaven and earth, it will never be a loss if you have a share. You know, the wisp of dragon soul that the dragon Saint King left behind was reserved for Qi Lu. Then he was divided into two parts by Qi Lu. Part of it stayed in Silvermoon City, and the other part was handed over to Thoth's system. And not long ago, after the system finished studying the ray of dragon soul, it actually used this ray of dragon soul to exchange benefits with the will of heaven and earth. Good news! How could Qi Lu tolerate this kind of thing? The main thing is this benefit. How can you not have your own share? System, host, you can't be too greedy. Perhaps he felt that Qi Li's remarks were so shameless that the system even said such a sentence. Greedy? You actually think I'm greedy? System, if you talk like that, it's so unreasonable. If it weren't for the dragon soul fragments I provided you, wouldn't you be able to get those benefits today? Qi Lu immediately persuaded him earnestly. System, but the reward for the dragon soul fragments has been given to you by the system. Host, you are being greedy by doing this. Ahem, you can't say that, system, think about it, when did I give you the dragon soul fragments? When did you give me these rewards? It took such a long time, you have to give me some compensation. Qi Lu couldn't help coughing twice, and then spoke plausibly. This is not nonsense or nonsense. As long as it is said with righteous words, it can become reasonable. It will be particularly effective when dealing with targets with low IQs. System, no, host, this system thinks what you said is wrong. System, if all these benefits are given to you, wouldn't the system be at a loss? No. Absolutely not. However, this time, although the system couldn't tell what was wrong. But for the sake of their own interests, they still fought hard based on reason. That's right. I don't think I can take all the benefits, so I only want half, how about it? As soon as Qi Lu heard this, he knew that the system had been deceived by him. Compromise is a very magical effect. If he had only said that he wanted half at the beginning, Qi Lu would definitely not be able to convince the system now. But if you say you want it all from the beginning, then the system will definitely be willing to give half of the benefits. If you lose less, you will make a profit. Although it sounds unreasonable, in the psychology of most people, this is really the way of thinking. Today's increasingly humane systems naturally cannot escape this thinking mode. System, half of the benefits, this system can be exchanged for other rewards to the host, how about it? Can. Qi Lu nodded, indicating a deal. As long as the system is compromised, there will be no problem. As for the benefits of the will of heaven and earth, to be honest, if it were in Qi Li's hands, he might not think it was of any use. After all, if you need something, wouldn't it be more convenient to ask the system directly? Why should we sacrifice the near for the far? System, the new pet card, Shadow Hunter has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check it. System, the new pet card, Qiongqi has been issued. Please check it carefully, host. Just as Qi Lu nodded with satisfaction, the system's voice also sounded in Qi Lu's mind. Instead, there are two new pet cards at once. Qiongqi? Qi Lu is not sure what a shadow hunter is. But the name Qiongqi is so popular. Qiongqi, one of the 4 ferocious beasts in ancient times, is extremely powerful and is known as a symbol of evil and represents the most evil thing. However, these information are just legends. Qi Lu didn't know what Qiongqi looked like specifically. After all, there is no such ferocious beast as Qiongqi in this world. I just don't know if Qiongqi in the system will be the same as in the legend. A great gift, indeed a great gift. It seems that the system will definitely benefit from the will of heaven and earth. After Qi Lu was pleasantly surprised for a while, he suddenly thought of this. In this way, Qi Lu felt much more at ease when accepting the reward. This is also for the benefit of the customers in the store. With 2 more powerful pet cards, wouldn't it make the customers in the store stronger? Thinking of this, Qi Lu quickly opened the store manager's backstage. But the first thing I saw was the Shadow Hunter pet card. Shadow Hunter, Quality SR, Dark Pet, Main Attributes, Agility, Burst, Mental Power. The first pet card is actually an SR level pet card. This is really incredible. The golden SR immediately attracted Qi Li's attention. Fortunately, this is also the 3rd SR level pet card. Although it is still rare, Qi Lu is not as excited as before. Having seen so many big scenes, I naturally got used to them. What are you talking about when you are panicking all day long? Besides, the Shadow Hunter pet card is indeed not as attractive to Qi Lu as the Qiongqi pet card. After all, Qiongqi represents more than just a pet card. There is also that longing for hometown. Because this is a ferocious beast from home. Look down first before talking. Qi Lu thought as he clicked on the details of the Shadow Hunter pet card. This is a new SR level pet card after all. Even though Qi Lu is used to seeing it, the customers in the store are not. Anyway, every time a new SR level pet card appears, it can make them crazy for a period of time. The spiritual crystals in his pocket were like a waterfall, pouring into the pet card changing machine. There is no way, not everyone can be as strong as Qi Lu. Most of the customers who come to the store need a powerful pet card to enhance their combat effectiveness. The SR level pet card is the best choice. Otherwise, how could such a saying spread among the customers in the store? Flowing equipment and solid pet cards. Weapons, armors, accessories, all of these things can be updated, but this pet card can definitely be used for a lifetime if it is cultivated well. After all, most practitioners have limited qualifications and potential. The peak that one can reach in the realm of cultivation is also limited. There are even countless ordinary people who cannot even cross the threshold of cultivation. At this time, the meaning of the pet card is reflected. A perfect companion and bodyguard. Therefore, news related to new pet cards is always the most exciting for customers in the store. The Shadow Hunter, an SR level pet card, is naturally no exception. When the detailed information was opened, the first thing that came into Qi Lu's eyes was the picture of the Shadow Hunter. To be honest, I have no idea what it looks like. To describe it specifically, it is a bit like a 3-dimensional human-shaped shadow, so blurry that once it walks into the dark, it is completely unclear where it is. It is truly a dark pet, with such a dark image. Pet card, SR Shadow Hunter. Main attributes, agility, burst, mental power. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, assassin, proficient in assassination, stealth, incorporeal. Another incorporeal? Is the Shadow Hunter also a pet of the elemental condenser type? When Qi Lu saw this incorporeal figure, he felt that it looked familiar. There is nothing wrong with the first few positioning tags. If the position of the Shadow Hunter was not that of an assassin, then Qi Lu would have to wonder if there was something wrong with the system's brain. Of course, the premise is that the system must have a brain. There is no objection to being proficient in assassination. If an assassin is not proficient in assassination, does he still have to be proficient in frontal combat? Wouldn't that make you a warrior? Concealment is a special skill of assassins, and it goes without saying that it is the basis of life-saving. But it was this disembodied positioning label that really confused Qi Lu. Isn't this thing the ability of the elemental spirit? Why does an assassin also have it? A disembodied assassin is scary just to think about, okay. System: when shadow hunters are not taking action, they will hide in shadows or darkness, which is equivalent to a condensation of energy, so they have no physical existence. System: only at the moment of taking action, the shadow hunter will condense into an entity and launch an attack. At this point, Qilu almost understood. There is one thing to say, it seems that the shadow hunter is indeed a pretty perfect assassin. Other assassins focus on one strike and being able to escape thousands of miles away. The shadow hunter is completely a tarsal gangrene, and can remain hidden next to the target until the assassination mission is completed. And due to its incorporeal nature, there is no way to find the shadow hunters in advance. You can only wait until the moment when the shadow hunter takes action before you can think of a way to fight back. However, there is a saying that is good. Only a person who commits 1,000 days will be a thief, but 1,000 days will not prevent him from being a thief. Shadow hunters hide in the shadows and can strike whenever they want. But the target targeted by the shadow hunter can never relax for a moment. Because the moment you relax may be the moment you die. In such a situation where sleep and food are difficult to sleep, the target spirit may collapse without the shadow hunter taking action. After all, the fear that has not yet arrived is more torturous than the disaster in front of you. No wonder the Shadow Hunter pet card is classified among the SR level pet cards. With this peerless assassination ability, the Shadow Hunter is not inferior to Fire Spirit and Ice Spirit. Even more threatening. The emergence of Shadow Hunters may change the current pattern of pet cards. Qilu couldn't help but sigh. In the past, pet cards were used for frontal combat or auxiliary combat. When it comes to assassins, Shadow Hunter is really the first one. Moreover, it is an SR-level pet card, so the threat is self-evident. The assassin style will surely rise. Qilu doesn't have any good solution for this, so let's go and take a look at Qiongqi pet card. Qiongqi, Quality SSR, Gold Pet, Ancient Ferocious Beast, Main Attributes, Strength, Agility, Explosion, Ferocious Power. SSR. The three big golden red characters almost made Qilu's eyes pop out of his head in shock. Although he had been looking forward to the performance of Qiongqi's pet card before, Qilu really didn't expect that this would actually be an SSR-level pet card. You must know that SR-level pet cards, after complete graduation, are comparable to the peak hero-level powerhouses. So if the SSR-level pet card can successfully graduate, there is no doubt. It is definitely powerful enough to rival the strong level. Qiongqi, the ancient ferocious beast, truly deserves its reputation. It's enough to rival a powerful person, so there seems to be nothing unreasonable about it. As long as you can graduate, you will be in the strong realm. This is the appearance of the ancient ferocious beasts. This is also the first SSR-level pet card that Qilu has obtained so far. Finally, pet cards of this level are beginning to appear. SSR-level pet cards. I have been waiting so hard. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but burst into tears. To be honest, Qilu had thought about it since he got the first SR-level pet card, Flame Spirit. SSR-level pet cards, what kind of pets will appear? After all, SR-level pet cards are already elemental spirits, so SSR-level pet cards must not lose their reputation. And now, the system finally gives the answer. Let me see how powerful this ancient ferocious beast that can be called an SSR-level pet card is. With this in mind, Qilu clicked on the store manager's backstage. The image of Qiongqi also appeared in front of Qilu. From the appearance point of view, Qiongqi looks like a tiger with a pair of white fleshy wings. It's just that Qiongqi's fur is as red as blood, there are no stripes on his body, and his pair of beast eyes are extremely ferocious and intimidating. On the fleshy wings on the back, there were feathers as hard as sharp blades, shining with a terrifying cold light. In terms of size, it is also many times larger than an ordinary tiger. There is a ferocious aura, even if you just look at the picture, you can feel it, how strong and terrifying it is. It is indeed an SSR-level pet card that has fierce power among its main attributes. None of the evil beasts in ancient times were good. That ferocious power, as vast as the abyss, may have been condensed in the endless fighting. Pet card, SSR, Cheongqi. Main attributes, strength, agility, burst, fierce power. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, an ancient ferocious beast, violent, bloodthirsty, and warlike, with fighting instincts. Unlike the two elemental spirit pet cards in the SR-level pet cards, the location label of the Cheongqi pet card is clear at a glance and very easy to understand. Of course, there is no need to say more about the ancient ferocious beast. Itis a Cheongqi title. In fact, regarding this positioning label, Qilu specifically asked the system why the title changed to positioning. The result is, the ancient beasts have higher room for growth. Although Cheongqi's pet card can still only be awakened 5 times, Cheongqi's own combat power can continue to grow in battle after 5 awakenings, which is the so-called getting stronger with each battle. It is worthy of the name of the ancient ferocious beast. As for being violent and bloodthirsty and warlike, that's what it means. If he wasn't violent, bloodthirsty, and warlike, Cheongqi wouldn't be called an ancient ferocious beast. And the final fighting instinct is what Cheongqi relies on for survival. Like the Flame Spirit pet card and the Ice Spirit pet card, the Cheongqi pet card also does not need to be loaded with any martial skills. Cheongqi will automatically learn all combat skills and various martial arts during the battle through combat instinct. The more you fight, the stronger you become, and the more you fight, the braver you become. This is Cheongqi's fighting instinct. As long as he doesn't die, he can continue to learn and become stronger in the battle. Until you defeat the enemy and kill your prey. This is the power of ancient ferocious beasts, and this is the power of SSR-level pet cards. For this reason alone, Cheongqi pet card can afford such an honor. And more importantly, after witnessing the power of SR-level pet cards, it is self-evident that the first SSR-level pet card can cause a sensation among customers. After all, it is a level higher than the SR-level pet card. No matter how weak it is, SSR-level pet cards cannot be weaker than SR-level pet cards. Otherwise, I would be sorry for those 3 golden and red characters and Qilu's excitement and emotion. In this way, we have to make a new promotional video for the new pet card. It seems like I won't be able to sleep tonight. After receiving all the rewards, Qilu suddenly thought of this and couldn't help scratching his head. If the new pet cards this time were just R-rated pet cards, then Qilu wouldn't bother making a promotional video. The most that can be done is to have the system post an announcement on the membership card to tell customers in the store that there are new pet cards in the card pool of the pet card exchange machine. If anyone wants a new pet card, go and draw it quickly. But SR-level pet cards and SSR-level pet cards are different. Especially for SSR-level pet cards, a new promotional video is a must-have. Otherwise, it would be too unremarkable. What's more, promotional videos are not just for publicity. More importantly, it is to tell the customers in the store what kind of power the new pet card has, what type of pet card it is, and what its specific combat effectiveness is. After all, the gap between auxiliary pet cards and combat pet cards is quite large. Moreover, different pet cards have different degrees of cooperation with each other. Give a very simple example. The Fire Spirit pet card and the Ice Spirit pet card have conflicting attributes, so if used together, it will easily weaken the combat effectiveness of both parties. However, if the Flame Spirit pet card and the Little Spark pet card are summoned together, bonuses can appear. There are many details and matching skills that complement each other. And as the types of pet cards continue to increase, these details and matching skills will continue to increase. Otherwise, why would there be such a strange guild as the Pet Card Research Guild? Isn't it just to study these things? Don't think that the members of the Pet Card Research Guild are just guys who believe in single drawing miracles. There are people with real talent and knowledge in it, but there are still some people who are just obsessed with the matching of pet cards. It's just that most of them are guys with limited potential and qualifications, and no hope of advancement. So I can only place my hope of becoming stronger on the pet card. Get ready and decorate the store. Sheila stopped sleeping. He pulled off the towel on his body, put on his clothes, and walked out. Since we are going to make a new promotional video, we must have some branding. Especially Cheongchi's standing card. This is the first SSR level pet card, so it must be very powerful. The name of the ancient ferocious beast cannot be missing its reputation. But then again, although the location tag of the Cheongchi pet card contains the item ancient ferocious beast, this does not mean that the Cheongchi pet card is evil. It just shows that Cheongchi's character is more violent and bellicose. There is nothing wrong with the pet card itself. But, if the real ferocious beast Cheongchi appears, then we definitely can't judge it by the character of the pet card. It's just that there are no ancient ferocious beasts in the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. Otherwise, how could there be no relevant records at all? During this period of random thoughts, Qilu also ordered the system to make Cheongchi's standing sign. The crimson fur looks like it is made of blood, and the terrifying power can be felt at a glance from the strong and muscular body. He has a proud figure, ferocious beast eyes, and wings spread out from his back. The evil spirit lingers on it, making people feel intimidated. It's obviously just a standing sign, but with just one glance, you can clearly feel the attitude of looking down on the world. It was like an eternal ferocious beast, standing in that place, making people feel chilled. That's the effect we want. Sheila nodded with great satisfaction, and then placed Cheongchi's stand next to the pet card machine. If an SSR-level pet card doesn't have this power, how can it attract customers? After that comes the standing card of the Shadow Hunter. However, in this promotional video, Chi Li's main purpose was to introduce the Cheongchi pet card, so the Shadow Hunter card was destined to only serve as a foil. Placed next to Cheongchi's standing sign, it obviously looks extremely dangerous. Just the cold light emitting from the eyes of the Shadow Hunter through the darkness can make people's hair stand on end. But he was about to be overwhelmed by Cheongchi's stand. Unfortunately, Shadow Hunter is also an SR-level pet card. If this had appeared in the card pool of the pet card machine before, it might have been the protagonist of the promotional video. But now, compared with the ancient ferocious beasts, it is still a bit inferior. The next day, Sheila stayed up all night again, staying in the store lobby, designing promotional videos. Then while having breakfast, I asked the system to send out the promotional video on time at 10 o'clock in the morning. Brother Qilu, you are really back. Just as he was eating a bacon sandwich with pure milk, a cry of surprise appeared in Qi Li's ears. Sheer, good morning. What's wrong? Are you surprised that I'm back? Qi ate breakfast slowly and looked at Yu Sheer with a smile. Of course not. Originally this morning, Shao Shu told me that you were back. It hot, she was joking. A cheerful smile appeared on Yu Sheer's face. It seems that Yu Shui has used this kind of false news to deceive people not just once or twice. It made Yu Sheer somewhat immune. After all, wolf crying can't fool people all the time. If you look forward to it too many times, you will start to be disappointed. But looking at the hurried look on Yu Sheer's face, I'm afraid even though she thought it was a joke, she was still expecting something in her heart. Ah, what is that? Is it a new product? With a face full of joy, Yu Sheer happily approached Qi Lu and suddenly noticed Cheongchi's sign. To be honest, if Yu Sheer's attention hadn't been on Qi Lu from the beginning, she would have noticed Cheongchi's sign when she first came downstairs. Because in order to match the appearance of the SSR-level pet card, Cheongchi's standing card is entangled with real evil power. It's just that this evil force only has a shocking effect and has no ability to cause any harm. The main function is to attract customers' attention. By the way, Qiongqi's cruelty is set off. Yes, that is the new product this time. To be precise, it is the new pet card. Qila nodded and did not introduce more. Because it was never Qi Lu or Yu Shi'er who introduced new pet cards. Instead, customers are asked to watch a promotional video or directly browse the card pool details of the pet card changer to learn more. This way of understanding will be more profound. And, by the way, every time a new pet card is released, the Pet Card Research Association will follow up with corresponding strategies soon. And this soon after, how long is it specifically? It depends on when the members of the Pet Card Research Guild can get the new pet cards. After all, only practice can produce true knowledge. If you don't match it in detail, how can you be embarrassed to make a strategy? Don't worry about the new pet card. There will be a new promotional video. Qila couldn't help but smile when he saw Yu Shi'er's curious expression, and then said seriously. Also, Shi'er, thank you for your hard work during this time. It is precisely because of you that I can leave the store with peace of mind. As he spoke, Qila suddenly reached out and pulled Yu Shi'er into his arms. If we meet again after a long separation, if we don't hug each other, we'll always feel like something is missing. Brother Qi Lu, this is what Shi'er should do. No, there is nothing to mention. Yu Shi'er, who was suddenly attacked by Qi Lu, felt that her body had become stiff and her speech became stammering, unable to speak a complete sentence clearly. A blush also appeared on the cute and delicate face. It is as charming as the sunset that appears on the horizon at sunset. This warm embrace immediately eliminated Yu Shi'er's longing for this period of time. If possible, Yu Shi'er really wants to live like this for the rest of her life, letting herself stay in this warm embrace. It's a pity that it's early in the morning and I have to go to the store. If it was late at night after closing the store, maybe I would give it half entree and just. Ahem. Although Yu Shi'er has never experienced these things. But have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? Even if you have not experienced it, it does not mean that you cannot learn some theoretical knowledge first. Although it is said that practice brings true knowledge, but if you want to practice it, you still have to enrich your theoretical knowledge first. What's more, with Yu Xuanxue, an incompetent best friend, by her side, Yu Shi'er will more or less know something about this. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't seem to have any thoughts in this regard. This sudden hug was more like a hug between family members, it seemed so natural. However, just when Yu Shi'er was thinking wildly and her face turned red with embarrassment, Qila suddenly lowered his head. Then, amid Yu Shi'er's expression of surprise, joy, astonishment, and disbelief, he kissed her on the forehead. The warm touch made Yu Shi'er's whole body become extremely stiff. Brother Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er, whose face was so red that she could bleed, was confused for a while, and steam seemed to be rising from her head. After saying this sentence for a long time, it was still stuck in my mouth and did not come out. This is in return for your sudden attack last time. Qi Lu let go of Yu Shi'er with a smile, reached out and rubbed her head, then turned and walked up to the second floor. If he stayed here all the time like this, Qi Lu might not think anything of it. But Yu Shi'er will definitely be embarrassed. Qi Lu could still see this, so he decisively chose to run away. Take time to slow down so that everything becomes more natural. Brother Qila, is this a response to me? The dizzy Yu Shi'er put her hand gently on her forehead, looked at Qi Lu's back, and murmured to herself. If this is what it means. Shi'er, I've seen it. The iron tree has finally bloomed. At this moment, Yu Xuanxue emerged from nowhere, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and said with a happy smile. What, Shao Shu, you are saying something like this now, it's not certain yet. Yu Shi'er, whose face was red, could not recover for a while. As long as she thinks of the scene just now, even if she has recovered, steam will immediately come out of Yu Shi'er's head. Whatever, Qi Lu, this idiot, probably thinks that your behavior last time was not good, so he wants to take revenge on you. Yu Xuanxue said with a suggestive look. Go away, Shao Shu. If you don't go to the store, brother Qi Lu will come looking for you again. Yu Shi'er stared at Yu Xuanxue and said. If this situation doesn't get over, Yu Shi'er will be embarrassed to continue visiting the store. Okay, I'll go over first. Shi'er, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't seize it, you will definitely regret it in the future. Yu Xuanxue was walking upstairs, but she continued to confuse her. Not to mention the reason for Qi Li's actions. But as long as they have this behavior, the relationship between the two will definitely become more intimate. At least let's start by breaking through the current relationship. According to Yu Xuanxue, under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Qi Lu to take the initiative. It would be better to let Yu Shi'er take the initiative. At least it would be somewhat effective. Like now. Although the gap was a bit long, Qi Lu did respond, didn't he? This seems to be just a small step in the progress of the relationship. But it's a big step towards conquering Qila. I can't hear you. If you don't leave, Shao Shu, I won't be polite. Yu Shi'er pouted and said angrily. Then I won't say anything anymore, and let's go. Yu Xuanxue very wisely chose to run away. On the other side, in the store on the northern mountain range, Qi Lu, who had just come down from the second floor, hurriedly opened the store door. Then he yawned and sat on the sofa. After seeing Yu Xuanxue following closely behind him, he prepared to catch up on his sleep. Shi'er. To be honest, Qi Li's previous actions were not impulsive. You know, humans are not grass and trees, how can they be ruthless? Qi Lu saw everything Yu Shi'er did, how could he turn a blind eye? So, feelings always need a way of expression. Regarding this point, Qi Lu didn't know why, but he remembered Yu Shi'er's sudden attack, so he felt it. But a kiss is a kiss, and Qi Lu won't regret it. Just like Qi Lu said, it should be a gift given back to Yu Shi'er. However, Qi Lu could not guess what thoughts Yu Shi'er would have from such a sudden behavior. As for Yu Xuanxue, she wasn't bold enough to tease Qi Lu yet. At least not on this kind of thing. Moreover, if he said it directly, wouldn't the plan that Yu Xuanxue and Yu Shi'er planned every night to capture Qila be exposed? This is very detrimental to the strategy goal. Shao Shu, remember to look after the store, I'll take a rest. Qila said to Yu Xuanxue while yawning. Then, in the eyes of the cat-eared lowly, just when she was about to close her eyes, the store door was pushed open. Wow, when did this sign appear in the store? It's so sinister. When Qi Lu heard this voice, he knew it was Lan Qi. He sat up immediately. Looking up, it turned out to be Lan Qi and Shauna, the same husband and wife team. Hey, Manager Qi, when did you come back? Lan Qi's eyes immediately moved from Cheong Qi's standing sign to Qi Li's body after Qi Lu sat up. Last night. Qi Lu replied lazily with 2 words. He suddenly sat up just because Qi Lu had a question he wanted to ask Lan Qi, but it didn't mean that Qi Lu wasn't sleepy. Store Manager Qi, good morning. Shauna smiled and said hello. Morning, Shauna. Qi Lu nodded as a return gift. Then he turned his attention to Lan Qi and said, Lan Qi, I have something to ask you. What's up? Lan Qi asked, curiously. The elusive store manager, Qi, disappears at every turn. Now that he suddenly said that he had questions to ask himself, Lan Qi was still very interested. A very important thing. I'm not sure if you know it, but you know that the possibility should be the greatest. Qi Lu scratched his head, then glanced past Lan Qi and glanced at Shauna. Then he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a soundproof magic circle appeared in the store, covering Qi Lan Qi. Is this matter so secret? Lan Qi's face became serious when he saw the scene. If it wasn't an important issue, why bother turning on the soundproof magic circle in the store? As for Qi Li's specific cultivation level, Lan Qi is not very clear about it until now, but he can still guess it. However, if even Qi Li needs to be so cautious about something, then it is really a big event. To be precise, it should be quite secretive to the Dragon Clan. Having said this, Qi Li raised his head, looked directly at Lan Qi, and asked slowly. Lan Qi, let me ask you, have you heard of the Dragon Saint King? Among the dragons Qi Li has come into contact with so far, Lan Qi is the Dragon Clan most likely to know the news about the Dragon Saint King. As for other Dragon Clans, to be honest, Qi Li has not come into contact with many. Therefore, it is better to speak directly about this kind of problem. Dragon Holy King. As soon as Lan Qi heard the words Dragon Holy King, his pupils suddenly shrank, obviously knowing something. Do you know about the Dragon Saint King? Qi Li, who noticed this scene, immediately asked. Of course I know His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King. But, before that, I have a question that I want to ask store manager Qi. Lan Qi did not hide the fact that he knew, but he was not ready to say it directly. Instead, he stared at Qi Li and said. Manager Qi, where did you know this title? Obviously, Qi Li could tell from Lan Qi's tone. The identity and status of the Dragon Saint King are definitely extremely high among the Dragon Clan. Lan Qi, if I said that I met the dragon soul of the Dragon Holy King, would you believe it? Qi Li paused for a moment and suddenly asked. Under normal circumstances, Qi Li would not do such a thing. However, there is actually no need to talk about the summoning world. So it's better to just pick out the key points. Have you met the dragon soul of His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King? Store manager Qi, to be honest, I would never believe it if someone told me about it, but I believe it when you tell me about it. Lan Qi stared at Qi Li for a long time before slowly speaking out. Because with Qi Li's level of cultivation, there is no need to lie about this kind of thing. Moreover, the dignity of being a peak powerhouse would not allow him to lie about this kind of thing. Then, store manager Qi, where is the dragon soul of His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King now? Lan Qi did not answer Qi Li's question, but continued to ask. The Dragon Saint King was a great senior, but it's a pity that he is no longer here. After Qi Li was silent for a while, he whispered in a nostalgic tone. Although the truth hurts, it is an unchangeable reality. Even if there is still hope for the giant Dragon Saint King to be resurrected, the fact is that the giant Dragon Saint King destroyed his dragon body and no longer exists in this world. So Qi Li would not use lies to comfort Lan Qi. Is that so? That's right. His Majesty the Dragon Saint King has been gone for such a long time. It's incredible to be able to leave a trace of his soul behind. Lan Qi was obviously stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head, muttering to himself as if he was mocking himself. After a long time, Lan Qi, who had calmed down a little, suddenly looked at Qi Li. Manager Qi, what do you want to ask? Everything you know about the Dragon Saint King. Qi Li remained silent until Lan Qi took the initiative to ask. After all, it is really impolite to ask questions when others are remembering their ancestors. Do you have any news about His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King? Then I realized know where to start. To be honest, His Majesty the Dragon Saint King is more like a legend among the Dragon Clan than an actual ancestor. According to the records in the history of the Dragon Clan, the only powerful person in the history of the Dragon Clan who can rule the entire Dragon Clan is the legendary Dragon Saint King. Lan Qi said slowly while recalling. It can be heard that there is not much information about the Dragon Saint King, even among the Dragon Clan. But the specific reason is unknown. Because it is not that difficult to erase the traces of one's existence with the means of king-level power. However, for a king-level powerful person, if he takes the initiative to erase the traces of his existence, it is equivalent to giving up the source of the power of faith. It is self-evident what the consequences will be. The collapse of the supreme throne is absolutely fatal. Therefore, it is not surprising that the deeds of the Dragon Saint King are recorded in the annals of the Dragon Clan. But what Qi Lu really wants to know is what the Dragon Saint King said about the great war that took place in the Xifeng realm. It is not the life story of the Dragon Saint King. However, now it seems that all traces of that war have been wiped out. If there was no record of anything about the Xifeng realm in the Dragon Clan's annals, then Qi Lu really couldn't imagine where he could find relevant information. You know, the lifespan of a giant dragon is naturally extremely long. Therefore, the timeline recorded in the history of the Dragon Clan is much longer than that of other races. And the giant Dragon Saint King is the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. If he wants to leave traces, he should stay in the Dragon Clan due to emotions and reasons. But now it seems that this is not the case. The Dragon Saint King was really deliberately hiding the truth of that war, maybe. Are you covering other people in that battle? It's getting really confusing. Qi Lu listened quietly to Lan Qi's narration, and then silently weaved the information he had obtained so far in his mind. However, the more he thought about it, the more Qi Lu felt that the information in his hand was incomplete. Judging from the information we have now, nothing useful can be analyzed at all. The only thing that is certain is that the Dragon Saint King is definitely Lan Qi's ancestor. But this is not helpful with the amount of information currently available. After sorting it out, Qi Lu realized one thing: maybe it would be better for him to be a store manager with peace of mind and just eat and die. This kind of brain-burning thing is really too difficult. And there are not enough clues in hand now, so let's put it aside for now. Just as it happened, what Lan Qi wanted to say had almost come to an end. Andy had already mentioned the sudden disappearance of the Dragon Saint King. His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King, has led the Dragon Clan. He has been fighting since ancient times and has taken the position of one of the strongest races. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared. In order to find His Majesty the Dragon Saint King, the Dragon King did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the entire Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, nothing was done. Having said this, Lan Qi sighed involuntarily. Although the Dragon Clan is powerful, there were many races as famous as the Dragon Clan in ancient times. But in the constant battles between various races, those races disappeared one by one in the long river of history. Only the Dragon Clan is left, standing firm in this world. In this matter, the Dragon Saint King was indispensable. Therefore, the disappearance of the Dragon Saint King also caused the Dragon Clan to disappear from the world for a long time. It wasn't until the Dragon Clan fell apart that it slowly appeared in the ice off the world. The Dragon Clan fell apart? Qi Lu captured this information keenly and raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't ask any more questions. Because this was an internal dispute within the Dragon Clan and had nothing to do with Qi Lu, there was no need for him to meddle in other matters. That's all I know, Manager Qi. There aren't many records left by His Majesty the Dragon Saint King. Even the library in Dragon Island doesn't have much information left. Having said this, Lan Qi paused for a moment, and then took out a golden token from his arms. On the front of this golden token is a lifelike dragon, with every scale and claw clearly visible. Even the small lines on the dragon scales can be seen clearly. The giant dragon's expression looked down upon the world and was extremely majestic. And as soon as Lan Qi took out this golden token, it began to emit a dragon's power as majestic as the sea, and its power was so majestic that it seemed tobrial. The coercion of this dragon's power is so great that even hero-level experts may have to retreat. This is... When Qi Lu saw the golden token, his face was shocked. Because the dragon engraved on this golden token is exactly the Dragon Holy King. This is the Holy King token, a treasure left behind by His Majesty the Dragon Holy King, and what the Dragon clan has been looking for. Lan Qi introduced in a calm tone. The token of the Holy King has the power to break through space barriers, and it can look back on the changes in the breath in a short period of time and restore what happened in the past. I was able to come to the northern mountains because of the power of the Holy King's token. The space barrier in Tianyuan is so strong that even a powerful person cannot break it if he is not proficient in the power of space. This Holy King token actually possesses such great power. From this inference, we can see how powerful the former Dragon Saint King was. However, Lan Qi's move, which seemed to prove it, left Qi Lu stunned. System, do you see it? System, after testing by this system, it can be determined that the material of the Holy King token is exactly the dragon scale of the giant Dragon Holy King. If you are in doubt, ask the system. If you have any uncertain questions, you can also ask the system. So Qi Lu quickly got the answer. Sure enough, they are the dragon scales of the giant Dragon Holy King. I had this guess when I saw the Holy King's token earlier. The Holy Dragon King can be said to be an extremely rare dragon that does not collect any treasures. This can be seen from the fact that when Qi Lu broke into the realm of the Dragon Saint King when he was in the summoning world, the last thing he got was a ray of dragon soul, not any treasure. He is obviously a king-level powerful person, but he has no demands. This kind of conduct is indeed noble. But really speaking, this probably has something to do with the fact that the Dragon Holy King does not need these treasures. The dragon's body is full of treasures. If you pluck out any piece at random, you will find top-notch materials that can be encountered but cannot be sought. It is the best choice to use it to forge treasures. Therefore, the Dragon Saint King used his own dragon scales to create a Saint King token, which was the best choice. System, I remember that among the mission items submitted to you, there should be a small piece of dragon scale. Do you still use it? Speaking of this, Qi Lu also remembered this. Most of the Dragon Saint King's legacy remains in the summoning world, and Asmal part is in the hands of the system. And last night, the system gave the dragon soul in its hand to the will of heaven and earth. Then the remaining dragon scale fragments should still be there. System, host, what do you want to say? Upon hearing Qi Li's question, the system's tone immediately became wary. The more I've been fooled, I can always spot the problem from the beginning. Don't say that, system. Your tone makes it sound like I'm lying to you. Actually, I think that since the dragon scales of the Holy Dragon King are useless in your hands, and can't be used by me, it's better to take them out and let me do a little experiment. If it succeeds, wouldn't everyone be happy? Qi Lu heard the caution in the system's tone, smiled slightly, and turned on the cheating mode again. No matter how smart a little fox you are, you can still beat the hunt of an old hunter. System, experiment? Host, what experiment do you want to do? Sure enough, the system was immediately attracted. After all, the system has already analyzed the dragon scales of the giant Dragon Saint King, so there is no point in keeping them in hand. But I just don't want to suffer a loss. It's very simple. The Holy King token is made of the dragon scales of the giant Dragon Holy King, so it should resonate with the dragon scales of the giant Dragon Holy King. Although it's unlikely, I want to give it a try. I won't suffer any loss anyway, right? Qi Lu said slowly. The reason for this idea was definitely not Qi Li's whim. But after Qi Lu saw Lan Qi take out the Holy King token, he felt that he should also take out something to prove what he said. That's why I say that. Anyway, it was the system that was losing money, so Qi Lu didn't feel bad. System, what the host said seems to make some sense, then, give it a try. Although the tone was still somewhat reluctant, the system still took out the dragon scales of the Dragon Saint King. The scales that appeared in Qi Li's hands were only the size of a thumb. However, the edges were cut very neatly, and you couldn't tell that it was cut from a whole piece of dragon scale. Don't worry, you will definitely get good results from the trial. After Qi Li got the dragon scale, he stretched out his hand without saying a word. Lan Qi. However, just as Qi Li said his name, an unexpected vision appeared. Of course, the main reason for the surprise was that it appeared too quickly. Buzz dash. The Holy King token in Lan Qi's hand was the first to make a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, the dragon scale in Qi Li's hand also made a subtle sound as if in response. What is this? Manager Qi, is the thing in your hand? When Lan Qi saw this, he was shocked. The Holy King token can be said to be one of the most precious treasures of the Dragon clan. The Dragon Saint King is also the most respected and even religious ancestor of the Dragon clan. If something happens to the Holy King's token, even if no one troubles Lan Qi himself will not forgive himself. It's the dragon scales of the giant Dragon Saint King. This is the last thing left by my senior when I met the dragon soul of the giant Dragon Saint King. Qi Li didn't say anything, he just said it directly. What? A shocked look appeared on Lan Qi's face. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that this is a reasonable thing. Because if it weren't for the dragon scales of the giant dragon Holy King, how could it possibly resonate with the Holy King's token? And this dragon scale also proves that what Qi Li said before is true. But at this moment, Lan Qi was still in shock and had not recovered, but the Holy King token in his hand suddenly floated into the air. Qi Li also looked at the fragments of dragon scales in his hand, flying towards the Holy King's token. In the blink of an eye, the two merged together. Call. The airwaves come together, and the dragon is so powerful that it is unparalleled. After the Holy King's token and the dragon scales were quickly fused, the dragon's power exuded seemed to have increased out of thin air. Fortunately, Qi Li was not stunned at the beginning and responded promptly. He immediately used the store manager's authority to restrict this dragon's power to a small area around him. Otherwise, if this dragon's power breaks out, it is estimated that the residents and tourists of the entire City of Life will be unsafe. Huh? This is the breath of dragon soul. There is a dragon soul sleeping inside the Holy King's token. Just as this mighty dragon burst out, Qi Li suddenly caught a very familiar aura. There is no doubt about this breath of dragon soul. It is the dragon soul of the Dragon Holy King. In that Holy King token, there is definitely a ray of dragon soul sealed by Dragon Holy King, but it has been sleeping and never awakened. If it weren't for this small piece of dragon scale provided by Qi Li, the hidden power of the Holy King's token would be activated by luck. I am afraid that this wisp of dragon soul will not be leaked out for another few thousand years. What a surprise. Although I didn't get any benefits, I still feel like I discovered something terrible. Although Qi Li was extremely shocked in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. To be honest, this breath of dragon soul is really weak. If Qi Li hadn't come into contact with the giant Dragon Saint King and remembered the aura of the giant Dragon Saint King's dragon soul, he might not even be able to detect it. Therefore, it is normal that Lan Qi did not notice it. After all, the breath of the dragon soul is hidden in the dragon's power, coming from the same source, so it is really difficult to detect it. And, more importantly, after the Holy King token and the dragon scale were completely integrated, the breath of the dragon soul became invisible again. That fleeting breath was like an illusion. But Qi Li believed in his own perception and could never make any mistakes. From this point of view, it's not like the Dragon Saint King didn't have any backup plans. Even this backup step hid it from everyone, even the members of the Dragon clan. It's amazing. I'm really becoming more and more interested in what happened back then. Qi Li rubbed his chin and couldn't help but smile. However, it is obviously not reliable to awaken the sleeping dragon's soul. Moreover, Chila did not want to destroy the layout of the Dragon Saint King before he learned the real plan. Dragon soul fragments were left in both the summoning realm and the four directions realm, so what they were planning was certainly not small. In this case, let this layout continue until the day when the clouds clear and the sun appears. System, host, how are you? What did you try? However, just when Qi Lu felt that it was not a loss, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Obviously, a system without any foresight is just a guy who can't see the rabbit but doesn't let the eagle fly. What are the benefits? You have to see them. It's not like Qi Lu, who thinks that exchanging a worthless piece of dragon scale fragment for a piece of incredible information should be profitable. No. So Qi Lu replied very confidently. After all, the information obtained in exchange for the dragon scales only improved the conjecture in Qi Li's mind. Of course it is of no use to the system. System. Faced with Qi Li's righteousness, the system didn't know how to accuse him. Okay, system, let me tell you, when you look at things, don't just see things on the surface. You should dig into the deeper meaning. Besides, it's useless to keep the dragon scales in your hands. Now you're just making the best use of them. Isn't it a loss? It's not a loss at all, right? When Qi Lu saw that the system didn't respond, he hit him with a series of tricks and punches on the spot. It's a great truth, everyone can tell it. Whether it can be done or not is another matter. So under Qi Li's earnest instruction, system, who still wanted to say something, fell into silence again. At the same time, the Holy King's token, strengthened by the dragon scale fragments, fell back into Lan Qi's hands. This is indeed the dragon scale of His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King. Manager Qi, I won't thank you enough for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Lan Qi looked at the Holy King's token in his hand, and it took a long time before he could hold back a word. You're welcome. When something really happens, I won't be vague. Qi Lu waved his hand and said aloud. Not polite at all. Because when the layout of the Dragon Saint King comes to light, Qi Lu will definitely not be able to survive alone, and the Dragon Clan is no exception. So there is definitely no problem in getting him into his own camp as early as possible. As he spoke, Qi Lu also lifted the soundproof magic circle around him. Then he saw Shauna sitting on the armchair nearby, eating colorful fruit-flavored pizza and looking at her side. After seeing Lan Qi come out, he looked away. Store manager Qi. You're welcome, go ahead. Seeing that Lan Qi wanted to say something else, Qi Lu quickly waved his hand to stop it. After all the questions that need to be asked, Qi Lu still wants to catch upon some sleep on the sofa, so of course he cannot be delayed. And while Qi Lu and Lan Qi were talking, there were more and more customers in the store. However, every customer who enters the store will be startled by Qiongqi's sign, and then, in shock, they step forward to take a closer look at Qiongqi's appearance. After all, scary things have appeared in this store manager Qi's store not once or twice. A standing sign like this placed next to the pet card machine must be a new pet card. Therefore, those customers who are keen on pet cards have not even had time to get into the New World mode at this moment, so they started discussing the membership card with like-minded friends. Store manager Qi has released a new pet card. We have all seen that this new pet card looks really majestic. Yeah, just seeing the stand of this new pet card gives me a creepy feeling. It's hard to imagine how powerful it is when it appears in front of me. Looking at the name of this standing sign, it seems to be called Qiongqi. Yes, when I hear this name, I feel very majestic and powerful. You guys with dark faces, just watch carefully. After all, every time a new pet card appears, that's when we come to perform. Damn Ugu. That's it, damn Ugu. Pooh. The direction of discussion in the communication system has gradually become skewed. The most serious crooked place may be the guild discussion group of the Pet Card Research Guild. What started out as speculation about the type and combination of new pet cards quickly turned to condemnation of the Ogu in the guild. And the more I talk about it, the more distressed I feel. It is a vivid history of blood and tears for African chieftains. Everyone, stop talking, the new promotional video is here. Just when the voices criticizing Ogu were getting louder and louder, a sudden word broke the situation. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the new promotional video arrived as promised. Pushed to every membership card. Countless customers who were looking forward to the new pet card immediately clicked on it. Boom! As soon as it opened, it was a scene of heaven and earth falling. With the voice of the narration in the promotional video, customers who watch the promotional video also understand the background story. In ancient times, monsters were rampant and demon sects were wreaking havoc, causing starvation and death everywhere in the world, and people living in dire straits. Under the threat of demon sects and monsters, many righteous practitioners gathered together. For the sake of all sentient beings in the world, after many discussions, a righteous organization was formally established and began to kill warcraft and people from the demon sect everywhere. From then on, a battle between good and evil began. This war has spread extremely widely, and the flames of war have burned into every corner where there are living beings. The road paved with blood made this war between good and evil last for hundreds of years. Countless strong men perished, and countless great powers disappeared. And now this scene is the final battle that determines the outcome. Countless shadow hunters were dispatched one after another and began to behead righteous organization. Forced into desperation, all the leaders of the righteous cultivators gathered together and began the final crusade against the demon sect. But the combat effectiveness of the shadow hunters is really too strong. It can blend into the darkness, be everywhere, and never reveal its physical form until the moment of action. The assassination ability is unparalleled. It's completely impossible to guard against. Seeing this, the customers who watched the promotional video were all amazed. Is this the Shadow Hunter in the new pet card? He's so powerful. It turns out that the Shadow Hunter's stand is so inconspicuous because the Shadow Hunter is an assassin. Probably so. How can an assassin stand out? It's too strong. I've drawn the Shadow Hunter pet card. What are you talking about upstairs? Can you really draw such a powerful pet card? Shut up, you bitch. Although the comments section was cluttered, the promotional video still continued. The assassination ability of the Shadow Hunter is peerless, like an indestructible sharp blade, lurking in the shadows, beating the righteous cultivators back. This also kept the righteous organization at a disadvantage in the final battle. The monsters are still raging, and the people of the demon sect are still rampant. All people in the world are still living in dire straits. In desperation, the righteous practitioners made a decision to summon the ancient beast, Qiongqi. Although the name of this ancient ferocious beast only represents Qiongqi's bloodthirsty violence, rather than the distinction between good and evil. However, the more violent you are, the harder it is to control. If it weren't for this desperate situation, who would be willing to summon Qiongqi? As a result, countless summoning materials were gathered, and countless cultivators of the righteous path donated their strength. An ancient and mysterious magic circle was outlined. The level of complexity is so high that ordinary practitioners will feel dizzy just by looking at it. At this point, Qi Le still pursues real effects. This also caused most of the customers who were watching the promotional video to almost faint when they saw this ancient magic circle that summoned Qiongqi. For this reason, there was a heated discussion for a while in the membership card exchange system forum. Just to discuss whether this magic circle can be used and whether it is useful. Of course, these are all things for later. The most important thing now is Qiongqi's appearance in the promotional video. The ancient and mysterious magic circle collapsed on the spot, and a red figure seemed to be born from the power of heaven and earth and quickly condensed. The majestic and ferocious aura can be felt through the screen, making people unable to help but feel horrified. Roar. A roar that resounded throughout the world was even more shocking. If Qi Lu hadn't eliminated all possible ways of causing substantial harm in the promotional video, maybe the roar from Qiongqi's appearance would make most of the viewers vomit blood on the spot. You know, the ancient ferocious beasts appear in this world, carrying the ferocious power between heaven and earth. It is absolutely unimaginable how much killing power is contained in a seemingly simple roar. Immediately afterwards, Qiongqi was completely condensed and formed. It is even more shocking. Because the body of Qiongqi's beast is so huge, it is like a mountain range. At a rough glance, it is as long as 1,000 meters. Among the thousands of races in the world, only giant dragons seem to be able to achieve this kind of size. It stretches across the horizon, blocking out the sky and the sun, and is unparalleled in the world. This is the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi? When I was looking at the standing sign in the store, I thought it was just a little stronger in combat power, but I didn't expect it to be so big. So the Qiongqi pet card we drew, can the Qiongqi summoned be this big? It's impossible. If it's really that big, it would be really hard to handle. It's not impossible. Have you forgotten the bronze giant pet card? It makes sense. Store manager Qi is mighty. That's right, store manager Qi is mighty, and that's it. Qiongqi's appearance really shocked the customers in the store. You know, the Qiongqi standing card placed in front of the pet card machine is only 2 or 3 meters long at most. Although its momentum looks a bit scary, it does not have any oppressive force. But Qiongqi, whose body is 1,000 meters long, is completely different. Coupled with the fierce aura, just standing there can intimidate thousands of troops. Not to mention, Qiongqi's combat power is capable of defeating 1 against 10,000. Even in the promotional video, the power shown by Qiongqi is enough to shock every viewer. No bragging, no slander, the complete Qiongqi is definitely a ferocious beast at the peak of the strong level. If you can't step into the king level, it's because no one believes in Qiongqi. So even Lan Qi, a giant dragon, could only be amazed when he saw this scene. The power of Qiongqi is so terrifying. This also strengthened the determination of the customers in the store to draw Qiongqi pet cards. Such a powerful power must be in your own hands to feel at ease. Otherwise, if someone else gets it but you don't, you will definitely be so angry that you can't even sleep. And this kind of mentality is exactly what Qi Lu expected. Because the Qiongqi shown in the promotional video is a real ancient beast, one of the 4 most powerful beasts in the world. It's not the kind of defective product in the pet card that Qiongqi can compare with. Just the size alone is incomparable. The Qiongqi summoned by the pet card is actually about the same size as the Qiongqi standing card. As the number of awakenings increases, the strength and size of the Qiongqi summoned by the pet card will also increase. However, even if it is a fully graduated Qiongqi pet card, it is still far behind compared with the real ferocious beast Qiongqi. No matter from which aspect it is. However, expectations should still be given. After all, Qiongqi pet card has the characteristic of getting stronger with each battle. If he could keep fighting, he would have the chance to reach the legendary realm. So strictly speaking, the content in the promotional video is not a lie. In this aspect, Qi Lu is quite strict and must not ruin the reputation of his store's products. And this time, the promotional video is actually coming to an end after Qiongqi appeared. The following content is to show Qiongqi's unparalleled fighting power. In the blink of an eye, the sky was shattered and the earth was shattered, and the situation changed. A roar containing evil power can cause thousands of miles of void to collapse on the spot, and no life in the affected area can survive. This made many customers who watched the promotional video feel scared and excited at the same time. Because the stronger the combat effectiveness shown by Qiongqi, doesn't it prove that the Qiongqi pet card is more powerful? When you draw it into your hand, won't it increase your strength even more? It's a pity that in this passionate moment, these guys have never considered whether they can pull it out. The shipment rate of SSR level pet cards can only be lower than that of SR level pet cards. Then let's look back at the holding rate of SR level pet cards. It really makes the listener sad and the listener shed tears. The disappointing shipment rate has really crushed countless people. On the other hand, the promotional video was moved to the last second, but the winner was not completely decided. After all, the main purpose of the promotional video is to promote the 2 new pet cards, not to tell a story. So just leave it in suspense as to what the outcome will be. The last scene also showed shadow hunters filling the sky, emerging from the darkness and launching their final attack on the huge Qiongqi. Who will win? Let's hear the explanation next time. It almost made those customers so angry that they had brain congestion. The promotional video has a hammer next time, which is just to whet your appetite. Manager Qi, it's not very kind of you to do this. Others did not dare to complain to Qi Lu about this matter, so Lan Qi came to Qi Li's side and complained. Tell me, what was the final result? The final result? Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi with contempt and said, don't you know how to calculate it yourself? He is a powerful man. In a battle, the strength comparison between the two sides has come out. If the winner cannot be calculated, that would be a little too useless. Calculating it yourself, wouldn't it be too boring? You have to have the attitude of looking at the recorded images. Lan Qi spread his hands and said firmly. Lan Qi definitely has the ability to make calculations. But it's just like watching a movie. Spoilers are always wrong. Without that sense of anticipation, there's no point watching a movie. What you said makes sense, so if I told you the ending, it would definitely be wrong. Qi Lu nodded in agreement, and then continued not to mention the ending of the promotional video. Tisk, boring. Lan Qi didn't get the answer he wanted, so he shook his head and left. Rather than continuing the stalemate with Qi Lu, it would be better to take a look at the newly released pet cards. Speaking of the previous pet cards, Lan Qi is indeed not rare. Shauna would draw pet cards, because these pets looked cute. But this time it's different. The Qiongqi pet card, even a blank slate, has combat power close to the level of a strong person. Moreover, as long as there is a Qiongqi pet card that has been awakened once, it will have a truly strong level of combat power. This is simply a fighting force that even Lan Qi cannot ignore. And given the characteristics of the ancient ferocious beast, Qiongqi can continue to grow stronger as long as he can continue fighting. Whether it is used as a sparring partner or as a helper, it is an excellent choice. So Lan Qi won't pretend to be reserved. The pet card that should be drawn should still be drawn. Even as a giant dragon at the strong level, Lan Qi would not be so arrogant that he felt he was invincible. Just like the store manager, Qi, in front of me, that is someone who is beyond his reach. SSR level pet card? Oh my god. Why is it an SSR level pet card? I can't even draw the Flame Spirit pet card or the Ice Spirit pet card, but I still dream of drawing Qiongqi. Forget it, let's go to bed. Brothers, are you ready for the spiritual crystals? Our pet card research guild will never admit defeat. It's strange, you guys who can't even draw SR level pet cards, why do you think you can draw Qiongqi pet cards? Who? Who was talking just now? What are you talking about now, brothers? Let's start drawing cards. When the pet card machine was on, the Shadow Hunter pet card and the Qiongqi pet card were displayed, after they had been added to the card pool. The shops on both sides were buzzing with activity. Whether they are customers from Donghuang or Northern Mountains, they are all waiting for this moment. Countless spiritual crystals flowed towards the pet card swapping function on the membership card, like a flood returning to the sea. Looking around, there are card drawers everywhere holding membership cards and mumbling something. Hey, Saratel, when did you come here? Hey, Lan Chi, you're here too. On the way to draw cards, Lan Chi and Saratel met, and then looked at the membership cards in their hands, falling into deep thought. Didn't you never draw pet cards before? Saratel was the first to ask the question. Don't talk nonsense. You said this. I've done it with Shauna before. When Lan Chi heard this, he immediately retorted. Then the two fell into confusion and embarrassment. After all, neither Saratel nor Lan Chi looked down upon those pet cards in the past. Even if it is an SR level pet card, it is only half a step to reach the strong level when it reaches its peak. There is no comparison at all with these strong men and powerful beings. Moreover, Saratel and Lan Chi are not far behind in terms of combat effectiveness, so they say that they do not draw pet cards. But now it seems that what he said will eventually become a slap in his face. The law of true fragrance is what you say. I got it. I got it. SSR level pet card, Cheongchi. Just when Saratel and Lan Chi fell into silence, a voice of great surprise suddenly sounded in the store. The sudden sound made Saratel and Lan Chi look at each other in shock and stood up suddenly. There is no other reason. Because the owner of this voice was too familiar to the two of them. Tiana, why are you in the store too? When did you come here? Lan Chi stared at the figure holding the membership card in his hand with an extremely surprised expression, and said bitterly. The first person to draw the Cheongchi pet card was the elf queen Tiana. That woman who never made a sound but became a blockbuster. Didn't I just watch the promotional video and feel that the Cheongchi pet card is useful to me, so I gave it a try? Tiana said with a smile, obviously in a very good mood. Just kidding, the reminder message for the SSR level pet card I just drew has not disappeared. Who would be in such a bad mood if this kind of thing happened to me? Do you think so too? Lan Chi glanced at Saratel again. That's about it. I still need a sparring partner here. Saratel nodded naturally and said it as a matter of course. Cheongchi pet cards can reach a strong level of combat power with a little training, and can be used in a variety of ways. Even a powerful person cannot refuse such a powerful SSR level pet card. For example, Tiana, as a standard auxiliary class, light magician. Before he can condense the supreme throne and achieve the king level realm, he will definitely not be able to escape the fate of being an auxiliary. Therefore, having a violent and offensive Cheongchi pet card can completely achieve the effect of adding more power to a tiger. When combined with each other, they definitely complement each other. For Saratel, the warlike character of a member of the bestiar tribe happens to be the same as Cheongchi. The two can just practice against each other and become stronger together. In this way, the ancient beast positioning tag of Cheongchi pet card can also be brought into full play. As long as you can keep fighting and squeezing your own potential, you can keep getting stronger and become more courageous as you fight. This pairing is a perfect match. After all, not everyone is qualified to spar with Cheongchi. The inability to allow Cheongchi to fight with all his strength has no effect on improving Cheongchi's combat effectiveness. So it seems that in Lan Chi's hands, the Cheongchi pet card is not that useful. At least the two are not so coordinated together. But what does it matter? As long as Cheongchi's fighting power is strong, that's enough. So after a period of silence, Lan Chi and Saratel joined the process of drawing cards again. Just smoke it and that's it. We can't let Tiana take the lead alone. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite cruel. One thing to say, the shipment rate of SSR level pet cards means that this level of power is unlikely to spread. You know, this is the power of the strong level. If it is really used, without Lan Chi and others intervening, it can completely disrupt the order of the entire northern mountain range. The situation in Donghuang is even worse. The lack of strong level power can completely allow the owners of Cheongchi pet cards to do whatever they want. Therefore, even for the sake of order, the original owners of this power cannot be selfish people who have no overall perspective. Of course, it was really luck that Tiana was able to draw the Cheongchi pet card. After all, Qi Lu is operating behind the scenes. Then it is impossible to send the first SSR-level pet card to a strong-level powerful person. Wouldn't that seem redundant? But it was also because of Tiana's exclamation that the shipment rate of SSR-level pet cards was fully advertised. As a result, this nationwide craze for drawing cards has been extended for a long time. Dragon Island. A golden dragon with a length of 1,000 meters lies on the top of the highest mountain of Dragon Island. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he was sleeping. Under this giant golden dragon, there is also a complicated dragon magic circle, carved on it. It's just that there is no movement in this dragon magic circle, just like a pattern used for decoration. This picture looks strange and coordinated. If it weren't for this sleeping golden dragon, its body would still rise and fall slightly with its breathing. If others came over and took a look, they might think that this golden dragon had died. And this dragon magic circle is the burial place of the dragon. But at this time I don't know what happened. The sleeping golden dragon suddenly opened its eyes, raised its head suddenly, and glanced towards the end of the sky. Finally, the aura of the Holy King's token appears. Lan Qi, you stole the Holy King's token and escaped from Dragon Island. There has been no news for so many years. Why did you expose your whereabouts at this time? After a long time, the golden dragon suddenly stood up as if it had confirmed some information. With his wings spread out, the wind raged. The terrifying dragon power spread in all directions, immediately stirring up the sea outside Dragon Island, and instantly raised huge waves. The shadow cast by the huge waves can be said to cover the sky. Carrying endless power, it slapped towards Dragon Island. At this moment, other giant dragons on Dragon Island also spread their wings, as if responding to this golden dragon. Roar. Looking at the huge waves crashing in, the golden dragon let out a roar. The sound wave seemed to condense into substance, mixed with the power of the dragon, and turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the huge waves turned into mist. Damn it, you've noticed the aura of the Holy King's token, right? The golden dragon stared at the sea outside Dragon Island and said in a deep voice. That's right, Bright Dragon King, the Holy King token should belong to me, so don't think about getting involved. I will deal with Lan Qi and get the Holy King token back from him. In the sea, a gloomy voice suddenly appeared. This sound was so majestic that it seemed to come from all directions, everywhere in the world, making it impossible for people to perceive the source of the sound. The coercion contained in it was even more majestic, as if even the boundless sea area was being suppressed. Just as the sound was about to fall, a terrifying huge wave completely covered the sky and hit Long Island in the sea outside Dragon Island. The momentum was so great that it seemed like it was going to sink Dragon Island into this endless sea. Dream. The golden dragon snorted coldly, and the violent dragon power suddenly burst out. Like the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, it enveloped Dragon Island and bombarded towards the huge waves. Boom! The huge waves turned into mist, and the dragon's power turned into nothingness. The golden dragon's vertical pupils were also full of anger. But the sound coming from the surrounding sea has disappeared without a trace. Lan Qi, I hope you can keep the Holy King's token. No one knows what happened on Long Island. The days in the store are still so peaceful. I draw cards when I need to, and train when I need to train in the New World mode. Although the shipment rate of SSR-level pet cards is still disappointing. But it's not without its benefits. For example, against the background of SSR-level pet cards, the shipment rate off SR-level pet cards does not seem so disappointing. There is no harm without comparison. For another example, there are 3 types of SR-level pet cards in the current card pool. Although few people can draw the Cheongchi pet card, but the Shadow Hunter pet card was better drawn. The Perfect Assassin attribute also made the members of the Pet Card Research Guild study it for a long time, before reluctantly issuing a half-finished guide. After all, Shadow Hunter is currently the only assassin-type pet card among the many pet cards. It is not easy to put together a satisfactory lineup. What's more, for assassins, there's no big problem even if it's solo. It will not affect combat effectiveness. Therefore, customers' interest is still high and their enthusiasm is still as strong as before. This also made Qi Lu very satisfied. During this period of time, another thing that made Qi Lu feel very happy was Yue Shi'er's breakthrough. Just as Qi Lu expected, the first strong man in the eastern wasteland was Yue Shi'er, who was gifted by the will of heaven and earth. This was when Qi Lu was sitting in the lobby on the first floor one night, and suddenly felt it. Because she thought the time was right, Yue Shi'er used the strong level trial crystal and broke through to the strong level realm with almost no obstacles. Yu Xuanxue, who was so frightened in her sleep, didn't even come back to her senses. She jumped down from the second floor and hid behind Qi Lu. Qi Lu would be able to laugh for at least half a year if he said this. It made Yu Xuanxue wake up and scratch Qi Li's paws hard. However, if you tell me about Yue Shi'er's breakthrough process, a large number of people will be envious to death. Among them, there are also those who have broken through to the strong level. Take Cyrodiil, for example. For example, Tiana. If others want to break through to the realm of the strongest, they have to prepare hard, plan hard, and finally worry about failure. In the end, it was good to be here at Yue Shi'er. Suddenly, on a whim, and with the use of the strongman level trial crystal, things were done. It was as normal and smooth as eating and drinking, without any surprises or worries. Did I have a breakthrough? In the second bedroom on the second floor, Yue Shi'er was a little stunned by such a smooth breakthrough process. I have always heard people say how difficult it is to achieve the level of a strong person. But now it seems like that's all. I don't think it's that difficult. However, if other people heard this mental activity, they would probably be either mad to death or ashamed to death. Fortunately, Yue Shi'er didn't remain confused for long and quickly came to her senses. Is this the power of a strong person? Why does it feel familiar? Forget it, forget about this, I should be able to help brother Qi Lu now. Feeling her own strength, Yue Shi'er quickly put this familiar feeling behind her and hurriedly walked out of her bedroom. Yue Shi'er couldn't wait to share the joy of being successfully promoted to Qi Lu. Qi Lu is also the only one with whom Yue Shi'er wants to share her joy. Because no one else is important to Yue Shi'er. Of course, Yu Xuanxue is not among them. After all, Yu Xuanxue is not a person, but a cat. Shi'er, congratulations, you successfully broke through. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall, hugged Yu Xuanxue, who was angry with shame, and looked at Yue Shi'er, who came down from upstairs with a smile. In Donghuang, successfully breaking through to the strong level realm means that the cultivation realm has reached the ceiling. Qi Lu no longer has to worry about Yue Shi'er's safety. And due to the gift of the will of heaven and earth, those fortunes of heaven and earth will make Yue Shi'er's foundation much stronger than other strong level powers from the beginning. Just like this promotion. Yue Shi'er went as smoothly as if she was just going through a formality, with no difficulty at all. This means that the will of heaven and earth has remembered Yue Shi'er and recognized her qualifications to enter the strong level realm. That's why it's like it is now. From this point of view, the original, suspended death was indeed a blessing in disguise for Yue Shi'er. However, if what happened at that time happened again, Qi Lu would rather pay more than let Yue Shi'er experience that kind of thing. Now, what I say is a blessing in disguise is actually more for the purpose of comforting myself. After all, the people in the Shadow Palace have already been cleared away, so it is impossible for Qi Lu to dig up the graves. You know, after what happened, the ashes of the Shadow Palace Master, Shadow Demon were spread by Qi Lu, and now even if he wanted to whip the corpse, he couldn't find a place. Brother Qila, without you, Sheer wouldn't be where she is today. So from now on, Sheer will always stay by Brother Qi Li's side and never leave him for the rest of his life. Yu Sheer, who walked up to Qi Lu, mustered up the courage to say these words. Sheer, if you are willing, I will never let you leave. Qi Lu still had a faint smile on his face and said softly. There is no need to say too many warm words. Sometimes, just by sitting together, you can feel each other's joy and inner throbbing. So Yu Sheer's words were not a confession, but they were better than a confession. As soon as she said it, she could feel the temperature on her face rising in a straight line, and it soon became hot and red. Then under Qi Li's soft response and gentle eyes, he tried hard to hold on for half a minute. In the end, he couldn't make it through, and ran back to his bedroom with a blush on his face, caused by shyness. Why should I run? Sheer, you are a big fool. You have already said everything, so why did you run away? But, Brother Qi Lu is so gentle. No, what on earth am I thinking about? Brother Qi Lu won't laugh at me when we meet again tomorrow. Shao Shu is not here now, otherwise we can discuss countermeasures. Ah. It's so annoying. Yu Sheer tossed and turned on the quilt and covered her head under the pillow. Then he thought about the previous scene and what Qi Lu said over and over again. Will you never let me leave? Does that mean we will be together for the rest of our lives? It definitely is. Girls' minds are always delicate and sensitive. Even though Yu Sheer belongs to the Yu Ling cat clan, it doesn't change the fact that she is also a girl. Wow, Sheer, why are you so brave all of a sudden today? Is it because you have broken through the realm of cultivation that you have confidence? Just when Yu Sheer was covering her head and thinking wildly, Yu Shuangxui also ran up from downstairs. Then he threw himself on Yu Sheer and said while lying next to the pillow. Shao Shu, you came just in time. Brother Qi Lu didn't laugh. After I escaped, he didn't laugh at me. Yu Sheer turned over, threw Yu Shuangxui aside, and then asked eagerly. At this time, Yu Sheer would definitely not dare to go to Qi Lu, because she was really a bit shy. Therefore, the matter of inquiring about information can only be left to Yu Shuangxui. No, why would Qi Lu laugh at you? Sheer, I think you performed very well tonight. You didn't see the smile on Qi Li's face after you ran away. That kind of tenderness is really rare to see. Yu Shuangxui came close to Yu Sheer and described it vividly. Although these words come from the mouth of a cat-eared Lolita, they look quite cute. But Yu Sheer could also imagine the scene at that time. It's fine if you don't laugh at me. Yu Sheer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I still think we should strike while the iron is hot. Sheer, why don't you go to Qi Li's room and wait now? At this time, Yu Shuangxui did not forget to encourage her. This is also for the lifelong happiness of my best friends. As long as the uncooked rice is cooked, there is no need to worry about the rice cooker running away. Shao Shu, you, what are you talking about? After hearing Yu Shuangxui's encouragement, Yu Sheer's face, which had just recovered, instantly turned red again. Even the neck, which was so tender and white, began to turn red. You have to eat one bite at a time, walk step by step, and do things slowly. You are taking advantage of the situation. No, you are taking advantage of the situation. That's not right. In short, your idea is wrong. Forget it, I'll ignore you. Yu Sheer, whose voice became stammering, rejected Yu Shuangxui's proposal righteously. Then he immediately retreated into the quilt, recalling Qi Li's gentle smile, and couldn't help but smile happily. Yu Shuangxui was left sitting alone on the quilt, curling her lips silently. The relationship between Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er will not become awkward because of this kind of thing. It only becomes more intimate. Yu Xuanxue understands this truth, so she is not prepared to care about it. Giving advice is just using nice words, but in fact it is just providing crooked ideas. The task of conquering Qila is a long way to go, so we can only take our time. So when I wake up, my daily life is still the same as usual, plain and leisurely. Look comfortable and chic in this hurried world. Store manager Qi, actually I have a question to ask you. On this day, when Qi Lu was thinking about what to eat for lunch on the sofa, Lan Qi suddenly sat over. What is the problem? Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi. Could this guy have thought of something strange on a whim? First of all, let me make it clear that I don't think the products in your store, Manager Qi, are bad. I was just wondering, why are the products suitable for our use so scarce? Lan Qi nodded, then pointed at himself, and then at Saratel, who was eating a double cheese beef burger beside him. You speak well, why do you want to involve me? Saratel put the last bite of the burger into his mouth and then asked a question. Don't you want a handy weapon? After hearing this, Lan Qi continued to ask. This is not bad. If it is a weapon of the level of the holy light sphere, I would quite like one. Saratel thought for a moment and then answered aloud. There are too few treasures that can make the heart of a powerful person move. After all, the level of power is there, and ordinary treasures are not attractive at all for characters with the ceiling level of combat power. This is also the reason why most powerful men like to fight with bare hands. There is a saying that goes well, for the strong, inferior equipment does not strengthen, but weakens it. Therefore, Lan Qi can ask Qi Lu this question, which can be regarded as a long-standing doubt. You must know that treasures such as the Holy Light Sphere and the Demoness Colosseum also have great appeal to strong-level powers. After Lan Qi tried the benefits of the Devil's Colosseum, he also knew how powerful a treasure of this level was. Even for a powerful person, it is a great help. If you can have a few more of them, your combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly enhanced. That's not right. Lan Qi spread his hands and then looked at Qi Lu. Speaking of which, Lan Qi asked this question at this time because of a sudden premonition in Lan Qi's heart. A very ominous premonition. The premonition that suddenly appeared in the heart of a powerful person was more like a prediction of danger. And the ominous premonition that can make even Lan Qi feel threatened is really rare in this world. There are so few that Lan Qi can count them all without knowing the details, as long as there is a little movement. But these things are not situations that Lan Qi wants to encounter. At least not yet. Therefore, in order to deal with possible threats, Lan Qi felt that he should make more preparations. Hence the current scene. The product is suitable for you. Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi, then at Saratel, and reached out to rub his chin. Then, as if he remembered something, his eyes suddenly lit up. If you want it, it's not impossible. I can forge the weapons you need according to your requirements. Regarding the purchase channels for equipment customization, Qi Lu really forgot to mention it. After all, there are really not many customers in the store who can use this purchase channel. They can be counted in two hands. It was only now that Lan Qi mentioned it that Qi Lu suddenly remembered this matter. To be honest, it's also because the two new pet cards are such a surprise. So much so that Qi Lu selectively forgot many things. For example, product strengthening furnace. If Lan Qi hadn't suddenly asked this question, those two commercial strengthening furnaces would have been overwhelmed. In such leisurely days, it is a big question when Qi Lu can remember. Forging according to our requirements? Are you telling the truth, Manager Qi? Hearing this, Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu with great surprise. As soon as these words came out, both Saratel and Saratel came closer and looked at Qi Lu expectantly, obviously wanting to ask the same question. There is no way, among the first 3 strong men in the northern mountains, only Saratel has no weapons now. Tiana possesses the Orb of Light. And Ranchi owns the Devil's Colosseum. Shauna is a newly promoted powerful person, so she will not be included in the comparison for the time being. The current leader of the dwarf clan is also a newly promoted powerful person. But the dwarves, if they lack anything, they cannot lack equipment. Even if it's not as good as the products in Manager Chi's store, it's still better than their bare hands. After all, the dwarves don't use gloves either. So after hearing Chi Li's answer, in terms of excitement level, Saratel might be even higher than Lan Chi. Of course it's true. When have I ever told lies? Chi Li nodded firmly and spoke slowly. Ever since the messengers of the god of war all fell in the northern mountains, the destiny of this world has become much richer. As a result, many strange beasts at the strong level were born, and several new strong level powers were promoted. This is also of great help to the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. Because ordinary strong level powers are still within the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth. Unless you can transcend the peak of the strongest level. Therefore, the demand for high-end products in the stores in the city of Lefi is also gradually increasing. Then it can be considered a good thing to promote the equipment customization purchase channel. It is of great help to collect the power of faith of strong people. On the Donghuang side, it was also because Yu Shi'er achieved the powerhouse level, thus speeding up the cultivation speed of ordinary cultivators. As for Donghuang's powerful man, he has to slow down for a while. Because here in the East Wasteland, even if there are strange beasts at the strong level, no one can hunt them down. Therefore, we need the help of additional strong-level trial crystals to truly get on the right track and reach the same level as the northern mountains in terms of strength as soon as possible. And these extra strong-level trial crystals should most likely be what's left in the northern mountains. But these are things for later, let's not mention them for now. Chi Lu, who understood this point, directly promoted the equipment customization purchase channel. It's just a different way of saying it. Then I want to forge a pair of gloves that can maximize the destructive power off my punches. After receiving the confirmation, Saratel immediately spoke out. As a weapon, gloves have too many bells and whistles and are of little use. Weapons only need to have strong enough destructive power. The same is true for Saratel. The fancy functions look fun, but they are not as satisfying as the thrill of defeating 10 with one force. No matter how the enemy performs, you can smash the enemy into the ground with just one punch. Isn't this a good feeling? That's really cool, isn't it? Is the request that simple? Chila looked at Saratel and asked as usual. The requirements for equipment customization are set by the customer, and Chilu will not say much. But there should be routine inquiries, just like the OK or cancel panel when playing a game. It is a necessary thinking stage. Because of the requirements for equipment customization, once decided, there is no way to change it. After all, the equipment you want has been made, so how can you change it? Unless it's remade, it's almost the same. But if you really want to rebuild it, the cost will not be reduced, so you might as well make a new one. It's that simple. Saratel's answer was firm. The fighting style of the bestiars is also the same, there are not so many twists and turns. I know, no problem. Chila nodded, then looked at Lan Chi. What about you? Is it my turn? In fact, I'm not used to using any weapons. I wonder if store manager Chi can forge equipment that strengthens the power of the dragon, or equipment that strengthens the dragon's breath. Lan Chi thought for a while and expressed his request. Creatures like giant dragons are indeed not a race that is good at using weapons. Imagine a huge dragon holding a huge sword in its claws during a battle. The picture was so beautiful that it was hard not to laugh. Therefore, equipment that can enhance dragon power or enhance dragon breath is the best choice. Whether it is dragon power or dragon breath, they are all iconic fighting methods of the dragon. It is reasonable for Lan Qi to make this request. And if you want to ask why there is no mention of dragon language magic, one thing is that Lan Qi is not proficient in dragon language magic. What's more, compared to the dragon's language magic, the dragon's unparalleled strength is the dragon's greatest reliance. System, is this request acceptable? Qi Lu pretended to be thinking on the surface, but in his mind he was asking professionals. System, of course. Qi Lu got the answer and immediately looked up at Lan Qi and said, no problem, of course. Then next, we should talk about the cost. Although Lan Qi and Saratel were a little surprised as to why it was paid in advance this time. But thinking back, I didn't ask any more questions. After all, buying ready-made and custom-made cannot really be confused. So the negotiation process went very smoothly. Both of them happily took out a wisp of heaven and earth's destiny, and the essence and blood containing their own souls. As for the power of faith, as long as it is determined that the equipment needs to be customized, it will begin to appear naturally and then be collected by the system. So Qi Lu didn't deliberately mention this. And finally, and most importantly, are the materials needed to customize the equipment. Because the custom-made gloves that Saratel requested were not special items. Therefore, there are not so many material requirements. As long as it is tough enough fur or scales, the higher the quality, the better. It would be even better if it can be accompanied by other precious ores or auxiliary materials. In short, there is only a minimum bottom line and no upper limit for the material requirements when customizing equipment. The more materials you have beyond the bottom line, the better the equipment you can forge. Qi Lu also said this clearly. It is not unreasonable to say that you get what you pay for. But when it was Lan Qi's turn, Qi Lu was silent for a while. Because Lan Qi requested customized equipment, the functions were somewhat special, and the materials required were naturally different. The equipment you want needs to be able to enhance dragon power or dragon breath, right? Qi Lu touched his chin and was thinking about it while waiting for the system's reply. Forging this piece of equipment requires a sufficient amount of dragon bones and at least one complete dragon soul. You can increase the quality and quantity of materials, but you can never decrease them. Is there any problem? After a long silence, Qi Lu finally spoke. If you want to strengthen the dragon's power or dragon's breath, you can only use the materials for forging equipment from the dragon. Other races, or those mineral plants, do not have this function. Dragon soul and dragon bones, I know. If I have the chance, I will bring them over. Although Lan Qi was a little surprised, he did not show surprise or anger. As Lan Qi said before, his relationship with the dragon clan is not good. If there was a chance to kill the dragon, Lan Qi would definitely not show mercy. Lan Qi, if you really think so, then you might as well take me with you. You don't need the remaining dragon scales and tendons, so just let me use them to forge the gloves. How about that? Saratel heard this from the side and immediately approached and made a suggestion. The things on the giant dragon are top forging materials. Even dragon blood can be used for quenching during forging. If you are free, then come together. I'm very happy to have more helpers. Lan Qi glanced at Saratel and said expressionlessly. Although he doesn't want outsiders to get involved in the internal struggle of the dragon clan, if Saratel insists on doing so, Lan Qi has nothing to say. Being both powerful and powerful, it is always good to have multiple helpers. Then it's settled. Saratel walked away with a smile. For things like customizing equipment, you still have to wait until the materials are in place. At most, there is just a glimmer of expectation now. After Lan Qi and Saratel left, Qi Lu immediately dragged out the product enhancement furnace and placed it in a corner of the store, opposite the pet card exchange machine. The appearance of the product strengthening furnace is quite similar to the legendary alchemy furnace. It is a three-legged cauldron with a lid, about as tall as a person, with dense patterns on the outside. When you want to strengthen, just open the lid, throw the product in, then put in the spiritual crystal, and pray sincerely. Then after strengthening, no matter whether it is successful or not, the product will be spit out from the opening under the cauldron. The only difference is that if it succeeds, what comes out is a strengthened product. If it fails, what comes out is slag. The product strengthening furnace with such a conspicuous appearance naturally attracted the attention of a large number of customers. Even if the placement is a little off, it can't stop customers' curiosity. As soon as Qi Lu turned around, he saw customers surrounding him, including elves, dwarves, beast-eared people, and humans who ran to the City of Life after the race war. So he reached out and knocked on the product strengthening furnace next to him. You must be curious about what this is, so I will reveal the secret to you now. This cauldron is called a product strengthening furnace. As long as you put in spiritual crystals and pray sincerely, the products you put in can be strengthened. Of course, if the reinforcement fails, the goods will turn into slag, so please, keep a good attitude. After a brief introduction and a reminder, Qi Lu calmly returned to the sofa. The remaining customers who were still watching let out a mixture of shock and excitement. There is no doubt that the equipment strengthening furnace is indeed a very popular machine and was quickly accepted by customers. And they were surrounded. There is an endless stream of customers who have enhanced their products in the past. You must know that the product strengthening furnace can not only strengthen various equipment, but also strengthen pills. The efficacy of pills that have been strengthened and successfully shipped can be increased by at least 30%. And the more devoutly you pray, the more effective the medicine will be. At most, it can even directly double the efficacy of the medicine. For those pills that have a lifetime limit on the number of times they can be used, one pill can be used as 2 pills. In this way, it will be cheaper for customers who have not used elixirs that can permanently improve attributes. Because the elixir has already been used, even if it is taken after being strengthened, it will not take effect. How could the system make such an obvious loophole? And there is a saying that the success rate of product strengthening furnace is about 20 to 30%. After all, the system takes a commission from the power of faith provided by customers, so how could it all be used to strengthen the product? Qi Lu also understands this behavior very well. Opening a store is not a charity, you have to take what you deserve. What's more, a lower success rate can actually make these customers who are busy strengthening have a higher sense of expectation. And he will pray more and more devoutly to pray that his equipment can strengthen his success. The power of faith produced will also be greater. Therefore, even though the success rate issue has been criticized, there are still many customers gathered around the product strengthening furnace. Many customers have even begun to study how to improve the success rate of product strengthening furnaces. For this reason, in the New World mode, a guild dedicated to studying the success rate of product enhancement was quietly established. In nature, it can be regarded as a branch of the Pet Card Research Association. It's just that the audience of the Product Strengthening Research Association is wider. Once established, the number of members quickly exceeded 1,000. Then everyone began to share their experience in successfully strengthening products in the guild, organized them into posts, and posted them to the forum of the membership card exchange system. There are various types of these methods. Qi Lu sometimes sees these posts and finds them very interesting. But really speaking, there is only one core content that products can enhance success. That is whether the power of faith provided is sufficient. Because the so-called success rate, in essence, means that after the power of faith provided by customers who want to strengthen the product is extracted by system, there is no way to complete the strengthening. If there is no way to complete the enhancement, the result is that the enhancement fails. The system will save the remaining power of faith and wait for the customer to provide the power of faith next time. until the power of faith accumulated by the same customer is enough to strengthen a certain product. Then it will naturally be strengthened successfully. Although the essence of the success rate of the commodity strengthening furnace has not been discovered. But similar patterns were discovered by the guys from the Product Enhancement Research Guild. And he also carefully sorted out the methods and detailed steps and posted them to the forum for other people's reference. This method is commonly known as using junk equipment to pad the knife. Until you feel the time is right, take out the equipment that really needs strengthening and strengthen it. When he first saw this method, Qi Lu was really surprised. I have to sigh, these customers in the store are not very strong, and they have a lot of crooked ideas. But things like padding the knife require experience. People who are inexperienced can easily become overstretched. I succeeded in strengthening the junk equipment that I wanted to strengthen, but the equipment I really wanted to strengthen exploded. This is simply the most embarrassing situation. However, for those with deep pockets, this problem does not exist. Pad knife? Unnecessary. Buy dozens of the same product and keep strengthening it until you succeed. However, Qi Lu had already thought of a solution to this problem. That is, at the appropriate time, let the system add a secondary strengthening function in the product strengthening furnace. Anyway, the main purpose of the system taking out the product strengthening furnace is to harvest the power of faith, and secondly, to comprehensively update the products in the store. It's just that a new advanced purchase channel has been opened, which this stingy system feels is unnecessary. That's why the product strengthening furnace came into being. Then a second strengthening, a third strengthening, or even multi-plus strengthenings in the future are not impossible. The higher the number of enhancements, the stronger the function of the product. But the overall success rate is also lower. As a result, it is impossible to rely on spiritual crystals to increase the number of enhancements. Even if you want to pile them up, you can only do it with the power of faith. Want to get good equipment without praying devoutly? Impossible. But to be honest, no matter how much a product is strengthened, it only improves the function of the product itself. It is impossible to rely on strengthening to improve the grade of a product. At most, it can surpass the original grade in terms of power level. But the essence will not change much. But even so, the product strengthening furnace is still very popular. There are more customers standing by every day than at the previous pet card machine, and each one of them is talking to her. Some customers even brought their own small incense burners, and before strengthening their equipment, they had to bow before continuing. Facts have proved that this method is indeed effective. It actually caused many people to imitate it. The store also became a lot more lively because of these things. Strengthening this kind of thing is indeed a good way to defraud Krypton. Looking at the lively scene next to the product strengthening furnace, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh. The current product strengthening furnaces are still in their infancy, and the secondary strengthening function is only an idea of Qi Li's, and has not yet been added to the system. Just like that, it was already so lively. Then what will happen if the secondary enhancement function is turned on? The customers in the store must be going crazy. But these things are things for later. Now Qi Lu can only think about it. He can't see such a crazy scene for the time being. If you want to activate the secondary enhancement, you have to wait until the primary enhancement becomes popular. Cheating Krypton also requires a recovery period in the middle, even if it requires the power of faith. Once you recover, you can start another round of cheating. Manager Qi, how about noon? The store is really busy during this time. The store door was suddenly pushed open. Lan Qi and Shauna walked into the store together, then glanced at the corner where the product strengthening furnace was placed, and said with a smile. As soon as the machine of product strengthening furnace appeared, it spread throughout the entire customer group at an extremely fast speed. Even if powerful people like Lan Qi and others don't need the commercial strengthening furnace, they have all heard of this name. So every time I come to the store, I feel emotional. The store was busy before, but the excitement was different. Sheila shrugged, and then continued, "Are you ready with the materials for customizing your equipment?" "Not yet, those materials are really hard to find." When talking about this matter, Lan Chi felt a little melancholy. To be honest, it's not that Lan Chi can't attack the dragon clan, it's mainly because the dragons in the northern mountains are hard to find. You know, the disputes within the dragon clan are quite cruel, and it is not uncommon to use dragon souls and dragon bones to forge equipment. Just like the war between the human race and the dragon race in the eastern wasteland, the current dragon ruins were formed. One of the dragon magic arrays in the dragon ruins uses a large amount of dragon souls to contain the dragon soul fire. Therefore, using dragon souls and dragon bones to forge equipment, even if it is not common, is still normal behavior. However, the problem now is that Lan Chi cannot find other dragons in the northern mountains. But Dong Huang, Lan Chi is unwilling to go back now. What's more, the current dragon clan members basically stay on Dragon Island, and few of them stay alone in the outside world. But if Lan Chi returns to Dragon Island, wouldn't that be like throwing himself into a trap? So I came here this time to help Shauna customize a weapon and see what materials are needed. Lan Chi changed the subject and continued. You remember now? There was an unexpected look on Chi Li's face, but the development of the matter was within reason. After all, Shauna is also a powerful person. Even if she is a newcomer, she still needs a good weapon. The weapons he used when he was still at the peak of the hero level are no longer very effective now. Qilu originally thought that Shauna would come over the next day to customize weapons. Who knew it would last until this point? Tell me what your requirements are for weapons. Qilu looked at Shauna and asked aloud. Actually, there aren't too many requirements. As for the longbow, it only needs to be powerful and have a long range. Shauna answered directly without thinking. It seems that before coming to the store, I have already thought about my requirements. Store manager Chi, it should be fine. No problem at all. Sheila nodded and responded affirmatively. The performance of a longbow is indeed reflected in its range and power, which are what archers need most. In battle, if you can avoid being approached, it is best not to be approached. Then range and power are particularly important. As long as I can beat you to death when you get close, then you won't be able to get close to me. This is a very good theory, and it is well-founded and convincing. In terms of materials, the bow body can be made of top-grade ore, but for this bowstring, you'd better find a material that's tough enough. Well, I personally suggest that you can use materials like dragon tendons to twist them into bowstrings. In addition to the 3 fixed fees, regarding materials, Qilu told Shauna based on the list of materials given by the system and combined with his own understanding. In fact, if possible, the bow would be more powerful if it were forged from the backbone of a dragon. But as soon as I said these words, it felt like I was catching a giant dragon to cause harm. So Qilu thought about it and still didn't say it out loud. However, there is a saying that the dragon's body is full of treasures, whether it is dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon teeth, or dragon blood, dragon tendons, they are all top-notch forging materials. So to be fair, Qilu really wasn't willing to harm those giant dragons. Mainly, it's true. Of course, if it was to make armor such as a shield, Qilu would not recommend the material from the dragon. Because dragons are good at attacking, the weapons they forge are naturally offensive weapons. If you want to make armor, it would be better to use materials such as tortoise shell. For example, the 10,000-year black turtle who is still guarding the Huangyuan Empire. Dragon tendon? As soon as he said this, Lan Chi looked at Qilu with a strange look on his face. I can't help but think in my heart, does this store manager, Chi, insist on catching the dragon clan to cause trouble? Is this a problem with me? But of course I won't say what I think. What's more, Lan Qi's relationship with the Dragon Clan isn't very good either. If it's a disaster, it's a disaster. So soon, Lan Qi smacked his lips and said loudly, "That's just right, call Saratel along, and we'll have everything we want." Lan Qi needs dragon bones and dragon souls. Saratel needs dragon scales, and if possible, the dragon skin can also be collected. And Shauna needs dragon tendon. I just don't know if I can find a powerful person who needs materials like dragon claws and teeth in the future. I just happened to form a team to hunt a giant dragon and came over, so I had all the materials. Really? What kind of weapons did Saratel customize? Are they gloves? Shauna glanced at Lan Qi and asked, curiously. Yes, it's the gloves. Lan Qi nodded slowly. To be honest, if Saratel uses the finger tiger as a weapon, the destructive power should be much greater than the gloves. But if you can add bone spurs to the gloves, they shouldn't be weak. Now that I think about it, dragon fangs and claws seem to have their uses. Roar. But at this moment, a huge roar that resounded throughout the world appeared above the City of Life. Following closely, there were several roars that seemed to be responding to that huge roar, and they were so powerful that they could be described as earth-shattering. A circle of substantial sound waves spread down from the sky. The circles of ripples were like a stone thrown into calm water, clear and full of pressure. It's the dragon's roar. Qilu frowned slightly and looked up outside the store. When staying in the store on weekdays, Qilu rarely spreads his perception. At most, it can only cover the City of Life. Therefore, it would be difficult for Qilu to notice the aura coming from high altitude as long as he deliberately restrained it. After all, as long as you are in the store, no one can pose a threat to you. Over time, Qilu no longer cared much about this aspect. However, at this moment, the sudden roar of the dragon made Qilu stand up from the sofa. This momentum is obviously directed at the City of Life. Even the mighty dragons who descended from the sky, after patrolling the City of Life, all gathered towards the store. The extremely terrifying dragon might, even if it did not deliberately target the City of Life. It also made the residents and tourists of the City of Life tremble and dare not move. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, the owner of this dragon power will notice it and be dealt with easily. It is indeed the roar of a dragon, and there are more than one dragon. After Lan Qi heard this roar, his face instantly darkened. Lan Qi. Shauna on the side reached out and held Lan Qi's hand. Is this coming to you? Qilu glanced at Lan Qi, and his expression showed something wrong, as if understood what was going on. Even if you are not dealing with the Dragon Clan, there is no need to look like this. Unless the giant dragon coming to the City of Life is an acquaintance of Lan Qi. If I guessed correctly, they should be looking for me. To be more precise, they should be looking for the Holy King token in my hand. Lan Qi did not deny it, but simply nodded. The Holy King's token is a dragon treasure left behind by the Dragon Holy King. Legend has it that the secret of promotion to the king level is also sealed in it. However, Lan Qi sneered at this statement. You must know that the Holy King token has been circulated among the Dragon Clan for thousands of years. If such an important secret is really sealed, how could the Dragon Clan be hiding in Dragon Island today? However, Lan Qi was the only one who scoffed at this statement. The other members of the Dragon Clan still want to win the Holy King token. Probably when the Holy King's token was absorbing the dragon scales of His Majesty the Dragon Holy King, these guys may have noticed the aura of the Holy King's token. It's such a pity that after hiding for more than 10 years, they finally found him. Lan Qi probably had expected this day, so his face was just gloomy, without any panic. The days of hiding from XC will eventually end. In the past, I didn't dare to stay in Donghuang because I was afraid of causing trouble to Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er. But it's different now. Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er have grown up. So even if the hiding place is discovered, Lan Qi has no worries. Is it the time when I absorbed the dragon scales? Qilu was slightly startled. It turns out that this matter has something to do with me. It has nothing to do with store manager Qi. Speaking of which, I have taught Hank store manager Qi for getting the dragon scales from His Majesty, the Holy Dragon King. Lan Qi reluctantly smiled, and then patted the back of Shauna's hand. It doesn't matter, just let me go meet those guys for a while. Lan Qi, you must be careful. Shauna nodded and then warned. Don't worry, no matter what, I am also the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Lan Qi, who had never mentioned his identity before, straightened up his expression and suddenly spoke with great pride. Then the black cloak on his body was flicked, and the figure disappeared from the place. When it appeared again, it was a black dragon over the City of Life. The body is so big that it covers the sky and the sun. The momentum is so strong, as majestic as an abyss. The power of the dragon is unparalleled. Dragon Clan, Demonic Dragon Emperor. Qilu walked outside the store, looked up at the mighty black dragon in the sky Lan Qi, and slowly recited the title. The giant dragon at the strong level is indeed the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Shauna, you must have known about this from the beginning. Are there many Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan? Qilu felt someone approaching, and he knew who it was without looking, so he said directly. I did know from the beginning that Lan Qi was the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and he also knew that I was the Saint of the Elf Clan. Shauna looked up at the sky and whispered softly, as if she was recalling something. Love across races. The Prince of the Dragon Clan and the Princess of the Huang Empire were typical examples. It's just that the ending of those two people is really not good. But I don't know exactly how many Dragon Kings there are in the Dragon Clan. Lan Qi didn't tell me about this. The only other Dragon Emperor I know of is the Bright Dragon Emperor, who was still in charge of the Order of Dragon Island when Lan Qi left Dragon Island. Shauna didn't hide anything and told everything she knew. The Light Dragon King and the Demonic Dragon King. Qilu chewed on these two titles, and the expression on his face gradually became more exciting. These two titles seem like enemies at first sight. No wonder Lan Qi wants to leave Long Island. But if you really want to talk about it, ordinary dragons are indeed no match against Lan Qi, who is at the Dragon King level. No wonder Lan Qi is so confident. However, according to Qi Li's perception, among the uninvited dragons in the sky, there is indeed a powerful dragon. Lan Qi must have sensed it too. If we have to face this situation, there should be only one conclusion. Those who come are acquaintances. Above the City of Life. A few black shadows roared from the sky above the clouds, gradually growing in size and becoming clearer in outline. The majestic dragon's power was like an overwhelming ocean wave, crashing from the sky and crushing every inch of the space it passed. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, like a broken mirror. The dark space turbulence raged everywhere in the sky, as if the end of the world was coming, terrifying and breathtaking. The frenzied scene left residents and tourists in the City of Life trembling. The terrifying dragon's power oppressed them almost to the point of suffocation. No matter what, the City of Life is also one of the most majestic city-states of the elves. How can I let you act like this? Lan Qi met the enemy in the sky, so Shauna naturally had to do logistical work. As this violent dragon's power swept down, Shauna, who was staying in the store, also walked out, releasing her pressure. The pressure of a powerful person is so majestic. Once released, it surged up and enveloped the City of Life. The dragon's power that originally oppressed the residents and tourists of the City of Life was immediately dispersed. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of relief all over their bodies, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. However, the dissipation of the dragon's power does not mean that the fear disappears. Because the giant beasts appearing in the sky are the fundamental source of fear. The black shadow falling from the sky quickly revealed its true face in front of everyone in the City of Life. Dragon. A total of 9 dragons. Each giant dragon is at least several hundred meters long, flapping its wings and floating in the sky above the City of Life. The leading dragon had a wingspan of over 1,000 meters, casting a shadow that covered the sky and the sun. The appearance of the 9-headed dragon instantly blocked the light in the sky. The City of Life was completely plunged into darkness. The one facing the 9-headed dragon was also a black dragon. Such a shocking scene, even without the pressure of dragon power, the impact caused by the huge dragon body is enough to spread fear everywhere. Even Shauna couldn't stop this. The desire to survive is the instinct of all living things, and the emotion of fear is a derivative of the desire to survive. Fear is the most normal state when facing a threat that you cannot possibly defeat. However, under the impact of this big scene, there were indeed some people who were able to remain calm. These people are the customers staying in Sheila's store. One thing to say, although these guys may not be that good compared to those giant dragons in terms of their own strength, what kind of big scene have they not seen before? The powerhouse level is indeed unparalleled in power and vast in power. It may not be possible to let these guys go to the lane in person, but it's okay to have them pointing fingers from the side. Even if you don't dare to comment, you can still do it by hiding in the store and observing. Because in the minds of these customers, the concept that the store is an absolute safe zone has long been rooted in their hearts. So there is nothing to be afraid of in this small scene. There are actually 2 giant dragons at the strong level. In order to deal with Lan Chi, the dragon clan has spent a lot of money. Sheila looked at the 9-headed dragon appearing in the sky and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Needless to say, the leading dragon is not only a powerful dragon, but also has a lot of luck in the world, which is not inferior to Lan Chi. The other giant dragon at the strong level is pretty good, and should be just a newly promoted strong level power. It should be not far from Shauna's level of cultivation. Of course, Shauna alone could not withstand the might of the 9-headed dragon. Therefore, most of the credit for dispersing Long Wei must be attributed to Lan Chi. The dragon's power that Shauna's pressure resisted was only the part that was left after Lan Chi's obstruction. However, even the remaining small part of Long Wei is not something that the residents and tourists of the City of Life can bear. Devil Dragon King, why didn't you run away this time? Among the 9 dragons, the leading dragon looked at Lan Chi and said in a mocking tone. After the Holy King token was lost, more than 10 years of searching had already made most of the dragons full of resentment towards Lan Chi. Although dragons have extremely long lifespans, this does not mean that they are willing to waste time like this. Especially when the Holy King's token is still the dragon's treasure. I didn't expect that the one who came to see me would be you, the Dragon King of the Earth. Where's that guy Longsheng? Isn't he here? Lan Chi sneered, not caring about the tone of the giant dragon in front of him, the Earth Dragon King. Lan Chi didn't care at all about ridicule. Since he holds the Holy King's token, he will not deny it. If he wants to fight, he will fight. What's the use of talking about it? To deal with you, it's enough for me to be here. There is no need for the Ocean Dragon King to take action. The Earth Dragon King said with a sneer. As expected, Dragon Emperor of the Earth, you have indeed switched sides. What benefits did that guy Longsheng give you? Lan Chi said with an expected expression on his face, half smiling. There are 4 Dragon Kings in Dragon Island. They are the Bright Dragon Emperor who is in charge of Dragon Island, the Ocean Dragon Emperor who controls the surrounding seas, the Earth Dragon Emperor who assists from the side, and the Demonic Dragon Emperor who governs order. There is no distinction between the 4 Dragon Kings in terms of status. They are all powerful men who have been in the strong level for a long time. On weekdays, they each perform their own duties and have nothing to do with each other, maintaining the peace among the dragon clan. Until that day, after Lan Chi took away the Holy King token from Dragon Island, this balance was broken. As the Demon Dragon Emperor, Lan Chi broke with the other 3 Dragon Emperors. However, what the Bright Dragon Emperor advocated was to continue to guard Dragon Island, but what the Ocean Dragon Emperor advocated was to take back the Holy King token from Lan Chi's hands and return it to Dragon Island. However, these words are just nice to hear. The Bright Dragon King knew the Ocean Dragon King's thoughts, and the so-called retaking the Holy King's token was just a high-sounding statement. The Holy King's token is the most precious treasure of the Dragon Clan, and Ida said that it contains the secret of breaking through to the strong level. Although the 4 Dragon Kings all knew that this legend might really be just a legend. But the power in the Holy King's token is real. Tear apart the space, trace back the breath. Even in the Holy King's token, there is still a lot of luck from heaven and earth. If this kind of treasure fell into the hands of the Ocean Dragon King, it will be impossible for him to return to Dragon Island again. Because the Ocean Dragon Emperor's ambition is the greatest among the 4 Dragon Emperors. He is also the only one among the 4 Dragon Emperors who wants to sit on the throne of the Holy King again. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor of Light is willing to let Lan Chi, the Demon Dragon Emperor, take the Holy King token out of the Dragon Island in order to overcome the thoughts of the Dragon Emperor of Ocean. Nor was he willing to let the Holy King's token fall into the hands of the Ocean Dragon King. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan's persistence for thousands of years will be in vain. Such secret matters are also an agreement between Lan Chi and the Dragon King of Light. No one knows about it except the 2 of them. This is the so-called tacit understanding. So Lan Chi could easily figure it out. The battle between the Dragon King of Light and the Dragon King of Ocean will definitely involve the Dragon King of Earth. You know, neutral people are always the best helpers. The Earth Dragon King was just used as a sword by the Ocean Dragon King. But to make a knife, you need to have the consciousness to make a knife. Although Lan Chi knew it in his heart, he would never show mercy. After all, Lan Chi didn't have a good impression of the Dragon Clan people. Especially the people on the Ocean Dragon Emperor's side wanted to kill him quickly. Demon Dragon King, stop talking. Since you took the initiative to expose your whereabouts this time, you must be prepared. Hand over the Holy King token, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Earth Dragon King didn't care at all about Lan Chi's words. No matter how great the benefits provided by the Ocean Dragon King are, can they be greater than the Holy King token? Even if there is no such thing as ambition at the beginning, as long as the time is right, it will still grow crazily. The great temptation of the Holy King's token is right in front of you. If you can really rely on the Holy King's token to achieve the king-level realm and step onto the throne of the Holy King of the Dragon Clan, by then, it will not be a dream to lead the Dragon Clan to unify this world. Who wouldn't want such supreme power and power? Earth Dragon King, who gave you the confidence to think that you can take the Holy King's token from me? Even if you are arrogant, there must be a limit. Lan Chi couldn't help but laugh, looked at the Earth Dragon King with contempt, and said aloud. Among the 4 Dragon Emperors, only the Ocean Dragon Emperor can be compared with Lan Chi in terms of cultivation level. Although the Earth Dragon King and the Light Dragon King are both at the strong level, they are far behind in terms of luck in heaven and earth. The real combat effectiveness is naturally inferior. Demon Dragon Emperor, I know that you are powerful, so I have brought you a great gift. The Earth Dragon King smiled coldly, then raised his head and said, among the dragon magic arrays, there is a magic array called Suppressing Dragon Soul. I wonder if you have heard of it. The Suppressing Dragon Soul is a magic circle among the Dragon Clan's magic arrays, specially used to deal with the Dragon Clan's people. How could Lan Chi not know? Even in the dragon ruins in the eastern wasteland, the Dragon Soul Fire Magic Array contains part of the Dragon Soul Suppressing Magic Array. It was specially used to suppress the dragon souls that appeared in the battle between the human race and the dragon race. in order to better refine the dragon soul fire. The full version of the dragon soul suppressing magic array, as its name suggests, is a magic array created to completely suppress the target dragon soul. In ancient times, it was a magic circle, specially used to deal with dragon traders. You guys are really willing to spend a lot of money in order to get the Holy King's token. Lan Qi glanced at the dragons surrounding him. If you want to use the dragon soul suppressing magic array to deal with a strong dragon, you must sacrifice the blood of at least 3 heroic dragons. This thing is a method that will be used when the dragon trader is too powerful. The Earth Dragon King brought 8 giant dragons over at once, probably because he wanted all these dragons to participate in the sacrifice, to ensure that every giant dragon will not perish. But the lost dragon blood will take at least hundreds of years of cultivation before it can be recovered. So there is actually nothing wrong with the previous sentence of spending money. It's good that you know, Demon Dragon King. It is said that those who understand the current affairs are heroes. If you understand this sentence, you should hand over the Holy King's token instead of continuing to resist. The Earth Dragon King smiled proudly, then looked down at Lan Qi and spoke loudly. The 8 giant dragons surrounding him also flew to their respective positions, sealing off the sky. The layout of the dragon soul suppressing formation does not need to be too elaborate, because this dragon magic array was originally designed to deal with dragon traders. The core of the array is sufficient dragon blood, not the array pattern of the array itself. So just surrounding and blocking the target is enough. I see, it seems you are well prepared. Lan Qi laughed out loud for no reason, with emotional ridicule in his tone. But, Earth Dragon King, why do you think I haven't made any progress in the past 10 years? Having said this, Lan Qi suddenly threw the Devil's Colosseum out. The dragon soul suppressing formation is indeed a killing formation against dragons, so Lan Qi will not be stupid enough to resist it. As long as the Earth Dragon King is dragged into the Devil's Colosseum, no matter what happens outside, it will not be able to interfere inside. Anyway, Shauna is still watching over the City of Life. No matter what happens, Store Manager Qi is there to help. So Lan Qi has no worries at all, he just needs to get rid of the Earth Dragon King. What you up to? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in the Earth Dragon King's heart. But before he had time to react, he found himself plunged into darkness. When the Earth Dragon King saw light again in front of his eyes, he suddenly realized that the surrounding scene had changed. Welcome to the Devil's Colosseum. Fine sand is flying in the circular venue. Stone pillars carved with thousands of monsters rise straight from the ground to the sky, reaching the top. Lan Qi stood in the middle of the Colosseum, looking at the Dragon Emperor coldly, and stood up to express his welcome. Where is this place? The Earth Dragon King was startled, and he was shocked to find that the giant dragons surrounding Lan Qi had disappeared. This Colosseum with flying sand is full of weird things. Don't you understand common tongue? Then I should probably speak to you again in dragon language. Dragon King of the Earth, welcome to my domain, the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi grinned, revealing the sharp teeth inside, and spoke the ancient dragon language that was completely different from the common language. However, how could the majestic Dragon King of the Earth not understand common language? When Lan Qi said this, he was just mocking. Your domain? How is this possible? Devil Dragon King, how can you have your own domain? The Earth Dragon King looked at the surrounding environment with a shocked face, sensing the space barrier at the end of the space. In the end, he came to a conclusion that even he didn't want to believe. This space may really be the domain of the Demon Dragon Emperor. But this ability to create space is not an ability that dragons should have at all. Breaking up space is easy. Creating space is extremely difficult. This is the consensus among all species, and it is also the fundamental reason why the Earth Dragon King is shocked. You must know that the essence of space magicians creating space is to intercept the power of space from the outside world and use it for their own use. To put it simply, it is not difficult to create a small space. The difficulty is just how to ensure that this space can exist stably. This is equivalent to turning a small space in this world into an exclusive space. As long as the stability of this space can be maintained, there will be no problem. But after all, space is not created out of thin air. Because as long as it is within the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth, the power to create space is not something that a living being should have. If you want to do this, you have to first transcend the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth. In other words, the demon dragon emperor in front of him has reached the peak of the powerful level. Someone has asked me this question before, so I will answer you again. Although I may disappoint you, this space is indeed not created by me. Lan Qi answered this question naturally. The Devil's Colosseum is indeed an amazing treasure. At least as far as this independent space is concerned, it has transcended the category of ordinary treasures. But you don't have to worry about this problem, because whether this space was created by me or not, it is now my domain. You will be buried by me in this Colosseum. Lan Qi would not be so kind as to explain so many things to the Earth Dragon King. Now that everyone is inside the Colosseum, the rest of the things just need to be settled by the battle. Demon Dragon King, I recognize your strength, but if you want to kill me so easily, that's just a daydream. The Earth Dragon King was naturally not to be outdone. After hearing Lan Qi's words, he immediately became angry. I hope you can still say this after a while. The Devil's Invitation. Lan Qi shook his head, and then directly activated the skills that came with the Devil's Colosseum. 30% of the Earth Dragon King's power was instantly stripped away, and then blessed on Lan Qi's body. At this moment, the Earth Dragon King's expression finally changed. You know, in terms of actual combat power, the Earth Dragon King is slightly inferior to the Demon Dragon King. Now it will be reduced by another 30%, and then it will be blessed on the Demon Dragon King. In this way, there is no need to fight at all. Although the Earth Dragon King is not too weak to fight back, it is absolutely impossible to win. The ensuing battle was simply a one-sided outcome. Damn it! Demonic Dragon Emperor, you actually plotted against me. The Earth Dragon King gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Plotting against you? Earth Dragon King, how long have you been working with me? What did I tell you back then? The real battle is not a competition between gentlemen, but a battle of lives. To determine the superiority and inferiority, to determine life and death, naturally, we will use all possible means. What's more, this isn't a plot, it's just a small home court advantage. Lan Qi said with a sneer, scorning the term conspiracy. Devil's Invitation is like a special debuff magic, rather than a hidden weapon, for sneak attacks. There is no need to take advantage of someone's surprise. So if you really want to calculate it, it is also a normal fighting method. Furthermore, Earth Dragon King, you can't use your abilities here, so you will definitely lose. At the end, Lan Qi added. The 4 Dragon Kings among the Dragon Clan naturally have their own strengths. The Bright Dragon King is in charge of Dragon Island and is good at dragon language magic, so many dragon magic circles are arranged by the Bright Dragon King. The Ocean Dragon King, as its name suggests, controls the sea and is naturally good at controlling the water element. In the Sea Area Dragon King can be said to be an invincible existence in the same realm. The Earth Dragon King is able to draw energy from the earth to repair the damage it has suffered and provide itself with endless power. In terms of endurance, the Dragon Emperor of the Earth is the undisputed number 1. Among the 4 Dragon Kings, only the Ocean Dragon King can restrain the Earth Dragon King. Therefore, Lan Qi was not surprised at all that the Earth Dragon King would switch sides to the Ocean Dragon King. As the Demon Dragon King, what Lan Qi is good at is close combat. The powerful physique that the giant dragon is proud of has been brought into full play in Lan Chi's hands, and its combat effectiveness is unmatched. This is why the Holy King's token fell into Lan Chi's hands. Because the Ocean Dragon King needs to rely on the sea, the Bright Dragon King needs to stay on Dragon Island. Not to mention the Earth Dragon King. If it was just about endurance, Lan Chi wouldn't be afraid at all, he would just be a little annoyed. What's more, now in the Devil's Colosseum, the Earth Dragon King's ability cannot be used. In the Devil's Colosseum, there is no power of the earth that the Earth Dragon King can absorb. So this battle was destined to end from the beginning. It's just a pity that the dragon soul of the Earth Dragon King will be devoured by the Demon's Colosseum after his death. Otherwise, Lan Chi really wanted to use the dragon soul of the Earth Dragon Emperor to forge a piece of equipment for himself. After all, among the Dragon Clan, those with the highest level of cultivation are the 4 Dragon Emperors. The Bright Dragon Emperor is on Dragon Island. The Ocean Dragon King is in the sea. If Lan Chi went to these 2 places, he would be throwing himself into a trap. Therefore, the only one who can make up his mind is the Dragon King of the Earth who is presented to him. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. In order to avoid the dragon soul suppressing formation, Lan Chi had no choice but to give up the dragon soul of the Earth Dragon Emperor. The Earth Dragon King seemed to be aware of this fact, and his expression suddenly became particularly ugly. If you can survive, who wants to die? However, the battle is a foregone conclusion, and the stance you take is your choice. Regret is meaningless, it will only make your opponent underestimate you. Demon Dragon Emperor, I want to know why you stole the Holy King's token? Do you also want to sit on the throne of the Supreme Holy King? The Earth Dragon King's face was uncertain, but in the end, he still did not beg for mercy, but asked the question he wanted to know most. The position of Holy King? No, I don't want to. That is the honor of His Majesty, the Dragon Saint King, not mine. Since the fate of the Earth Dragon King has been decided, Lan Chi will not be in a hurry, and he will naturally not hide anything he can answer. I know that you want to use the Holy King's token to reopen the road to heaven. But do you know, if the road to the sky is really reopened, what will the eastern wasteland look like? What will the northern mountains look like? Do you think that our dragon clan's retreat to Dragon Island is really because of our agreement with the human clan? If you really think so, then I can only say that you are not worthy of being called the Dragon King. You know, the Dragon Clan back then, under the leadership of the Dragon Saint King, could be said to be standing on the top of all races, overlooking the world. How could it be possible to compromise with the human race? Even if there are many powerful people in the human race, they can also be considered among the top races. But if we really want to compete with the Dragon Clan, the human race is still not enough. But it happened that under such circumstances, the great battle between the human race and the dragon race caused all the dragon race members to retreat to Dragon Island and never appear again in the eastern wasteland. Anyone with a brain can find something wrong if they think carefully. But at that time, no one raised any questions. Why? The Dragon Clan retreats to Dragon Island in order to guard the road to heaven. For thousands of years, every Bright Dragon Emperor has never left Dragon Island, just to seal the road to heaven forever. But you idiots, for your own selfish desires, actually want to use the Holy King's token to reopen the way to heaven, and wipe out the thousands of years of persistence of the Dragon Clan. You are simply unworthy of death. At the end of Lan Chi's words, he almost cursed. Fortunately, I held back in the end and didn't show my unqualified side. However, these words made the Earth Dragon King completely change his expression. After being silent for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Demon Dragon Emperor, if the road to heaven is not open, we will never have the chance to be promoted. That's the position of the Holy King. Who doesn't want to sit in that supreme position? If you want to be promoted to the realm of king, no matter which race you are, the only way is to gather the power of faith of thousands of creatures and condense the supreme throne. There is no other way. This is completely different from the previous promotions to those realms. Because of the trial crystals, the highest level is only the strong leveltrial crystals. After all, no matter which race you belong to, as long as you are promoted Thoth King level, the source of your power will be transferred to the Supreme Throne. Including magical beasts and alien beasts, it is the same. Therefore, this also gives every Almighty at the peak of the strong level a hope of becoming a king level Almighty. Gather the Supreme Throne and step into the realm of becoming a king. As long as the power of faith remains, you will be immortal. This kind of temptation is so great. Even if the lifespan of the Dragon Clan is naturally extremely long, it will never be immortal. Therefore, under such a huge temptation, it is not surprising that several guys with amazing ambitions appear. But what this road to heaven possesses is the power to gather the power of faith. Now that the town is sealed off by the Dragon Clan, gathering the power of faith has become a joke, and achieving the realm of becoming a king is an unattainable dream. Therefore, it is not for nothing that the Ocean Dragon King and the Earth Dragon King want to reopen the road to heaven. The road to heaven is to reach heaven in one step. This is indeed a wonderful luxury. But, Dragon Emperor of the Earth, have you ever thought about why the road to heaven was blocked? Why would the Dragon Clan willingly retreat to Dragon Island to guard the road to heaven? Lan Chi sneered, then looked at the Earth Dragon King and asked, sternly. Once the road to heaven is opened, the power of gathering the power of faith can indeed be reopened. But at the same time, the spatial location of this world will also be exposito the site of those gods. By then, the messengers of the god of war will not be the only ones coming to invade the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. Those gods spared no effort in developing followers. You know, even if they are both gods, they are still divided into 3 levels. The more power of faith is collected, the stronger the Supreme Throne becomes and the stronger one becomes. Therefore, places like the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains that have not yet developed believers are simply must-win areas for the gods. If this situation develops, it will only be a matter of time before the will of heaven and earth in the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains is destroyed. At that time, all the luck of heaven and earth will disappear. It is probably time for all the powerful men in the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains to perish. And this is also the reason why the road to heaven has been blocked forever. The existence of this road to heaven certainly provides a slim hope of promotion to the realm of king. But will those gods watch helplessly as they have another competitor? It's obviously impossible. Gods are always selfish and will do anything to become stronger. What's more, even the will of heaven and earth has been shattered. What's the use of just having a way to reach heaven? Therefore, if the road to heaven is reopened, all the efforts and accumulation over the past thousands of years will be in vain. This is why Lan Chi would rather bear the infamy than take the Holy King's token out of Dragon Island. The road to heaven must never be reopened. But even if you sacrifice the freedom of the Dragon Clan, you can gain the freedom of hundreds of millions of creatures in the world. This exchange is worth it. His Majesty the Dragon Holy King will leave the Holy King token, probably for this reason. Lan Chi didn't want to speculate so much. He only knew that His Majesty the Dragon Saint King was a great ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Dragon King of the Earth, there is no need to say more. I am already very clear about the paranoia and stupidity of you and that guy Longsheng. It is impossible to reopen the road to heaven, and it is impossible to hand over the Holy King's token to you. This is where your bones are buried. Being able to talk so much to the Dragon King of the Earth is already Lan Chi's limit. If there is more, there is no need to continue talking to a dying dragon. The outcome of this battle has already been determined, not to mention that Lan Chi is already stronger than the Earth Dragon Emperor, and he also has the Devil's Colosseum in hand and the Devil's Invitation Letter. Even the Dragon Slayer title badge worn by Lan Chi is enough for the Earth Dragon King to drink from. You must know that this Dragon Slayer title badge was specially prepared by Lan Qi for the enemies of the Dragon Clan. I just didn't expect that after this, I would get a more useful, devil-esque Colosseum. Therefore, the skills attached to the Dragon Slayer title badge are destined to be unable to be used. It also swallows dragon souls to strengthen its own strength. Wouldn't it be better to let the Devil's Colosseum devour it? Not only is the effect stronger, but any kind of soul is acceptable. Demon Dragon Emperor, since you are just like that old antique of the Bright Dragon Emperor, stubborn, then let's fight. The Earth Dragon King no longer asked any more questions, but raised his high fighting spirit. Since the two disagree on the most fundamental concepts, there is no need to continue talking. Winner or loser, only those who survive are qualified to say that they are right. Just what I wanted. Lan Qi also snorted coldly, flapped his wings, and rushed forward. In the Devil's Colosseum, Lan Qi and the Earth Dragon King were fighting to death. In the outside world, things are actually not much better. Although the leading Earth Dragon King was dragged into the Devil's Colosseum by Lan Qi, but the other 8 giant dragons are still waiting outside. Seeing that the Earth Dragon King disappeared for no reason, the 8-headed dragon immediately became furious. Where has Lord Dragon King of the Earth gone? Why did he disappear so suddenly? Was he taken to another place? Impossible. If the Earth Dragon Emperor doesn't want to leave, how could he be taken away by others? Someone must have plotted against the Earth Dragon Emperor. Since that guy will appear here, maybe there is something that guy cares about in the city-state below. How about we use this to force him to come out? What a plan! The 8-headed dragon had a discussion. Finally, under the leadership of the remaining strong-level dragon, the spearhead was aimed at the City of Life below. Since the Demon Dragon Emperor would appear here, there might be something precious to the Demon Dragon Emperor in this city-state. It would be a good idea to use the method of destroying the city-state to force the Demon Dragon Emperor out. Even if this method doesn't work, it can relieve the qi. You know, there are only 4 dragon kings in the Dragon Clan who know the secret of the road to heaven. There have never been any other races who knew about this. Therefore, except for the 4 dragon kings, the other Dragon Clan members who were forced to stay on Dragon Island were actually full of resentment towards other races. Especially for the human race, they are even more furious. Why can these guys be free, but we dragons have to stay on Dragon Island and not be allowed to appear in the world? This is not fair. So this resentment broke out at this moment. Huh? What do they want to do? Could it be that these giant dragons want to destroy the City of Life? Shauna, who used her own pressure to counter the might of the 8-headed dragons, immediately discovered something was wrong with these dragons. Then, after thinking for a moment, he figured out the intentions of these giant dragons, and his expression suddenly changed. What did you say? They want to destroy the City of Life? Qi Lu, who was standing at the door of the store, heard Shauna muttering to herself and asked. Yes, the dragon's power has begun to change, and the attack intention of those giant dragons has also appeared, and the target is the City of Life. Shauna nodded firmly and said in a deep voice. If it comes to fighting alone, Shauna is not afraid of these giant dragons. But once Shauna takes action, no one can protect the City of Life. The 8-headed dragon can easily destroy an unprotected city-state. When it comes to destructive power, please don't doubt creatures like dragons. Even if 7 of the 8 giant dragons were only at the heroic level, it won't make any difference. In the eyes of the dragon, a city-state without powerful guards of the same level is just a pile of larger building blocks. After all, Shauna is just an archer. If she really wants to fight, it will onlibe to contain the long-distance attacks and gradually consume them. It is impossible to stop the destruction of these giant dragons head-on. What's more, among these giant dragons, there is one, which is a genuine dragon at the strong level. It's interesting to attack the City of Life. Chi clicked his fingers and spoke slowly. Speaking of which, the fact that these giant dragons came here has something to do with Chi Lu. If it is really attracted by the breath of the Holy King's token, then it is only natural to help. Besides, Chi Lu didn't want the City of Life to be destroyed like this, so Chi Lu took charge of this matter. Leave this matter to me. Just continue to protect the City of Life. Thinking of this, Chi Lu clapped his hands, then turned and walked into the store. Do you want to take action, Manager Chi? That would be great. Shauna was relieved when she heard this. Manager Chi's strength can be described in one word in the eyes of powerful men like them. That is unfathomable. At least so far, there is no strong person in the northern mountains who contests the limits of Chi Li's combat power. In the New World mode, Lan Chi and Ceratal competed with Chi Lu a lot. But even if the two of them go together, they are no match for Chi Lu alone. Even if it's just a discussion, Chi Li's fighting prowess can be seen from this incident. Therefore, if Chi Lu can take action, these 8 giant dragons will not be easily captured. But what about going back to the store before taking action? Ahem. In Shauna's slightly puzzled eyes, Chi Lu, who returned to the store, cleared his throat and attracted the attention of all the customers in the store. Everyone, just now, I got some news. Those giant dragons in the sky actually want to attack the City of Life. After attracting everyone's attention, Chi Lu spoke loudly. As soon as these words came out, all the customers in the store were shocked and looked at the sky outside the store with some fear. But I have already discovered the cultivation level of these giant dragons. So now I want to give you a good opportunity to test your strength. Having said this, Chi Lu waved his hand and said, People who have reached the heroic level of cultivation, are you willing to go out to fight? To be honest, among the customers in the store, there may not be many strong ones. But there are still many cultivators in the heroic realm. These people spend every day in the New World mode, honing their combat skills, or strengthening their equipment in the store and cultivating their pet cards. It's time to use actual combat to test the results of such a long period of practice. After all, asking Chi Lu to attack a group of heroic-level dragons feels a bit out of style. System, host, you are just lazy. Shut up. Chi Lu scolded in his head, and then looked at the customers in the store. How about it, is anyone willing? As soon as this sentence was said, the customers in the store immediately started talking. Then soon, someone stood up. Manager Chi, I am willing to fight those dragons. The first one to come out was Lillian. Speaking of which, this little girl hasn't appeared in front of everyone for a long time. Ever since she obtained the Shadow Hunter class, Lillian has been training hard and honing herself everywhere. Now, she has broken through to the hero level. Chi Lu was not surprised that Lillian would stand up. The City of Life is a city-state of the elves. As a member of the elves, Lillian has a duty to protect the City of Life. If Lillian wants to go, then I will go too. Following closely behind was Yafel, a little girl from the Beastier tribe. It is indeed true to say that the people of the Beastier's tribe are warlike. Do you really think that the giant dragon is an easy enemy to deal with if you even want to join in the fun? However, as the daughter of the current master of beast spirits, Ceratal, Yafer's talents and qualifications are indeed very strong. The cultivation realm at this time is the same as Lillian's, which is also the heroic realm. Okay, is there anyone else? Chi Lu nodded to Yafel, and then asked. Then count me in, store manager Chi. Fanzon also stood up. Since the last race war, the 3 major races, the dwarves, the beast-eared race, and the elves, cannot be said to be of the same mind. But the relationship between them is indeed much harmonious. So it was expected that Fanzon would stand up. With these 3 people taking the lead, other customers in the store who had reached the hero level also started to sign up enthusiastically. In this kind of matter, the role of the leader is always the most important. If Lillian and the other three hadn't come forward, the other tribesmen among the three major races would definitely feel hesitant. After all, the dragon clan is strong and has accumulated prestige for a long time. Even if this dragon clan has not been born for thousands of years. But the legend about the dragon clan has never been extinguished. But there are exceptions to everything. Although this dragon clan has been accumulating power for a long time, the customers in the store are not vegetarians. Eat the best elixirs, use the top equipment, drink magical food and drinks, and even have powerful pet cards to increase your combat power. If you don't dare to do this, then why bother trying to become stronger? Wouldn't it be better to go home and eat and wait to die? Why come to the store to waste spiritual crystals? So in less than 10 minutes, dozens of customers followed Qi Lu outside the store. Each of these customers has reached the level of a hero and is fully equipped. Their combat effectiveness is no less than that of the giant dragon in the sky. Are you all ready? Qi Lu asked as usual. Ready. Lillian, Yefel, and Fanzan took the lead, and all the customers who came out answered in unison. By the way, I once again confirmed the most important piece of equipment in his battle, the Dragon Slayer title badge. Other equipment, whether weapons or armor, can be omitted. Only this Dragon Slayer title badge is absolutely indispensable when fighting a giant dragon. Not only can it be immune to the suppression of dragon power, but it can also cause 30% more damage to giant dragons. It can be called a treasure weapon against giant dragons. That's good. Qi Lu nodded, and then continued, I will stop that dragon at the strong level, and I will leave the rest to you to practice. No problem, Manager Qi. I've wanted to compete with these big guys for a long time, and now I finally have the chance. The customers are gearing up one by one, eager to rush forward now and compete with the giant dragon in the sky. Then, that giant dragon at the strong level, let me do it for store manager Qi. Qi Lu was about to say, let's go then, but was interrupted before he could finish his words. Saratel, why are you here? Qi Lu looked back at the speaker. Such a majestic dragon, even if I don't want to pay attention, I can still feel it. Saratel, who was walking slowly, spread his hands and then looked at the sky. When those giant dragons came to the City of Life, they never thought about hiding their whereabouts. And with the dignity of the dragon, they are not allowed to sneak over. Therefore, it is completely reasonable for Saratel to step in. Since you want to help, let me do it. Qi Lu is not a hypocritical person. He doesn't have to take action, but he is still happy and at ease. Then thank you, Store Manager Qi, for giving me this opportunity. You're welcome. After Saratel finished thanking him, he didn't hesitate. He kicked off his feet and instantly rose into the sky. I was thinking about where to find the materials for making boxing gloves before, but I didn't expect that I would be unable to find them even if it tried hard to find them. It would take no effort at all to get them. With so many giant dragons in front of us, not all the materials are available. I am so grateful to these dragons for their selfless dedication. With this thought, Saratel's attack speed became even faster. The customers standing behind Qi Lu rushed forward when they saw Saratel, so of course they couldn't lag behind. So without saying a word, he immediately rushed up behind Saratel. If the City of Life is to be protected from damage, then the battlefield must be in the sky. So no matter what, we can't let those giant dragons rush down. This scene made the 8-headed dragon suspended in the sky look confused. What's going on with these guys? Aren't you scared? It's weird, why are there so many heroic level experts in such a city-state? You guys just rushed up like this, do you still want the face of our dragon clan? Countless questions accompany these dragons. The war also officially kicked off. There is no doubt that without absolute crushing, this battle was fought in darkness and chaos. The dragon's breath filled the sky, almost dyeing the sky the color of flames. The space was shattered inch by inch, and the dark space turbulence rendered the sky into an apocalyptic scene. The residents and tourists in the City of Life were so frightened that they all hid in the corner, shivering and praying for the strong ones who resisted the dragon's attack. Crazy air waves swept across all directions. If the City of Life were not protected by Shauna, I am afraid that even if the battlefield is in the sky, the aftermath of the battle would destroy most of the City of Life. The power of the dragon is so terrifying. This is also the reason why, within the same realm, the dragon race is almost invincible. Both physical fitness and fighting instincts are far superior to those of normal races. Not to mention the incredibly destructive dragon's breath. However, even so, under the siege of the customers in the store, the attack of the dragons also began to show signs of decline. Although the dragon is strong, how can a customer who has been training in Chila's shop for such a long time be a vegetarian? Especially Lillian, who is extremely aggressive in offense and possesses the ancient class of Shadow Hunter, is unparalleled in strength. Even the dragon's scales couldn't withstand Lillian's attack. Moreover, with the blessing of the Dragon Slayer title badge, the dragon power that these giant dragons are proud of has lost its effect. The outcome of this battle is naturally determined. As for Saratel's side, there is no need to look at it. The fighting instincts of the Bestiar tribe are not inferior to those of the Dragon tribe, not to mention that the time when Saratel entered the realm of the strong is not comparable to that of the newly promoted dragon. Unless the Earth Dragon King is about the same, he can compete with Saratel. But this giant dragon. Therefore, there were no surprises at all in the outcome of the battle. Is this settled? Shauna, who had been in the audience, was a little stunned, but she thought it was reasonable. Just so easily, the situation of dragon attack was resolved, which was impossible in the past. The appearance of Manager Chi really changed the entire Beishan Mountains completely. The strength of everyone in the store is constantly improving. If this was done before, it would be completely unimaginable. This speed is still a little slower than I expected, but it is barely qualified. Compared to Shauna's surprise, Chi Li's expression seemed much calmer. There is indeed no doubt about the dragon's fighting power. But for these customers who spend every day training in the store, their combat prowess has grown to a level that they themselves cannot even believe. So it's not surprising to win. Chi Li even felt that the combat skills of these customers still needed to be improved. Because through previous battles, Chi Li discovered that these guys did not cooperate very well with each other. It's still several levels short of being seamless. The only thing that satisfied Chi Li was that although their cooperation was not very good, they still did not let those giant dragons escape. 7 giant dragons at the hero level and 1 giant dragon at the strong level all stayed here. Then, it was taken away by Saratel alone. The dragon corpses are made of top-quality materials, so naturally they cannot let go. Of course, Saratel also paid him accordingly and did not let anyone else work in vain. After all, we were able to capture these 8 giant dragons without letting any of them escape. The customers who came to help were also indispensable. Otherwise, there will definitely be a few giant dragons who turn around and run away when they see that the situation is not going well. Although the dragon is proud, it is not proud enough to die in peace. In the face of the threat of death, if it can run, it will definitely run. Unless they can't run away, they will show the pride of the dragon. To put it simply, you can run away, but never beg for mercy. A tactical retreat is just for a better comeback, but begging for mercy would be a loss of face. Manager Chi, I have prepared all the materials. When can the gloves before Ged? Saratel, who had obtained the dragon's corpse, came to Chi Lu with a hint of pain on his face and asked aloud. If it were just the dragon corpse, it would only occupy a little more area. But if you want to preserve the dragon's soul, you have to use the luck of heaven and earth. That's why Saratel was a little reluctant to let go. Although Saratel himself does not need these dragon souls, he must leave some for Lan Qi. The friendship between the two of them was so good, so it was really inappropriate to let the dragon soul disappear naturally. So no matter how reluctant I am, I have no choice but to admit it. Are these all used to make gloves? Qi glanced at the giant dragon corpse fixed in the sky by Saratel. There is no such a large open space in the City of Life to place the corpses of these giant dragons, so they can only be placed in the sky. Of course not, I'm just asking. I'll wait until Lan Qi comes to tell us how to allocate it specifically. Saratel still remembered that there was a giant dragon with a higher level of cultivation over Lan Qi. It's just that he is still in the Devil's Colosseum and has not come out. So I can only wait a while. That's fine, just come to me after you've finished discussing it. Qi nodded slightly, then turned and walked into the store. Thinking about it carefully, the battle on Lan Qi's side should be almost over. With the blessing of the Devil's Invitation Letter and the bonus of the Dragon Slayer title badge, he had such a huge home field advantage. If he couldn't resolve the battle quickly, then Lan Qi would be too late. Unless, the two giant dragons were still having a conversation in the Devil's Colosseum. After all, they are old acquaintances, so it is normal to exchange pleasantries. Even if they are about to start fighting to the death, it will not prevent them from having a friendly exchange first. The whole process was as Qi had expected. The battle between Lan Qi and the Earth Dragon Emperor did not last long. It was more of a pleasantries between the two, or in other words, Lan Qi's unilateral venting. After all, I have been hiding from XC for more than 10 years, and I finally met an old rival. It would be strange not to vent my anger. He has been ridiculed all over and has no way to defend himself. No matter who it is, it's like this. I must be unhappy in my heart, but I just can't express it. It's just that the situation on Long Island is not optimistic now. The Bright Dragon King cannot leave Dragon Island, so there are many things the Ocean Dragon King can do. So Lan Qi also took the opportunity of small talk to make some remarks. Then, he came out of the Devil's Colosseum with the corpse of the Earth Dragon King. Is it solved so quickly, Saratel? It turns out you are here too. No wonder, none of these guys ran away. As soon as Lan Qi came out, he saw the dragon corpses floating in the sky. While he was shocked, he also caught a glimpse of Saratel in the City of Life below, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. After Lan Qi imprisoned the Earth Dragon Emperor in the Demon's Colosseum, he was not worried about the safety of the City of Life. But I didn't think I could keep all the remaining 8 dragons. After all, Lan Qi still knows the nature of the dragon very well. Shauna alone could not stop their retreat even if she could block their attack. But if Saratel comes, it will be a different matter. You finally came out. I've been waiting for you for most of the day. After Saratel saw Lan Qi, he immediately went up to meet him. I didn't even stay in the Colosseum for most of the day. Why have you been waiting for most of the day? By the way, Dragon Soul, have you stayed for me? Lan Qi retorted half a sentence, and then asked the key question. They're all here, don't worry. That's good. The Devil's Colosseum will not keep the souls of the losers, so the Earth Dragon King only has the dragon body left. If the remaining dragon souls are not preserved, the equipment Lan Qi wants will have to wait for another time. By the way, you can't use up all the forging materials, so the rest. Lan Qi paused and continued. Leave the rest to Shauna, right? I've already guessed it. Saratel shrugged and said the rest of Lancey's words. How could Saratel not guess such a simple thing? The dragon soul, dragon bones, and dragon scales are all used up. What can bed one with the remaining parts, and the long bow is probably the most suitable. After the materials were in place, Saratel immediately called store manager Qi. After all, there are so many giant dragon corpses. If you want to take them back to the store, Qile still has to do it himself. Come and pick up your customized equipment tomorrow. Qile waved his hand, and in an instant, the giant dragon corpse suspended in the sky disappeared, quite suddenly. Only the three shocked expressions of Saratel, Lanchi, and Shauna were left. Although once the materials are in place, the system can forge customized equipment very quickly, taking only a few minutes at most. But Qile couldn't just take out the customized equipment. Otherwise, it would be too scary. In a few minutes, in the hands of a normal blacksmith, the materials may not even be separated. Not to mention steps such as purification and smelting. If the finished products were taken out directly, it would really become a legendary thing. But even so, all the forging materials of the nine-headed giant dragon can be separated in one day, and 3 powerful weapons can be completed. It was equally astonishing. But compared to a few minutes, it seems much more normal. Anyway, in the eyes of the customers in the store, Qi Li's level of cultivation is indeed unfathomable. There's nothing wrong with being a little exaggerated. Dragon Island. The bright Dragon King was still lying on the mysterious dragon magic array, but his eyes were looking into the distance. The aura of the Earth Dragon King has disappeared. Lan Qi, what have you gone through in these years to become so strong? It seems that giving you the Holy King token was the most correct decision. On the Dragon Island, all Dragon Clan members will leave a breath of life, which is used to allow the clan members on the Dragon Island to determine their own life and death. The only exception is the Demon Dragon Emperor Lan Qi. When he escaped from Dragon Island, he also wiped out his life breath. This is also the reason why the Dragon Clan people call the Demon Dragon Emperor traitor. But at that moment, the life breath of the Earth Dragon King dissipated. That proves that the Earth Dragon King has fallen. Boom! At the same time, huge waves surged into the sea around Dragon Island. The Ocean Dragon King expressed his anger in this way. Longsheng, it's time for you to stop. Do you have to sacrifice so many people for the sake of the Holy King's token? Looking at the huge waves, the Bright Dragon King said in a deep voice. Shut up, Bright Dragon King, I will not give up the Holy King's token. You are actually willing to leave the entire Dragon Clan on Dragon Island for the sake of those weak races. I don't want to. The road to heaven is reopened, and I, Longsheng, will lead the Dragon Clan to a more glorious peak. The Ocean Dragon King's tone was filled with paranoia and anger. The dragon race is obviously the most powerful race and should stand at the top of the world, overlooking all races in the world. It is definitely not hiding on this remote dragon island, saying that it is for the so-called freedom of all races, and is willing to guard the road to heaven. In Longsheng's view, what would happen if those weak races were destroyed? As the Dragon King, if he cannot lead the Dragon Clan to a more glorious future, then what qualifications do he have to be called the Dragon King? The Dragon Saint King is a great ancestor of the Dragon Clan, so Longsheng, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, is also willing to inherit the Dragon Saint King's will and let the Dragon Clan embark on a more prosperous future. Longsheng, you are too stubborn. Have you not thought about the consequences of reopening the road to heaven? The Bright Dragon King asked in a deep voice. So what? What does the destruction of all races have to do with my dragon race? As long as I sit on the throne of the Holy King, I can protect my Dragon Clan from being destroyed and live forever. Longsheng replied coldly. This is a difference in philosophy and an irreconcilable contradiction. Therefore, the Dragon King of Light stopped admonishing him. He just sighed and shook his head, and then said, "One day, you will regret this. For the Dragon Clan, I, Longsheng, will never regret it." The next day, Saratel, Lanchi, and Shauna came to the store early in the morning. Then I saw Qile sitting on the sofa eating breakfast, seemingly waiting for them to come over. Store manager, Qi, good morning. Good morning. You are here so early. Just in time. Let me give you something. Sheila nodded, then put the remaining bacon sandwich into his mouth, clapped his hands, then stood up and walked into the warehouse. Soon, Sheila walked out of the warehouse. The first custom-made equipment that was taken out was a pair of boxing gloves. According to the introduction of the system, the material of this pair of gloves is the essence extracted from a large number of dragon scales, which ice extremely tough. A large amount of dragon blood was also used to quench the gloves, adding a hint of dragon power that was condensed to the essence. From the appearance, this pair of gloves seems to be ordinary. The exterior is covered with patterns in the shape of dragon scales, and there are dragon teeth on the joints to increase its lethality. Skybreaking Fist Gloves, Heaven and Earth Luck Level Weapon, greatly enhances the destructive power of all the user's moves, and has a high probability of crushing effects. Additional skills, Broken Dragon Impact, Skybreaking. Dragon Breaking Impact, passive skill. Every time the glove wearer attacks 3 times, there will be a dragon breaking impact. The dragon breaking impact can triple the destructive power of the attack to 3 times that of a normal attack. Breaking the Sky, active skill, the wearer of the glove can take the initiative to charge. During the charging period, the wearer of the glove enters a state that cannot be interrupted, and the damage received is reduced by 90%. The charge attack can cause the destructive power continues to increase as the charging time increases, up to 100 times that of normal attacks. This is the glove that Sheila made for Saratel. No, it should be said that the system combined the requirements of Mainland forged the gloves. Because Saratel's request is too simple. It simply requires powerful destructive power, and it is extremely powerful destructive power. Therefore, the system does not have other fancy functions. Simple and clear, all skills are based on destructive power. The basic attribute is to greatly increase the destructive power of the glove wearer when attacking, and there is no limit at all. Needless to say, the crushing effect that is likely to come with it is absolutely a perfect match with the attribute of destructive power. The crushing effect can be used to break armor, and can also cause higher damage to enemies with hard scales and amazing defense. Definitely one of the most practical effects. The 2 skills attached to the Skybreaking Fist Gloves are even simpler and clearer. One is passive and the other is active. Passive skill, the effect of Broken Dragon Impact is literally, every 3 attacks, it can cause a triple attack. This is one of the most suitable skills for a fighter like Saratel, who has extremely fast attack speed. As for the active skill, Breaking the Sky, let alone that. A charged attack with up to 100 times the destructive power of a normal attack, and it cannot be interrupted. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you can find an opportunity, this punch can completely determine the outcome of a battle. What's more, the materials for forging the sky-shattering gloves are there. They are all forged from the materials of the giant dragon. How can the quality be any worse? Even apart from these powerful skills, judging from the performance of the Skybreaking Fist glove itself. That is a rare treasure. What a powerful force. The power contained in this pair of gloves is so majestic that I have never seen it before. Saratel was not polite and put the skybreaking glove on his hand directly, and it fit perfectly on the palm of his hand. After all, it is an exclusive weapon, so it is naturally the most appropriate size to wear. Moreover, the custom-made equipment is also infused with the customizer's soul and destiny, so after putting on the sky-shattering gloves, Saratel can even feel a sense of connectedness. I'm very satisfied, Manager Chi, thank you very much. Saratel said while admiring the sky-shattering glove on his hand. Don't be so polite. I'm not forging it for you for free. Sheila shrugged, and then took out the second piece of customized equipment. According to the sequence, this second piece is the equipment customized by Lan Chi. Because Lan Chi had special requirements and wanted to strengthen his dragon power or dragon breath, the system made this piece of equipment look like a helmet. Judging from the appearance, it's actually pretty good. Because it uses a keel as a carrier, this helmet looks a bit like the head of a giant dragon. And the system also gave this helmet a very middle-class name. World-destroying helmet. Heaven and earth luck level armor greatly reduces any form of mental impact and momentum impact, with attached skills, soul-suppressing, world-destroying. Soul resurrection. Passive skill. When the helmet wearer releases any form of mental impact or momentum impact, it will be greatly amplified, and every 10 seconds the impact lasts, there will be a round of secondary impacts. World destruction. Passive skill. The power of dragon breath is doubled and it will cause damage to the soul. The skill effects are simple and easy to understand. Because the amount of materials provided by Lan Qi was sufficient, 8 complete dragon souls were used to forge the world-destroying helmet. The final product is what it looks like now. Lan Qi's 2 requirements were all met. The first passive skill, Soul Resurrection, its main effect is to amplify the power of dragon power, let's not ignore it for now. The latter effect, every 10 seconds that the mental impact and momentum impact last, there will be a round of secondary impact, which is the strongest effect of the soul-suppressing skill. You must know that for something like dragon power, the dragon power superimposed by the second impact is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, the dragon's power is released by a giant dragon that is also in the heroic realm. So whether it is the dragon's power released by 1 giant dragon or Thedragon's power released by 2 giant dragons, there is actually no difference. Because Long Wei's power level is still at the heroic level, this has not changed. But the dragon's power superimposed by the second impact is equivalent to Thedragon's power at the heroic level, which has been increased by half a level out of thin air. This change in quality cannot be compensated by quantity. That's why we say that the second effect of the soul-suppressing skill is the truly powerful effect. As for the second passive skill, Destruction, the effect is simpler and easier to understand. Strengthen the destructive power of the dragon's breath and allow the dragon's breath to cause damage to the soul. This point is actually related to the material used to forge the world-destroying helmet. After all, no matter how powerful dragon breath is, it is still a substantial attack, and the damage to the soul is still very little. Because the soul is an intangible and qualityless thing, unless it can condense into an entity on its own. However, a soul that can condense into a physical entity is probably not something that ordinary dragon breath can deal with. But the strengthened dragon's breath is different. After 1 sip, it was truly like ashes and ashes, plus the soul was gone. This thing is called the world-destroying helmet. Lan Qi held the world-destroying helmet, mentally wanting to complain about this name, but in the end he was reluctant to speak. Instead, he silently put the world-destroying helmet on his head. The helmet in the shape of a dragon's head still looks quite majestic. Wearing it on Lan Qi's head and paired with his black cloak, it is really quite impressive. This power can really enhance the impact of the dragon's power and the destructive power of the dragon's breath. I didn't expect you, Manager Qi, to be able to forge such equipment. I really admire you. Passive skills can naturally be felt without activating them. So a shocked expression soon appeared on Lan Qi's face, and his eyes when looking at Qi Lu also became surprised. Weapons with spiritual power have been quite rare since ancient times. As for dragon power, as a unique attack method of the dragon clan, it is actually a spiritual attack. But really speaking, it should be a means of impact that combines mental power and momentum. The power depends only on the cultivation level of the dragon itself. Therefore, if you really want to talk about this type of equipment, the world-destroying helmet may actually be the first one. This surprise is really too big. You know, when he was customizing the equipment, Lan Qi just made the request casually with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, store manager Qi actually completed it. This forging skill is simply earth-shattering and makes ghosts and gods weep. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Qila quickly waved his hand modestly, indicating that these were just trivial matters. The system that actually forged the world-destroying helmet made Qila cough twice in disdain. However, after seeing the host's shamelessness many times, the system was very sensible and did not say anything this time. It would be bad if we don't meet him again. Then, there is the last piece of customized equipment this time, the bow and arrows Shauna needs. Speaking of which, most of the materials were used up when forging the sky-shattering gloves and the world-destroying helmet, so when it came to forging the long bow, it had to be simpler. The main materials are the spine for forging the bow body and the dragon tendons for twisting the bow string. After being polished, this long bow has a unique rough feel. Although his appearance is undoubtedly handsome, it doesn't seem to match Shauna's holy temperament. But even if it doesn't match, there's nothing you can do about it. The materials have been used up anyway, so just make do with it. Broken Star Longbow, Weapon of Heaven and Earth Destiny, greatly increases the effective attack range of the user, and adds penetrating power to every attack caused by the Broken Star Longbow, greatly enhancing the armor-breaking ability of the attack. Effect, accompanying skills, Sunset, Broken Star. Sunset, passive skill, the attack caused by the Broken Star Longbow cannot be blocked, and will continue to increase its destructive power and penetration as the flight distance increases. Broken Star, active skill, use the bow to charge up, and condense the Broken Star into a strike. After the charge is completed, this attack can cause 10 times the destructive power, and will definitely penetrate the target's defense. Although the appearance of the Broken Star Longbow doesn't quite match Shauna's temperament. But in terms of the power it contains and the skills it comes with, it is undoubtedly powerful. The Sunset skill can make the arrows unblockable. This effect makes it clear that the enemy can only dodge or catch them hard, but cannot use other Miansto shoot down the arrows shot by the star-shattering longbow. This effect is simply a fatal blow to the magician. Because the magician's body is not strong enough to withstand these long-range attacks, he will choose to use range-type magic to shoot down such attacks. However, for warriors and knights, the impact is not that big. After all, these guys are thick-skinned, so carrying a few more arrows is only a big deal. Fortunately, this kind of attack does not have a locking function, so you can still dodge it if you want to, otherwise it would be really scary. However, for Sunset, a passive skill, the unblockable effect is more like an added bonus. The really powerful thing is what comes after. As the flight distance increases, the arrows fired by the Broken Star Longbow will continue to increase in destructive power and penetrating power. This is where Sunset's skills are truly powerful. Coupled with the basic attributes of the Broken Star Longbow, the effective attack range is increased and the lethality is doubled. Otherwise, how can we kill the sun with one stone? As the active skill of the Broken Star Longbow, the effect of Broken Star is also not weak. Like the skybreaking skill of the skybreaking fist, it is a charge-type skill, but the effect is slightly different. Although it is not as destructive as the skybreaking skill, it can cause up to 100 times the power of a normal attack. The Shattering Star skill is bound to penetrate the target's defense, but it is several blocks stronger than the Sky-Shattering skill. After all, one is physical damage and the other is real damage. Which one is strong and which one is weak, there is no need to say more. It's just the difference in damage multiplier that puts these two skills of same level, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Otherwise, physical damage would not be as good as real damage. Wait a minute, please don't try the bow in the shop. After Qila handed the Broken Star Longbow to Shauna, he saw that she was about to pull the bowstring directly, and quickly stopped her. Because the Broken Star Longbow has a hidden feature, that is, it does not require additional arrows. As long as you draw the bow, you can condense the arrows by yourself. When the star-breaking skill is activated, the power of the stars will be gathered in the condensed arrows, so that the destructive power of the star-breaking blow can be increased to a higher level. This can be regarded as a convenient feature of the broken star longbow. After all, it is also a top-notch longbow forged from dragon bones and tendons, with the luck of heaven and earth and the power of faith added to it. If you use ordinary arrows, it will be too low grade. But making arrows worthy of the broken star longbow is a big problem in terms of materials. Therefore, based on Qi Li's suggestion, the system directly added a hidden function to the broken star longbow: automatic condensation of arrows. This star-shattering longbow can actually condense arrows automatically. Manager Qi, it turns out that the broken star longbow has this function. I asked why it only has a bow, but no arrows. The bowstring was only stretched to a quarter of the way when Shauna clearly felt a stream of pure energy gathering towards the bowstring of the broken star longbow. The condensed shape is exactly what a feathered arrow looks like. It's just that the bowstring is not fully stretched, so the energy is not completely solidified. But this level of energy concentration alone was enough for Shauna to confirm the power of the broken star longbow. It can only be described in 2 words, that is, powerful. To be honest, just using this word to describe it actually doesn't mean much. But for a weapon, there is no point in praising it with too many gorgeous words. After all, for weapons, practicality comes first. Unless it is a weapon with some great significance, cultural and historical significance will be ranked ahead of practicality. However, the broken star longbow did not reach that level. Of course, if one day, Shauna can gather the supreme throne and ascend to the realm of kingship, then the broken star longbow, as a weapon that Shauna once used, might also be provided by the elves. But when this day comes, there should be no hope. Because even if the elves contribute the power of their faith, they should only believe in the Queen of Elves. I have to say that Manager Qi's forging level is indeed beyond our imagination. As Saratel said this, he integrated the skybreaking fist glove into his body. This kind of exclusive equipment that incorporates the luck of heaven and earth and the breath of soul can be integrated into the owner's body. Lan Qi's world-destroying helmet is the same as Shauna's broken star longbow. When not in use, it can be directly integrated into one's own body without any impact. Wanting to take it out is just a matter of thought. This can be regarded as a small convenient function included in the customized equipment. Otherwise, it would always be inconvenient to hold these equipment in your hands or wear them on your body. That's right, I just mentioned it casually before. I didn't expect that store manager Qi could really forge this type of treasure. It's really beyond my expectation. Lan Qi also echoed. Although there were enough surprises in the store, Lan Qi felt that he might never be surprised again. But every time, store manager Qi always comes up with something new and brings new surprises. The number of times he was shocked almost made Lan Qi numb. The main reason is that the materials you brought are complete, and it has little to do with my forging level. Qi waved his hand and spoke very modestly. Then, a rather disdainful voice sounded in his mind. System, host, of course this has nothing to do with your forging level. The customized equipment is not made by you. Okay, I know you are the best, okay. I have said it a long time ago that you need to be humble as a person, and the same applies to you who work in the system. Humility makes people progress, pride makes people regress, you know. Qi smacked his lips and educated himself in his mind, but on the surface, he remained calm. In fact, regarding the purchase channels for equipment customization, after Saratel and the others customized the equipment, other customers came to inquire several times. Although the products in the store are quite complete, they can cover almost all aspects. But there are always some areas that cannot be taken into consideration, so equipment customization purchase channels are needed to make up for it. However, the compatibility between the customized equipment and the customizers is indeed high, but the restrictions are also equally high. Practitioners who have not been exposed to the destiny of heaven and earth are not qualified to customize equipment. So after those customers came and asked a few times, they learned about this restriction and stopped asking again. There is no way, things like heaven and earth's luck are still too high-end. Even if the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains is much stronger than before, it is of no use. After all, things like cultivation realm cannot be improved in a short while. Especially in Donghuang, Qi Lu was still thinking about whether to ask Lan Qi sell a strong level trial crystal. Otherwise, Donghuang's powerful master might not appear so soon, and he might have to wait for several years. Then the equipment customization purchase channel is just a decoration. This is not okay. Since the system has brought the idea of collecting the power of faith to customers in the store, it certainly cannot give up halfway. So Qi Lu also had to think of a way to deal with this matter. But now, Qi Lu has something else to ask. By the way, Lan Qi, actually I have another question to ask you. What is the problem? Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu curiously. It's a very simple question. Logically speaking, the Dragon Clan members are all on Dragon Island now, and there should be no other giant dragons in the northern mountains. Then where did the giant dragon that came to the City of Life come from? Qi Lu has been concerned about this issue from the beginning. There is a space barrier of Tianyuan between the eastern wasteland and the northern mountain range. Even Lan Qi can only come here by relying on the power of the Holy King's token to open the passage. So how did the giant dragon that came to the City of Life to look for Lankacombe to the northern mountains this time? Could it be that there is still a power at the peak of the strong level hidden in Dragon Island? Although Qi Lu is not afraid of a giant dragon with this level of cultivation, he is also wary of it. If a fight begins, the earth will be shattered, the mountains and rivers will be turned upside down, and most of the entire eastern wasteland will be shattered. That's a problem. So that's the problem. It's really simple. Hearing this, Lan Qi couldn't help but smile, and then continued, Manager Qi, in fact, there is a teleportation array specifically leading to the northern mountains in Dragon Island. It's just that I was in a hurry when I left Long Island, so I came from Tianyuan. There are two roads from the eastern wasteland to the northern mountains. The most direct one is to break through the space barrier in the abyss, but this requires a high level of cultivation. At least it must be at the peak of the strong level. At least as far as Qi Lu knew, Lan Qi couldn't break through the space barrier in Tianyuan anyway. The other one is the teleportation array inside Dragon Island, which also leads directly to the North Mountain Range. It's just that the location of this teleportation array is deep in Dragon Island. As for Lan Qi, he defected from Dragon Island and left in a hurry with the Holy King's token, so it was naturally impossible for him to leave from the teleportation array. Otherwise, it would have pointed out his escape route. Besides, Lan Qi has the Holy King token in his hand, so there is no need to use the teleportation array to go to the northern mountains. I see, then the dragon that comes to see you this time should be an acquaintance of yours. This question is of Qi Li's interest. After confirming that there was no giant dragon at the peak of the power level among the Dragon Clan, Qi Lu also relaxed a lot. Otherwise, when a giant dragon of that level comes looking for it, the City of Life may not be able to be saved. Qi Lu didn't want to see this happen. We are indeed old acquaintances. Although the Dragon Emperor of the Earth would turn against the Dragon Emperor of the Ocean, I expected it. However, if this kind of thing really happened, I still don't want to think too much about it. At this point, Lan Qi sighed inexplicably. It is indeed a very uncomfortable thing for old friends to turn against each other. However, the ideological differences were irreconcilable, so Lan Qi didn't say much. However, Lan Qi briefly explained the distribution of forces within the Dragon Clan. Among the dragons, the one who really wants to seize the Holy King's token isn't the Dragon King of the Earth, but the Dragon King of the Ocean. It's just that the Light Dragon King is in charge of Dragon Island, but the Ocean Dragon King is in charge of the sea. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon King naturally has no way to get involved in the teleportation array on Dragon Island. Otherwise, if the Ocean Dragon King, whose cultivation level is even better than that of the Earth Dragon King, comes to the City of Life, the outcome of this battle is not certain yet. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon King asked the Earth Dragon King to pass through the teleportation array and come to the northern mountains, hoping to capture Lan Qi back. To be honest, without the Devil's Colosseum in hand, it would be almost impossible for Lan Qi to fight against the Earth Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Soul suppressing formation. After all, the Earth Dragon Emperor and Ocean Dragon Emperor, who are both Dragon Emperors, still know very well how powerful the demonic Dragon Emperor is. So it's impossible not to prepare. It's just that the magic weapon of the Demon's Colosseum is too powerful. All the preparations that the Earth Dragon King had worked so hard to make were in vain, and unfortunately he died in the northern mountains. In the end, to sum up, it can only be said that the Dragon King of the Air is an old unlucky man. However, since ancient times, there is nothing to say about the success of Peking and the defeat of the bandit. This side of the North Mountain Range is safe for the time being. The Ocean Dragon King will not leave the sea outside Dragon Island. I just let that guy know where I am. I'm afraid it will use some disgraceful means to force me to go back. When Lan Qi said this, he stopped. There is no point in saying more now. We can only take it one step at a time. There is always a solution to a problem. It's okay, Lan Qi, Qing'er and Zi'er have grown up, we don't have to worry Samak anymore. Shauna gently held Lan Qi's hand and comforted her. In the past, it was because they were worried about Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er that they had been reluctant to show up. But now, Lan Qing'er has reached the hero level, and Lan Zi'er is only one step away from the strong level. Only the final kick is needed to truly enter the realm of the strong. Moreover, he is also a powerful person with the rank of Dragon Master. This is equivalent to possessing the combat power of two powerful men at once, and the two can communicate with each other, their powers are interoperable, and they can even be superimposed. This situation also allows Lan Qi and Shauna to let go. There is quite a sense of pride that my child has finally grown up. I'm not worried about Qing'er and Zi'er. I've seen their growth. Although they are not as good as the Ocean Dragon King yet, they have no problem protecting themselves. What's more, Dong Huang is not that easy to get to. At the mention of his two daughters, Lan Qi also had a smile on his face. Despite the strength of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er, they are still unable to defeat the Ocean Dragon King. However, according to the agreement between the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan, the Dragon Clan cannot go to the Eastern Wasteland for the time being unless there are special circumstances. The Bright Dragon King will not allow the Ocean Dragon King to go to the Eastern Wasteland. So Lan Qi is not worried about the safety of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er. If nothing else works, just let them take refuge in Qi Li's store, and store manager Qi won't just sit back and watch. So after Lan Qi finished laughing, his face straightened. What I'm worried about is another thing. After asking the question, Qi Li did not continue to disturb the two of them, but left quietly. Anyway, I have given you everything I need to give, so there is no need to stay here forever. Qi Li doesn't have a hobby of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Rather than sitting here all the time, it would be more comfortable to go and sleep on the sofa. You know, Saratel, who had been sitting next to him, had the good sense to leave first. System, host, you have 2 new rewards to receive, please pay attention to receive them in time. Qi Lu, who had just laid down on the sofa and had not yet fallen asleep, heard the system's voice again in his mind. But this time, the system is not looking for trouble. Huh? Why is there a reward all of a sudden? Qi Li sat up from the sofa in surprise and asked with interest. System, because the host has collected high-level power of faith for the first time, this system hereby rewards it. There is such a good thing. Qi Li raised his eyebrows and looked quite happy. As mentioned before about the power of faith, the higher the level of cultivation, the purer the power of faith provided. The power contained in this high-level power of faith will naturally become stronger. After all, it is extremely difficult for a powerful person to generate the power of faith. Even if it is a god, if you want a powerful person to have faith in it, you have to start cultivating it from a young age. Only in this way can we become the most devout believer. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for a powerful person to believe in those gods. Because every peak power at the strong level has the potential to reach the king level and become a new god. So why should you contribute your faith? You must know that if a peak powerhouse believes in a certain god, it is equivalent to cutting off his own path to promotion. Because if you want to gather the supreme throne, in addition to gathering the power of faith, you must also understand your own path. This is why those gods each have different names. The god of forging, who uses forging to achieve enlightenment. The god of summons to summon enlightenment. The god of conquest, who uses conquest to gain enlightenment. Then, if a peak powerhouse believes in a certain god, it is equivalent to losing his own way. As a result, it is naturally impossible to condense the supreme throne. Therefore, the system will give some rewards for this kind of thing. Although Qi Lu is a little surprised, it is not impossible to understand. Of course, the way the system collects the power of faith is different from those of gods. Belief in those gods is equivalent to belief in the ways of those gods. However, providing the power of faith to the system has nothing to do with these things, it is just the power of faith. After all, the ultimate purpose of the products provided by the system is to enhance the overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, Qi Lu doesn't have to worry about missing the futures of Mainland Lan Qi because of this. Let me see what kind of reward you can give me this time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and then opened the store manager's backstage in his mind. System, just give me the reward directly. Qi Lu said in his mind while looking at the store manager's background. This sudden way of receiving a reward gave Qi Lu a feeling of opening a lid and winning a prize. It's just that what Qi Lu opened is a new purchase channel. Of course, Qi Lu also knows that this kind of reward is probably only available for the first time, just like some kind of achievement. Rewards will only be given the first time it is achieved. As for the follow-up, you can probably look forward to the next opening of the lid to win prizes. However, no matter what, free prostitution is refreshing. If there's only one time, then there's only one time. Qi Lu is not a greedy person anyway. System, the reward has been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check it. He probably knew that Qi Lu was staring at the store manager's backstage, so as soon as the system issued the reward, it disappeared immediately. I don't say what the reward this time is. Fortunately, in the backstage of the store manager, after careful observation by Qi Lu, he finally determined the two rewards this time. One is a new snack, and the other is a new drink. Very nice. To be honest, Qi Lu hasn't eaten new food for a long time after the New Year's Eve dinner. And there's only one New Year's Eve dinner. Not to mention the glutinous rice balls that were limited to the New Year, Qi Lu only ate a few bowls before rushing to the summoning world. When I came back, the dumplings were no longer for sale. Qi Lu was so angry that he ate 3 more double cheese beef burgers on the spot before he could barely recover. There are always new delicacies waiting for us now. Large piece of beef ramen. The beef in this bowl of ramen is really a large piece of beef. This bowl of ramen is really a big bowl of ramen. Long-term consumption of large slices of beef ramen can slightly increase theater's strength and agility attributes, and moderately enhance the eater's ki and blood. Price, 50 spiritual crystals per bowl. Large piece of beef ramen, it's really a big piece of beef. Qi Lu looked at the introduction of this beef ramen and always felt that this Twabil system was making fun of something. For example, the beef noodles, which are said to have sales of 300 million, use half a piece of beef. Of course, this is just a joke. but Qi Lu was really interested in this big beef gimmick. As for the side effects of the large slices of beef ramen, to be honest, for Qi Lu, it doesn't matter at all. Although mosquito legs are still meat no matter how small they are, once they get too small, they really can't fill their stomachs. So after reaching the strong level, the food and drinks in Qi Li's shop are basically used to satisfy the appetite. Compared with the effect of elixirs, it is really incomparable. Especially now that there is a product strengthening furnace in the store, the difference is even further. However, this situation only applies to a very small number of customers. For the vast majority of customers, the side effects of various snacks and drinks in the store are still considerable. The role played is also quite significant. Furthermore, food is something that is meant to be enjoyed. If you pay too much attention to the side effects, you lose the original intention. In other words, Sheila had just had breakfast, so this large piece of beef ramen could only be used for lunch. Otherwise, Qi Lu really wants to try the taste of this bowl of ramen now. Anyway, when the large slices of beef ramen are put on the shelves, they are thrown directly into the snack vending machine. There is no need to wait until the evening replenishment to put them on the shelves. It's very good. I can improve the taste again. Sheila nodded with satisfaction, and then looked down. Another reward is a new drink. Freshly squeezed coconut milk, refreshing coconut milk, delicious taste, bringing the sweetest enjoyment. Long-term drinking of freshly squeezed coconut juice can temper the drinker's mental and physical strength, and the degree of improvement depends on the drinker's own qualifications. Price, 30 spiritual crystals per bottle. Hey, is coconut juice also squeezed out? Isn't it possible to cut a hole in the coconut and pour it directly from the inside? Qi Lu was inexplicably stunned when he saw the name of this new drink. However, Qi Lu didn't worry too much. Maybe the coconuts grown in the system were of different varieties. However, it doesn't matter what the process is, as long as the finished product is available. Anyway, there are no coconut plants in this world, so no one will bother with such a small problem. And the side effects of freshly squeezed coconut juice are, to be honest, really powerful. It can not only temper the drinker's mental power, but also temper the drinker's body, and the extent of improvement is also determined based on the drinker's own qualifications. This method of judgment is much better than the previous snacks and drinks. After all, qualifications vary from person to person, ranging from high to low. Compared with a fixed improvement rate, promotion based on qualifications is more popular with those who are strong. Maybe it's because of cultivation qualifications. The cultivation qualifications of the weak are not necessarily weak, but the cultivation qualifications of the strong are definitely strong. What's more, among the drinks currently on sale, there is also mineral water that can improve the drinker's cultivation qualifications. So this freshly squeezed coconut juice will definitely become the next best-selling item. But then again, every product in Sheila's store is basically a hot-selling product as long as it is not something that not many people can use. You know, among the customers who come to Sheila's store, they can be found ranging from ordinary rich kids with little cultivation qualifications to powerful and powerful people. The products needed are also different, so there are so many types of products in the store. That's why it's so popular. Although I'm going to have a large piece of beef ramen for lunch, I still want to try the freshly squeezed coconut juice first. After Qi Lu read the information about the two new products, he walked to the beverage vending machine and took out a bottle of freshly squeezed coconut juice that was newly launched. The packaging is still a glass bottle with nothing new. The color of freshly squeezed coconut milk looks somewhat similar to that of pure milk, but it looks clearer and has a crystal clear feel. The color of pure milk is much thicker. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, a fresh coconut scent came out. This fragrance is not very strong, but it makes people feel very comfortable and relaxed. Just like the slightly salty sea breeze emanating from the sea at the beach. The fragrance is pleasant. It smells pretty good. Smell the aroma first is a consistent step for Qi Lu when tasting new food, and drinks are no exception. As for whether you still smell it when eating or drinking in the future, it depends on your mood. After all, the criteria for judging food are divided into 3 categories: color, aroma, and taste. Even more rigorously, nutritional value can be included. However, it should be medicated food that achieves this level. Manager Qi, what are you drinking? This fragrance. I haven't smelled it before. It's a new drink. However, before Qi Lu could take a sip of freshly squeezed coconut juice, he was discovered by Yafei, a foodie who was staying in the store. This guy can even experience the customs in the New World mode in order to eat new food. How could a new drink be hidden from her nose? To be honest, Yafei, your nose is really sharp. Qi Lu looked at Yafei with burning eyes, put down his hand helplessly, and said angrily. Of course, this is honed through years of experience. Yafei shrugged his nose very proudly, and said with his head held high. Every snack foodie has a very powerful sense of smell, which he uses to find his way around. Okay, you win. This is a new drink, freshly squeezed coconut juice. If you want to drink it, buy it yourself. Qi Lu spoke and moved away. Then I took a nice sip of freshly squeezed coconut water and tasted the taste off this new drink. When the freshly squeezed coconut milk first hits your mouth, there is no particularly obvious sweetness, but a very refreshing taste, slightly sweet with a hint of salty taste. This is also what fresh coconut milk should taste like. To be honest, the sweetness of coconut milk without any additives is not strong. Coconut is not like watermelon. There is not that much fructose in it, so the sweetness is naturally not as sweet as freshly squeezed watermelon juice. However, unlike freshly squeezed watermelon juice, freshly squeezed coconut juice has a sweet aftertaste after swallowing it. The sweetness and taste of the freshly squeezed coconut milk will be upgraded to a new level. The more you drink, the more you want to drink. The taste is refreshing and smooth, and the taste is sweet and delicious. Delicious. Qi Lu had just tasted the freshly squeezed coconut juice, and before he could finish summing up, Yafei, who was standing next to Qi Lu, expressed his feelings. Just 2 words directly interrupted Qi Lu's long thought and meditation. Forget it, let's not worry about such trivial matters. Qi Lu swallowed the interrupted words silently, and then poured freshly squeezed coconut juice into his stomach. The highest praise a food can get is probably the word delicious. Since I am not a food critic, but an ordinary person, then you only need to use this word to express your contented mood, without the need for those gorgeous words. After all, I am short of words. Manager Qi, is this freshly squeezed coconut juice the only new delicacy this time? Yafei drank a whole bottle of freshly squeezed coconut juice in 2 gulps. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly asked. If there are only drinks, I always feel something is wrong. Of course not. The snack vending machine over there also has a new large beefarman. If you want to eat it, you can try it. Qi Lu curled his lips and helped Yafei show the way. It's just that Yafei had breakfast at the same time as Qi Lu, and he didn't know if he could still eat it. However, the facts proved that Qi Lu still underestimated the stomach capacity of a foodie. Especially for someone like Yafei who never gets fat no matter how much he eats, this is the physique that a foodie most wants to have. It's just a pity that most foodies will become fat. It's okay not to mention the sad topic. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Yafei happily came to the snack vending machine and bought a bowl of large beef ramen, Qi Lu also took the opportunity to observe the packaging of this large beef ramen. Unlike the beverages that only have glass bottles, the snack vending machines have many more packaging styles. Just like the current large piece of beef ramen, it uses a large semicircular porcelain bowl with a ceramic lid of the same material for sealing. Isn't this kind of packaging a little too luxurious? Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Ceramic bowls are much more high-end than glass bottles, and they are disposable. It seems that this packaging is not cheap. But Yaffer didn't feel anything. After all, she was born in the Beast Ear clan, the richest lady in the family of the Lord of Beast Spirits. The concept of luxury may not be very clear to her. The ceramic lid was lifted, and a burst of hot steam surged out of the bowl. Mixed with the mellow aroma of beef ramen, it hits your nose. Smell good. Yaffer took a deep breath and was immediately attracted by the fragrance. This smell. Manager Qi, are there new delicacies in the store? Compared with the fragrance of freshly squeezed coconut milk, the mellow fragrance of large slices of beef ramen is much richer. Attracted Lan Qi, who was not far away. Have you finished speaking? Qi Lu glanced at Shauna's location. Actually, I don't have much to say. I'm just thinking that I might have to go back to Donghuang in a while. Lan Qi waved his hand, then followed the scent and walked over. Then I saw Yaffer enjoying a delicious meal. Uncle Lan Qi, come here quickly. This big beef ramen is really delicious. Go and try it quickly. After Yaffer caught sight of Lan Qi from the corner of his eye, he immediately raised his head and highly recommended it. If it was delicious food eaten in other places, then maybe Yafel would ask Lan Qi to go and have a taste. But in Chila's store, you can only eat one serving of the same delicacy a day. So to give this a try, let's avoid it. It's really there. Is it a new delicacy released today? Lan Qi took a deep breath again, and then hurriedly walked to the snack vending machine. As for Shauna, this delicacy with meat can only be said to be out of the question. Go back to Donghuang. It doesn't matter. Donghuang needs a strong man totally at it before it can truly develop. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and nodded slowly. Dragon Island is located in the sea south of the Dragon Ruins in the eastern wasteland. Although Qi Lu couldn't understand why the human race was able to let the dragon race retreat to Dragon Island. However, with the current situation in Donghuang, if the Dragon Clan counterattacks, the human race will really not be able to withstand the Dragon Clan's offensive. The 4 Dragon Kings alone are already 4 genuine giant dragons at the strong level. Even if it is impossible for Demon Dragon Emperor Lan Qi to attack Donghuang, the Earth Dragon Emperor is already dead. The Bright Dragon Emperor will not leave Dragon Island. But if the only remaining Ocean Dragon King really goes crazy, it will not be something that the current Donghuang has the ability to contend with. So thinking about it carefully, it would be a good thing if Lan Qi could return to Donghuang. After all, if the former Lan Qi rashly returned to the eastern wasteland, he will definitely end up dead or alive. However, things are different now. After calculating the Dragon Clan's combat power, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that there seemed to be only a few people who could stop Lan Qi. No wonder Lan Qi discussed with Shauna and said that she would find time to go back to Donghuang for a visit. By the way, before that, store manager Qi, can I ask you a favor? Please help me give this strong level trial crystal to Lan Zier. At this moment, Lan Qi came over with a bowl of beef ramen and spoke to Qi Lu. The will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains is gradually strengthening, and the biggest change caused by it is probably the increase in the number of strong-level strange beasts on the northern mountains. It's just that these new powerful beasts are all old hapless ones. Lan Qi almost killed one of them as soon as he caught one. In order to get the strong-level trial crystal. Fortunately, the few powerful beasts that appeared at the beginning used their lives to serve as a warning for those who came after them. Therefore, the strange beasts that were frightened and later promoted to the strong level have not dared to show up recently. Compared with the prestige, it is more important to save one's life first. So much so that the powerful trial crystal that Lan Qi took out now was only obtained by luck. As for that unfortunate old bastard, his ashes were probably thrown away. Another one, you seem to have quite a lot in stock. Qi took the strong level trial crystal handed over by Lan Qi and couldn't help but joke. Store manager Qi, stop joking, what kind of inventory can I have on hand? I just encountered this one last night due to good luck. The guy was probably frightened by the aura of the Earth Dragon King. He was about to change a place to hide, but I caught him. Lan Qi shrugged and said rather helplessly. If you really want to hide from a strong level beast, it's really not easy to find it. Those guys are very good at hiding their aura. After all, only by surviving first can you be qualified to continue to become stronger. If you lose your life because of a momentary impulse, then no matter how much you do in the past, it will be in vain. Whatever, I'll just bring the things for you. Qi just talked casually. A guy whose cultivation realm can reach the level of a strong person, no matter what race he is, cannot have a bad mind. It's just that some guys are a little stubborn and can't turn their heads for a while. Then I'll trouble store manager Qi. You're welcome, it's easy. Lan Zier's cultivation level reached the peak of hero level long after the freezing incident of the Hidden World family. Moreover, after accepting the inheritance of the Dragon Master, it has not yet been fully utilized. Because the former dragon controller and his giant dragon were not at the heroic level, but at the strong level. Therefore, this strong level trial crystal can probably be used once it is delivered to Lan Zier's hands. Although Lan Zier's process of breaking through to the strong level is unlikely to be smoother than Yu Shier's, the obstacles should not be big. It's just that one strong level trial crystal is missing. Fortunately now, Lan Qi has directly made up for it. Having a good father is really awesome. The former Lanya team was little known. But now, Lanya team has become famous throughout the Eastern Wasteland. There are a total of 7 people in the team, and 5 of them are hero-level experts. This lineup is a bit scary. Up to now, among the Lanya team, the only ones who have not been promoted to hero level are Xiaoya and Yojiao. There is no way, compared with the other 5 people, Xiaoya and Yojiao are indeed much weaker. Needless to say, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier needless to say that their father Lan Qi is the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Although Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier don't know this, it does not prevent Lan Qi from being a genuine strongman. Dragon. Her mother, Shauna, is the former saint of the elves, and she also has a good relationship with the current elf queen. With this background, almost no one can match it. Especially the hidden bloodlines of these 2 people were all activated. Therefore, there is no doubt about the strong qualifications of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier. Then there is Nailan Qingqi, who was born in a reclusive family. Even though he's only a sideline, his background is indeed not weak. Later, he also received the inheritance from the Ice Queen and the mysterious skeleton in the ice coffin, and obtained the blood of ice. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about how strong one's cultivation qualifications can become under God-given opportunities. Even the bloodline has been changed. Can it not be strong? Then there is Fei Xue, the strongest elder of the Sword Control sect, the direct disciple of Lu Jingya. This alone has the best proof in terms of cultivation qualifications. Just kidding, if you don't have strong qualifications, can you be accepted by Lu Jingya as your direct disciple? You know, in the entire Donghuang, apart from Gu Pingchuan, who is already halfway to the strong level, Lu Jingya is the person who has the most hope of achieving the strong level. Moreover, Lu Jingya's age may only be about half of Gu Pingchuan's. On this point, there is no doubt about Lu Jingya's strength. Therefore, it is natural for Fei Xue to be promoted to the hero level. And the last Lan Yi, despite having a mediocre background, also received most of the inheritance of the overlord class. This luck may indeed be a bit bad, but judging from what the former overlord class holder said, Lan Yi also has his own opportunities. What's more, it's not that Bawang Shuiying doesn't recognize Lan Yi's qualifications, he just doesn't want to delay Lan Yi's future. So it seems that Lan Yi's cultivation aptitude may be stronger than imagined. Only Xiaya and Yojo have no background and no adventures. Being in the current Lanyi team, I feel like two people holding back. Especially now. Lanya, you are all in the store, just in time. The day after agreeing to Lan Qi, Qi Lu met Lan Yi and the others in the store. Hello, Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time recently. Lan Yi also smiled and said hello. Same, I haven't seen you for a long time. Qi Lu smiled, then waved to Lan Zier and said, Zier, come here, I have something to give you. Brother, what do you have for Zier? Is it delicious? Zier wants to eat meat. Lan Zier saw Qi Lu waving and ran over immediately. The improvement of her cultivation level cannot make Lan Zier grow up from a little girl all at once. The appearance of the little loli has to match the personality of the little loli to be cute. Something like Yuxuangshu is not very good. If you want to eat meat, Big Brother can treat you to a bowl of beef ramen. The large pieces of beef in it are quite generous. Qi Lu rubbed Lan Zier's head. Regarding the amount of beef in the beef ramen, Qi Lu was really surprised when he watched Jaffel eating it. Because it's exactly what it says in the introduction, it's a genuine piece of beef. Although there are only a few pieces in quantity, each piece is quite large in terms of weight. It's really enjoyable to eat. So Qi Lu is indeed quite satisfied. After all, the essence of beef ramen is a bowl of ramen, not a bowl of beef. But what I'm giving you now is not food. It's a strong level trial crystal that your father asked me to bring to you. Qi Lu put a crystal clear crystal into Lan Zier's hand, and then spoke out. Little girls will always long for father's love and mother's love. No matter how strong they are, they will still be the same. Mind rarely changes with strength, but usually with experience. Is it something my father gave me? Thank you, Big Brother. Lan Zier's face showed a hint of joy, but she still did not forget to politely thank Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu helped bring it here. You're welcome, I just dropped by to help bring you here. Lan Qi still loves you very much. Having said this, Qi Leruo glanced at Lan Qinger pointedly. It's not that Lan Qi is partial to only bring the strong level trial crystal to Lan Zier, it's mainly because Lan Qinger can't use it now. Moreover, Lan Qi has no extra strong level trial crystals in his hand. Otherwise, I must send 2 over. Regarding this, Lan Qinger also smiled at Qi Lu, indicating that she knew clearly. No envy, no jealousy. Lan Zier is her biological sister, so why should Lan Qinger be envious of her? Competing with your own sister for favor is really a sign of immaturity. Is this the strongman level trial crystal? The power contained in it is so strong. Xing Lian, who likes to sleep when he has nothing to do, also got out from between Lan Zier's eyebrows and looked at the crystal in Lan Zier's hand. Speaking of which, Xing Lian's problem with sleeping is caused by the fact that she only has a soul body, but no body. Even if he and Lan Zier have become one and the same, this flaw cannot be hanged. After all, one body contains 2 souls, which places a heavy burden on the body, so Xing Lian is usually in a semi-dormant state. When nothing happens, he rarely shows up. Well, hello, Big Brother. Xing Lian, who finally came out once, turned around and saw Qi Lu, and quickly said hello politely. Hello, Shao Lian, long time no see. Qi Lu also smiled and replied. Several other members of Lan Ye's team also gathered around at this time, looking at the strong level trial crystal in Lan Zier's hand. This is a high-end product. I have only heard about it before, but this is the first time I have seen it in person. Put it away, Zier, I remember you seemed to be about to break through. After Lan Yi and others satisfied their curiosity, they asked Lan Zier to collect the strong level trial crystal. From beginning to end, there was no emotion like covetousness in his eyes. Some are just curious, and some are happy. I am happy from the bottom of my heart that Lan Zier can take a step further. This is the mentality that people who have gone through countless hardships and obstacles together, and live and die together, should have. In fact, in Lan Ye's team, the status of Lan Yi and others was not divided according to their cultivation level from the beginning, but by their age. Rather than being a mercenary team, it's actually more like a sworn alliance with Jinlan. In Qi Li's opinion, this relationship should be one of the most comfortable relationships. Big brother. Zier, what's wrong? Qi Lu, who was sitting aside chatting with Xing Lian, looked at Lan Zier running over and asked with a smile. Lan Yi and the others were just curious, so after reading it, they went to do their own things. After all, if I go to the store every day, I definitely don't come here tottering tea. Moreover, there is currently no tea in Qila's store, only mineral water. However, Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu, the two elder deans, would sometimes bring their own collection of good tea and drink it with the mineral water in the store. I heard from them that the tea brewed in this way has a special tea aroma. And the taste will be richer and the layers will be richer. Qi Lu was so surprised that he wanted to try it to see if the tea brewed like this would really taste better. However, the system should not be able to produce tea in a short period of time. So Qi Li's idea was dropped. Brother, you said before that you wanted to treat Zier to a bowl of beeferman. Lan Zier's big eyes were full of expectation. It's not that Lan Zier doesn't have so many spiritual crystals. Just kidding, how could such a rich Lolita not have spiritual crystals on her body? The main thing is that Qi Lu treats guests, which has completely different meanings than buying the flower spirit crystal for oneself. You know, Yu Shi'er is the only one who can eat and drink for free here at Qila. So far, Yu Shi'er is the only one. Even Yu Xuanxue has to earn her own food expenses. Of course, apart from the first difficult years, earning spiritual crystals was no longer a problem for Yu Xuanxue. As long as the New World mode is still there, Yu Xuanxue will be the most beautiful cat-eared Lolita in it. Well, that's just right. Let's have lunch together. Hearing this, Qila nodded and said aloud with a faint smile. Of course, Qi Lu will not forget what happened just now. It's just that Lan Zier was surrounded by Lan Yi and the others just now, so Qila couldn't open her mouth. The idle days passed slowly. Ever since the Earth Dragon King died in the City of Life, the Ocean Dragon King seemed to have suddenly disappeared. No matter whether it was in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, there was no news about the Dragon Clan. It is inevitable that there will be something anticlimactic. Qila didn't think it mattered. But Lan Qi always felt that the Ocean Dragon King had other plans, or was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for a chance? What chance can there be? Senior Dragon Saint King didn't mention anything about the Dragon Clan. I didn't even know what happened in the Dragon Clan over the years. Qila didn't quite understand Lan Qi's thoughts. However, one still has to find a way to guard against the Ocean Dragon King's ambitions. After all, if there is turmoil in the Dragon Clan, there is a high probability that other races will be involved. The human race in the Eastern Wasteland is the first to bear the brunt. As for the reason, that's easy to understand. Although Qi Lu could not say why the Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island and what the internal situation was. But one thing is certain, that is, the Dragon Clan must be resentful of the human clan. Therefore, if the Ocean Dragon King rises up, the members of the Dragon Clan will definitely respond. This will definitely be a huge disaster for Donghuang. The soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it with the earth. I've been back for so long and I haven't even gone to the fairy and demon battlefield yet. I'd better go in and have a look today. After thinking for a while, Qila looked at the star-studded sky outside the window and let out a long breath. Looking for good things in the battlefield of immortals and demons is also something that happens once and twice. Even though Qi Lu would be shocked by the vast and desolate atmosphere every time he came to the battlefield of immortals and demons, it did not affect Qila's familiarity at all. It's like panning for gold. Experience is important, but luck is more important. Because when entering the battlefield of immortals and demons, the entrance Thoth passage opened was always in Chi Li's bedroom. But when you enter the battlefield of immortals and demons, the place where you appear is not fixed. So what kind of fairy and magic weapons Chi Li can pick up is entirely a matter of luck. Just pick the ones that are in the best condition. As for strength or weakness, that is beyond Chi Li's control. Because even if they are fairy weapons and magic weapons of the same quality level, the power they can exert is completely different. So there is no need to worry so much. The best thing to do is to make sure that the things you get back are not broken. Oh, every time I come in, I feel like I have entered a treasure mountain but only come back empty-handed. Even if I'm just picking up trash here now. Chi Li was picking and choosing in the battlefield of immortals and demons, and he did not forget to express his feelings. Finally, after many comparisons, Chi Li chose an armor that was so dusty that their original appearance could not be clearly seen, and brought it back to the store. It's not enough compared to the previous one, but it's more than enough compared to the inferior one. The main reason why I chose this armor is because there are no more complete fairy or magic weapons around than this armor. Even the dust on it has almost completely buried the armor. System, take it for repair. Chi Li has long been familiar with the usual steps. So back at the store, while waiting for repairs, Chi Li took a shower first and washed away the dust all over his body. This is dust that can contaminate fairy and magic weapons. It must not be a common thing. The power of faith that should be given was already taken away by the system when entering the battlefield of immortals and demons. The rest is just waiting. But one thing is that the system's speed of repairing these fairy and magic weapons is quite fast. Chi Li had just come out of the bathroom and was wiping his hair when the system's sound indicating that the repair was completed rang. So fast? Take it out quickly, and let me see it. The armor that was almost buried under the dust, after Chi Li briefly cleaned at it, still did not reveal its original style and still looked dirty. So Chi Li's expectations were actually not very high. But now that the armor was taken out, the golden light almost blinded Chi Li's. System, are you sure you didn't fix the wrong direction? Chi Li covered his eyes with his hands to prevent him from being blinded by the golden light, and then asked in his mind. Such a golden appearance is simply not the same thing as the dusty appearance before. It's like the difference between mud and gold nuggets. No, the gap should be wider. Because the armor in front of him, if the system didn't tell him and Chi Li didn't know about it, at first glance, he might think it was a powerful light bulb. And it's also a funny armor-style light bulb. System, host, this is the original appearance of the product. If you find the light dazzling, this system can help reduce it. Then if you don't hurry up, my eyes will be blinded. Chi Li immediately said in his mind. For gold bars to shine, they have to reflect light. This thing shines as if it is the light source itself, which is very dazzling. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light emitted by the armor in front of him quickly dimmed. Soon, the golden light was completely absorbed into the armor. Chi Li took a closer look and realized that the color of the armor itself was extremely pure gold. The style is very simple, but the details are more refined. However, paired with this gold color, it looks extremely majestic. Armor of the Burning Sun, epic armor, greatly improves the wearer's physical defense and resistance to all magic elements, slightly improves the wearer's defense against the fate of heaven and earth, and comes with skills, Burning Sun, Eternity, Armor. Fierce Sun, passive skill. All attacks by the wearer of Fierce Sun armor will be accompanied by the power of Fierce Sun, causing a burning effect that cannot be dispelled and defended. The duration depends on the strength gap between the two parties in the battle. Eternity, passive skill, as long as there is light around the wearer of the sun armor, his physical strength will be continuously restored. Armor, an active skill. The wearer of the armor of the sun can actively gather the shield of the sun for defense and counterattack. If the defense and counterattack is successful, a layer of armor effect will be accumulated, up to 10 layers. Each layer of armor effect can be the wearer of sun armor automatically resists an attack. Restrictions on use: the fairy weapon chooses its owner, no one is allowed to interfere. Another fairy weapon, and one with such strong attributes and accompanying skills. After Qi Lu read the detailed information on this pair of golden armor, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes widened in astonishment, and then he swallowed silently. I have to say that the immortal weapon is quite powerful in terms of defense and assistance. For example, the holy light sphere at the beginning, the heavenly shield later, and now the blazing sun armor. Speaking of auxiliary performance and defensive performance, it is truly top-notch. Let's not talk about the heavenly shield in Yu Shi'er's hand, but let's talk about the current armor of the fierce sun. Qi Lu finally understood why this thing emitted such a dazzling light in the first place. It turns out that it's because of the passive skill of sun armor, eternity. The effect is very simple. As long as there is light around the wearer of the sun armor, physical strength will be continuously restored. From the literal meaning, this passive skill seems to be very easy to target. But after understanding the actual situation, you will find out. It can't be targeted at all. The armor of the fierce sun emits light itself, and the light it emits is extremely dazzling. What can you do? The passive skill of eternity is basically a permanent skill for the armor of the Sunday. Even if there is no light in the outside world, it can still shine by itself. That's really awesome. It can be said that as long as you wear the armor of the fierce sun, you will not be afraid of a war of attrition at all. No matter how many people come, as long as the light does not go out, my energy will not be used up. At worst, we will use it up slowly. Qi Lu was already very impressed by this point alone. But the power of the sun armor goes beyond this, especially among the basic attributes. There is an attribute that appears for the first time. Improve the wearer's defense against the luck of heaven and earth. This is different from physical defense and magical elemental resistance. The defensive power of heaven and earth's luck is aimed at the attacks of strong men. Because only the powerful at the strong level can drive the destiny of heaven and earth and mobilize the power of heaven and earth to attack. After reaching the peak of the strong level, all the fighting spirit or magic power in the body has been transformed into the destiny of heaven and earth. Every time he takes action, he uses the luck of heaven and earth. This terrifying attack, which is as famous as the power of heaven and earth, is actually within the defense range of the blazing sun armor. This is enough to prove that the reputation of a mortal weapon is really not something to be concealed. In addition, the passive skill of Liang is also quite powerful. The power of the blazing sun can cause a burning effect that cannot be dispelled or defended. In many situations, it can play an extremely important role. Especially the characteristic of being unable to be defended is even more powerful. Compared to real damage, it's not bad at all. As for the last armor-wearing skill, it's the highlight of the sun armor. As long as the active defense counterattack is successful once, a layer of armor effect can be superimposed. Moreover, this armor effect can also be used to actively defend when the wearer of the sun armor is about to be attacked but has no time to defend. It can be called a miracle among the three attached skills of the sun armor. The two aspects of attack and persistence are perfectly combined. The only pity is that the armor of the fierce sun is an immortal weapon and needs to be chosen by oneself, and Qi Lu has no way to interfere. Therefore, whether it can be sold or not depends on the sun armor itself. I don't know which lucky person will be chosen. Although it is an armor, it also has offensive attributes, and it can make the characteristics of the armor so good. It is truly a fairy weapon. It seems that there are still many treasures waiting for me to get in the battlefield of immortals and demons. Qila looked at the armor of the fierce sun for a long time before deciding to restrain the golden light before setting up the projection of the fairy weapon, so as not to blind the eyes of customers in the store. After all, it is a fairy weapon. No matter where it is thrown, it will always shine. There is no need to be so eye-catching. Since we have been to the battlefield of immortals and demons, let's just continue to buy some goods tonight. System, open the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls for me. After spending so long in the store, Qila almost forgot that he still had such a purchasing channel. However, this full month of cooling time is indeed easily forgotten. Fortunately, I remembered it tonight. So in Qila's mind, a familiar scene appeared again, and he continued to draw the lottery without any doubt, and then twisted. Qila really doesn't want to complain about the gas-upon machine. As long as I can get the new class inheritance scroll, it will be great. The shape of the rank inheritance scroll is the same simple sheepskin scroll as always, with delicate ribbons tied on it. Qila has seen a lot of systemic aesthetic issues, so he won't talk about them. After confirming that he had obtained the new class inheritance scroll, Qila immediately opened the store manager's back end and checked the detailed information. The inheritance scroll of the night spirit class. The spirit of the night, the spirit in the dark night, is more powerful than the night, and also hides in the darkness, making every enemy feel like a knife in the throat. Shadow hunting bow, the only weapon of the night spirit, along with the power-off class inheritance, will be inherited by those who are qualified. Hey, another ancient class that comes with its own weapons. After Qila read it, he raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, Qila has handled quite a few career inheritance scrolls. Among these class inheritance scrolls, there are quite a few ancient classes that come with their own weapons. And even if it doesn't bring exclusive weapons, it will bring something else. For example, there are 2 exclusive skills of the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll. For another example, the 2 exclusive skills of the Dragon Master class inheritance scroll. Yes, it is either a gift of weapons or a gift of skills. There is a saying, the power of inheritance in the class inheritance scroll is really majestic. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to give away so many things. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with Qila. Qila has no control over what the inheritance shadow in the class inheritance scroll wants to give. After all, it is not a good thing to cut off the inheritance, so it is better for the qualified person who has finally been found to have some ability to protect himself. As for the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll this time, judging from the weapons given, we can guess the scope of those who are qualified. Shadow hunting bow, as soon as you hear the name, you know that it should be a long bow. Based on this calculation, the candidates for the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class should be selected from among the archers. The elves in the dark night. Could this description have something to do with the elves? After all, they are a race rich in archers. Qila secretly guessed in his heart, and then looked at the introduction of the shadow hunting bow. As the exclusive weapon of the night spirit, the power of the shadow hunting bow is naturally not weak. Not only can it condense the power of darkness, turn it into an arrow of darkness, and silently attack the target, it will also add corrosive power to the arrow of darkness. And the most terrifying ability of the shadow hunting bow is just like the name of this weapon. Even if the dark arrow only hits the target's shadow, part of the damage will be fed back to the target's body. The assassination ability is so strong that it is almost impossible to guard against. The power inherited from the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll will also make the inheritor feel at ease in the darkness. At first glance, it looks like an ancient class tailor-made for assassins. However, the truth is often surprising. But honestly, if you can snipe and kill from a distance, why do you want to get closer and assassinate? Wouldn't that put yourself in danger? If you think about it carefully, Night Spirit may be more suitable for the position of assassin. I just don't know if those qualified to inherit the scroll of the Night Spirit class will really appear among the elves. although Qi Lu had guessed this in his heart. But the method of choosing the owner of the class inheritance scroll is really similar to that of those fairy weapons. Of these two things, one is to automatically find qualified candidates, and the other is to randomly select the candidate. And what they have in common is that they are not under Qi Li's control. If a qualified person really appears among the elves, who might it be? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and slowly recalled the elves who had deep memories in his mind. Lillian already has the ancient class Shadow Hunter, so she rules it out first. Aluya, a genius girl among the elves, Lillian's good friend, is unlikely. Shauna, it's not impossible. If we say who is the strongest archer among the elves today, then Shauna, who has entered the realm of the strong, is undoubtedly the strongest one. After all, Tiana is a light magician, not an archer. However, when selecting qualified candidates for the class inheritance scroll, it seems that they really don't care much about their cultivation level. Otherwise, the original Shadow Hunter would not have been Lillian, but Shauna. So if the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll really chooses Shauna, then Shauna's broken star longbow may be wasted. For an ancient class that has been passed down like this, in terms of weapon compatibility, exclusive weapons are definitely better. Moreover, the shadow hunting bow is only as powerful as the broken star longbow. Because the previous owner of the Night Spirit class, Qi Lu did not believe that he was only at the hero level. So, system, what price are you going to set for this Night Spirit class inheritance scroll? The best way to distinguish the power level of a class inheritance scroll is to ask about the price. So Qi Lu did this. System, after appraisal by this system, purchasing the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll requires 30 master-level magic cores. This price is higher than the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll, but lower than the Dragon Master class inheritance scroll. Judging by the price, the inheritance power possessed by the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll is at least at the level of the Strongman level. The reason why the price of the Dragon Master class inheritance scroll is so much higher. The main reason is because one Dragon Master class inheritance scroll contains 2 inheritance powers. The inherited power of the Dragon Controller was obtained by Lan Zier, and the inherited power of the Giant Dragon was eaten by Xing Lian. Otherwise, the price should be lower. It can be seen from this, that the power of inheritance in the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class is indeed very powerful. At least it is much more powerful than the inheritance left by ordinary strong level powers. The reason why there is such a difference in the price of class inheritance scrolls is essentially because of the system's pricing method, which Qi definitely determined after repeated thinking. The greater the power contained, the higher the price. But the price has nothing to do with the type of power. No matter what type of class inheritance scroll it is, the price is only related to the power level. Therefore, it is actually quite reliable to use price to determine the power level of the class inheritance scroll. It seems like I'm pretty lucky today. I haven't had such good luck for a long time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands, and then placed the projection of the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll on the shelves of the 2 stores. Then after thinking for a moment, he also placed the armor of the Fierce Sun over. Anyway, we are all waiting for the right person, so let's put them together and let these 2 things wait together. Let me see if there are any other good things that I haven't found yet. Since today's luck was so good, Qi Lu naturally wanted to try his luck and see if he could find some good stuff. In case for need. Of course, there is no way to test luck in conventional purchase channels. So after Qi Lu pondered hard, he finally remembered that he seemed to have another purchasing channel, the black market, for special items. Speaking of which, this special black market purchase channel for items comes from too much junk. So Qi Lu almost forgot about this unusual purchasing channel. According to the system, in the black market for special items, epic level products can be produced at the highest level. However, so much time has passed until now. Qilu has never seen epic-level products in the black market for special items, not even once. So much so that Qilu once thought that the system was bullshitting. However, when he thought that he had also deceived the system, Qilu silently put away his thoughts of saying something. However, today, since Qilu thought of the black market for special items, he naturally wanted to take a look. With a thought, a medium-sized screen appeared in Qilu's mind, and the patterns of 5 products also appeared on the screen. This is the purchase panel of the black market for special items. Qilu has seen it countless times. So this time, as usual, I glanced at it casually. Then, with just one glance, I discovered something good. Looking at the pattern, it is 2 sharp daggers exuding a dark atmosphere, placed crosswise. The dagger was covered with looming patterns, and it shone with a frightening bloody light, making people intimidated. Netherworld dagger, epic-level weapon, forged in the Netherworld, eating souls invisibly, attached skills, soul eating, Netherworld, revenge. Soul eater, passive skill, the Nether dagger can ignore defense and directly cause damage to the target's soul. Netherworld, passive skill, the Netherworld dagger has no entity, and the soul of the owner of the Netherworld dagger will be included in the Netherworld dagger. The weapon will not be destroyed and the soul will not be destroyed. Revenge, passive skill. When the Nether dagger is damaged, the revenge skill will be launched on the person who destroyed it, crushing the soul of the person who damaged it. Note, there are 2 Nether daggers. Destroying only one will not have any impact on the owner of the Nether dagger, but the revenge skill will still be activated. Restrictions on use. Creatures whose souls are in good harmony with the Netherworld dagger. Purchase price, 500,000 spiritual crystals. It's really possible to create epic products. Compared with the appearance of the Netherworld dagger, what surprised Qilu even more was that it turned out that epic-level products could really be produced through the black market purchasing channels for special items. It seems that the system is indeed not a fool. It's just that the chance of epic-level products appearing in the black market for special items is too low. This thing is really too surprising. No, it's almost turning into a horror. I've been holding on to the black market for special items for so long, and suddenly an epic item came to me, and I wasn't even ready for it. Qilu, who finally calmed down, began to look at the 2 Netherworld daggers. Although this thing is only a weapon, it does have 2 daggers. It's just that these 2 Netherworld daggers can only be used by one person. The purchase price is directly 500,000 spiritual crystals. To be honest, this price is not expensive for such a powerful epic weapon. After all, those who purchase special items in the black market are not outsiders, so the system will naturally give an internal price. Therefore, Qilu will not struggle with the price. After all, he is a person who has seen the world. And judging from the skills that come with the Netherworld dagger, there will be people who want even 5 million spiritual crystals, let alone 500,000. Without any exaggeration. The power possessed by the Netherworld dagger is not weaker than those fairy and magic weapons that come out of the battlefield of immortals and demons. It can even be said that he is even better in terms of aggressiveness. It's simply an assassin's artifact. The soul-eating skill can ignore any defense and directly cause damage to the target's soul. This alone is enough to attract countless assassins. What is the concept of ignoring any defense? If we have this method, what enemy cannot be eliminated? Assassins are restrained by warriors and knights. Isn't it because the defenses of these 2 classes are too strong? That's why it is said that assassins are natural enemies of fragile classes like magicians or archers. Once they get close, they will definitely die. But with the Netherworld dagger, this situation may have to change. With the soul-eating skill in hand that ignores any defense, the assassin can become everyone's natural enemy. Don't talk to me about defense, I can't see it. It is also the passive skill of Soul Eater that directly increases the lethality of the Netherworld dagger to a terrifying level. So much so that the nether dagger does not need any basic attributes to be ranked among the epic weapons. And it can still be ranked among the best. Then there is the second passive skill, Netherworld. Skills that have the same name as weapons are generally not weak. The nether dagger is no exception. The nether skill is undoubtedly a very powerful life-saving skill. The netherworld dagger is intangible, and the owner of the netherworld dagger can place his soul on the netherworld dagger to avoid harm. This passive skill has good and bad effects, but the benefits must outweigh the disadvantages. The weapon is indestructible and the soul is immortal. This alone is enough to illustrate its value. To put it simply, as long as the owner of the netherworld dagger does not seek death and destroys the netherworld dagger, he can still survive even if his body is destroyed. Moreover, his strength remains intact, and he can even continue to practice in his soul state. Because as long as the nether dagger is not destroyed, the soul will have a place to rest. Nature will not dissipate. From a certain perspective, the value of the nether skill is even much higher than the value of the soul-eating skill. After all, as long as you survive long enough, anything is possible. If it could really live for tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid even a tree could turn into a monster. Then, there is the last skill of the nether dagger, revenge. To be honest, among the three passive skills of netherworld dagger, Qi Lu is most afraid of the revenge skill. When you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat and can't run away, you can also exchange 1 for 1 at the maximum limit. No, it's 1 for 2 at the maximum limit. Because there are 2 netherworld daggers. This kind of thing is simply the highest level of assassin. The target must be killed no matter what, even if it means trading one life for another, there is no loss at all. Anyway, there are 2 netherworld daggers. The worst thing is to replace them this time and not to replace them in the future. All in all, it's an extremely disgusting skill. I only use it twice in my life. But every time it can bring a fatal blow to the enemy. To say that such a powerful weapon is of epic level may be a bit underestimated. Just because the weapon is indestructible and the soul is immortal, it can definitely be ranked at the epic level, let alone other skills. Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh, and then immediately bought the netherworld dagger. It's just 500,000 spiritual crystals, not expensive at all. If he missed this, it would be enough for Qi Lu to regret it for more than 3 months. For such an amazing product, forget it if you haven't seen it. If he had seen it and accidentally missed it, Qi Lu would have committed seppuku on the spot. However, the restrictions on the use of the nether dagger are a little strange. What is required is not a job rank or a level of cultivation, but a degree of compatibility above the soul. This thing is a bit mysterious. Because of the fit thing, only the product itself knows whether it fits or not. It seems that nether dagger also plans to choose its own master. TSK. Are all epic products so unique? When Qi Lu thought of this, he couldn't help but complain. In the past, even if there were usage restrictions on products, they were clearly marked and never covered up. But now, it's all about choosing the owner of the spiritual weapon. This business can't be done anymore. Forget it, there is obviously no point in worrying about this kind of thing. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu touched his hair again after making sure that there was nothing he missed. The water drops on it have dried, and it's just ready for bed. As for other things, let's wait until we wake up. The next day, in the store in Yunwu City. After Qi Lu opened the store door, he sat at the small round table and ate a large piece of beef ramen. Originally, I wanted to wait for Lan Zier and the others to come over and see if Lan Zier had successfully been promoted to the strong level. After all, after Lan Zier and Xing Lian obtained the inheritance scroll of the Dragon Master class, their power has long exceeded the limit of the hero level. Especially Xing Lian, if it were not restricted by the dual soul contract, he would have been promoted to the strong level long ago. However, he suffered from the lack of strong level trial crystals. That's why Lan Zier and Xing Lian have always been at the peak of hero level and cannot improve. So now that the strong level trial crystal is available, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the trial space. However, Qi Lu, who had just finished drinking a large piece of beef ramen soup, did not wait for the arrival of Lan Zier and the others. Instead, he waited for another situation to arise. That was the projection of the blazing sun armor, which made a slight buzzing sound. Did you find the right candidate so quickly? Qi Lu put down his chopsticks, wiped the grease on his mouth, casually, and looked over with some surprise. I wanted to see who wandered next to the sun armor and was sensed by the sun armor. The matter of choosing the owner of an immortal weapon is not certain. Because it is said that the immortal weapon chooses its owner, but when it comes to choosing, there really is more than one person who is destined to be a master. If you were selected by an immortal weapon but accidentally missed it, you would really have no regrets. So Qi Lu is not worried that the sun armor cannot be sold, but is simply curious. After all, people are rushing to get good things like immortal weapons. Hey, isn't it a shop here? Qi Lu looked back and found that there were no customers walking around the shelves where the sun armor was placed. It looks quite deserted. Now that I think about it, a suitable candidate should have appeared in the store in the City of Life. This is also one of the benefits of having a projector on the shelf. No matter where the store is, if a qualified person appears, Qi Lu can detect it in time. Sheer, I'll go over to the store over there to take care of some things. Okay, goodbye brother Qi Lu. Yu Sheer, who was standing behind the counter, said with a smile. When Qi Lu hurried to the City of Life and came down from the second floor, he saw several people surrounding the shelves at a glance. Standing at the front was none other than Saratel. Store manager Qi, you came just in time. This pair of armor seemed to be calling me from the moment I entered the store. So I want to ask, what skills does this armor have and what's the price? Saratel suddenly raised his eyes and happened to see Qi Lu. He immediately walked over and spoke out. Choosing the owner of the immortal weapon can be regarded as a sales method. Otherwise, Saratel might not be able to notice this place. It turns out it's you, Saratel. You came really early today. When Qi Lu saw this, he understood in his heart. Although the Beastier's tribe doesn't like to use weapons, they still want to refuse armor. As long as the armor is not too bulky and will affect their movements, the members of the Beastier's tribe will selectively wear some. After all, the Beastier's tribe is no better than the giant dragon. Although their fighting instincts are strong, their bodies are not that strong. When it comes to endurance, the Beastier clansmen are still far behind compared to the giant dragons. So Saratel is quite interested in this armor. Although the appearance and color of the sun armor are a bit flamboyant. But there is no doubt that it is a piece of light armor. The exquisite shape can maximize the wearer's mobility and ensure that it does not hinder movement. This armor is called the armor of the fierce sun. Since Saratel was the person chosen by the armor of the sun and was so interested in the armor of the sun, Qi Lu would of course have to introduce it in detail. But in this way, Saratel's luck is really good. Not long after I got the sky-shattering gloves, I was able to get another piece of epic armor of the blazing sun. Suitable weapons and armor are provided in one go. For many powerful people, this is something that can only be met but cannot be sought. Because there are really not many weapons and armors of this level. In the final analysis, it was because the level of forging was too low, and no good weapons could be made with only empty materials. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Even the dwarves have cut off the inheritance of forging skills. What are the other races left with? You know, among the many gods, there is also a god of forging. However, there is nothing in the northern mountains or in the eastern wasteland. As long as the armor of the blazing sun still shines, its physical strength will be endless. Fire sun, eternal, armored. Saratel silently recited what Qi Lu said and looked fixedly at the armor of the sun on the shelf. These three skills are perfect for Saratel. Whether it's the burning effect of the blazing sun skill, the infinite physical strength of the eternal skill, or the automatic defense of the armor skill. For Saratel, they are the best help in battle. It can be said that with the defensive power of the sun armor and the automatic defense of the armor skill after defensive counterattack, then Saratel can attack more freely during the battle. Close combat consists of three basic parts: offense, defense, and dodge. The reason why it is complicated is that various moves are derived from these three basic parts. This is the so-called fighting skill. And when the defense in these three basic parts is enhanced, the focus of the battle can naturally shift more to the offense. This can improve combat effectiveness by at least 30%. And more importantly, Saratel no longer has to worry about physical strength. Although the physical strength of a strong-level powerful person is close to infinite, it is rare for him to run out of physical strength. However, this is not the case when fighting enemies with the same level of cultivation. The extremely huge consumption will leave your physical strength with no time to recover. After all, even a powerful person cannot have endless energy in his body. Not even one side of the world would dare to say such a thing. Therefore, the role of the armor of the fierce sun comes into play. Manager Qi, how do you sell the armor of the burning sun? Saratel did not hesitate at all. Although his eyes were still on the armor of the sun, he asked firmly. This tone is completely determined. But, this is not an auction house, who should I say this to? 2 million spiritual crystals, no two prices. Qi Lu answered loudly without even thinking about it. Although this thing of spiritual crystal is already a string of numbers to Qi Lu. But for the system it is the source of energy. All the spiritual crystals swallowed by the system are converted into energy, which are then used to manufacture various products, or used for secondary conversion into power. The main purpose of these powers is to lend them to Qi Lu, the host. So after knowing this matter, Qi Lu felt that he should save more spiritual crystals. Even if it is necessary, it would be better to leave it to the system. The luck of heaven and earth is not precious to the system, and can be produced in large quantities using the energy converted from spiritual crystals. Therefore, the highest level of power that Qi Lu can borrow is the power of the peak power level. However, the demand for the power of faith required by the king level is simply too huge. Coupled with the power of faith, it is also something that the system cannot create. Therefore, Qi Lu currently does not have access to the power of the king level. It's not that there isn't enough power of faith, it's mainly because this level of power is indeed too expensive. If you borrow it just once, you may lose countless power of faith, which is really heartbreaking. After having this understanding, Qi Lu can finally understand why the system is so greedy for money. After all, it's all about getting stronger. Countless spiritual crystals continuously flow into the hands of the system, and then are divided into small portions and turned into various products for feedback. The rest is the system upgrade and the parts needed for Qi Lu, the host, to become stronger. So Qi Lu doesn't know how many spiritual crystals he still has. But Qi Lu knows one thing, that is, the store must continue to open, and anyone who prevents him from opening a store is an enemy. You can buy such an armor with 2 million spiritual crystals. It's not expensive at all. Saratel's eyes still did not leave the armor of the sun, and when he took out his membership card, he did not even blink. The majestic master of the beast spirits of the Beastier clan, a mere 2 million spirit crystals is indeed nothing. If he could use another 2 million spiritual crystals, his combat effectiveness would increase by more than 30%. It is estimated that Saratel could throw tens of millions of spiritual crystals without blinking an eye, until his combat power surpassed that of the entire northern mountain range. Remember to drip blood on the armor of the sun, and then the armor of the sun will be yours. Qi Lu reminded him casually after deducting 2 million spiritual crystals from Saratel's membership card. Don't worry, Manager Qi, I won't forget this kind of thing. Saratel has seen this kind of thing, like confessing his master with bloodshed several times. So when it was my turn to do it, I didn't feel unfamiliar at all, and my fingertips were broken in one bite. Then a drop of blood essence mixed with soul breath was condensed and dropped on the armor of the fierce sun. In an instant, the armor of the fierce sun burst into golden light. The entire store turned into a golden ocean. All the customers in the store were so frightened that they froze in place, not knowing what was going on. I just felt that the sudden golden light stung my eyes, causing tears to flow. Saratel, put away the flame armor, quickly. Qi Lu covered his eyes very presciently and said aloud. Mr. Qi, you told me earlier, this golden light shone out so suddenly that I almost went blind. Saratel's voice also came out. Obviously, the golden light of the sun armor is an indiscriminate attack. From this point of view, maybe Saratel can have one more attack method. The golden light emitted by the sun armor should have a very good effect if it were unexpected. Even if it's just a moment of confusion, it's enough to determine the winner in a battle between strong men. So, Saratel made money again? Qi Lu glanced at Saratel. After Qi Li's reminder, Saratel had restrained the golden light emitted by sun armor. Then, Qi Lu noticed that Saratel's expression seemed to be one of surprise. I think I must have realized the wonderful use of this golden light. If I had known earlier, I should have added 100,000 more spiritual crystals. Anyway, Saratel doesn't care about these 100,000 spiritual crystals. If he sets the price higher, it will look high-end. After all, there is a saying that says don't buy the right one, only buy the expensive one. With this, that guy Lan Qi should be no match for me. After Saratel integrated the bloody sun armor into his body, he suddenly muttered to himself excitedly, as if he had thought of something. Although the relationship between Saratel and Lan Qi is very good, there is still a lot of discussion. But after Lan Qi got the Devil's Colosseum, he completely gave up on sparring. Because I really can't afford to lose. For Lan Qi's opponents, as long as they are not dragged into the Devil's Colosseum by Lan Qi, they will lose if they lose. After all, the premise for the skill of Eternal Fall into Darkness to be activated is to fight in the Colosseum. If the battle takes place outside, the Devil's Colosseum will not care. But for Lan Qi, it is a hard and fast rule not to lose. The Devil's Colosseum doesn't care where you lose. As long as you lose, prepare to have your soul devoured. Therefore, Lan Qi would not do such a loss-making thing. All discussions will be rejected. Of course, the exception is the competition in the New World mode. Because the Devil's Colosseum can't reach the combat power improvement training room. However, if we really compete in the New World mode, wouldn't it go against Saratel's original intention? I can't test the new weapons and armor I got. However, Qi Lu happened to hear Saratel talking to himself, and while he was struggling in his heart, he had to give a friendly reminder. Compared with the overall combat power, you may really not be Lan Qi's opponent. Saratel looked at Qi Lu in confusion, with an unconvinced look on his face. It's a pity that Qi Lu sees this matter clearly than anyone else. The armor of the fierce sun is indeed powerful, and is excellent at restoring physical strength and defending against counterattacks. However, restoring physical strength is not the same as increasing the upper limit of physical strength. The 30% of the power extracted by the Devil's Invitation skill cannot be recovered by the sun armor. This is the collision between fairy and magic weapons. However, the Devil's Colosseum is a magic weapon that is completely biased towards single combat. In terms of improving the overall combat effectiveness, it certainly has surpassed the comprehensive defense weapons such as the armor of the sun. What's more, the power of the world-destroying helmet is not just blown away. So if Saratel and Lan Qi really fight, Qi Lu can't predict how the process will go. But what the outcome will be, Qi Lu can definitely see that Lan Qi will definitely win. Okay, don't be dissatisfied. You two have different positions. Qi Lu patted Saratel on the shoulder and comforted him. Lan Qi's fighting style has long become a win-or-die type, which is extremely explosive and devastating. Saratel's fighting style is a continuous attack with continuous output, which can always kill the enemy. This kind of fighting style is good at continuous combat, but lacks explosive combat style. It is inherently restrained by explosive enemies. If you want to take the initiative to join in now, isn't that just looking for trouble? What store manager Qi said seems to make sense. Saratel thought about Qi Li's words secretly. It's good that you know, and don't be too aggressive. You all have your own strengths, and being strong in a one-on-one fight doesn't mean anything. When Qi Li saw Saratel starting to think, he knew that he had probably figured it out. My old rival had surpassed me inexplicably, and it was impossible not to feel depressed. But it is indeed not a rational behavior to insist on using one's own shortcomings to touch other people's strengths. But this is unclear. You know, the higher the level of cultivation, the more people like to get into trouble. If you study the Niu Jiao Jian thing thoroughly, you will probably gain the Tao. If you don't study it thoroughly, you will probably end up depressed. After all, to condense the Supreme Throne, one also needs a path that is unique to oneself in order to gather the power of these beliefs. In this way, the requirements for will are very high. Without an unwavering and everlasting will, it is simply impossible to reach that state. And even if the Supreme Throne is condensed, if there are cracks in the state of mind, it will also lead to cracks in the Supreme Throne. It may even cause the Supreme Throne to collapse instantly due to the broken Taoist heart. Therefore, Saratel's persistence in fighting can be considered a good thing. Entering the Tao through fighting. But having to ask Lan Qi to practice seems a bit. Mainly because Lan Qi can't lose, and Saratel refuses to admit defeat, isn't this a stalemate? But when it comes to evaluating combat effectiveness, it doesn't have to be one battle. You can definitely compare them with their respective records. I probably figured it out, but let's wait until later, store manager Qi. Now I just want to test the defensive power of the sun armor to see how strong it can be. Saratel's warlike character cannot be changed, but the target of the battle can be changed. The foundation of entering the Tao through fighting lies in the persistence of fighting, not the persistence of a certain opponent. Otherwise, it would not be entering the Tao through fighting. It's based on hatred. So Saratel, who got the armor of the sun, hurriedly left the shop. If you just want to simply test the defensive power of the sun armor, then there is no need to go to Lan Qi, you can just go to Shana or Tiana. Anyway, the Qiongqi pet card in Tiana's hand has a high combat effectiveness. Coupled with the blessing of various auxiliary magics cast by Tiana, it is completely possible to fight against Saratel. But whether we can win or not is another matter. It seems that the conditions for choosing the owner of the immortal weapon are not very harsh. Before I even realized it, Sun Armor had already found a suitable candidate. Qi Li looked at Saratel's back as he walked out of the store and thought about this problem secretly. But looking back, there is actually nothing worth pondering. Because the powerful people who can achieve the realm of the strong are all people with outstanding talents and deep blessings, it is actually not a big deal to be recognized by the immortal weapon. Yudao is a good bird choosing a tree to roost in. So compared to those mediocre people, as a spiritual fairy, even if you choose your own master, you will choose someone with a bright future. And at this point, magic weapons are much better than fairy weapons. Magic weapons are much less limited, at least in terms of usage restrictions. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can get the magic weapon. The only drawback is that the price may be too heavy for life to bear. However, this has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, the fairy and magic weapons are for other people's use, and Qi has no use for them. Buzz. Just when Qi was about to sit down and look at the store, another product in the shelf made a slight buzzing sound. When he looked up, he saw that it was the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class. No way. How come we found a qualified candidate so quickly this time? I just sat down. Qi stood up helplessly and walked to the second floor again. The shops on both sides were so busy that it was really a bit busy. Can't these qualified people appear in the same store? They have to take turns. Brother Qi, is the matter settled? Yu Shi'er couldn't help but ask when she saw Qi, who had left not long ago and hurriedly walked down from the second floor. We finished dealing with it over there, this time it's our turn. Qi waved his hand and answered casually. Qi couldn't get Yu Shi'er to sell things like fairy weapons, magic weapons, or class inheritance scrolls. To be precise, any product that only has one item needs Qi to be present. Otherwise, there is no way to set a price, let alone introduce the functions of the product. Good morning, big brother. Good morning, Zier, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. As soon as Qi came to the hall, Lan Zier, who was squatting next to the shelf, ran over and jumped on Qi. The realm of cultivation is already at the strong level. Sure enough, as Qi had guessed, for peak heroic cultivators like Lan Zier and Xing Lian, who had been prepared for a long time but just lacked an opportunity, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. Although it is not as good as Yu Shi'er, she just made a breakthrough after going through a cut scene. But it's definitely not difficult. One night is enough. Of course, Zier is very powerful. Lan Zier said with a smile to Qi. The expression on her face seemed to be begging for praise. Yes, Zier is the most powerful. Qi is also happy to fulfill this little, lowly small wish. Then he looked up at the shelves, and at the same time, he had a strange premonition in his heart. This time, the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll won't be in the possession of Lan Ye's team again. Even the Chosen One. It doesn't make sense that everyone on the team is the Chosen One. However, at this glance, Qi suddenly realized that his premonition had indeed come true. The qualified person selected by the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll seems to be Lan Qing'er. Archer. Qi curled his lips. Regarding the candidate for the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class, Qi had made some guesses, thinking that it would be an archer, an anarcher from the elves. Although the current situation is considered correct. But Qi never expected that this elf archer would actually appear in the eastern wasteland. Lan Qing'er has no doubt that even if she is a mixed race, she is still a pure elf. As for the dragon bloodline from Lan Qi, it is probably all in Lan Zier. This is very interesting. It can be said that birds of a feather flock together and people flock together. Even those who are qualified for the class inheritance scroll can appear in the same team. If this is a coincidence, then it really fits that sentence. Geniuses can attract each other. That may be the case for the chosen son. If this situation were revealed, it would probably make a group of people cry to death in the store. Ahem. Manager Qi, great, you're finally here. This should be a class inheritance scroll, right? Lan Ye's face was filled with joy. She pointed at the parchment rolls on the shelf and said to Qi. Even though they have seen this kind of parchment roll appearance many times. But before confirming that this parchment was the scroll of class inheritance, Lan Yi and the others were still afraid of having an empty joy. Lan Qing'er, who was squatting aside, had a little anxiety and a little surprise on her face. What is happiness? This is called luck. But then again, after reaching the hero level, it is not that easy to change the class. Once the inherited rank conflicts with your original rank, you may have to start all over again. Otherwise, you can only choose to give up. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Lan Qing'er to feel uneasy. Yes, this is indeed a class inheritance scroll. Qila nodded, first confirming Lan Ye's guess, then looking at Lan Qing'er and saying, "You don't have to be so nervous." The ancient class passed down by this class inheritance scroll is called the Night Spirit, and it can be used as an advanced class for the archer. So you don't have to worry about what choices you need to make, you just need to accept it with peace of mind. This explanation immediately calmed down Lan Qing'er's anxious mood. Because in the past, when Lan Yi, Nailan Qingqi, and Lan Zier received the inheritance, their cultivation levels were not very high. So it doesn't matter what class inheritance scroll it is. Even if you need to start all over again, it's just that, there is no delay at all. But when you reach the level of hero, it's not that easy to start all over again. Because the hero level is the beginning of knowing one's true nature and clarifying one's own path. Making changes rashly is not just as simple as wasting all your previous efforts. More importantly, it may leave hidden dangers in your own state of mind, causing difficulties when you want to go further. It is not impossible to even stop moving forward from now on. So it's best if we don't make any changes. After all, it would be a bit unfeasible for a magician to switch to the way of a warrior. There are only a few melee mages who can fight. Vice versa. Then open it, Qing'er. Lan Yi patted Lan Qing'er's shoulder and said aloud. Yeah, I know. Lan Qing'er nodded, then reached out and took the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll from the shelf, and pulled off the ribbon on it. In an instant, the parchment was shattered into pieces, but it was not as fluorescent as before. Instead, it turned into a black mist and fell to the ground. Then in the next second, the light in the store suddenly dimmed, and the black fog spread. Is it you who woke me up? An indifferent and cold-blooded voice suddenly sounded from the surrounding black fog. However, the inheritance shadow in the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class did not appear. The elves in the night, hidden in the darkness. Always be ready to finish off your enemies. This is a passage stated in the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class. It seems that the Night Spirit inherits the shadow and makes good use of hiding in the darkness. Even if a qualified person is found, he will not show up immediately. I woke you up, Senior. Lan Qing'er took a deep breath and answered aloud. When you are in the black fog, you can only feel that there are sounds coming from all directions, and you can't catch the source of the sounds at all. So Lan Qing'er gave up after trying several times. If the enemy can still find the Night Spirit hidden in the darkness, it will be too weak. Look, it's another new class inheritance scroll. I've known it for a long time, but what's the use? If you're not qualified, it's useless to give you the class inheritance scroll. Is this the inheritance scene again? Who is the qualified candidate this time? I heard it's Lan Qing'er. What? Another member of Lanya's team. Stop talking, I'm so jealous that I'm about to burst into tears. The inheritance phantom in the class inheritance scroll, the scene of inheritance in the store, is not once or twice. So the customers who come to the store are already used to this kind of grand scene. Although the inheritance method this time has become a bit strange. From the Grand Majesty in the past, it has become the Black Mist now. But it doesn't affect their envy and jealousy at all. From beginning to end, including this time, Lan Ye's team took away 4 class inheritance scrolls. It's pretty good that these guys didn't cry on the spot. But to be honest, crying may not mean crying, but there are many people who are so jealous that they burst into tears on the spot, and those who are jealous to the point of separation. Being born in darkness, dying in darkness, and sleeping in darkness may be the best destination for us. Little girl, are you ready to wake me up this time? The voice of the Night Spirit's inheritance phantom is incomparably cold, and even those who are qualified are not given any preferential treatment. This may be the unique emotional processing method of people living in darkness. So indifferent that Qi Lu confirmed once again that the compatibility between the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll and Lan Qing'er was a full 58%. More than half, which is already considered a very high level of fit. I'm ready. Lan Qing'er replied firmly. The inheritance shadow of each class inheritance scroll has a unique way of considering the qualifications of the qualified person. To confirm whether you want to pass on your power. Maybe it's will, maybe personality, maybe it's eye contact. The method of consideration has never been fixed, it simply depends on the preference of the inheritance shadow. Therefore, Lan Qing'er has been mentally prepared for a long time, just waiting to accept any test from the Night Spirit's inheritance phantom. Now that you're ready, let's get started. We were born in the darkness, and we will die in the darkness. Little girl, if you want to get my power, then find my existence from the darkness. The ghost of the Night Spirit inheritance said slowly. The content of the test is not difficult, but it is definitely not simple either. The spirit of the night, as his name suggests, hides in the darkness, as if he has returned to his own realm. It is definitely not an easy task to find the location of the Night Spirit's inheritance shadow in the darkness. Fortunately, within the scope of the Night Spirit's inheritance of shadow, only the black mist inside the store would not go outside the store. So if you look carefully, you should still be able to find it. Of course, this statement is only for you Qila. For Lan Qing'er, the only way to find the existence of the ghost inheritance of the Night Spirit is to integrate herself into this black mist. Because this black mist can block out the detection of perception. To ensure that one's breath and whereabouts are not detected by the enemy. This is also the talent of the Night Spirit. Similarly, this is also the real test of the ghost inheritance of the Night Spirit. Only by integrating into the darkness and abandoning oneself under the light can one be qualified to become the Night Spirit. Only then can you be qualified to obtain this power. In the darkness, shelter the light. If there is no one to clean up the enemy in the dark, how can there be singing and dancing under the light? I see. Lan Qing'er stood in the black mist, letting the black mist wrap around her body without making any movement. He just slowly closed his eyes and opened his arms. This action is like embracing the black mist. In Lan Ye's squad, Lan Qing'er, as an archer, always plays the role of scout and protector, silently protecting everyone in the squad in the dark. Therefore, Lan Qing'er can understand the meaning of the Night Spirit's inheritance of phantom. Hiding in darkness does not mean being corrupted. Hiding in the darkness is just to prevent those bad things from tarnishing the light. Guardians may not necessarily be glamorous, but every guardian is a respectable person. I didn't expect her to understand so quickly. It seems that more than half of the fit is indeed not blown out of proportion. Qila looked at Lan Qing'er's actions and smiled involuntarily. This is why it is said that the test of the Night Spirit's inheritance of Shadao is neither simple nor difficult. If you can understand the purpose of this test, it is indeed not difficult. But if you don't understand the purpose of this test, it's almost impossible to pass it. That's why Qi Lu felt that Lan Qing'er was quite savvy. However, this probably has something to do with Lan Qing'er's usual positioning of herself. Slowly, under the gaze of all the customers in the store, Lan Qing'er's figurine the black mist became increasingly blurred. Then at a certain moment, he suddenly disappeared into the black mist. Huh? What happened? Why did he disappear all of a sudden, and, I can't feel any breath anymore? No way, what on earth is going on? I'm so stupid, you know. The customers who had been paying close attention to the inheritance scene were dumbfounded on the spot. Such a good-living person, how could he just disappear? Many customers in the store knew that Lan Qing'er had entered the heroic realm. But even a hero-level powerhouse doesn't have this ability. Why did Qing'er disappear? Lan Yu was also confused. Sister Qing'er. Lan Zier was also a little stunned. The expressions of Fei Xue and the others were not much better as before, they were all looking blankly at the black mist. Such a big Lan Qing'er was here just now, why did she suddenly disappear? Senior, I found you. In the black mist, Lan Qing'er didn't know when she opened her eyes. But under the shroud of black mist, the light in these eyes seemed much dim, like a ray of light looming in the darkness. Although weak, it is full of hope. Little girl, are you sure you have found me? The voice of the night spirit's inheritance phantom came out leisurely through the black mist. The sound still comes from all directions. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on this method to determine the location of the night spirit inheritance shadow. Yes, Senior, I'm sure. The spirit of the night is in the darkness, but it is guarding the light on the other side. With its own obscurity, it guards the singing and dancing of the outside world. So, Senior, you are everywhere in this dark mist. Lan Qing'er said slowly and firmly. This is why, if you want to find the ghost of the night spirit inheritance, you must blend into this black fog. Because the shadow of the night spirit inheritance has no physical existence. Otherwise, why didn't you show up? No, you can't say that either. To be more prepared, it should be that the ghost of the night spirit inheritance has never hidden his traces, because this black mist is his true body. It's just that there are only 2 people in the entire store who can detect this. One, naturally, is Qi Lu. And the other one is Lan Qing'er at this moment. Ha ha ha, little girl, talking nonsense is not a good thing. This test is still going on. The ghost of the night spirit inheritance suddenly laughed, seeming to find Lan Qing'er's answer a bit ridiculous. However, this move did not change Lan Qing'er's expression at all. He was still looking at the black mist in front of him unswervingly. Senior, I am definitely not talking nonsense. This black mist is where you are. Yes or no, it all depends on the thought of the senior. This is the best answer and the most true answer. Because the spirit of the night inherited the true form of the shadow, although it is indeed this black mist. But it's only a small part of the real body. If necessary, this small part of the black mist can be discarded at any time without damaging the fundamentals of the night spirit. Therefore, what Lan Qing'er said, yes or no, depends on the thought of the senior is indeed true. Having said this, the night spirit inheritance phantom also knew that the test they had given had already produced results. What I said before was just the final test. If you cannot stick to your own judgment and implement your own beliefs, how can you protect the bright future? Good, very good. Little girl, I didn't expect you to pass this test so quickly. There was unconcealed appreciation in the tone of the night spirit's inheritance shadow. It was as happy as seeing a genius. I, the owner of the night spirit class, officially recognize your status as a qualified person and pass on this power to you. I hope you will not let down this power. After saying this, the night spirit inheritance phantom has completed his mission. Lan Qing'er, who disappeared, also revealed her figure. The black mist lingering around Lan Qing'er began to gather in front of Lan Qing'er. Part of it integrated into Lan Qing'er's body, while the other part solidified into a long bow with a unique shape. That is the exclusive weapon of the night spirit, the shadow hunting bow. It's all gone, there's nothing left to see. Does this pass the test? What? Are you envious? It's okay to be envious. Although there are so many good things here, Manager Qi, it's just not your turn. That's right, a guy who can't even draw SSR-level pet cards still wants to be attracted by a class inheritance scroll? What a dream. What did you say? The thief is looking for a fight. The scenes of inheritance of class inheritance scrolls are quite common among the customers in the store. What's more, the scene of inheriting the scroll of the Night Spirit class is much smaller than the inheritance scroll of the Dragon Master class. Not surprising at all. So after seeing that Lan Qing'er was recognized by the night spirit's inheritance phantom, she spontaneously dispersed. It's just that what should be envious is still envious, and what should be jealous is still jealous. So after a few quarrels with each other, there were quite a few people who ran out to fight outside the store. Of course, most of these people just talk, and if they really want to fight, they just make a few casual gestures. After all, they have to come to Manager Chi's store every day, so they can't see each other when they look up. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if it was a good fight? Qing'er, how do you feel now? After seeing Lan Qing'er reach out and grab the shadow hunting bow, Lan Ye quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Although the inheritance process of the class inheritance scroll is the same procedure, but there is still plenty to worry about. I feel very good now. The night spirit job is very suitable for me. Lan Qing'er gently held the shadow hunting bow and answered quietly. Immediately afterwards, the shadow hunting bow also turned into a wisp of black mist, following Lan Qing'er's arm and blending into her body, leaving only a faint pattern on her wrist. As long as it's appropriate. Manager Chi, what is the price of the night spirit class inheritance scroll? Lan Yi looked Lan Qing'er up and down before nodding with a smile. But the last sentence was obviously meant for Qi Lu. The price of the night spirit class inheritance scroll is, Why is there still any movement? Just as Qi Lu was about to answer, he suddenly discovered that the netherworld dagger placed aside also showed a slightly abnormal reaction. Apparently, a suitable person with good soul compatibility has been found. No way. Can the chosen ones really appear together? Although birds of a feather flock together, the saying birds of a feather flock together is indeed true. But there is no situation where the division is so good. Hey, are these two daggers calling me? Yojiao, who had been staying nearby with a thin sense of presence, suddenly spoke out. She is the only assassin in Lan Ye's team, and the only one in Lan Ye's team who uses a dagger as a weapon. I guess so. There's no one else around here. After Xiaoya looked back, he found that the customers who were still watching had already finished leaving. They are the only ones left here. Whether it is calling you or not, you will know after you pick up these two daggers. Qi Lu scratched his head silently on the side, and it took a long time before he spoke out. To be honest, the netherworld dagger is really a good thing, and there are no harsh restrictions on its use. Because soul compatibility is indeed a very mysterious thing, and Qi Lu can tell for sure. So Qi Lu was also surprised to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Although it is indeed surprising that this suitable candidate appears in Lanya's team, Qi Lu was even more surprised. This group of beautiful girls and little Lolita were all the children of destiny. But then again, Qi Lu really feels quite proud to be able to cultivate such a team of monsters from his own shop. This is the legendary protagonist team, blessed with thousands of destiny and all kinds of blessings. One thing to say, if these good things are said to be good, they are not sold by Qi Lu. This kind of opportunity is really enviable to Qi Lu. But now, it's really calling me. This familiar feeling, why is this happening? It's like it's waiting for me. At this time, Yojiao had already taken the netherworld dagger off the shelf. Two daggers, held on the left and right, respectively. The feeling passed to Yojiao from the palm of his hand was as if the two daggers and himself were connected by blood and were inseparable. It was destined to be her weapon. Store manager, Qi, what's going on? Yojiao looked at the netherworld dagger in her hand, and suddenly looked up at Qi Lu. Because nether dagger chose you, that's why you feel this way. While Qi Lu was talking, he walked over, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the blade of the netherworld dagger. The cold light flashing on the sharp blade proved the sharpness of the netherworld dagger. If you press it directly, the flesh will be broken and the bones will be broken. Manager Qi, what are you doing? Seeing this, Yojiao hurriedly wanted to withdraw the netherworld dagger. However, the movement was still a beat slow. Qi Li's finger touched the sharp edge of the netherworld dagger, and then penetrated it. Just like it was spotted on a piece of calm water, it passed through the netherworld dagger without any hindrance. At this scene, not only Yojiao, who was holding the netherworld dagger, was stunned. Even Lan Yi and the others, who were standing nearby and watching, were also stunned. How is this going? Why did Manager Qi's finger pass directly through the dagger? Brother, is your hand okay? Lan Zier was even more worried but curious as she came closer and inspected Qi Li's fingers. Don't worry, Zier, my hand is fine. I just want to tell you that the netherworld dagger is invisible and insubstantial. Only those recognized by it can pick it up. Qi Li smiled and pulled his fingers back and rubbed Lan Zier's head. Then he looked at Yojiao and spoke out. This is derived from the passive skill of Netherworld Dagger Netherworld. The Netherworld Dagger is forged in the Netherworld and is inherently intangible. It will only be used as a weapon by those it recognizes. The attack caused will also directly act on the target's soul. So as long as Yojiao can pick up the Nether Dagger, it proves that she is qualified to use the Nether Dagger. In addition to the owner of the Netherworld Dagger, if you want to touch the Netherworld Dagger, you can also gather enough majestic luck of heaven and earth to cancel the Netherworld Dagger's emptiness. It's just that it's too wasteful to spend so much luck just to touch the Netherworld Dagger. Intangible and without substance. After Yojiao saw Qi Li's actions with her own eyes, her gaze towards the Netherworld Dagger became even more intense. Exclusive weapons are generally not too bad. After all, why should a weapon that can be copied be engraved with an exclusive label? It doesn't deserve it either. This is just a small characteristic of the Netherworld Dagger, because the real power of the Netherworld Dagger is much more powerful than you imagine. Qi Li spoke slowly, and then introduced various information about the Netherworld Dagger. However, other people cannot hear the content of the introduction, only Yujia can hear it. Because exclusive weapons like the Netherworld Dagger are not like the standard weapons on the shelves, every customer in the store knows what skills they have and how much destructive power they can exert. So it doesn't matter if you tell the details. You must know that every exclusive weapon can be used as a trump card. So whether or not to reveal the trump card, Qi Li will not help customers make decisions, but can only let customers make their own decisions, directly harming the target's soul. Weapons are indestructible, souls are immortal. Revenge. Yojiao was shocked as she digested what Qi Li said in her heart. There is no doubt that each of the three skills attached to the Netherworld Dagger is an extremely powerful skill. There is no doubt about this. However, the power of the Netherworld Dagger does not come without a price. Putting the soul into the Netherworld Dagger can indeed make it immortal to a certain extent. However, it also brings a huge hidden danger. That is, once both Netherworld Daggers are destroyed, the soul of the owner of the Netherworld Dagger will also be shattered. Even after the extreme 1-to-2 exchange, there is no loss at all. There is no room for change on this matter. But to be honest, if you can live for thousands of years with the Netherworld Dagger, it will actually be enough. At that time, the so-called hidden dangers will no longer be hidden dangers. Overall, it's still very profitable. Because the power possessed by the Netherworld Dagger is indeed quite powerful. And it will not limit the growth of the owner of the Nether Dagger, it is just that the weapon can never be changed. But is the problem of not being able to change weapons a problem? Manager Qi, what is the price of the Netherworld Dagger? Yojiao didn't even think about it for long before making a decision. With the Netherworld Dagger, Yojiao no longer has to worry about holding back Lan Ye's team. Among the 7 of them, only Yojiao and Xiaoya have neither a good life experience, nor a big background, nor any adventures, so they can only move forward step by step on their own. So today, when Yojiao encountered this opportunity, she must seize it. Even though Yojiao is not strong yet, as long as she has the Netherworld Dagger, she will have the capital to fight against the strong. 2 million spiritual crystals. Qi Lu opened his mouth and answered. In fact, Qi Lu originally wanted to offer 3 million spiritual crystals, because the skills attached to the netherworld dagger were indeed too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the revenge skill that can be exchanged for 1 for 2, it is not expensive to sell 3 million spiritual crystals. Isn't it worth it to exchange 3 million spiritual crystals for the lives of 2 powerful men? That's simply a cabbage price. However, Qi Lenian had been friends with Lanya team for such a long time, so lowered the price a little bit. Anyway, by selling 2 million spiritual crystals, Qi Lu also made a net profit of 1.5 million spiritual crystals. There are no extra charges from the system, so just drop it a little. By the way, there is also the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll, which contains 30 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu paused and then added. The sum of these 2 prices is definitely an unaffordable sky-high price for the previous Lanya team. But for the current Lanya team, it is still barely possible to get it together. It's just that it may take a lot of money to drain away all the wealth that has been accumulated with great difficulty. After all, Lanya and the others had only become stronger in such a short period of time. They were completely incomparable to Lan Qi and Saratel, and the wealth they had accumulated was naturally incomparable. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Qi Lu sighed in his heart while collecting the spiritual crystals and magic cores. Krypton gold makes you stronger, that's too true. However, not everyone is qualified to do Krypton gold. Some people who want to make money don't have the qualifications and luck to do so. It can only be said that qualifications, talents, potential, luck, and good fortune are all very important on the road to becoming stronger. Every great person who has grown up is a person with extraordinary talents and profound blessings. Both of these are indispensable. After all, geniuses who are strangled in the cradle are never an exception. Only when you grow up can you become famous and admired by others. After all the good things were sold, Qi Lu felt relieved. Apart from this unique item, there is no need for Qi Lu to introduce the other products. Because the old customers in the store alone are enough to handle the newcomers who come to the store for the first time. Being helpful is the traditional virtue of Qi Lu store. The first step, of course, is to open a membership card. The second step is to go to the pet card machine and start a life of collapse. As long as you have bad luck and can't draw good pet cards, then we will be best friends. But if you enter the soul and get an SR level pet card, or even an SSR level pet card, then don't blame us old customers for being blind and ruthless. Newcomers are educated not just once or twice. Rookies always hope that there will be better guys around them, and those who are not chiefs are naturally no exception. As long as your luck is bad enough, we will be friends forever. The sand sculpture customers are so happy. However, on this calm day, Qi Lu, who was lying on the sofa to recharge his batteries, suddenly sat up and looked towards the distant place. There is the direction of Dragon Ruins. There is a very strange smell appearing in the direction of Dragon Ruins. That place has been abandoned for thousands of years. Apart from the magic array arranged by the Dragon clan, what else can there be? Qi Lu walked outside the store door, tiptoed a little, and his figure already appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There seemed to be thunderclouds gathering in the sky above Dragon Ruins. A little ray of light shines from the sky on the ruins of the ruins, looking very solemn and solemn. This scene is a bit like the birth of a treasure. Could it be that it is a treasure of the Dragon clan? What kind of treasure can the things buried in the Dragon Ruins be? Qi Lu frowned, then took out his membership card. Lan Qi, are you there? It's urgent. Manager Qi? What's the urgent matter you want to see me for? The dialed-out conversation window was quickly connected, and Lan Qi's face appeared on the small window of the membership card. The situation in Dragon Ruins is a bit off, something seems to have gone wrong. Looking at the direction, something happened to the magic circle, set up by your dragon clan. Do you know what might happen? Qila said to Lan Qi while looking in the direction of Dragon Ruins. By the way, I also used my membership card to take pictures of all the strange phenomena in Dragon Ruins, and showed them to Lan Qi. Xia Guang and Thundercloud? This is a sign that the Dragon Soul Fire is about to condense and take shape. Lan Qi is worthy of being the demonic Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. He just looked at a few pictures and concluded what was going on. Dragon Soul Fire. Qila had heard Lan Qi talk about this thing. The dragon treasure condensed from a large number of dragon souls is used to carry the dragon soul to achieve the purpose of resurrecting the Dragon Clan members. Although the resurrection function is indeed a bit too powerful. But the Dragon Soul Fire can only be used on Dragon Clan members. So Qila didn't think much about it. However, having said that, Qila really didn't think much about it, but the members of the Dragon Clan didn't think so. Especially after Qila learned the inside story of the Dragon Clan, he knew that there was an ocean dragon king watching covetously in the sea. The appearance of Dragon Soul Fire might touch the nerves of the Ocean Dragon King. Didn't it mean that the Dragon Soul Fire failed to condense due to the appearance of the Bone Dragon? There are no extra dragon souls in the Eastern Wasteland that can be put into the Dragon Soul Fire magic array. Qi Leke still remembered what he had talked with Lan Qi before. The bone dragon transformed by the Dragon Prince used the power to condense the fire of the dragon's soul in order to protect his daughter, Xing Lian. Therefore, the Dragon Soul Fire cannot be condensed and formed. Because of this, Qilu also lamented once. He would rather give up the chance of his own resurrection to let his daughter live. This Dragon Prince is a qualified father from any angle. To condense the Dragon Soul Fire, the most important raw material is the dragon soul. But in today's Eastern Wasteland, where can the dragon soul come from that can be added to the Dragon Soul Fire magic array? So why did this Dragon Soul Fire condense successfully? This is what Qi Lu is most confused about. The power of the dragon soul that has been consumed will not grow out of thin air. At most, it will only maintain its original state. And if the power of the dragon soul in the Dragon Soul Fire magic array is insufficient, it will be impossible to successfully condense the Dragon Soul Fire under any circumstances. So Qi Li's surprise was not fake. It's true, Manager Qi, without enough dragon soul power, it's impossible to condense the Dragon Soul Fire. But the current situation is undoubtedly a precursor to the successful condensation of the Dragon Soul Fire. Lan Qi, on the other side of the small membership card window, also frowned. This situation is very strange. The Dragon Clan people have long since retreated to Dragon Island. The place where the Earth Dragon King's group of giant dragons died was also in the City of Life in the Northern Mountains, not the Dragon Ruins in the Eastern Wasteland. What's more, the dragon souls of these giant dragons didn't stay, they were all taken away and forged into weapons. Where did the extra dragon soul come from? Qila supported his chin with his hand and thought in his mind. It seems that my schedule to return to the Eastern Wilderness must be advanced. The appearance of the Dragon Soul Fire will definitely attract the attention of Dragon Island. Lan Qi couldn't help but sigh when he saw Qi Li's frown. Once the Dragon Soul Fire condenses and takes shape, the Dragon Clan will surely take action. That also gave the Ocean Dragon King an excuse to go to the Eastern Wasteland. As a result, Lan Qi must leave as soon as possible and return to the Eastern Wasteland to confront the Ocean Dragon King. Otherwise, big trouble will inevitably occur. Okay, if you come here, come to Cloud Mist City. Qila nodded, and then closed the small window of the membership card. It is indeed difficult to explain this kind of thing clearly if it is not a face-to-face conversation, and even if Qila wants to deal with it first, he doesn't know how to do it. The extra dragon soul, where did it come from? Wait a minute, if it's just the dragon's soul, could it be? Qi Lu, who was thinking alone, kept thinking about the word dragon soul and suddenly thought of something. If we say, we only consider the issue of dragon soul. In recent times, extra dragon souls have indeed appeared in Donghuang. That is, the remnant soul of the dragon Saint King. But wasn't the remnant soul of the dragon Saint King handed over to the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang by the system? Why would the dragon soul fire magic array, which was already in a broken state, be prompted to condense the dragon soul fire? Besides, using the remnant soul of the dragon Saint King to condense the dragon soul fire would be too extravagant. You know, any dragon soul that is put into the dragon soul fire magic array will be refined. That would be equivalent to a complete loss of life. Who among the dragon clan has this qualification and can use this dragon soul fire condensed from the remnant soul of the giant dragon holy king? Even a certain dragon king may have to weigh his own weight. And the thing that Qi Lu couldn't figure out the most was why something that had clearly fallen into the hands of the will of heaven and earth was thrown into the dragon's ruins. This is not consistent with common sense at all. Qi Lu didn't believe that Donghuang's will of heaven and earth would be a good person. In fact, it is impossible for the will of heaven and earth to have so many emotions. Things are getting really messy. Now it seems that we can only wait for Lan Qi to come over here. After thinking about it several times, Qi Lu couldn't come up with anything useful. Speaking of which, it is also because the information we know and the clues we have are too little. But one thing is certain. That is the birth of Dragon Soul Fire, which will definitely trigger our action from Dragon Island. It is impossible to leave such a dragon treasure to the human race, and the Ocean Dragon Emperor will surely snatch it away by any means necessary. After all, this is a good thing that can give you an extra life. Although the effect of Dragon Soul Fire is somewhat similar to the attributes of a movable item that the system has used before, the stand-in doll. But in fact, the quality levels of these two things are completely different. Although the stand-in doll can withstand a fatal injury for the person bound by blood, it can also heal all the injuries of the bound person. However, these effects only affect the physical body and cannot involve the soul level, let alone an object of the level of destiny. So really speaking, the limit of a stand-in doll is the heroic level. This is also why the system issued such a seemingly heaven-defying prop as an event item. Because the quality of the stand-in doll is there, the limit is only that high. It is ineffective for powerful people. Moreover, it is impossible to have such a high-level effect as resurrection. It can only be used as a life-saving charm in emergencies. However, Dragon Soul Fire is different. As the most precious treasure of the dragon clan, it is formed by gathering thousands of dragon souls. The power of Dragon Soul Fire is stronger than imagined. With the power of Dragon Soul Fire, even if you want to resurrect a giant dragon at the strong level, it is easy. Even if it is a giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level, as long as the dragon soul still exists. Then after merging with the Dragon Soul Fire, the dragon body can also be regenerated and death can be transformed into life. This is the true meaning of having an extra life. Unless the body and soul are destroyed, and the soul is scattered. Otherwise, life and death can be reversed. How could the dragon clan give up such a treasure to others? The breath of Dragon Soul Fire. Why did it condense at this time? Why was it so many years later than the recorded time? A low voice came from the sea outside Dragon Island. A giant dragon with dark blue scales poked its head out from under the sea and looked in the direction of dragon ruins. The sea surface, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly surged into huge waves. Like a throne made of sea water, the giant dragon was lifted out of the sea and looked down from a height of 10,000 feet. It was only at this moment that the giant dragon showed its entire body. Even if the wings are folded now, they still look like a mountain range. The high-spirited dragon head has a stern attitude, and with a flick of Thedragon's tail, it can roll up huge waves, which is unparalleled in power. Looking at it, one can see that the body of the dragon is several thousand meters long at least, which proves the strength of this giant dragon, which is astonishing. This is the last Dragon King who has been hiding in the sea, the Ocean Dragon King. Long Sheng. But these don't matter anymore. Now that the Dragon Soul Fire has been successfully condensed, the agreement between our Dragon Clan and the Human Clan is over. The Dragon Clan should not be trapped in Dragon Island, but should stand at top of all races. Long Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air from his mouth. At this moment, the overwhelming wave coming from the sky seemed to be frozen and stopped where it was. Then in the next second, a little dark blue emerged above the huge waves. In an instant, the huge waves and the sea surface were all frozen. This is the power of the Ocean Dragon King, and it is just a thought to freeze thousands of miles. Long Sheng, you finally showed up. On the Dragon Island, the bright Dragon King also woke up from his deep sleep and looked at the frozen sea. On the top of the ice-covered giant wave, stood a giant dragon with scales all over the body as dark blue as the sea, a stern and proud posture, looking down at Dragon Island. The fire of the dragon's soul appears in this world, which is when our Dragon Clan sets out. Dragon Island cannot trap the Dragon Clan, and it is impossible for a mere human race to restrain the Dragon Clan. Long Sheng looked at the bright Dragon King and said coldly. Although the agreement between the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan was made by the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. But in order to show respect for his ancestors, Long Sheng would not violate this agreement, but would always stay in the sea. Until today, the moment when the Dragon Soul Fire is about to condense and take shape. Back then, the Huang Empire went to war with the Dragon Clan, and then all the great powers of the human race and the Dragon Clan were involved. In the end, the Huang Empire disappeared, leaving only the ruins now known as Dragon Ruins. The ancestors of the Dragon Clan also left an oath that if the fire of the Dragon Soul is not born, the Dragon Clan will never reappear. It is because of this that the Dragon Clan has stayed on Dragon Island for thousands of years and never left. Except for the defector demon dragon Emperor Lan Qi. So now, the day when Dragon Soul Fire is born is not far away, and it is time for the Dragon Clan to leave Dragon Island. Dong Huang should also belong to the Dragon Clan. Racial hatred, coupled with grievances accumulated for thousands of years, isn't so easy to eliminate. First obtain the Dragon Soul Fire, and then destroy the entire human race in the eastern wasteland. This is what Long Sheng wants to do. Long Sheng, do you want to destroy the human race? The bright Dragon Emperor could tell at a glance what Long Sheng wanted to do. Among the 4 current Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan, the one with the greatest grievance against the human race is undoubtedly the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Long Sheng attributed all the reasons why he was trapped on Long Island and unable to leave to the human race. This deep-rooted thought cannot be reversed in a short time. So, if the Dragon Clan can leave Dragon Island, then taking action against the human race is what the Ocean Dragon King will definitely do. That's right, Bright Dragon King, the Dragon Clan should stand at the top of all races. Such small things will be done as long as they are done. Long Sheng stood proudly on the huge waves, looked up and spoke out. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. I would like to advise you, Long Sheng, don't do such stupid things. What happened back then was not as simple as you think. It was the Dragon Clan's voluntary choice to retreat to Dragon Island. The Bright Dragon King frowned and said angrily. This tone sounded like persuasion and warning. Humph, what happened back then has nothing to do with me. I just want to lead the Dragon Clan back to its position at the top of all races. Long Sheng sneered, not caring about the anger of the Dragon King of Light, but spread his wings and fluttered suddenly. A strong wind suddenly swept over, roaring and shattering the huge waves that were sealed in ice at the feet of the Ocean Dragon King, as well as the thousands of miles of sea surface. Huge ice fragments rumbling fell from the sky, making a huge noise. Dragon Clan members, wake up. The time to leave Dragon Island has arrived. We are going to get back what the Dragon Clan once lost. All the people who want the Dragon Clan to regain that glory, stand up and follow me. Go to the Eastern Wasteland. A huge roar, mixed with dragon power, echoed across the entire Dragon Island. Longxing would not pay attention to the Dragon King of Light, and would only take his followers with him, and then kill him towards the Eastern Wasteland. You know, there are quite a few people in the Dragon Clan who are full of resentment towards the human race. At this moment, Longxing climbed up and called out, and there must be hundreds of responses to his call. Roar. Follow the Ocean Dragon King and head to the Eastern Wasteland. Countless giant dragons seemed to respond, letting out deafening roars, then fluttering their wings, roaring up from Dragon Island and into the sky. The huge dragon body covered the sky and the sun, casting a huge shadow on the sea that stretched for more than 1,000 miles. Then he followed behind the Ocean Dragon King and galloped towards the East Wasteland. Within a moment, he disappeared in front of the bright Dragon King. This is what happened after all. The Dragon Clan's resentment towards the human clan will definitely not be resolved. Lan Qi, I want to know what you will do at this time. The bright Dragon King looked at the Dragon Clan members who were getting further and further away until all their figures disappeared, as if he had expected it. He just sighed but made no move. Then he looked back at Long Island. The number of Dragon Clan members who can still remain on Dragon Island is less than 1/3 of the number in the past. As for the other members of the Dragon Clan, they all followed the Ocean Dragon King to the Eastern Wasteland, hoping to seek justice from the human race. But is it really worth it? The Dragon Clan has difficulty in reproducing, so the number of clan members has never been large. Now if we go to the Eastern Wasteland to fight the humans, I really don't know how much will be left. Your Majesty, the Dragon Saint King, I don't know whether your decision back then was right or wrong. Qi Lu was completely unaware of what happened on Dragon Island and the waters outside Dragon Island. Apart from Qi Lu, only a few people noticed the strange phenomenon that occurred in the Dragon Ruins. After all, Dragon Ruins is close to the sea, in the extreme south of the Eastern Wasteland, and is an uninhabited place. There are really not many people who care about it. But this may have something to do with the fact that the thunderclouds and glowing lights that were gathering towards the Dragon Ruins were not moving much. Because now is just a precursor to the formation of Dragon Soul Fire, not the real moment of formation. If it really takes shape, it will probably cause thunder disaster. In addition to the reason why the treasure was born, it is also because the Dragon Soul Fire needs the final thunder tribulation to turn the Dragon Soul Fire's negative pole into positive. So while waiting for the Dragon Soul Fire to take shape, Lan Kashana also Komedo Cloud Mist City. The way to come here is naturally to open a space channel from Tianyuan. The Holy King token is quite useful at times like this. Store Manager Qi, although I have heard from you before that you also open a store in Donghuang, it is really surprising to see you today. If I had known, I would have left your store directly. This was the first thing Lan Qi said when he walked into the store. Because Qi Lu has opened stores in both the Beishan Mountains and the Eastern Wasteland, it means that there must be a way to connect the two worlds. I'm sorry, only people in my store can walk through this passage, you can't. Qi Lu shrugged and said aloud. The store teleportation array can only be used by the store manager and clerk, but not by others. It should be impossible for Lan Qi to come over and work as a store clerk. Therefore, Qi Lu can only say that it is better to give up Lan Qi's thoughts as soon as possible. So that's the case, then there's nothing we can do about it. Lan Qi was not surprised by this statement. To be honest, with Qi Li's unpredictable strength, it shouldn't be particularly difficult to create such an exclusive teleportation array. The decoration in the store has not changed much. Manager Qi, you didn't build these two stores together, right? Shauna said aloud after looking around the store. But speaking of this, since the two stores share a warehouse, there will naturally be no changes in decoration. At most, the East Barrens side tends to be more technological, while the Northern Mountains side tends to be more natural. After a few words of greeting, Lan Chi finally remembered the business off coming here. Without further ado, let's go take a look at the situation at Dragon Ruins. Without further ado, Manager Chi. Of course, let's go. Sheila nodded, then looked back at Yushir. As for other things, let's wait until we get back. After finally getting Lan Chi to wait, it was time to go check out the situation in Dragon Ruins, before getting down to business. Otherwise, if the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan start fighting, Chi Li's store will never be opened. Brother Chi Lu, please be careful along the way. Yushir said with a smile. Manager Chi, this is the other clerk you were talking about. When I first saw him, he was much more beautiful than when I saw him in the New World mode. Lan Chi also glanced at Yushir, and then joked at Chi Lu. To talk about why Lan Chi and Shauna know Yushir, we have to start from the New World mode. In fact, most of the customers in these two stores have never met outside. But in the New World mode, it is quite familiar. To describe it in one word, it is the so-called netizen. Of course, Shir is indeed beautiful. Chila replied with a smile. Lan Chi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Shauna. Okay, let's go. Shauna also seemed to have noticed something and chuckled. Although Dragon Ruins is a bit far away from Cloud Mist City, to Chi Lu, it is fake. As long as he has been to a place once, no matter how far it is, it doesn't matter to Chi Lu. Stepping on the empty boots, the door to space opens. Dragon Ruins is here as soon as we talk about it. As far as the eye can see, it is still the same dilapidated scene as before. Even the traces of Chi Lu and others' battle here have not disappeared yet, they all remain here. However, ruins are just ruins after all. The only difference is the degree of dilapidation. After many years, I finally came to Dragon Ruins again. Lan Chi walked out of the space door, looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. In the Dragon Ruins, there is an extremely important dragon magic circle. Naturally, it is impossible for Lan Chi to come here for the first time. It's just that every time I came to Dragon Ruins in the past, I was not as excited as this time. Because this time, layers of extremely thick thunderclouds were gathering over the Dragon Ruins. Rays of light also shone down from the gaps in the thunderclouds, forming pillars of light. The scene seemed quite solemn. Is this the Dragon Ruins you were talking about? The atmosphere here seems very depressing. This is Shauna's first time here. After all, for Lan Chi, there are no good memories in Dragon Ruins, so there is no need to bring Shauna here. Of course it's going to be very depressing here. If you want to condense the dragon soul fire, you need to consume countless dragon souls. You know, even if it is refined and disappears, the resentment left by the dragon soul will not disappear. If it weren't for the gathering of the dragon soul fire magic array, these resentments might be able to be dispelled as time goes by. But now, we can only rely on GLA. Having said this, Lan Chi specifically raised his head and glanced at the thunderclouds in the sky. Lan Chi, how is the situation? Chila asked from the side. Regarding the issue of dragon magic array, although Chi Lu has dabbled in it a bit, he is not proficient in it. Especially about something like the dragon soul fire magic array, which is almost a secret, he knows nothing about it. So it is better to ask professionals. It's basically consistent with what I guessed. It will take at most 3 days for the dragon soul fire to condense successfully. When the time comes, there will be a big battle. As Lan Chi spoke, his eyes were already looking towards the south. Over there is Dragon Island and the direction of the extreme southern sea. When the Dragon Soul Fire is born, it is the day when the Dragon Clan can leave Dragon Island. Although the bright Dragon Emperor needs to guard Dragon Island, he will definitely not leave Dragon Island. But the Ocean Dragon King has no such restriction. Maybe at this time, the Ocean Dragon King would already be waiting at the edge of the sea with the Dragon Clan members. Just wait for the moment when the lightning strikes and go directly to the Dragon Ruins. 3 days at most, that's okay, there's still time to prepare. Sheila nodded, then waved his hand and opened the door to space again. Since there are still 3 days left, there is no need to wait in the Dragon Ruins. Anyway, with Sheila here, there is no need to waste time if you want to rush back to the Dragon Ruins, which is a gate to space. He even said he wanted to bring reinforcements, but that was all. As Chi Li's cultivation level gets higher and higher, the power of the skybreaking boots naturally becomes stronger and stronger. A space gate of this level is just trivial. Then let's go back to the store first. Shauna and I have been living in Cloud Mist City for the past few days, so we can reminisce about the past. Anyway, Sheila can open the door to space at any time, so Lan Chi has no objection. Compared to waiting in the Dragon Ruins, the store is more comfortable. Brother Chi Lu, welcome back. But you came back so quickly this time. Yu Shi'er had only been distracted for a while when she saw Sheila walking in from outside the store again. Behind him were Lan Chi and Shauna. It's nothing big, of course I have to come back soon. Sheila said with a smile. This time, I just took Lan Chi over to see the situation and confirm the venue. It's not like we were fighting in the past, so how much time can we use? You can't wait until the Dragon Soul Fire condenses and takes shape before going to the Dragon Ruins to confirm the situation. If you go there at that time, you may really be fighting in the past. But in a few days, there might be a big battle over there at Dragon Ruins, and I might go out for a while. After a slight pause, Chi Lu added another sentence. However, Dragon Ruins was not a place with good memories for Yu Shi'er, so Chi Lu didn't say much. Anyway, if there is a fight, it should not affect Yunwu City. A casual mention is enough. If Yu Shi'er is interested, wait until the Dragon Ruins is over and come back, and then talk to her slowly. Battle? Brother Chi Lu, can I follow you and have a look? As soon as she heard the word war, Yu Shi'er immediately asked aloud. Since the battle that destroyed the Shadow Palace, Yu Shi'er has never participated in any other battles. However, the improvement of combat effectiveness will always be just a showpiece if it does not need to be tempered in actual combat. So now that there is such an opportunity in front of her, Yu Shi'er still wants to improve herself. After all, after being promoted to the strong level, Yu Shi'er has enough confidence to participate in various battles. Even if you lose, you don't have to worry about being unable to protect yourself because of your lack of strength. At least it can help a little bit. Yu Shi'er doesn't want to be a vase that can only be displayed in the store, she wants to use her own strength to help Chi Lu. Even if it's just a little bit, it can at least make Yu Shi'er feel that she and Chi Lu are one step closer. You want to go and see it together? Chi Lu glanced at Yu Shi'er in surprise. If it doesn't work, forget it. It doesn't matter. Shi'er can stay in the store. Sensing the change in Chi Li's expression, Yu Shi'er waved her hand and said. Although she really wanted to go and help, if it would cause trouble to Chi Lu, it didn't matter if she didn't go. No, if you want to go, then let's go together. Chi Lu smiled gently. The main reason why he was surprised was because this was the first time Yu Shi'er mentioned this request, so Chi Lu was not prepared. But the content of this request is not excessive. It is indeed easy to get sick if you stay in the store all day without going out. It is also a good thing to go out for a walk. As for the issue of guarding the store, it doesn't matter if it's empty for a long time. After all, it's really hard to find anyone who dares to freeload in Chila's shop. And in the absence of new products, the old customers in the store are fully qualified to serve as shopping guides. Maybe it can be done better. because it is always more convenient for customers to talk to each other. So if Yushir wanted to leave for a while, there would be no problem at all. It can even be said that if you inform the store in advance, you might be able to get these customers to help close the door outside. In this way, even if you are away for a day or two, it won't be a problem. Really? That's great. When Yushir heard this, she suddenly became happy. Girls with sensitive minds always change their mood quickly. Because they care about very few things, but they put all their thoughts on it. On the other side, Lan Qi and Shauna walked into the store again and started the process of coming to the store as if they were doing daily tasks. Buy food and drinks first to fill your stomach and satisfy your appetite. Then, by the way, I sat on the armchair next to the small round table and started blowing water with the customers in the store. To be honest, from the moment Lan Qi and Shauna opened the store door and walked into the store, many customers noticed them. Because the vague aura emanating from the two of them was really too tyrannical. In addition, there was no deliberate concealment, so it was naturally impossible to remain silent. After all, strong-level powerful people are in the Eastern Wasteland, and they are indeed a rare species. At this time, they suddenly appeared, and two of them appeared at the same time. If these customers were not frightened, it was already considered that these customers were arrogant. But after seeing how familiar these two people were with store manager Qi, these customers felt relieved. Of course, the person who can walk with store manager Qi cannot be a weak person. And if you can come to the store, naturally you won't come here to find trouble. Therefore, some bold customers choose to go over and try to have a conversation, and brag about it together. It is also a good conversation, isn't it? Especially when a few customers recognized Shauna's appearance, as if she had appeared in the New World mode, the many customers in the store became even more enthusiastic. Isn't this the so-called meeting of netizens? It's a small scene. As for why no one recognized Lan Qi's appearance. With a beautiful girl from the elf tribe nearby, who would have nothing to do to watch an uncle with a serious expression. Brother, are you in the store? Father? But at this moment, a voice came from the door of the store, causing Lan Qi to jump up from his chair. Zier. Lan Qi looked back and saw Lan Zier's shocked face. As for the other people standing next to Lan Zier, it was embarrassing, so Lan Qi simply ignored them. The daughter she hadn't seen for more than 10 years appeared in front of her, and Lan Qi's eyes simply couldn't tolerate the presence of other people. What did I just hear? This is Lan Zier's father? Shocking news, Lan Zier's father suddenly appeared and was bragging to us just now. So, Lan Zier is so strong because of family inheritance, so she is a family monster. The customers who were sitting nearby and listening to Lan Qi's bragging with great interest now have their eyes widened. Then they looked at each other and saw expressions of disbelief on each other's faces. There is a saying that as the reputation of Lanya team has risen, the names of these 7 team members have also become known to everyone in the store. Especially this team, all of them are beautiful girls and little Lolita. This popularity cannot be said to be unpopular. And as more and more people know about Lanya's team, Lanya's identity and background cannot be concealed. It's just that the backgrounds of Lan Qinger and Lan Zier are too mysterious. After investigating for a long time with no results, I naturally gave up. However, at this moment, Lan Zier's father suddenly appeared in front of them, almost making them sit down on the ground in shock. This is truly a powerful person. These guys have been in Chila's store for so long, what kind of world have they not seen? Naturally, I have heard about things at the strong level. Although the only people who know Yushir's specific cultivation level are Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue. But this is because when in the store, the aura of the store manager and clerk will be completely concealed. Therefore, it is impossible for others to perceive Yushir's cultivation level. However, there are still many people who know that Gu Pingchuan is in semi-powerful state. Without the emergence of strong-level powerful people, Gu Pingchuan can definitely be called the #1 person in the eastern wasteland. However, at this moment, Lan Zier shouted, "Father!" Many customers in the store discovered something. It turns out that the backgrounds of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier were not uncheckable, but their levels were too high, and they were simply not qualified to check. Then in the next second, a fact that shocked these customers even more emerged. "Zier, you actually broke through so quickly. It seems that the strong level trial crystal I gave you last time has been used up. She is indeed my Lan Qi's daughter." Lan Qi walked forward with a face full of joy, squatted in front of Lan Zier, and looked at Lan Zier up and down. Others might not be able to detect that faint aura of a strong person, but in Lan Qi's eyes, it was as conspicuous as a bright light. "Stronger level trial crystal? Strong level. What did you mean by that sentence just now?" "Lan Zier is now. Have you broken through to the strong level?" Except for the 2 insiders, Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er, and the other 6 people from Lan Ye's team, all the customers in the store, without exception, had their eyes widened. The disbelief in those eyes almost overflowed. Countless question marks appeared on my head. Lan Zier's promotion to the strong level has not been publicized, so how could others know about it? What's more, Lan Zier has just been promoted, and her aura cannot be compared to Lan Qi no matter what. Even if people around him noticed it, they still thought that Lan Zier, like Gu Pingchuan, was a half-step expert. We are preparing for a breakthrough. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for 2 days, he would already have a successful breakthrough? So this family is really all monsters, right? That must be the case. Mother. Lan Qing'er on the side said hello to Shauna. After all, they are people inherited by blood, so there is still a slight difference in their tendency to get close. Lan Zier would prefer to stay with Lan Qi, and Lan Qing'er would naturally prefer to stay with Shauna. "Qing'er, your breath seems to have become more reserved. Did something happen recently?" Shauna also came to Lan Qing'er and spoke out. As soon as these words came out, the first ones to complain were the customers who were watching in the store. What happened? Are you talking about the fact that Lan Qing'er obtained the inheritance scroll of the Night Spirit class? I can finally see that this is not only the monster of the family, but also the chosen one of the family. Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier are biological sisters, so it's only fair that each of them needs one inheritance scroll. I'm so envious. Stop talking, I'm more envious than you. If you keep talking, I'll want talkery. Is this what it's like to be a winner in life? One thing to say is so painful that my teeth are about to fall out. A group of sand sculpture customers gathered around and told each other what happened. There are also countless envious things that are so intense that they separate from each other, and they are so jealous that they explode on the spot. But what's the use of just envy and jealousy? As expected of the great master that store manager Qi has made friends with, what does it mean to be a winner in life? That's right, just looking at it like this is not enough. It's so painful that I want to go to the New World mode to clear 2 copies. Although we don't have such a good background, store manager Qi also gave us a chance. That's right, you need to seize the opportunity by yourself. Use the luck off store manager Qi to bless me. The SSR level pet card can change your destiny, you understand. Qi Lu? What chance did I give you? Why don't I know anything? And that guy over there, don't talk nonsense when drawing cards, otherwise you can sacrifice your roommate and keep him single for the rest of his life. If that doesn't work, add your deskmate or colleague. It's just a small problem to be single for the rest of your life. Seeing that the fire was about to burn him, the expression on Qi Li's face immediately became wonderful. But let's be honest. SSR level pet cards can indeed change your destiny. This statement is absolutely correct. The winners in life, the chosen ones, are only a handful after all. If ordinary people want to counterattack, It is better to rely on drawing pet cards and praying for them to enter the soul. At least in terms of the combat effectiveness of pet cards, Qi Lu is still not a fool. There is currently only one SSR-level pet card, Qiongqi, which is indeed capable of fighting against the powerful. And he can get stronger and stronger as he fights, constantly improving. Fortunately, the crooked building of this group of unreliable customers did not affect the reunion of father and daughter, as well as the reunion of mother and daughter in Lanqi. The family relationship that is thicker than water makes Lan Qi and Shanna not feel unfamiliar even if they haven't met Lan Qinger and Lan Zier for more than 10 years. Once we start chatting, we can really talk nonstop. All the thoughts accumulated over the past 10 years burst out today. The customers who were still watching around, although they were still talking about it, also left with good sense. It is one thing not to be able to offend, but it is also a very important skill to observe people's emotions. And in Qi Li's store, there are almost no ignorant customers. Because all the ignorant guys have disappeared. And there is no need for Qi Lu to do anything. The old customers in the store alone are enough for those ignorant guys to drink a pot. This is also the biggest reason why this group of sand sculpture customers can be so happy. Since we are all the same kind of people, there is no need to quarrel. If anything happens, we can sit down and have a chat. For example, if I sacrifice you on the spot and you will remain single for the rest of your life, please bless me to enter your soul and produce an SSR-level pet card. So what follows is a big fight. The atmosphere at the large-scale family recognition event was quite good. 2 or 3 days have passed since the incident, and the customers in the store are still talking about it. After all, it is a famous scene. A family of 4, 3 of whom are strong men, who can bear this? Except for the customers in Chila's store who have witnessed it with their ownies, if this word gets out, they will probably be heard as a story. Make up a story, tell it as if no one can do it. The story spread so widely that Gu Pingchuan and the others even came to the store to see if they could make friends with the protagonists. Although she is already very familiar with Lan Zier and the others. But Lan Qi and Shanna are really showing up for the first time, so they must get acquainted. Of course, the most important reason was because Gu Pingchuan heard that Lan Qi had a strong level trial crystal in his hand. That's why I was thinking about whether I could find a way to buy one. No matter what the cost, it is worth it. Because as long as you can advance to the strong level, no matter what price you pay, it will be worth it. Fortunately, Lan Qi also received a lot of influence here in Qi Lu, and his temper has improved a lot. So after some friendly discussions with Gu Pingchuan, Lan Qi also promised Gu Pingchuan that if there was a chance, he would help him get a strong Laveltrial crystal. But the specific time depends on fate. After all, the beasts at the strong level are very alert and will not come out if they are afraid of being caught. It is indeed difficult to find them. However, these are all minor details. The real big deal is over at the Dragon Ruins. The 3 days that Lan Qi expected have passed. The thunderclouds over the Dragon Ruins have gathered to the point where they are clearly visible from the cloud mist city. In the dark thunderclouds, thunder rolled and lightning suddenly appeared, which was very frightening. However, the glow that shines between the electric light and thunder has a holy feeling. The two combined should have been an extremely bizarre scene. But now when I look at it, it seems that they are integrated very harmoniously. Boom! The suppressed sound of thunder seemed to span space and spread in all directions. The sound was so dull that everyone who heard it felt tight in the chest. It was like a big drum beating in my heart, making my heart pound. Is this the beginning? Qi Lu stood quietly in the sky above Yunwu City, looking at the surging thunder clouds, and said slowly to himself. That's right, when the tribulation thunder falls, that's when the dragon soulfire takes shape. The most powerful and powerful tribulation thunder will wash away the ink in the dragon soul and gather the fire of the dragon soul, so that the fire of the dragon's soul can help the dragon's soul with lingering consciousness to incarnate from death. Lan Qi came to Qi Li's side at some unknown time and spoke as if explaining. However, Qi Lu was not interested in the principles behind the formation of dragon soul fire. No, to be more precise, it should be that Qi Lu is not interested in the dragon soul fire itself. He just wants to prevent the dragon clan from attacking Dong Huang. If anyone is really interested in this principle, it's probably that the system is more eager to learn than Qi Lu. Then let's go over now and try to get the dragon soul fire as soon as possible. As Qi Lu spoke, a space door also appeared in front of him. Moreover, Qi Lu specially used the luck of heaven and earth to maintain the shape of the space gate this time. It can last for about half a day without dissipating. It is convenient to leave the dragon ruins quickly after getting the dragon soul fire later. In order to avoid fighting when the time comes, you will have to be distracted to open the door to space. Of course, if those giant dragons from the dragon clan are willing to come to Yunwu City, then Qi Lu will not be stingy with his power. The dragon ruins are just ruins. No matter how much they are destroyed, no flowers will appear. But Cloud Mist City is different. Such a great city-state cannot be destroyed like this. Let's go, just in time to see the grand scene of the dragon soul fire condensing. Lancy had no objections. Shauna also nodded and said nothing. 3 days will not make any changes to the dragon ruins, it will remain the same as it should be. The only difference is probably that the thunderclouds in the sky have become more terrifying. And the rays of light shining down from the sky are purer. Huh? That thing on the ground is. After Qi Li's eyes moved down from the thunderclouds in the sky, he suddenly discovered that there was a clear magic circle on the ground of dragon ruins. The formation pattern on it looks messy, but it also looks extremely mysterious. And at every key note of this magic array, there is a ray of rays of light shining down, as if it is connected to the thunder clouds. Taken as a whole, they appear to be extremely coordinated. Manager Qi, this is the Dragon Soul Fire Magic Array buried deep in the dragon ruins. When a large amount of dragon soul power is gathered to the extreme, it will generate rays of light and summon thunder clouds. Using the magic array as a catalyst, it will begin to wash away the Yin Qi and all the consciousness in the dragon souls. Lan Qi opened his mouth to explain. The essence of dragon soul fire is the product of pure dragon soul power condensed to the extreme. All impurities will be washed away by the tribulation thunder, and only then will you be reincarnated from death. The price the dragon clan has to pay for every dragon soul fire condensed is too great. That's why the dragon soul fire magic array is so rare. It's about to start. Manager Qi, please exit the range of the dragon soul fire magic array first. Lan Qi suddenly raised his head and glanced at the sky. The thunder and the thunder clouds rolled in, and the roar was even more deafening. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed, and there was a sudden thunder. The dark thunderclouds suddenly surged like waves, emitting bursts of purple thunder, like a dragon swimming in the sky, overlooking the earth. In an instant, a huge thunder pillar appeared from the thunder cloud. Like an unrivaled thunder dragon, it swooped down along one of the rays of light. Boom! There was a violent roar from the ground, followed by a slight tremor. The glow struck by thunder has disappeared, but the dragon soul fire magic array on the earth has become increasingly clear. At this moment, Qi Li's perception was keenly aware that this thunder sea meant to have washed away something, making the energy in this area purer. Boom! This first thunder was like a fuse. The endless thunderclouds seemed to be waking up from sleep, and countless thunder pillars fell from the sky. Each thunderbolt will cut off a ray of light, and then hit the dragon soulfire magic array fiercely, leaving a trace of thunder power on the earth. Countless thunderbolts fell, dyeing the entire world a dazzling deep purple. The lightning flashed, as if it had become a restricted area for thunder and lightning. The terrifying aura spread outwards, showing how tyrannical this power of heaven and earth is. Under the violent thunder, the dragon soul fire magic array on the ground became increasingly clear. The remaining powerful thunder power on the ground began to slowly integrate into the dragon soul fire magic array. The air was dotted with tiny lightning flashes, like electric snakes. At this moment, this area has become a dangerous place where thunder and lightning are raging, exuding terrifying power. The power of the tribulation thunder is truly terrifying. Qi Lu stared at the thunderclouds in the sky and spoke slowly. Overcoming the tribulation even in 2 lifetimes, Qi Lu had only heard about it, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now it's an eye-opener. However, it is actually not that difficult for Qi Lu to follow up on this level of calamity. After all, this is the tribulation thunder actively summoned by the dragon soul fire. It is mainly to wash away the yin qi and will in the dragon soul, not to destroy the dragon soul fire that is about to condense. Therefore, the power cannot be compared with the tribulation thunder that specializes in destruction. The tribulation thunder gathers the sun, and the dragon soul condenses. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Lan Qi also looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. At this moment, they were beginning to show signs of dissipating. The rays of light that penetrated through the gaps in the thunderclouds were all replaced by thunder at this time. Crack! A dull sound suddenly came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the earth shattered, cracks suddenly appeared, and the place covered by the dragon soul fire suddenly shattered. Countless gravels flew up, stirring up stone debris all over the sky, instantly dissipating the remaining thunder power in the air. The electric snakes that were still twisting and swimming in mid-air were all crushed by the gravel. A ball of dazzling fire, the size of a fist, also flew out from the ground among the rubble in the sky. Then it was suspended in mid-air, constantly exhaling its own flames, like our rapidly beating heart. The flame, could it be the dragon soul fire that was born under this thunder? Qi Lu looked at the dazzling fire and asked in surprise. That's right, a crystal burning with eternal fire. Gather the essence of thousands of dragon souls, just to create a chance to bring the dead back to life. This is the fire of dragon souls. Lan Qi gave an affirmative answer with emotion. In this kind of exchange, there is no worthiness or unworthiness, only willingness or unwillingness. Take the dragon soul fire and leave, lest you have a long night and many dreams. Shauna spoke up. Lan Qi has already made it very clear about the internal struggle of the dragon clan. As the dragon soul fire is the most precious treasure of the dragon clan, it is impossible for no one from the dragon clan to come and snatch it. Don't worry, how can you fish without bait? Coming here to get the dragon soul fire is just a matter of convenience. Waiting here for the ocean dragon king to come is the ultimate goal. Lan Qi shook his head, and then looked to the south. That is the direction of the Dragon Island Sea area. The dragon ruins are the dividing line between the eastern wasteland and the Dragon Island Sea area. If he retreats like this, the Ocean Dragon King will definitely lead the dragon clansmen to attack Donghuang. After all, the hatred of the dragon tribesmen trapped on Dragon Island for the human race is conceivable. It can be said that there are very few dragons who can let go of this matter. And once many members of the dragon clan passed through the dragon ruins. If so many giant dragons spread out, no matter how strong Lan Qi is, they will not be able to do anything at the same time. Therefore, directly blocking these giant dragons at the dragon ruins is the best option. I really can't tell. Don't you hate the human race at all? Qi Lu also guessed some of the secrets, so he was very curious about Lan Qi's attitude. Because just listening to what Shauna said just now, you can know that at least Shauna doesn't care about the human race in the eastern wasteland. That's why it was said that taking away the dragon soul fire was enough. But Lan Qi would choose to stay and block the dragon clan here on this dividing line, which is indeed a rare thing. I can't say I hate the human race, and of course I can't say I like them. I just don't want the Dragon Clan to commit such a crime, and I don't want the Ocean Dragon Emperor's plan to succeed. Lan Qi took a deep breath before speaking calmly. Plan? Are you talking about taking away the Holy King's token? Sheila asked, curiously. No, more than that. I don't care at all who has the Holy King token. What I'm worried about is that what the Dragon Clan has protected for thousands of years will be destroyed in that guy's hands. Lan Qi shook his head slowly, but kept his eyes on the dragon soul fire. The crystal burning with eternal flames is so dazzling that people dare not look directly at it, but it is also so dazzling that it makes people love it. It's just that Lan Qi's current thoughts may not be on this dragon soul fire. Okay, at least our goals are the same. Sheila shrugged upon hearing this. Lan Qi wants to stop the Ocean Dragon King's plan, while Sheila wants to prevent the dragons and humans from starting a war. Then the two people's ultimate goal is the same, both to stop the invading dragon at the dragon ruins. Actually, just take Qinger and the others to the northern mountains. However, if we want to start a war with the Dragon Clan, it's just the right time to try out my new weapon. Shauna was born among the elves in the northern mountains and has no feelings for the eastern wasteland, so it is normal for her to say such things. In comparison, Lan Qinger and Lan Zier may have lived in Donghuang longer. However, if Lan Qi wants to do this, Shauna will accompany him to the end. It's just an enemy of the Dragon Clan. Shauna has never been afraid of this kind of thing. A powerful person has the pride of being a powerful person. Demon Dragon King, I really didn't expect that I would meet you in this place. You are so lucky. At this moment, a sound as thick as thunder came from the horizon. Immediately afterwards, a large black shadow began to appear at the end of the sky, casting overwhelming darkness on the earth. Ocean Dragon King, you are indeed here. Lan Qi didn't need to see the person's face to know who was talking. This voice and this momentum were all too familiar to Lan Qi. Roar. The roar of the giant dragon was heard as the overwhelming black shadow quickly approached. Looking around, one can clearly see that the black figures in the sky are huge dragons. The wingspan and dragon body, which are hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters long, hover in the air, followed by darkness that covers the sky and the sun. It almost turned this bright day into an inky night. The dragon's power mixed in with the roar felt like it was about to solidify. The terrifying sound waves vibrated so much that circles of ripples appeared in the space, like a broken lake. The leader is a giant dragon with a wingspan of several thousand meters and dark blue scales all over its body. Such a huge body is almost like a mountain range suspended in the sky, which is extremely shocking. When the Dragon Soul Fire is born, it is the day when the Dragon Clan can leave Dragon Island. The Dragon Clan has disappeared for thousands of years, and has been sleeping in the Dragon Island for thousands of years, all waiting for the human race to pay back. Demon Dragon Emperor, do you want to stop me? Longxing flapped his wings and hovered in the sky, raising his head and asking. The hundreds of giant dragons following Longxing also stopped and looked at Lan Qi, who had turned into a human form. Although dragons are a top race, they have long lifespans and powerful strength. But it also has an unchangeable shortcoming, that is, its ability to reproduce is extremely low. Even after thousands of years of resting and recuperating on Dragon Island, the number of clan members was only in the thousands. Otherwise, since the disappearance of the giant dragon Holy King, there has never been a second member of the Dragon Clan who ascended the throne of the Holy King. It is because the power of faith is seriously insufficient. Even if we count all those guys who have some dragon blood, there are actually not many. Fortunately, every member of the Dragon Clan has a high level of cultivation. Therefore, in terms of the power of faith, even if the quantity is insufficient, it can barely be made up with quality. However, when it comes to this, I have to praise Lan Qi's awesomeness. It is obvious that the dragon clan has such low reproductive energy, but it can have 2 daughters. I don't know whether to say Lan Chi is lucky or Shauna is amazing. I admit that the dragon clan has indeed been treated unfairly. However, the dragon clan and the human race can obviously coexist, so why do you insist on making the dragon clan and the human race hostile? Do they have Ito be so incompatible? Lan Chi frowned, avoided Longxing's question, and asked instead. Longxing's question was indeed too sharp, pushing the human race directly to the opposite side of the dragon race, turning it into a life-or-death situation. This also made the people of the dragon clan willing to follow Longxing and come to attack Dong Huang. It's just that Lan Chi doesn't want to see this kind of scene. War has always been ruthless. The dragon clan has been recuperating for so many years and has not yet recovered easily. The number of clan members must not be consumed for this reason. Coexist? The demon dragon emperor, what's the point of coexisting with such a weak race? Longxing sneered at Lan Chi's words, raised his head, and looked down at the ruins on the ground. Then quickly, he moved his gaze back to Lan Chi's face and said, "The dragon clan is destined to stand at the top of all races. There is no need to compromise with any race. Since the human race has caused such great humiliation to the dragon race, we can only use their blood to wash away this humiliation." Speaking of this, Longxing's vertical pupils froze, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "And you, Demon Dragon Emperor, if you hand over the Holy King's token now, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not missing our old friendship." Longxingka has never forgotten the Holy King's token. If you want to ascend to the position of Holy King, the Holy King token is an indispensable thing. Longxing wants to lead the dragon clan back to its former glory, or even go further, so the Holy King token is a treasure that must be obtained. You want the Holy King token? Dream. Lan Chi answered Longxing's words without politeness. Lan Chi's eyes also turned cold as his eyes swept over the other giant dragons. Hundreds of giant dragons. If they were really allowed to enter the eastern wasteland, it would be absolutely impossible for the human race to kill so many giant dragons with their current combat power. All the city-states of the human race will probably be destroyed. At that time, it will really be a life-or-death situation. I knew you would answer this, but it doesn't matter, as long as the Holy King token is in your hand, that's enough. If you don't give it to me, I can take it myself. Longxing smiled coldly, turned his eyes, and looked at the burning crystal again. You didn't take the dragon soul fire. Are you waiting for me to come over and take it myself? In Longxing's heart, the importance of the Holy King's token naturally ranks before the dragon soul fire. However, these two things are never a single-choice question. Since they are all here, of course you can get them all. If you really have this ability, then give it a try. Ocean Dragon King, the Holy King token is indeed in my hand, and the Dragon Soul Fire is also placed in front of you. If you want to get it, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lan Chi sneered and sneered unceremoniously. Different road, non-phase plan. Longxing and Lan Chi have completely different ideas, so it is naturally impossible for them to talk about each other. In the end, we still rely on force to solve the problem. Whoever has the biggest fist will say the right thing. Do you want to leave me here in the dragon ruins? As the Dragon King of the ocean, Longxing has an unruly temperament, but his mind is also quite smart. As soon as he heard this sentence, he knew what Lan Chi wanted to do. However, with Longxing's pride, he would not avoid Lan Chi's obstruction. Putting aside the factors of the Holy King's token, Longxing is not inferior to Lan Chi even in terms of pure combat power. Therefore, this battle will definitely be fought. It depends on whether you accept it or not. Lan Chi didn't think Longxing wouldn't be able to see through his plan. Because this was not a conspiracy in the first place, but an upright conspiracy. The Holy King's token is on Lan Chi's body, so Longxing cannot avoid Lan Qi no matter what. Then the right to choose the location of the battle naturally falls on Lan Qi. Or, decide the winner in Dragon Ruins. Or, give up the Holy King token. However, for Longxing, he would rather give up the Dragon Soul Fire than give up the Holy King token. Therefore, Longxing must take on this battle. Then as you wish, Demon Dragon Emperor, let me see how much progress you have made in the past 10 years. There were no surprises in Longxing's choice. The look in Lan Qi's eyes became even colder, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. People, stay back. This is a battle between me and the Dragon King. Your target is the human race. Although the giant dragon is an unruly race, the Dragon Clan members will still obey orders when facing the Dragon King. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Dragon Saint King to have enough faith to gather the power of the Supreme Throne. The Demon Dragon Emperor and the Ocean Dragon Emperor can be regarded as the two strongest combat powers among the Dragon Clan today. Naturally, ordinary dragons cannot participate in this level of battle. So we can only stand back and wait until the two decide the winner. Then come on. Etc. Lan Qi raised his black cloak and was about to turn into a giant dragon. When stepped forward to fight, Qi held down his shoulders. What's wrong, store manager Qi? The sudden appearance of a palm on his shoulder made Lan Qi's heart tighten and he turned to look at Qi Lu. Your provoking method failed. The guy used his tactics to get the best off him. You are no match for him. Qi Lu looked at the Ocean Dragon King hovering in the sky and said in a deep voice. When Lan Qi and Longxing were talking before, Qi Lu kept silent, but was observing Longxing's situation. Then, I discovered something amazing. It is hard to imagine that there is actually a giant dragon at the peak of the power level, hidden among the Dragon Clan. No wonder the Ocean Dragon King wants to take away the Holy King's token. Now that he has reached the peak of the strong level, the next step is indeed to start gathering the power of faith. I'm not its opponent? Lan Qi frowned and asked in a low voice. At the peak of the powerhouse level, my perception will not be wrong. You are indeed still a little behind. Qi Lu did not give Lan Qi face, but said it quite straightforwardly and firmly. After all, at this time it is no longer a question of losing face, but a real battle of life and death. Once Lan Qi goes to war with the Ocean Dragon King, he will die if he doesn't win. Ordinary strong level powers and strong level peak powers are two completely different realms. With Lan Qi's current strength, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Manager Qi, the Dragon Clan cannot be left in the hands of the Ocean Dragon King. Even if I die in this battle, I will definitely take it. Lan Qi could tell that Qi Lu was not lying. But what's the use? Now that the words have been spoken, it is impossible for Lan Qi to avoid the battle no matter what. I know you are not afraid of death, but there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices just to be plotted against. Qi Lu stopped Lan Qi and spoke slowly. The Ocean Dragon King is worthy of being one of the 4 Dragon Kings. With this trick, Lan Qi was indeed killed. Otherwise, if Lan Qi wanted to run away, even the Ocean Dragon King at the peak of the power level would have a hard time keeping him. In this way, the Holy King token that was about to be obtained will also disappear. This is not okay. That's why the Ocean Dragon King kept waiting and let Lan Qi speak first. In this way, Lan Qi would have no reason to escape. Otherwise, the Demon Dragon Emperor will really become a traitor and will be ridiculed for the rest of his life. Lan Qi, let me do it. Since the Dragon Clan wants to start a war with the human clan, it must pass a me test. However, the Ocean Dragon King's trick was quite easy for Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu is from the human race. Faced with this situation, it was completely reasonable to start a battle with the Ocean Dragon King before Lan Qi. Manager Qi, how can this be done? Lan Qi was shocked and spoke quickly. There's nothing wrong with this. I feel that the Ocean Dragon Emperor's actions are not that simple. With this guy's level of resourcefulness, it's impossible for him to just rush towards the dragon ruins so stupidly. He must have other backups, but they haven't been revealed yet. So you'd better help and pay attention to the other backup agents. Qi Lu shook his head, and then pulled Lan Qi back. It's not that Qi Lu is meddling in other people's business. Mainly because even if Lan Qi and Ocean Dragon King had a fight first. But as long as Lan Qi loses, Qi Lu will still have to fight the Ocean Dragon King again. So why go to all the trouble and make such unnecessary sacrifices? Those who have been tricked must be taken back properly. Lan Qi, listen to the store manager. Shauna also advised. Because the battle between Qi Lu and Ocean Dragon King cannot be saved no matter what. Unless Qi Lu is willing to watch all the human city-states in the eastern wasteland be destroyed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, it is better to nip the danger in the bud. Besides, if the Ocean Dragon King dies here, there must be another Dragon King to take care of these giant dragons. Seeing that Lan Qi's face was still a little tangled, Qi Lu added another sentence. With the proud character of the giant dragons, if they were not restrained by the Dragon Emperor's orders, they would probably still run to the eastern wasteland. Otherwise, they will all die in the dragon ruins. And the latter situation must not be what Lan Qi wants to see. After all, although Lan Qi escaped from Dragon Island, his identity as the Demon Dragon Emperor has not changed, and he is still one of the 4 Dragon Emperors. The only person who was really dissatisfied with Lan Qi's approach was the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Then it's up to you, Manager Qi. Lan Qi looked at the hundreds of giant dragons in the sky, gritted his teeth, and then lowered his head and said. If all the giant dragons who came to the dragon ruins died this time, then the Dragon Clan would probably exist in name only. It's a small problem, it's just that we have the same goal. Qi Lu waved his hand, then took a step forward, raised his head and shouted loudly, Are you the Ocean Dragon King? You are the one who said you want to lead the Dragon Clan to fight against the human race? The sound was so loud that it was completely different from the roar of the dragon, and it instantly attracted the attention of all the dragons. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Longxing's eyes narrowed, he looked at Qi Lu and said coldly. In Longxing's eyes, all clan members are ants. A weak race is not worthy of speaking in front of a noble dragon. Therefore, Longxing's eyes when he looked at Qi Lu were extremely cold, and he didn't take him seriously at all. I'm just an ordinary store manager among the humans. I accidentally heard that you wanted to lead the Dragon Clan to fight against the humans, so I came here to have a look. I want to see how qualified you are to say such things. Qi Lu said loudly with a fake smile on his face. The tone was extremely mocking. The easiest way to get the Ocean Dragon King to fight you is to anger it. If it were Lan Qi, it might not be easy to use this method to anger the Ocean Dragon King. After all, they are both Dragon Emperors. The Ocean Dragon Emperor will never be careless when facing Lan Qi, and naturally, he will not look down upon him. But Qi Lu, as a human being, it was different when he said these words. The Ocean Dragon King has never looked down on the human race, and of course will not pay attention to it. When I heard these words, my first reaction was naturally to crush this arrogant ant to death. What qualifications do I have to say such a thing? A mere ant dares to question my words. Longxing's eyes became extremely cold, as sharp as a blade. Demon Dragon Emperor, I really didn't expect that in the year since you left Dragon Island, you would actually get together with this kind of ant. You, the Demon Dragon Emperor, are really going back more and more. At first, when Qi Lu stood next to Lan Qi, Longxing didn't pay too much attention. Because Longxing's attention was focused on Lan Qi and the Dragon Soul Fire. Compared to this kind of ant that can be crushed to death at any time, the Holy King's token is the most important. However, if the ants speak out, it will be different. Since there was an ant who wanted to seek death, Longxing wouldn't mind taking action personally to give him a lift. Has this guy been so arrogant since before? Hearing this, Qilu turned to look at Lan Qi and asked, curiously. Do you really think of yourself as a big deal by talking like an ant? Of course, Qilu also admitted that the dragon at the peak of the power level did have arrogance. But it's not good to always talk about it like this. The Ocean Dragon King indeed hated the human race a long time ago. It seems that this hatred has not changed at all now. Regarding Qi Li's question, Lan Qi answered with a sigh on his face. In fact, this kind of hatred towards the human race is common among the Dragon Clan members. It's just that the Ocean Dragon King's hatred for the human race is extremely strong. Or to be more precise, in addition to hating the human race, the Ocean Dragon King also had extreme contempt for other races. Because in the eyes of the Ocean Dragon King, the only race that is qualified to stand at the top of all races is the dragon race. So this arrogance are not without reason. Hearing what you say makes me want to beat this guy to death even more. Qilu supported his chin with one hand and looked at the Ocean Dragon King with a serious gaze. Although the dragon is a proud creature, it is not bloodthirsty or warlike. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke the dragon, they rarely take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore, the fundamental reason for the war between the Dragon Clan and the human race must be the Ocean Dragon King in front of him, and not the so-called hatred towards the human race. After all, neither the Light Dragon Emperor nor the Demonic Dragon Emperor spoke. It's just that the Ocean Dragon King was very smart and completely aroused the emotions of these giant dragons. This should have been my task, but I had to trouble store manager Qi. Lan Qi said in a faint tone. The opponent at the peak of the strong level is indeed beyond the range that Lan Qi can handle. If this situation happened in the past, even if he couldn't beat him, Lan Ke could still go up and fight to the death, which would at least dampen his opponent's spirit. But it won't work now, and it's not like Lan Qi is timid. Mainly because although the Demon's Colosseum is very powerful, it is also very restrictive. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is better not to accept the challenge randomly, so as not to sacrifice yourself. That would be a big problem. It doesn't matter, I just want to see how strong the opponent at the peak of the power level is. Qilu replied quietly, and then moved his body. However, when Longxing, who was hovering in the sky, saw that Lan Qi was still talking to an ant as if nothing had happened, he suddenly became angry and his eyes flashed fiercely. Demon Dragon King, originally I wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. You are a traitor to the Dragon Clan. You stole the Holy King's token. You should be punished. That's right, Longxing didn't actually want to get rid of Lan Qi before this. Because no matter what, Lan Qi is one of the 4 dragon emperors of the Dragon Clan, which is of great significance to the Dragon Clan. Even not long ago, Lan Qi personally eliminated the Earth Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 dragon emperors. But this is not important to Longxing. Longxing just wanted to ascend to the position of Holy King and regain the Dragon Clan. Demonic Dragon Emperor Lan Qi's combat power is powerful, and for the entire Dragon Clan, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. But now, Longxing changed his mind. He didn't want this guy who was willing to hang out with the ants of the human race to ruin the situation he had worked so hard to manage. The Holy King's token must be obtained, and the road to heaven must be reopened. Before you talk big, you have to look at your own abilities. Don't be afraid of flashing your tongue when the wind blows. However, before Lan Qi could reply, Qilu jumped in and made a sarcastic comment. This also successfully aroused Longxing's anger. Damn human ant, since you are so eager to seek death, then I will help you. Extremely cold dragon's breath. Longxing's anger was successfully transferred to Qilu. He opened his mouth wide, and an icy blue dragon's breath surged down like an overwhelming giant wave. It's just that the dragon breath of the Ocean Dragon King is completely different from the breath of ordinary giant dragons. It doesn't appear hot at all, but instead bursts out with a burst of extreme cold. As soon as this dragon's breath appeared, the temperature between the surrounding heaven and earth dropped sharply. If it weren't for the long-term drought in dragon ruins, I'm afraid a large layer of frost would have formed by this time. And this kind of dragon breath is also a unique attribute of the Ocean Dragon King. Unlike those ordinary dragon breaths that have the characteristics of destruction and annihilation, the extreme cold dragon breath has complete freezing. Freeze everything in an instant, leaving no room for anything. Compared with ordinary dragon breath, extremely cold dragon breath is more difficult to resist. This is enough to show the character of the Ocean Dragon King. Even if he extremely despises the human race, he will never take it lightly when fighting. It's really not easy for a dragon to become one of the 4 dragon emperors. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and the destiny of heaven and earth in his body suddenly began to flow crazily. Facing this level of extremely cold dragon breath, fighting spirit and magic power are no longer effective. Only by using the luck of heaven and earth can we completely resist it. Fortunately, it is different from ordinary strong-level powers. Qi Lu does not have to worry about the quantity of the fortune he possesses, and can squander it with confidence. After all, for the system, the luck of heaven and earth is just a kind of a level energy that can be produced at any time. In essence, it is similar to fighting spirit and magic power, but the difference is actually not big. Therefore, there is no need for Qi Lu to save the luck of heaven and earth. Sa. In an instant, a translucent shield appeared in front of Qi Lu. The ice-blue dragon's breath falling from the sky all slapped on the large shield, and then splashed around like a huge wave blocked by a flood control embankment. In just an instant, wherever the extremely cold dragon's breath touched, everything was frozen. And those things that were frozen in the ice crystals were also quickly corroded, and finally turned into a puddle of ice slag. As long as the ice crystals are broken, the ice slag will scatter in all directions. The extremely cold dragon's breath is so terrifying. I see, in the realm of strong men, no wonder you dare to challenge me. But what can a mere ant do, even if it possesses the power of a strong person? Long Xing's eyes narrowed, and the contempt for Qi Lu in his eyes disappeared. But the sarcasm on his lips was not lacking at all. There was no way, because Qi Lu had restrained his aura too well. Even Long Xing, who has reached the peak of the strong level, cannot detect Qi Li's cultivation level. So it is naturally impossible to change one's attitude. The real battle has just begun now. Qi Li's fingers moved slightly, dissipating the large shield protecting him. Is this a power that surpasses ordinary strong men? This dragon's breath alone is mixed with such a strong destiny of heaven and earth. It is indeed unparalleled. Lan Qi looked at the ice crystals around him and took a deep breath. If we want to talk about the difference between ordinary strong-level powers and strong-level peak powers, it is probably the difference in the fate of heaven and earth. As an energy that can exchange the power of heaven and earth with the will of heaven and earth, the destiny of heaven and earth must completely crush the fighting spirit and magic power in terms of power. Therefore, if all the power of the body is converted into the peak power of the strong person's destiny of heaven and earth, it will naturally be able to completely crush the ordinary strong person's power. This is crushing at the essential level of power. There is no comparison between the two. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu will take action, to stop Lan Qi. It is good to be brave and fearless, but it is not necessary to die in vain. Then let's fight again. Qi Lu reached for his hand, and the Qianji ball suddenly turned into a simple long stick and landed in his palm. The dragon bone armor and hollow boots were also put on. This battle was Qi Li's first battle with an enemy who was at the peak of the powerhouse level. As for the time when he was plotted against by the god of forging, it can't be counted. Because there is a saying that that time could not be called a battle, but Qilu was unilaterally plotted against. Who would have thought that the god of forging, as a god, would actually engage in sneak attacks? Therefore, the ocean dragon emperor he faced this time could be said to be the strongest enemy Qilu had ever faced. If nothing else, this should be a tough battle. After all, the power of the king-level realm is completely different from the power of the peak-powerful realm. Before using the power of faith, even with systematic help, Qilu could not borrow the power of the king-level realm. Therefore, this battle is also a battle to consider Qilu's own true combat effectiveness. Since you are actively seeking death, I won't be polite. When Longsheng saw this, he said coldly. The extremely cold dragon's breath was just a test, and Longsheng didn't really expect that a mouthful of the extremely cold dragon's breath would be able to get rid of the ant in front of him. But Longsheng also didn't think this battle would last long. If you dare to challenge the majesty of the dragon clan, then be prepared, Toady. The frost is over. A huge roar seemed to shake the whole world. There was a slight tremor in the space, and the water vapor in the air condensed into ice spikes all over the sky, dyeing the entire sky an icy blue. The ice elements gathered and formed a terrifying blizzard, covering most of the dragon ruins. Longsheng looked at Qilu with cold eyes and exposed his sharp teeth. Go! With a command, ice spikes all over the sky fell like heavy rain. It was like a huge icy blue wave formed by ice spikes, sweeping over the sky and covering the earth, leaving no gaps for dodge. Just like the name of this move, Frost End. All targets covered by ice spikes will draw the final curtain on their lives in this blizzard. Even a city-state will be reduced to ruins in an instant, with no chance of survival. You should protect yourselves. You can also retreat like those dragons. Qilu said something to Lan Qi and Shana without looking back, and then stepped forward to face the giant wave of ice spikes. The next second, the long stick in Qilu's hand started spinning in his palm. With a movement like an electric fan, the long stick suddenly turned into a makeshift shield, protecting him in front of him. Boom! Countless ice spikes also hit this special shield at this moment. The rotating long stick crushed all the incoming ice spikes into ice shavings, then scattered them into water droplets and threw them away. However, even if it is a drop of water, the huge power contained in it is also extremely powerful. If it hits the ground, there will still be a roar. The impact point was filled with stone chips and pits on the ground. These are just some water drops, so we can see how terrifying it would be if ice spikes fell. I'm afraid that the entire dragon ruins will sink a long way down. These remaining ruins may turn into an endless stone powder desert as far as the eye can see. Phew! Even if it's a turn-based game, if you attack twice, it should be my turn. Qilu, who was protected by a long stick in front of him, came to Longsheng unscathed. Then he swung the long stick and swung it directly towards Longsheng. The stick is a weapon that can be opened and closed in a wide range. It is simple to use and requires only a lot of strength. It is perfect for hitting big targets. Of course, Qilu also knows about the precise use of the long stick. However, when facing the Ocean Dragon King, these fighting skills are not needed. The dragon's fighting instinct is extremely strong, so it is better to fight head-on than to make sneaky moves. The long stick swept across, causing a sonic boom that was as shocking as thunder. Even Longsheng couldn't help but be moved by the power contained in it. As soon as the dragon claw was raised, it collided with the long stick. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound suddenly erupted. A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye also followed closely, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. Along the way, space is shattered inch by inch. In the sky, Qilu was seen holding a long stick and smashing it hard on Longsheng's raised dragon claw. The difference in body shape makes that scene look a bit funny. However, the surrounding collapsing space and the continuous escaping space turbulence could not make those watching laugh out loud. Even the giant dragons that had already retreated a certain distance now retreated even further. For a powerful person at the level of the Ocean Dragon King, shattering space during battle is already a routine operation. However, what Longxing never expected was that the power contained in the attack of this ant that he looked down upon would be so terrifying. He was able to shatter his own dragon scales. Damn guy. Longxing's face instantly darkened, and the terrifying power of the dragon surged out like a giant wave pouring into the sky. This is the dragon's power that is truly as vast as the sea. It suddenly bursts out at this moment, even causing the surrounding space to distort. It was like a strong wind raging in all directions, blowing towards the surroundings. In an instant, the sky became dark and the ground darkened, and the situation changed. The surrounding space wailed, and the earth was shattered inch by inch. I am afraid that the dragon's power is like the wrath of heaven and earth, causing strange phenomena in the whole world. Wah! The sound of breaking through the sky came roaring. It was the Ocean Dragon King's dragon tail sweeping across, like a huge mountain range suddenly crashing over. The pressure is so strong that it makes people breathless. Just this sweep of the dragon's tail was so powerful that there was no doubt that it could flatten a high mountain in an instant. The dragon's physical strength has always been famous throughout the world. I want to see it today to see if it is as strong as the legend. Qila looked at the rapidly approaching dragon's tail, feeling the pressure ossif coming from a mountain range. His hand that grabbed the long stick suddenly tightened his grip. In a real confrontation of strength, the dragon is not afraid of any race. But Qi Lu will also not lose to any enemy. Break the mountains with one stick. When this stick was swung out, it seemed to resonate with the world. There was a sudden explosion in the void. Wherever the long stick passed, the space collapsed and shattered, and then countless spatial turbulence surged out, wrapping around the long stick. Boom! Boom! This time the collision was even more powerful than the previous one. The airwaves that turned into substance swept away in all directions. The sky, which was already full of damage, was now like a broken mirror, full of all kinds of terrible cracks. The dark space turbulence is raging everywhere, which is basically an apocalyptic scene. The earth was also crushed by this air wave. The dragon's ruins, which were originally full of broken walls, had already been crushed into powder all over the ground. The most eye-catching thing is the huge crater in the ground, which was caused by the aftermath of this collision. At first glance, it looks like a dry lake, and the pits are huge and terrifying. And at the bottom of this lake, there are countless stone powders. These are the crushed ground and the ruins of former walls. Puff. It was almost a confrontation where both sides tried their best, completely unlike the initial test. It also made Qi Li's chest feel tight, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Is this the opponent at the peak of the strong level? His strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Qila took a few deep breaths, trying to relieve the tightness in his chest. Also at the peak of the powerhouse level, in terms of pure strength, although Qi Lu is not far behind the Ocean Dragon King, he is indeed incomparable. The dragon's body has stronger talents in this aspect. Therefore, it was not an accident that Qila vomited blood. However, having said that, in this confrontation, the Ocean Dragon King did not fare any better. Under Qi Li's long stick, the dragon's tail covered with hard dragon scales was also torn open, and dragon's blood gurgled outward. Every drop of dragon blood falling on the ground will freeze that small area of ground. Moreover, the corrosive power caused by the fate of heaven and earth brought by Qi Lu in this attack will also make the wound on the Ocean Dragon Emperor's tail unable to heal in a short time. You actually hurt me? Damn it, you actually hurt me. Longxing glanced at the wound on his dragon's tail in disbelief, and then let out an angry roar. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since I was injured? This time has come so long that Longxing has forgotten what it feels like to be injured. But at this moment, the pain on the dragon's tail made Longxing so angry that he wanted to tear the guy in front of him to pieces immediately. Member of the human race, you have completely angered me now. At this moment, Longxing truly looked at the opponent in front of him, and he no longer called him Ant. Longxing would give enough respect to a powerful person in the same cultivation realm as himself, even if he was a human race that he hated. It's not respect based on race, but respect based on strength. As a dragon, Longxing still hates the human race. But as an enemy, Longxing will give it absolute importance. So what if I piss you off? If I'm just incompetent and furious, that would be too boring. Qi Lu waved his hand and then assumed a fighting stance. In terms of strength, Qi Lu has already confirmed that he should not be a match for the Ocean Dragon King. Then there is no need to start from the aspect of strength. In a battle, it is definitely not a wise choice to use one's shortcomings against one's strengths. Therefore, Qi Lu also made the best response plan, using absolute combat skills to deal with this giant dragon. Combat instinct is indeed one of the dragon's talents, but for Qi Lu, this talent is not worth mentioning at all. True combat skills should come from the perception of the edge of life and death. Combat instinct is only a means to strengthen the speed of obtaining such insights, rather than the ability to obtain these insights out of thin air. Therefore, in terms of combat skills and combat awareness, Qi Lu has absolute confidence and can surpass any living being. Come on, let me see the true strength of the Ocean Dragon King. As Qi Lu spoke, he recondensed the Qianji ball in his hand into a pair of gauntlets with armor. This is also one of the weapons that can best bring out all the combat skills and combat awareness. When facing an enemy of the size of the Ocean Dragon King, sufficient agility is the best way to deal with it. Of course, this is only for Qi Lu. If you are an ordinary practitioner, the suggestion is to stay as far away as possible. Then get ready for my wrath. Longxing roared. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to drop continuously. Within a few breaths, you could see that tiny ice crystals had begun to condense in the surrounding air. These ice crystals are definitely not due to the condensation of ice elements. It's just because the temperature dropped to an extreme point, causing the water vapor in the air to condense. Pieces of snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and they were getting bigger and bigger. This is the power of the peak power of the strong level. With his own power, he can affect the entire world and directly change the surrounding environment. The extreme cold is such a terrifying low temperature that water drops turn into ice. Even if you take a deep breath, a lot of ice slag can condense. Moreover, the ice element mixed in it is raging everywhere, making the environment here extremely dangerous. Facing this low temperature, even Qi Lu had to devote part of his strength to assist. Otherwise, your mobility will definitely be affected by the ice element in it. Obviously he is the Dragon King of the ocean, but he has such strong control over the ice element. It's really surprising. Under the terrible cold, Qi Lu felt that his body was frozen and stiff. Shouldn't the Ocean Dragon King's ability be based on the water element? Why is it the ice element? However, at least at this moment, Qi Lu did not have time to explore this issue. Under the shroud of such a terrible cold, even Lan Qi, who was far away from the center of the battlefield, condensed a shield and enveloped himself and Shana. The giant dragons that came with the Ocean Dragon King also retreated one after another at this time, and they were almost out of sight. Looking around, the severe cold has already covered more than 10,000 miles, almost covering the entire dragon ruins. What is this concept? You know, Dragon Ruins was the place where humans and dragons fought. It is the ruins left after the entire Huang Empire was destroyed by the war. This is the territory of an entire empire, rather than a city-state. The giant dragon at the peak of the power level is truly unparalleled in power. In a rage, it can freeze an entire empire-sized area. The extreme cold brought by the snowflakes all over the sky, and the luck off heaven and earth mixed with it, can almost wipe out the vitality of all living things. It can be said that if the Ocean Dragon King is willing, it will be easy to destroy an empire. And among the snowflakes falling all over the sky, the only thing that was not affected. I'm afraid there is only one dragon soul fire that is still burning with blazing flames. The fire of dragon souls, which gathers the power of thousands of dragon souls and has been baptized by thunder and lightning, cannot be frozen by simple ice elements. Come, fellow humans, prepare for my wrath. Extreme Ice Roar. Longxing exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth, flapped his wings, and whipped up a storm. Then in the next second, a roar that resounded throughout the world suddenly erupted. Roar. In an instant, the sound of the surrounding snowstorm disappeared, and all kinds of shouts disappeared. Even my own breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped at this moment. It was as if this roar was the only thing left in this world. Boom boom boom. The sound wave that condensed into substance, mixed with the majestic destiny of heaven and earth, rushed towards Qi Lu rapidly. As if he had transcended the limitations of space, he appeared in front of Qi Lu in an instant, bursting out with terrifying power. The surrounding space was shattered, the ice crystals condensed by the ice element were turned into powder, and the earth was crushed into powder. The violent power seems to be able to destroy everything in its way. What an incredible force! This was almost a full blow from the Ocean Dragon King, which made Qi Lu's face become serious. Although it looks like it's just the roar of a dragon. But mixed with this terrifying roar was the unparalleled luck of heaven and earth, the extremely cold dragon's breath, and the Ocean Dragon King's understanding of the power of the ice element. The power that comes from the fusion is simply a geometric increase. The destructive power is so strong that it can destroy the world. What's even more frightening is that this kind of overwhelming attack has no way to dodge. After being locked by the fate of heaven and earth, it can all lie blocked. You like to decide the outcome with one strike, but I don't like wasting time either. Then let's compete to see whose attack is better. Qi Lu took a deep breath, but his face showed a high fighting spirit. The vast ocean-like destiny of heaven and earth also began to gather towards his fists. The coercion and power were so strong that even before he took action, the surrounding space began to deform and twist, and cracks began to appear in the void. Dragonbone armor, appear. With a roar, a looming shadow of the ancestral dragon suddenly appeared behind Qi Lu. It was a dragon whose appearance was completely different from that of the giant dragon. Even though its body was curled and entangled, it looked like a huge mountain. If the dragon's body was completely straightened, it would probably be 10,000 meters long, which is terrifying. As soon as this ancestral dragon phantom appeared, even the Ocean Dragon King's pupils shrank and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Lan Qi and Shauna, who were always paying attention to the battlefield, had even more exciting expressions. What kind of creature is that phantom? Is it some kind of ancient beast? Ancestral dragons are creatures that have never existed, whether in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains. The sudden appearance at this moment is beyond the huge size of the dragon. Even if it is just a shadow, it is terrifying enough. 10,000 meters long, what a terrifying size it is. Stretching across the sky, it is almost impossible to see the end. Only Qi Lu knew that his dragon bone armor was forged from the bones of the ancestral dragon. And summoning the ancestral dragon's shadow to help in the battle can be regarded as the strongest method. Zulong's defensive power is so amazing. Even if he took the Ocean Dragon King's attack forcefully, it would be no problem at all. And this is also one of Qi Li's trump cards. It is one of the methods that Qi Li can only use after he is promoted to the strong level. Although the dragon power erupted by the ancestral dragon's shadow is not the same as that of the giant dragon, it is equally terrifying and tyrannical. Even in terms of level, he still has to overwhelm the giant dragon. The blessing on Qi Li's body makes the power that Qi Lu exudes become 3 points stronger. One punch. Qi Lu concentrated all his strength on his fists. There are no superfluous moves, and no superfluous moves are needed. The collision between the two sides with a full blow is the ultimate explosion of power and the most essential collision of power. It was just a simple punch. Saw. This punch was like a blast of wind, tearing through the air. Then I saw that starting from the position where Qi Lu punched, the space began to shatter inch by inch, and then continued to spread upwards. The void began to wail, but the space rift would not stop advancing. The roar of the ocean dragon king that condensed into a sound wave was also crushed by this violent fist, and then turned into nothingness in the void. However, Qi Li's attack was not neutralized. The terrifying fist force is still crushing towards the sky. Wherever it passes, the void is shattered and the space collapses. The entire sky seemed to be unable to withstand this force, and there was an obvious tremor. This is the ultimate power. How can this be? Longxing watched the collapse of space spread towards him, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. However, under the lock of this fist force, Longxing had nowhere to hide. At the peak of the strong level, you are also a powerful person at the peak of the strong level. At this moment, Longxing finally realized that the human race member in front of him who dared to fight with him was actually a powerful person with the same cultivation level as himself. This fact was almost unacceptable to Longxing. The dragon clan should stand at the top of all races. How could it be defeated here? Longxing roared angrily. This fist force that destroyed the world also hit the ocean dragon king hard. Qi Lu didn't have the slightest reserve of strength. When he punched, he tried his best to defeat the enemy with just one move. The destructive power that exploded was naturally terrifying. The space next to the Ocean Dragon Emperor was crushed, and the dragon scales on the Ocean Dragon Emperor were also torn off. Countless wounds appeared on the huge dragon body of the Ocean Dragon King, and the cold dragon blood spilled down from the heaven and earth. There were also many dragon scales in it, which fell on the ground. In some serious wounds, you can even see the white keel inside. The power of a punch is so terrifying. The victory has been decided. Qi Lu raised his arms, and the arm armor immediately made a clear buzzing sound. The ultimate power confrontation, even if combat skills are put aside, the store manager's exclusive equipment owned by Qi Lu cannot be compared to the Ocean Dragon King. What's more, if it were really a competition of combat skills, the Ocean Dragon King might lose even more miserably. And this punch also made the Ocean Dragon King aware. The human race in front of them is indeed superior to itself in terms of combat effectiveness. It is really unimaginable that such a powerful and unparalleled power can appear among the human race. It is simply unbelievable. I admit that, as a member of the human race, your strength is indeed the strongest I have ever seen in my life. But when you said the outcome was decided, it was too early. Longxing stared at Qi Lu and said sadly. This sentence immediately gave Qi Lu an ominous premonition. What you up to? However, this question was not answered. I saw the Ocean Dragon King's wings fluttering, and the ice elements between heaven and earth suddenly dissipated. The ice crystals on the frozen dragon ruins also began to melt, and then turned into pools of running water. In the lower areas, small ponds and small streams have begun to gather. And these scenes made Qi Li's ominous premonition grow stronger and stronger. Let me ask you, human race, do you know why I am called the Ocean Dragon Emperor? But at this moment, Longxing asked with a ferocious smile. Ocean Dragon King. Could it be? It was this sentence that suddenly brought a picture to Qi Li's mind. You. It seems you have thought of it, human race. After Longxing saw the change in Qi Li's expression, he burst into hearty laughter. It also confirmed Qi Li's conjecture, which was absolutely correct. Dragon Ruins is close to the waters of Dragon Island and is the southern boundary of Eastern Wasteland. The Ocean Dragon King is the Dragon King who controls the sea, and his power is definitely more than just controlling the ice element. The sea area, the water element, is also within the control of the Ocean Dragon King. In other words, if the Ocean Dragon King wants to mobilize sea water to submerge the dragon ruins, it will be easy. Even, submerge the entire eastern wasteland. Damn guy, you really want to destroy the entire human race? Qilu was horrified, looked at the Ocean Dragon King angrily, and asked loudly. The Dragon Island Sea Area, also known as the Endless Sea Area, is much larger than the East Wasteland. Therefore, it is completely possible to submerge the entire eastern wasteland with the sea water of the Endless Sea. I have said it a long time ago. Compared with the Dragon Clan, the human clan is not worth mentioning. I admit that you are very strong, so come and block it to see if you have the ability to solve the crisis of the destruction of the human race. Longxing's tone suddenly became extremely cold. Among the 4 Dragon Kings, none is a fool. The Ocean Dragon King may have his own dignity, but his essential purpose is to take revenge on the human race and lead the dragon race to its former prosperity. Therefore, the outcome of a battle is not important at all to the Ocean Dragon King. As long as you can achieve your goal, then you will do whatever it takes. Whether it is to snatch the Holy King's token or to destroy the entire human race, as long as the result is what you want, the process does not matter at all. Although I hate the human race, I do not despise the power of the human race. Let's try it. The water flooded the entire wasteland. Longxing shouted loudly, like the sound of thunder. At the same time, an earth-shaking loud noise came from the distance, as if in response to Longxing's shouts. Boom! That was the loud noise that erupted from the border between the Endless Sea and Dragon Ruins. Huge waves rose out of thin air, crashing from the sea, and the waves rolling in the sky seemed to have the potential to shake the world. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they could still see how huge the terrifying waves were. It seems to be carrying the power of destruction, roaring towards it. Then it hit the ground hard, causing an obvious tremor that shocked the entire dragon ruins. The violent tremor was like an earthquake that affected an extremely wide area. Taking the coastline as the source, it spread continuously toward the interior of the eastern wasteland. Wave after wave of waves crashed towards the shore. In just one cup of tea, hundreds of miles in the direction of the dragon ruins approaching the Endless Sea were completely engulfed by the sea water. What should we do now? Qilu felt the vibration under his feet, and his mind was in chaos. When it comes to fighting, Qilu is quite good at it. But solving this kind of world-destroying tsunami is not within Qilu's business scope. Ocean Dragon King, you actually want to destroy the entire eastern wasteland. Lan Qi's face was extremely ugly, but he was also helpless. As the Demon Dragon King, Lan Qi's area of expertise is the ability to fight in close quarters. We are completely helpless as to how to deal with the tsunami. If this was just a tsunami caused by natural factors, it could still be dealt with. However, now, it is the Ocean Dragon King who actively caused the tsunami. If culprit is not eliminated, there is nothing that can be done. But this method is simple to say. But no matter what, the Ocean Dragon King is a dragon at the peak of the powerful level. Even if his combat effectiveness is inferior to Qi Li's, it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time if he wants to completely solve it. If he is really dragged down by the Ocean Dragon King, I am afraid that the entire eastern wasteland will be submerged before the battle is over. What's wrong with you? Are you just watching Donghuang be flooded? Human race, are you just going to watch your people being destroyed? Longxing's eyes were cold and playful as he looked at the 3 people below. It is indeed a fact that the strength of the strong man is tyrannical. But when it comes to controlling the power of elements, there is still a specialization in the art industry. The tsunami caused by the Ocean Dragon King was his understanding of the rules of the water element, and was not an effect that magic could achieve. Although Qi Lu can rely on his own strength to destroy the entire Donghuang, but it is unable to use the power of elements to mobilize other things to create such huge destructive power like the Ocean Dragon King. Now, he is forced into a dead end. Brother Qi Lu, I think I should be able to help. Just when Qi Lu looked serious and was thinking hard, but was unable to do anything, a crisp voice suddenly reached his ears. Looking back, he saw Yu Shi'er appearing in the dragon ruins at some unknown time. It should have come out of the space door that was left deliberately before. Shi'er, why are you here? Qi Lu asked, with a frown. A battle with a powerful person is beyond the scope of Yu Shi'er's help. Brother Qi Lu, I can block the tsunami and help you delay. Yu Shi'er said immediately. He even knew about this. From the looks of it, Yu Shi'er should have been here for a while. Can you help me block the tsunami? Qi Lu looked at the determined expression on Yu Shi'er's face and couldn't help but repeat it. If Yu Shi'er can really block the tsunami, then he only needs to wait until Qi Lu takes care of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and the crisis of destruction in the eastern wasteland can be resolved smoothly. So Yu Shi'er is definitely a key figure. Yes, Brother Qi Lu, have you forgotten what you gave Shi'er? Yu Shi'er nodded vigorously. This sentence immediately reminded Qi Lu. Heavenly Shield. Active skill, Heaven Control. You can unfold the Heaven Control barrier to block all attacks before the barrier is broken. Yeah, I almost forgot about it. Shi'er, thank you for reminding me. I'll leave it to you this time. Qi Lu seemed to suddenly realize it. He couldn't help hugging Yu Shi'er, and then turned to look at the Ocean Dragon King. He took a deep breath and said loudly, I'm so sorry, Ocean Dragon King, I may have to disappoint you. The human race cannot be destroyed just because you say it will be destroyed. At the same time, Yu Shi'er also took a few steps back, and then summoned the Heavenly Shield. Expand. Heavenly Barrier. With this low shout, an invisible barrier instantly opened, and then continued expand to the left and right. In just a few breaths, the entire dragon ruins was cut off. Anyway, the dragon ruins are just ruins. If they are flooded, they will be flooded. There is nothing to worry about. As long as the tsunami does not spread to the city-states in the eastern wasteland, it will be fine. In this way, Qi Lu would have enough time to decide the final outcome with the Ocean Dragon King. After all, the impact of the tsunami alone could not break through the sky-controlling barrier. And with Qi Li's obstruction, it would be impossible for the Ocean Dragon Emperor to break through the sky-controlling barrier himself. It's great that I still have this skill. Lan Qi also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. In any case, Donghuang still has a memory for Lan Qi. Moreover, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er have been living in the East Wasteland, so it would be best if they could protect them. Even Shauna, who was born in the northern mountains, relaxed at this moment. However, the face of the Ocean Dragon King in the sky was not so good-looking. The backups he had deployed were dismantled one by one. Who can put this kind of thing on and have a good face? Okay. As expected of the human race that can make the dragon race retreat to Dragon Island, the methods are indeed endless. But don't underestimate the Dragon Clan. Longxing roared angrily, then moved, and the huge dragon body came over like a mountain. If that's the case, let's fight. People, the human race has begun to fight back, we don't have to wait and see anymore, let's attack. It's time to start a war with the humans. The power of the Ocean Dragon King will not weaken after a defeat. Following him, the giant dragons watching the battle in the distance immediately rushed forward with this roar. Roar. The roar of the dragon filled the sky, resounding throughout the entire world. The power of hundreds of giant dragons roaring in unison is truly earth-shattering. Although the Yutian barrier cuts off the entire dragon ruins and can indeed withstand the impact of the tsunami, it cannot increase the height of the barrier without limit. It is not difficult for these giant dragons to cross the sky barrier. After all, with Yushir's current level of cultivation, there is no way to take over the entire eastern wasteland with the Yutian barrier. There is always a gap left for these dragons to fly through. Ocean Dragon King, have you forgotten me? Seeing hundreds of giant dragons rushing over, Lan Qi no longer waited. He raised his black cloak and instantly transformed back into his true form. The 1,000-meter-long jet-black dragon body stretches across the sky, making up for the shortcomings of the defense line of the heavenly barrier. Since the sky barrier is used to resist the tsunami, Lan Qi, as the demon dragon emperor, must personally stop the giant dragon in the sky. Shauna also took out her own exclusive weapon, the broken star longbow, and looked for an angle to attack. With Shauna's current level of power, the star-shattering longbow can kill enemies who are not at the strong level with one arrow. Even if the target is a dragon with amazing defense, this is no exception. The armor-piercing power of the broken star longbow can easily penetrate Thedragon's scales. Demon Dragon Emperor, you finally couldn't help but take action. A traitor is a traitor, and he would turn swords on his own people. Lan Qi's move allowed Longxing to instantly occupy the commanding heights of Dai. The giant dragon hovering in the sky, under Longxing's instruction with a few words, glared at Lan Qi angrily. Ocean Dragon King, I just want to prevent a war. The human race and the dragon race have been at peace for a long time. They are each recuperating and reproducing their tribesmen. They are not prepared for this moment. You, on the other hand, insist on putting the dragon race on the opposite side of the human race. What exactly do you want to do? However, Lan Qi was not a vegetarian, and responded quickly to Longxing's question. Neither the human race nor the dragon race are bloodthirsty and warlike races. The two major races have been resting and recuperating for so long. Is it just for the current race war? Isn't it good for peace to continue like this? Humans and dragons can coexist. Why do we have to fight to the death? Can we really not tolerate the human race? Lan Qi struck while the iron was hot and continued. The number of members of the dragon clan is very high, but in fact, the number is just over 1,000. For the human race, it is only a relatively small number. Even if they live together, there will not be much obstacles. However, the will of the Ocean Dragon King is not so easy to change. Weak races are not worthy of coexisting with dragons. Demon Dragon Emperor, you don't need to say any more. This battle is a battle to safeguard the dignity of the Dragon Clan, and it is also a battle to wash away the humiliation of the Dragon Clan. People, don't hesitate to attack. Longxing would not let Lan Qi's remarks sway the thoughts of the people who followed him. So he simply cut the mess quickly without giving Lan Qi a chance to continue to refute him, and started this battle directly. Roar. The roars of the giant dragons were earth-shattering. As if responding to the will of the Ocean Dragon King, with a high fighting spirit. If these giant dragons, even a small part of them, were allowed to cross the defense line of Yutian barrier, it can make all the human city-states in the eastern wasteland restless. Those human city-states that did not have hero-level powerful men in charge had no power to fight back in front of the giant dragon. The residents in the city-state can only watch the city-state being destroyed, and even have to be buried with the city-state. This is the difference between races. The individual power levels between the human race and the dragon race are still too far apart. Moreover, during the thousands of years of the Dragon Clan keeping a low profile among the Dragon Clan, there are also several giant dragons that have been promoted to the strong level, mixed among these hundreds of giant dragons. At this moment, Long Might broke out, which could be described as shaking the world. Even if it is far from Lan Qi's fighting ability. But a giant dragon at the strong level can definitely crush any opponent at heroic level. If one of these powerful dragons starts wreaking havoc in the eastern wasteland, the entire human race will be in a semi-destroyed state within a few days. And there is still no way to stop this. Because in today's eastern wasteland, among the human race, there is no strong level power at all. I will use facts to prove to you how big the gap is between the human race and the dragon race. Longsheng raised his head and looked down at the people below. The giant dragons following the Ocean Dragon King also flapped their wings and were ready to attack. As long as they break through the defense line of Yutian Barrier, they can do whatever they want in the eastern wasteland. But at this moment, Qile sighed suddenly, and then said aloud, I didn't want things to develop like this, but now I really have no choice. Since the war between the human race and the dragon race is inevitable, there is no need to avoid the war. Ocean Dragon King, the dragon race is indeed a powerful race, but do you really think that the human race has no one to fight against? Qile shouted and asked, like a sudden thunder explosion. The loud voice instantly resounded throughout the world. We humans love peace, but that doesn't mean we humans are weak and can be bullied. Since you dragons want to fight, then the Ocean Dragon Emperor and we humans are also willing to accompany him to the end. Qile's words were like a clarion call for war. The blood is surging and the fighting spirit is high. At the same time, a voice that seemed to be responding to Qile's declaration of war also came from the sky above the dragon ruins. Manager Qi, isn't it a little bad if you open the door to space in the sky? This voice seemed a little old, but full of energy. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly walked out from the door of space left by Qi Lu. Astonishingly, it was Gu Pingchuan, the dean of Brilliant Academy and a half-powerful magician. The dragon clan wants to start a war with the human clan. Of course, Gu Pingchuan and the others are qualified and have the right to know about such a big matter. Because this is a war that may affect the entire eastern wasteland. As the top experts among the human race in the eastern wasteland, Gu Pingchuan and the others also have the obligation to participate in this war. In normal times, the human race likes to fight among themselves. But in a race war, the strongest among the human race will never escape. Because this is the responsibility they carry on their shoulders. If the race does not exist, no matter how strong they are, what's the point? Manager Qi, we are too old to bear such trouble. I said, Lao Ren, you are really old, but I am still young. Don't include me in this. Following Gu Pingchuan were the deans of the other two colleges among the three colleges. Peak Academy, Ren Gongxiu. Dadi College, class is correct. Thanks to their frequent practice in the shop, Ren Gongxiu and Banjing also reached the same level of cultivation as Gu Pingchuan. Only that last step is needed to truly step into the realm of the strong. However, it is this last step that is the most difficult. Moreover, the missing strongman-level trial crystals came from no one knows where. But such a small problem cannot stop them from fighting to protect the human race. If you can survive after the war, then go to Lan Qi to buy a strong Laveltrial crystal. Is this your confidence? Or do you, the human race, only have so much fighting power? Longsheng couldn't help but sneered when he saw the three people coming out of the space gate. 3.5 steps to the strong level, it is only stronger than the giant dragon in the heroic level, but there is still a gap between it and the strong level. It's a pity that if human cultivators want to advance, they must have trial crystals. At this point, the Dragon Clan has a big advantage. Don't worry, Ocean Dragon King, the human race's heritage is much stronger than you think. Qilu was not moved at all by the Ocean Dragon King's ridicule. How can this kind of war be without me? We once owed a favor to store manager Qi, and now it's finally our turn to fight for the human race. Although I am old and frail, I am not afraid of a battle. As these sounds came, several more figures walked out of the space door. The person who came was none other than Bailey Fenghua, the leader of the Sword Control sect. There are also two elders of the Sword Control sect, Lu Jingya and Yu Qifeng. These three people can be regarded as the representatives of all sects and sects in the entire eastern wasteland, and they are well-deserved among the top powerhouses. The strongest quality of the human race is unity. When resisting foreign enemies, all members of the human race can put aside their past grudges and fight together. For Dong Huang, for the human race. We are not afraid of challenges from any race. The impassioned voice fell, and the accompanying figure walked out of the space door with head held high. Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time. After the war, I must catch up with you. The first one to step out was Ling Ao, the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire. Following closely behind were the two powerful heroes of the Gu Luo Empire, Sword Emperor and Yu Feng. Then there are the two powerful heroes of the Star Empire, the Paladin and the White-Clothed High Priest. Although there is no peace between the three empires, as they said, when facing foreign enemies, they can put aside all their prejudices and fight together. We are all old acquaintances. I have never imagined this kind of scene fighting side by side. Gu Pingchuan said with emotion. Even when they were wiping out the remnants of the Shadow Palace, they had never stood together like this. Although it is said to be cooperation on the surface, most of them are still fighting on their own. However, at this moment, the enemy that the human race faced was the dragon race that was several levels stronger than the Shadow Palace. It is simply impossible to fight independently. Don't forget, there is still us. Store manager, Qi has taken care of us so much, now it's time for us to repay him. It's great to be able to keep fighting with my big brother. Master, I didn't keep you waiting long. As soon as these sounds came out, Lan Qi and Shauna's attention was immediately attracted. Because the owners of these voices are none other than the 7 members of Lanya's team. Today's Lanya team can definitely be regarded as the main force in this battle between the human race and the dragon race. Lan Zier and Xing Lian, who have even been promoted to the realm of strongmen, have the same mind, so it is no problem to fight 1 against 3. Moreover, these opponents, 1 against 3, are all enemies of the same cultivation level. It can completely relieve the pressure on the frontal battlefield. As for Lan Yi and the others, except for Xiaoya, they all have hero-level combat capabilities, and they are not afraid of facing ordinary dragons at all. You remember to be careful, this kind of war is no joke. Although they knew that Lan Yi and the others were mercenaries, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier were no strangers to fighting. But Shauna couldn't help but want to give a few words of advice. In the eyes of parents, children always grow up, and this has nothing to do with their cultivation level. Okay, Qing'er and Zier are not children anymore. Lan Qi interjected. Then Shauna glared hard. The appearance of Lanya's team was like a floodgate being opened. In the gate of space, figures began to emerge continuously, and then came outside the defense line of Yutian Barrier. Followed Qi Lu and others to confront the giant dragons in the sky. The Tiger Hunt, Blood Wolf, Hua Manqiu, Hua Ruoyu of the Yunwu City Mercenary Union. Meng Xiangyu, Wu Zhuozhou, Zhong Lingyun, Jing Qingyun, Wu Ji from Brilliant Academy. Wang Yu and Lan Zhili from Pinnacle Academy. Ling Xiao, Ying Kuang, Su Yuan of the Huangyuan Empire. All the people who come out of the space door are all customers who have been to the store, some are regulars, and some are intermittent. But without exception, they are all acquaintances. Those with the lowest cultivation level are also cultivators at the heroic level. It was full of people, at least several hundred people, and the defense line guarding the Yutian realm could not take care of the place. Moreover, the number of figures coming out of the space gate has not stopped and has been increasing. The store Qilu opened in Yunwu City really changed Donghuang. In the past, it was unbelievable in the eastern wasteland that there were so many heroic-level experts among the human race. However, now it has actually been done. Even at this moment, the human race can still compete with the dragon race. And all of this is thanks to the person standing at the front, store manager Qi, whose cultivation level has always been a mystery. How is this possible? How is it possible that there are so many heroic cultivators in the human race now? Longxing looked inside the space door. More and more people were coming out, and the expressions on their faces were constantly changing. From ridicule and contempt at the beginning, it gradually became serious and dignified, then gradually became shocked, and in the end, I couldn't believe my eyes. Now is not the ancient times anymore. How can it be so easy to find heroic heroes among the human race? The power of the dragon is a racial talent, born to be powerful. But because of this, the reproduction ability of the dragon people is extremely low. But the current situation of the human race is too abnormal. Nothing is impossible. I have said from the beginning that the human race has never been afraid of any war. We love peace, but we are by no means weak and can be bullied. Qi stared into the eyes of the Ocean Dragon King, speaking in a low voice, word by word. At this moment, this war has officially begun. Only when the strong ones among the human race are fully assembled can we discover how powerful the current human race is. I'm old and incompetent, so I'll take my place and take the lead. Gu Pingchuan raised the staff in his hand, and magic elements filled the sky instantly gathered together. Wind blade storm, boulders and rain of fire. As soon as he took action, it was a large-scale magic that enveloped the dragon group on the opposite side. The magic released by the great magician, who is half a step into the strong level, is not enough for a group of giant dragons who are at the heroic level. Even after some of the power is reduced by the dragon's magic resistance, it can still cause considerable damage. After all, this is the difference in cultivation level. Although ordinary magicians have a headache with the magic resistance of the dragon. However, magic resistance is not magic immunity after all. Even if you can reduce magic damage, you will still be injured. Especially when the magician can use the luck of heaven and earth, and add it to the magic penetration can be achieved. Even a giant dragon would not dare to take on this level of magic. As Gu Pingchuan waved his staff, wind blades and huge fireballs poured down from the sky like heavy rain, heading towards the hundreds of giant dragons not far away. The war began. Since the battle between dragons and humans is inevitable, seizing the upper hand is the most important thing. Gu Pingchuan took the lead, not to kill many giant dragons in one go, but just to control the rhythm of this battle in the hands of the human race. Because it is still difficult to use large-scale magic to punish the dragon clan. Unless it is magic performed by pure luck of heaven and earth. However, if this situation does occur, it is just a strong level power crushing a heroic level dragon. Otherwise, under the same cultivation level, the magician will be restrained by the dragon. The battle has begun, so we don't have to hold back. People of the sect, come with me to fight. The leader of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua, raised the long sword in his hand and spoke loudly to all the people in the sect. In today's eastern wasteland, all the sects follow the sword control sect as their leader. In this battle, they naturally followed Bailey Fenghua's orders. All those who use swords, please unsheath my swords. Follow me and attack as a vanguard. Lu Jingyao also raised the thin sword in her hand, and then took the lead to meet the giant dragon not far away. The people of the sect naturally followed closely behind without any hesitation, and no one even took half a step back. Damn human ants, do you think you are qualified to challenge the dragon clan because you have some skills? Then let me tell you that the dragon clan is not someone you are qualified to challenge. When Longxing saw this scene, the shock on his face turned into anger. A race that he looked down upon actually dared to challenge the dragon clan, which once stood at the top of all races. This kind of overestimating behavior made Longxing furious. People, fight and make these guys pay the price for overestimating their abilities. Let them know what the power of the dragon clan is. The dignity of the Dragon Clan cannot be challenged. The order of the Ocean Dragon King is the highest directive. Roar. The giant dragons hovering in the sky had long been prepared to attack. As soon as the order came, they roared and rushed forward. The earth-shaking roar, mixed with the terrifying power of the dragon, caused the surrounding space to distort and deform under pressure. It's like a real sound wave is coming, and the impact it carries seems to be able to crush all obstacles into powder. If the Dragon Clan is willing to coexist peacefully, we will not refuse. But if the Dragon Clan wants to start a war, we won't be afraid. Fighters of the Huangyuan Empire, take your weapons and follow me into battle. Ling Ao stood with his head held high and shouted loudly. Then the fire element staff in his hand suddenly waved, and the fire elements in the sky quickly gathered together, condensing into blazing flame arrows, and flew towards the incoming dragon. The soldiers belonging to the Huangyuan Empire also roared with high fighting spirit. Then, headed by Ling Xiao and Su Yuan, they divided into two teams and attacked the hundreds of giant dragons from the left and right sides. That guy Ling Ao has taken the lead in everything. We can't fall behind this time. Fighters of the Gulyuo Empire, follow me and go into battle to kill the enemy. The Sword King pulled out a two-handed heavy sword from behind, stepped on it, and a loud noise suddenly sounded in the void. The shelter of the wind. Wind elemental blessing. Yu Feng, who followed him, blessed the Sword Emperor with auxiliary magic in Adicid understanding. In an instant, the figure of the Sword King rushed forward like a black light, leaving afterimages in the air. Naturally, the warriors of the ancient Luo Empire were not willing to lag behind. They followed their king and charged forward with roars. How can we lag behind in such a grand event? The paladin also drew his cross sword. Fighters of the Star Empire, attack with the entire army. The high priest in white waved his staff, and the starry light of the sky fell on the soldiers of the Star Empire. This made the already powerful warriors even more motivated to fight. Blood Wolf, they're all here, let's hurry up. I have fought a lot of Warcraft before, and this is really my first time fighting a dragon. It's really exciting. Hu Shou twisted his neck, moved his body, and then took out his dragon-marked giant axe. The strengthened dragon-marked giant axe is much more destructive than the blank slate. Even if Hu Shou has successfully been promoted to the hero level, he can still use it without losing his power. Hu Shou, you've been a lone ranger for a long time and you don't know what cooperation means. Shui Lang then drew out his weapon and said slowly, the three empires and sects are responsible for the main attack. Our task is to make up for the loopholes in the defense line. If these giant dragons break through our line of defense, something big will happen. For this war, the human race can be said to have used all its elites. Almost all the human race members who have reached the heroic level of cultivation have gathered here to stop the dragon race's attack. Therefore, within the East Wasteland, the fighting power is now empty. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as 3 or 5 giant dragons break through the defense line of Yutian Barrier and enter the territory of Donghuang, that would be enough to turn the entire human race upside down and destroy Thessaly State. Therefore, in this battle, in addition to offense, equally important is defense. No giant dragon can be allowed to break through this line of defense, otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. In addition to the mercenaries of the Mercenary Union, the students of the 3 major academies are also a defensive array, responsible for blocking the dragons that break through the front line of the battlefield. On the contrary, the tutors from the 3 major colleges will attack together with Gu Pingchuan and the other 3 deans. But there are exceptions to everything. Among the mercenaries, there were still people who participated in the offensive array. For example, if those people from Lanya's team were only placed in the defensive array, it would be a real loss. Because in the Eastern Wasteland, there is no shortage of cultivators at the heroic level. But there is still an urgent shortage of powerful people. Therefore, the role that Lan Zier and Xing Lian can play is really great. When fighting against the Dragon Clan, Qi Le needed to contain Longxing or even defeat Longxing directly, so he had no time to be distracted. And Yu Shi'er needs to keep the Yutian barrier from falling down, and is also unable to take action. Then the only strong level powers left who can fight are Lan Qi, Shana, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian. Among the remaining people, there are quite a few practitioners who have reached the half-step powerhouse level. But the half-step difference is still there. If you don't break through and get promoted, you won't be able to compete. Shattering Star Strike. As the one with the farthest attack range, Shana directly drew the string of the broken star longbow to full length, and the starlight converged into feather arrows. The finger was loosened and the string was returned, and the moment the arrow was released, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Whoosh! The sound that broke through the air was like a sharp roar. The beautiful light of the stars is like the scythe of death. The speed of Broken Star's attack was so fast that everyone present, even if they reacted, could not even think of dodging. Roar. A painful roar suddenly sounded, and a giant dragon fell to the ground. The huge dragon body fell from the sky, making an earth-shattering noise. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a huge pit. The giant dragon that fell in this pit had no breath at this time. One arrow, one life, is the Broken Star longbow. Even if it is a giant dragon at the level of a strong person, if it receives a blow from the Broken Star head-on without any preparation, it will at least be seriously injured and in critical condition. Even death on the spot is not impossible. This is the power of heaven and earth destiny level weapons. And this arrow also officially ignited the flames of this war. The Dragon Clan and the Human Clan collided together. Even though the two sides were hugely different in size, they were almost the same in terms of cultivation level. The giant dragon relied on the tyranny of its dragon body to rampage across the battlefield. The human race also possesses the best weapon, wisdom. They use seamless cooperation to trap the invading dragons in the battle formation, and then encircle and kill them. Those individuals with extremely powerful individual combat abilities shone even more brilliantly in this battle. The person who can fight the dragon alone without defeat must be the top strong among the human race. In other words, he is the top expert on the human race. Because there is a saying that almost all the powerful men who can fight on the human race are not from the human race. For example, Lan Zier is a hybrid of dragon and elf. Another example is Xing Lian. Even in his soul body state, he still belongs to the Dragon Clan. Or maybe Yu Shi'er is a member of the Yu Ling Cat Clan. You must know that the human race is not an exclusive race. What they hate are just enemies who need to fight with swords. So, if you don't have to. This war between the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan could have been avoided. It's a pity that the Ocean Dragon King's ambition is greater than imagined. The fighting situation on the battlefield was quite tragic. The casualties on both sides continued to increase. The giant dragons who died here, as well as the human race, were all smashed to the ground. The blood flowing freely almost dyed the ground of Dragon Ruins dark red. Is this what you want to see? Ocean Dragon King. Qi Le looked at the Ocean Dragon King with cold eyes, and spoke word by word. There was obvious anger in the cold tone. The development of the human race was hard one, and it took thousands of years for the dragon race to hide its capabilities and bide its time. Such hardship is definitely not for today's battle. If he had never met the Dragon Saint King, Qi Li's emotions would not be so strong. But after understanding the cultivation level of the Dragon Saint King, Qi Le knew that the dragon race and the human race could coexist. Otherwise, with the Dragon Holy King's king-level combat power, would he be afraid of the human race? What's more, when Qi Le saw the dragon soul of the giant Dragon Saint King, it could be seen from the attitude of the giant Dragon Saint King. The Dragon Saint King does not hate the human race, nor does he despise the human race. Therefore, the culprit of this war is not the Dragon Clan, but the Ocean Dragon King. In this war, both the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan were the victims. Human race, I admit that you are powerful, but you are still far from being able to control the dragon race. Longxing returned with a gloomy face and a cold voice. As the Dragon King of the Ocean, how could he give in? Now it seems that if the dragon tribe wants to return to the top of the world, the human race is the biggest obstacle. However, even if this battle is lost, it is not easy to ascend to the position of Holy King and destroy the human race. Thinking of this, Longxing's eyes, when he looked at Qi Lu, suddenly became even colder. It was this guy who blocked his steps to conquer the eastern wilderness. Longxing still remembered the power of that punch. Among the human race, there really is a powerful person at the peak of his power. When the realm of cultivation reaches this level, the advantages of the powerful dragon body can be ignored. Especially for those cultivators who have transformed from fighting spirit to luck of heaven and earth, after breaking away from the shackles of their ranks, their bodies will also be tempered by the luck of heaven and earth to become unparalleled. It can be said that it is not weaker than the strength of the dragon body. Even some guys who specialize in physical training can surpass dragon bodies in physical strength. So Longxing knew that he had to find another way. Arrogance does not mean cerebral palsy, and there is no need to fight head-on if you can't beat someone. The illusion of lying down and eating gall does not exist in this world, but similar stories are not without them. If you can't defeat him now, then you can just wait until you become stronger and take revenge. Longxing was certain that if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to keep him. So the question now is, what should I take away to make this trip worthwhile? As for this time, I can only admit defeat first. The consequences of insufficient intelligence are really serious. It was so serious that Longxing could hardly bear it. But no matter what, Longxing is the Dragon King of the Ocean, and his tenacity far exceeds that of ordinary people. No matter how severe the blow was, it could not break Longxing's determination. I have no intention of taking care of your dragon clan. That is your Dragon King's business. The only one I want to take care of is you. Qi Lu spat, clenching his fists. As long as the Ocean Dragon King can be eliminated, this war can be ended. Whether it is the human race or the dragon race, what they are doing now is a meaningless sacrifice. And these are just because of the Ocean Dragon King's selfish desires. Then come and give it a try. Longxing's eyes narrowed and he roared in a low voice. I think so too. Qi Lu didn't want to say anything more. His body swayed, as if he had crossed the barrier of space, and instantly appeared in front of the Ocean Dragon King. The gauntlet formed by the Qianji sphere made an angry sound of metal and iron clashing. With one punch, he used all his strength. At this moment, there is no need to show mercy. The sooner this battle is over, the better. Longxing also did not dodge or evade, and directly attacked, fighting with Qi Lu. The huge dragon body, which is thousands of meters long, looks clumsy, but is actually quite fast. The two fought together, and the sky was full of afterimages, as if two black lights, one large and one small, were colliding with each other. The void was shaken, the space collapsed and shattered, and bursts of thunder continued to sound, deafening. The violent aura escaped, forming circles of shock waves that spread in all directions. Just the aftermath can make cultivators at the heroic level afraid to approach. Even the giant dragon's powerful body could not withstand such a terrible impact. The battle between the strongest level experts is simply not something that others can interfere with. Those whose cultivation level is insufficient may not even be able to withstand the aftermath. The void collapsed and the earth shattered. The earth-shaking scene even caused the battle between the human race and the dragon race to stop for a short while. There is no other reason than that the battle scene between Qi Lu and Longxing was too shocking. It is no exaggeration to say that these two guys can break the sky. Is this the true strength of store manager Qi? It's really stronger than imagined. Lan Qi took the time to glance at the battle scene between the two, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The shock in the hearts of others was also beyond words. Manager Qi showed his strength for the first time and perfectly explained what it means to be unparalleled. Also shocked were the giant dragons who followed the Ocean Dragon King to the dragon ruins. Among the human race, there are actually powerful beings who can rival His Highness, the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The 4 Dragon Kings can be said to be the most powerful beings among the Dragon Clan. Only the Dragon Saint King can be ranked above the Dragon Emperor. However, at this moment, among the human race that they looked down upon, there was someone who could compete with the Ocean Dragon King. This also made these giant dragons realize one thing: whether their understanding of the human race was wrong. In fact, thousands of years of rest and recuperation have come down to it. Even though the lifespan of a giant dragon is naturally extremely long, there are only a few dragons who can survive from the time when the Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island. Therefore, the impression of the human race is not based on seeing these giant dragons with one's own eyes. Just hearsay. Therefore, at this moment, they have doubts about their own knowledge. Maybe the humans are not as weak as they are told. Maybe the war that year was not some conspiracy and trick used by the human race to harm the dragon race. If it is really a grudge from the past, then both parties who ruined the prince of the Dragon Clan and the princess of the Huang Empire are both at fault. Boom! But at this moment, a loud noise, like thunder, resounded through the sky. Qi Lu, who had punched out, stood in the void with wounds all over his body. The clothes and armor on his body were already badly damaged, and blood was constantly oozing out from large and small wounds. This is definitely the first time for all the customers in the store to see Qi Lu looking so miserable. So many wounds. Although there were no fatal injuries, it was enough to illustrate the difficulty of this battle. However, at the other end of the sky, the Ocean Dragon King, who was knocked back by Qi Li's punch, looked even more miserable. The scars all over his body and the blood flowing freely out almost dyed the deep blue dragon scales of the Ocean Dragon King red. The broken scales, the wounds with deep bones, and the flesh and blood rolled outwards all showed one thing: in the previous battle, the Ocean Dragon King was at a disadvantage. It can even be said that he was suppressed and beaten by Qi Lu. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for this to happen. Ocean Dragon King, you are indeed the strongest enemy I have ever encountered so far. Qi Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingers and spoke slowly. Although Qi Lu had met the god of forging before, Qi Lu had never fought against an enemy of that level, so he could not be counted. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon King is indeed the strongest enemy Qi Lu has fought against so far. At the peak of the powerhouse level, he is already the most top-notch powerful person. King level, that is a faraway realm. It is not easy to condense the supreme throne. Call. Longxing panted and did not reply to Qi Li's words, but just stared at him with a gloomy face. Qi Li didn't make Longxing wait any longer. He just paused for a moment and then continued, "But, it's not enough. You are not my opponent, and you can't be." Qi Li's calm voice seemed to be stating a fact. Of course, it is indeed true. So, this battle is over, and you will also pay the price for those clansmen who died in the battle. Whether it's your tribe or my tribe. After every word, Qi Li took a step forward. When the last syllable fell, Qi Li had already appeared in front of the Ocean Dragon King. His cold eyes stared straight into the vertical pupils of the Ocean Dragon King. However, Longxing looked at Qi Lu without any sign of weakness, and his eyes were even more ferocious. But at this moment, the roar of a tsunami hitting the ground suddenly came from the distance. Looking from the sky, one can clearly see the huge waves that are higher than the other and roaring ferociously. This made Qi Lu frown slightly. Here comes what I've been waiting for. Human race, don't be too happy. There was a hint of joy in Longxing's eyes. This made Qi Lu feel a little uneasy, and he immediately raised his fists, trying to stop the Ocean Dragon King's next move. But how could Longxing, who had already planned it, let Qi Lu get his wish? The huge dragon body instantly escaped tens of thousands of meters and appeared above the tsunami. The surging sea tide was so majestic. Under Longxing's deliberate drive, it turned into a water curtain that covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Frozen for thousands of miles. Then in the next moment, the water curtain that covered the sky and the sun was completely frozen. Looking up, it looks like a piece of land made of ice crystals, covering the entire sky and casting endless darkness on the ground. Oops. While seeing this scene, Qi Lu even guessed what the Ocean Dragon King wanted to do. No wonder, even with the sky control barrier, the Ocean Dragon King did not end the tsunami's invasion, but allowed the tsunami to continue to rage towards the eastern wasteland. It turned out to be another backup for myself. However, at this time, even if Qi Lu guessed it, it would be useless. Goodbye, Terran. Glacier destroys the world. As Longxing read these words with a ferocious expression, the terrifying glacier suspended in the sky, stretching for thousands of miles, let out an earth-shattering roar. Then he hit the dragon ruins hard. Damn it! Qi Lu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling that his heartbeat had slowed down by half a beat. What is the concept of a glacier that stretches thousands of miles and falls from the sky? The power of destruction. If it is not stopped, Qi Lu has no doubt that when the glacier hits the ground, the dragon ruins will disappear. And even the surrounding areas that were not hit by glaciers will not fare well. Violent earth shaking will destroy everything nearby. No one is spared. Damn Ocean Dragon King, this is simply an indiscriminate attack. Such a majestic and terrifying power also caused the war between humans and dragons to temporarily stop. At this moment, both the human race and the dragon race were all looking at sky with horrified faces. Looking at the terrifying glacier falling slowly. Silent fear seeped into the hearts of everyone and every dragon unconsciously. Is the Ocean Dragon King crazy? Lan Qi couldn't help but swallowed, feeling indescribable shock. The completely indiscriminate attack covers such a wide range that it is simply horrifying. Shauna also gasped. This kind of indiscriminate attack, covering tens of thousands of miles, is completely a crazy move. Once it falls, the violent shock caused by it will probably wipe out half of the creatures in the eastern wasteland. This guy is a lunatic. Ling Ao's body trembled slightly, he couldn't tell whether it was because of anger or fear. The Huangyuan Empire is the empire closest to dragon ruins. Even though there is a vast desert between the dragon ruins, if this glacier is allowed to fall to the ground, Ling Ao has no doubt that at least half of the Huangyuan Empire will be destroyed. The collapse of a large number of city-states will definitely kill countless people. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you are still displaced. Shao Qi, Shao Lian, is there any way to break it? If we let this glacier fall, Donghuang will be doomed. Lan Yi looked at Nailan Qinqi and Xing Lian and asked aloud. Xing Lian, who has the ability to freeze fruits, has an absolute advantage when dealing with any ice element attack. And Nailan Qinqi also has extremely strong attainments in the ice element. Not only does she possess the ancient class of Ice Queen, but she has also awakened the blood of ice, and her control over the ice element is not inferior to that of Xing Lian. Even more so. If even they can't do anything, something big will really happen. No, although I can control the ice element, I cannot control the fate of heaven and earth. The fate of heaven and earth mixed in the glacier is so majestic that there is no way to directly disintegrate the condensation of ice elements. We can only rely on external forces to break it. Nailan Qinqi quickly gave the answer. The Ice Queen and the Ice Bloodline do have the ability to control the ice element. But the fate of heaven and earth is a force that surpasses the ice element. Gathering in the glacier not only strengthens the destructive power of the glacier fall, but also prevents the ice element from escaping. If mainland wants to rely on his own strength to directly smash this glacier that stretches thousands of miles, he must at least have enough luck in the world. However, it is a pity that mainland is still lingering in the heroic realm. Even if you have enough luck in heaven and earth, you may not be able to control it. Xing Lian on the side also gave the same answer. If they are at the same level of cultivation, both Xing Lian and mainland Qin surpass the Ocean Dragon King in terms of control over the ice element. But once the level of cultivation cannot keep up, then the control will be greatly suppressed. That's why mainland Qin and Xing Lian seemed helpless when facing the Ocean Dragon King, who was at the peak of the power level. Because the difference in cultivation level is really too far. Even Xing Lian, who has been promoted to the strong level, is just a newcomer. Compared with a powerful person like the Ocean Dragon King who stands at the pinnacle of the power level, it is still not good enough. Not to mention mainland Qin. What can you do now? Human race. Come and try to block my full blow and see if you have this ability. Or, you can only watch here and lament your powerlessness. Longsheng looked at Qi Lu with a ferocious expression and mocked him unceremoniously. In this battle, the Dragon Clan was defeated at every turn. How could it not be exciting to finally be able to feel proud? Although the final target of the falling glacier is the entire dragon ruins. But the fate of heaven and earth condensed in the glacier can also cause fatal damage to cultivators at the heroic level. Maybe it's not that powerful against strong level powers. But that doesn't matter anymore. The powerful human race heroes who appeared in the dragon ruins are the remaining heritage of the current human race. As long as these people can be kept here, the human race will no longer be a threat. You are a complete lunatic. Qila said something bitterly. For their own purposes, they can use any means, even abandoning their own people. What is this if not crazy? But at this time, the most important thing is not to cause trouble for the Ocean Dragon King, but to prevent the glacier from falling. Under the crisis of Eastern Wasteland's fragmentation, the threat posed by the Dragon Clan is not that great. In other words, under the glacier, the human race and the dragon race are equal. A completely indiscriminate attack that would not distinguish whether it was a human or a dragon, it would only destroy all targets within the coverage area. Such a huge crisis actually brought the two races, who were fighting to the death just now, to briefly unite. It's all about survival, it's all about living, that's all. Use all your strength to break the glacier. Qila took a deep breath, no longer paying attention to the Ocean Dragon King, but instantly appeared under the falling glacier. The destiny of heaven and earth condensed in the glacier can only be shattered by the destiny of heaven and earth at the same level. This task naturally fell on Qi Lu. Because on the battlefield of dragon ruins, apart from the Ocean Dragon Emperor, there is only Qi Lu, a strong level peak power. Gather the destiny of heaven and earth and turn it into the power of heaven and earth. With this punch, the whole sky will be shattered. The boundless destiny of heaven and earth converged on Qi Li's right fist. Incomparable pressure also erupted from Qi Li's right fist, instantly crushing the surrounding space. The terrifying momentum is unstoppable. Crush me. With all his strength, he punched out under Qi Li's roar. The terrifying punch force immediately distorted the void, crushing upwards as if it were real. There is no grand scene, no great momentum. Under this punch, the world seemed to have lost its voice and fell into a dead silence. I saw that the void above the horizon was constantly twisting, and the space was constantly collapsing and breaking. The violent punch visible to the naked eye seemed to be moving forward slowly, but in fact it had collided with the falling glacier. At this moment, the dead silence was broken. Boom! A terrifying sound suddenly came out, almost knocking everyone out of their wits. And the fist power, which carries boundless power, has fully exploded its destructive power. Crack! A sound like something breaking suddenly sounded. In the sky, bottomless cracks appeared on the huge glacier that stretched for thousands of miles. I don't know when. These cracks spread outward on the glacier, and at a glance, it is impossible to see where the cracks end. Just like this glacier, there is no end in sight. The power of one punch is so terrifying. This punch blasted out, directly shattering an entire glacier that was literally covering the sky and the sun. The countless cracks that appeared on the glacier continued to spread, and soon the complete glacier was broken into huge iceberg fragments. Even though it is still huge, it is much better than the endless glacier. And most importantly, Qi Li's punch completely shattered the fate of heaven and earth condensed in the glacier. Shao Qi. Shao Lian. Take action and disintegrate the condensed ice elements. If the glaciers that stretch thousands of miles can turn into sea water again, there will no longer be a danger. When the sea water falls to the ground, it may turn into a flood. But for dragon ruins, floods will not cause any damage at all. The frost melts. Without saying a word, Nailan Xingqi immediately waved the ice element staff. Xing Lian followed closely behind, showing off her powerful power as a strong level dragon soul, and the power of the frozen fruit was brought to its extreme. The ice crystals falling overwhelmingly began to melt rapidly. At this time, other hero-level powerhouses also reacted. They dispersed and used the fastest speed to smash the broken glaciers into finer ice slag. At this moment, whether it is the human race or the dragon race, their goals are surprisingly the same. Now, it's time to settle the score between us, Ocean Dragon King. Qi Li's breathing became a little heavy as he punched with all his strength, but the anger in his heart did not diminish at all. How can we be content if the culprit is not eliminated? However, just when Qi Li settled down and prepared to look for the Ocean Dragon Emperor, he suddenly discovered that the Ocean Dragon Emperor was missing. Why are you missing? Did you escape? Qi Li never thought that the Ocean Dragon King would actually escape. For the proud dragon clan, this is simply impossible. But now it happened. Qi Li really didn't expect this. At least within the range of Qi Li's perception, the aura of the Ocean Dragon King no longer exists. Lan Qi, have you noticed the movements of the Ocean Dragon King? After confirming that his perception was correct, Qi Li could only turn his attention to Lan Qi to see if he was paying attention to the Ocean Dragon King. After all, Qi Li couldn't distract himself when he punched the glacier just now. That guy escaped. Lan Qi's face was gloomy, but he spoke firmly. Not only that, the Ocean Dragon King also took away the Dragon Soul Fire. Hearing this sentence, Qi Li subconsciously moved his gaze to the location where the Dragon Magic Array was once arranged in the Dragon Ruins. The Dragon Soul Fire, which was originally suspended in mid-air and burning with blazing fire, has indeed disappeared. It was when we broke the glacier just now. Qi Li frowned. Yes, our attention was attracted by the falling glacier. The Dragon Soul Fire should have been taken away by the Ocean Dragon King at that time. Long Sheng. Damn it. Lan Qi said through gritted teeth, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Before, I just wanted to use the Dragon Soul Fire as bait to catch the big fish of the Ocean Dragon King. Who knew that the big fish ran away in the end and the bait was also eaten by the big fish? As an angler, this is really ironic. Sure enough, he escaped. He left all his clan members here and escaped by himself. Qi Li looked back at the giant dragon flying in the sky. Should a strong man cut off his wrist? Or should he abandon his chariot to save his handsome man? Since you have escaped, it is useless to talk about this. Lan Qi, as the Demon Dragon King, you should take care of your tribe first. Otherwise, this war will start again. Now that things have come to this, we can only focus on the present. So Qilu no longer hesitated, but pointed to the scene not far away where customers in the store were once again confronting the dragons. The Ocean Dragon King, as the culprit, has now escaped. Then there is no need to spread the disaster to the people of the Dragon Clan. Unless they are bewitched, ordinary dragons will rarely take the initiative to stir up trouble. They prefer to collect treasures or find a secluded place to sleep. The dragon-slaying warrior among the human race is actually just a story. What kind of era is this? Who has nothing to do and would go slay dragons for fun? Do you really think that dragons have no temper? Therefore, for a long time, the relationship between the human race and the dragon race has tended to be a coexistence of the well and the river. So now, there is no need to pit the two races against each other because of some wrongdoings in the past. The peace that our ancestors fought with their lives and blood was not meant to be destroyed by future generations. If we can coexist peacefully and even benefit each other, who is willing to go to war? People, please open your eyes and take a good look. The Ocean Dragon King who deceived you has now abandoned you and escaped. For his own selfish desires, he wants all dragons and humans to become his victims. Are you willing to be this victim? Lan Qi soon came to the dividing line between the human race and the dragon race, and then spoke loudly to the dragons who stayed in the dragon ruins. As the demonic dragon king, Lan Qi has sufficient prestige among the dragons. Even if he was called a traitor by the Ocean Dragon King, it could not change the respect that ordinary dragons had for Lan Qi. As a regular customer of the store and a high-level player in the New World mode, Lan Qi's popularity in the store is also very good. Therefore, after the human race saw Lan Qi coming, they were not ready to take action anymore. Lan Qi's words also caused the dragons to whisper. After all, who would want to be a victim? The answer is obvious. The escape of the Ocean Dragon King is an indisputable fact. However, as the Demon Dragon King, Lan Qi stood up at this time and wanted to end this war. Character and character, which one is strong and which one is weak, can be known at a glance. Both the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan are at fault for what happened. In the current battle, both humans and dragons are victims. Do you still want to continue fighting? Lan Qi's voice fell on the ears of everyone around the dragons, and his eyes swept over everyone and every dragon. These words are not only meant for these giant dragons, but also for the customers in the store. Many people knew about the bone dragon that first appeared in Cloud Mist City. The grudges between the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan, and the story of the Dragon Clan prince and the Huang Empire princess were also spread throughout the store. Everyone present knew the grudges between the human race and the dragon race. To put it bluntly, it's like two in-laws are angry. So after reflecting on their actions, everyone present and every dragon stopped preparing to attack. There is no point in this war and there is no need to continue it. To do otherwise is to blaspheme life. Fortunately, this battle did not affect any city-state. The actual casualties caused were not many. It can be considered a blessing in misfortune. As for the escaped Ocean Dragon King, its real goal is the Holy King token, so it probably won't do such a despicable thing as attacking a human city-state. It's a pity that the Dragon Soul Fire was taken away by the Ocean Dragon King in the end. I don't know where it will be used and what kind of conspiracy will emerge. I'll leave the Dragon Clan to you. I'll send the others back first. Seeing that both sides had no intention of fighting anymore, Qilu also came over at the right time. How to appease those confused dragons is Lan Qi's task. These giant dragons, which have never left Dragon Island since they were born, are like children whose three views are not yet perfect, and they still need someone to teach them. As for the customers in the store, the human race's crisis is over, so of course they have to be sent back to Cloud Mist City. These people, from all the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland, are the elites of the human race, and can be considered the top group of people. From the perspective of the overall situation, it is naturally not bad. Knowing that there would be no benefit if the human race and the dragon race were against each other. If he insists on falling out with the dragon clan and killing all these giant dragons, where will he put Lan Qi? So this battle ends here. Qi Lu was also unambiguous. With a wave of his hand, a spacious door to space appeared in front of him. The people from the human race who came to participate in the war were all familiar with Qi Lu. After greeting Qi Lu one by one, they went back through the space gate. The scene was orderly, probably because I was used to queuing in the store. Fire Emperor, I remember that the 10,000 years Black Turtle stayed in the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. How is it now? When it was Ling Ao's turn to enter the space door, Qi Lu asked abruptly. The 10,000-year Black Turtle, brought out of the ruins by Ling Shao, had been the sacred beast of the Huangyuan Empire for a long time. Even until now, it has not changed. Because as far as Qi Lu knows, the 10,000 years Black Turtle seems to have already broken through to the strong level. He just stayed in the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire and never walked around, so not many people knew about the existence of the 10,000 years Black Turtle. If it hadn't been for a sudden whim, Qi Lu might have forgotten about it. Senior 10,000 years Black Turtle fell into a deep sleep a few months ago and has not woken up until now. Ling Ao was suddenly asked this question and was obviously stunned for a moment before answering aloud. It is common for the 10,000 years Black Turtle to fall into hibernation, so it is not surprising. No wonder the 10,000 years Black Turtle did not appear in this battle. But really speaking, fighting is not the 1,000 years Black Turtle's strong point. Even if it comes over, it won't actually be of much help. After all, the source of the war is the Ocean Dragon King, and other dragons are not important. As long as they can be blocked. In this regard, the customers in the store alone are enough, and the arrival of the 10,000 years Black Turtle is just the icing on the cake. So Qi Lu didn't ask any more questions. Because the dormant 10,000 years Black Turtle may be sleeping, or it may be advancing to a higher level of cultivation, so unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to wake up the 1,000 years Black Turtle randomly. Anyway, there is no shortage of fighting power. Manager Qi, I will take these guys back to Dragon Island later, and by the way, I will report the matter of the Ocean Dragon Emperor back to Dragon Island. At this time, Lan Qi had transformed from a dragon body into a human form. He looked over, pointed at the group of giant dragons not far away, and said aloud. Although dragons can coexist with humans. However, the specific process still needs to be planned in detail. Lest the two sides disagree and start fighting again. That's fine. Qi Lu followed Lan Qi's finger and glanced in the direction of the group of giant dragons. By the way, take out some of the treasures from Dragon Island. That guy, the Dragon King of Light, won't be able to use them anyway. Lan Qi then added another sentence casually. This is not the first time Lan Qi has experienced a race war. The racial war in the northern mountains has affected the four major races, elves, animal-ears, dwarves, and humans. Compared to this battle between the human race and the dragon race, the brutality was nowhere higher. But not everything was solved in the end. The messengers of the god of war, who were the culprits, were all killed. As the defeated human race, I apologize. Therefore, according to this logic, the treasures of Long Island cannot be saved and must be used as an apology. As the link between the human race and the dragon race, Lan Qi naturally had to take the lead in handling this matter, so as not to create an irremovable gap between the two races. It would be difficult to deal with Lan Qi, who was caught in the middle. A very smart approach, Lan Qi, you have a lot of experience. Qi Lu heard the implication of Lan Qi's words and couldn't help laughing. I'm just following the example. The Ocean Dragon King deserves to die, but the people of the dragon clan are innocent. Lan Qi shook his head and said, "They are just a group of children who have never left Dragon Island since they were born. As their elder, I naturally have the responsibility to pay for the mistakes they made." Lan Qi shrugged. There was just a hint of helplessness in his tone. If his child makes a mistake, he will certainly feel uncomfortable as an elder. Lan Qi is not an unreasonable guy. Take whatever responsibility you have to bear. Admit mistakes and make full apologies. The human race is not a warlike race. They will accept a sincere apology. Qi Lu lowered his eyes and spoke slowly. It's just a pity that in this war, those who unfortunately died could not survive again. On the ground of dragon ruins, the blood soaked in it has been washed clean by sea water, but the huge corpse of the dead dragon is still placed in that place. I hope so. Lan Qi looked at the human race people who were passing through the space gate one after another. Although they are all customers in the store, at this moment, they all have a common identity: they are members of the human race. I'm going back to the store first. Lan Qi, you can come back after you finish handling the matter. Watching the last customer pass through the space door, Qi Lu continued to speak. Okay, definitely. Lan Qi nodded, then looked at Shauna beside him, and said, Shauna, let's go to Dragon Island with me. You probably haven't been there yet. Lan Qi met and fell in love with Shauna only after leaving Dragon Island. So this time Lan Qi brought Shauna back to Dragon Island. In a sense, it was like bringing a daughter-in-law who got married privately to meet her family. It's just that among the dragon clan, no one can care about Lan Qi. I am looking forward. Shauna smiled and nodded, then whispered back. Both parties in love always hope to receive the blessings of their family or tribe. On the elven side, Tiana has given up, and the elven people sincerely bless Lan Qi and Shauna. But on the dragon clan's side, it's not clear what the attitude of those giant dragons is. However, there are many unblessed loves between dragons and other races, and Lan Qi doesn't care much about it. It's just that Shauna insisted on following over to take a look. Sheer, it's really thanks to you this time. Now, apart from the dragon clan, the only ones left in the dragon ruins are Qi Lu and Yu Sheer. Yu Sheer, who had restrained her heavenly barrier a long time ago, had been waiting for Qi Lu to come over. When she suddenly heard this compliment, she scratched her cheek in embarrassment. It's nothing, brother Qi Lu, these are what Sheer should do. The role of the heavenly barrier in this battle is not only to defend against the tsunami caused by the ocean dragon king. More importantly, the dragon ruins formed a line of defense that separated the Dragon Island sea area from the eastern wasteland. This eliminated the possibility of the dragon rushing into the eastern wasteland. Therefore, although Yu Sheer did not directly participate in the war, the role she played and the tasks she assumed in this war were all indispensable. It can be said that he is a silent devotee. But Yu Sheer doesn't care about these things. She just feels that she is very satisfied if she can help brother Qi Lu. But, brother Qi Lu, your injuries, are you okay? Yu Sheer was more concerned about the large and small wounds on Qi Li's body than her own achievements. That was the wound left by Qi Lu when he fought with the Ocean Dragon King. Although the bleeding had stopped, the clothes and armor that were dyed crimson could not be recovered. It's okay, just a minor injury. Qi Lu answered in a relaxed tone. The calm breath also proved that Qi Li's words were not consoling lies. For a strong level peak power, any wound that does not hurt the vital part can be classified as a minor injury. Although there is no way to achieve the terrifying state of rebirth after bleeding. But there is still no problem in regenerating a broken limb. Then, will it still hurt? Yu Sheer asked next. Of course not. Sheer, don't worry, I'm fine, don't worry. Having said this, Qi Lu stretched out his hand out of habit and rubbed Yu Sheer's head lovingly. The battle is over, let's go home. Qi Lu had a smile on his face. He originally wanted to say, "Go back to the store," but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly changed his mind. Although the store is still a store, to Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er, it is not just a store. The definition of home is not only a place to stay, but the most important thing is the people around you. Home and family. This is not something Qi Lu felt. In fact, Qi Lu has always felt this way. It's just that the current scene is just right, so the word "go home" comes out of my mouth. Well, brother Qi Lu, let's go home. Yu Shi'er smiled sweetly, and then carefully held Qi Li's hand. Looking at the two people walking into the space door, Lan Qi suddenly turned his head and whispered to Shauna beside him, "Look at the two of them, do they look like us back then? You were much more courageous than store manager Qi." Shauna glanced at Lan Qi with her beautiful eyes, and then said with a chuckle. When Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er returned to the store, those customers who had just left the war and were even covered in blood had already arrived at the store. If you are injured, you will naturally find a place to heal first. There are a lot of pills to eat, and there are many magicians in the store who can use healing magic. So there is no need to go to other places, it would be better to come directly to the store for healing. By the way, while healing, you can also brag about your battle process with customers who are not qualified to participate in the battle. Talk about how brave and fearless you are in order to protect the entire human race. As for those who were not seriously injured or even not injured at all, they naturally couldn't help but show off their strong strength and then explain their combat experience. Although most people in the store have practical experience, but the experience of fighting the Dragon Clan probably only exists in legends. At least until today, it was indeed a legend. Because the Dragon Clan stayed on Dragon Island before today and did not come out. This lively scene was as if the previous war had never happened. Eat when you need to eat, and draw pet cards when you need to draw pet cards. Those who should be bragging are still bragging, but the direction of bragging's different today. Those customers who have not used up their daily time in the New World mode are also rushing to grab a booth and start their daily tasks for the day. Occasionally, there will be a few cursing figures appearing next to the product strengthening furnace. But at most, he just cursed a few words, and then started a new round off strengthening. He even prayed more devoutly than before. Everything seemed so peaceful and harmonious. The human race is indeed one of the most adaptable races. Although angry and sad, they can quickly return to normal life. Seeing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh aloud. But if you think about it carefully, you can actually understand the current situation. The road to strength is never a smooth one. It requires constant overcoming obstacles, harsh battles, and arduous training. Therefore, separation between life and death is naturally commonplace. Whether they are mercenaries, warriors from the three empires, or people from sects, it is all the same. After seeing too much life and death, you will naturally know how to regulate your emotions. If we were to say that the group of people who were the least adaptable were the students from the three major colleges. However, the students who are qualified to participate in this war between the human race and the dragon race cannot be those weaklings who have never seen blood. It's just that the separations they have seen are much less in comparison. But one thing is that because the number of students who participated in the war was not large, all of them survived. This misfortune was a blessing, which diluted the sadness in the hearts of the students from the three major colleges. And fighting a giant dragon is also a very important combat experience. It still helps a lot to become stronger. But in the final analysis, there is no way to change the past, so we can only think about the good. What else could happen? Letting go does not mean forgetting. Remembering is also to better motivate yourself. If you are immersed in the past, you will never be able to move towards the future. Qi Lu, who has been reincarnated countless times in the trial space, deeply understands these principles. So when he saw that the customers in the store could adjust their mentality so quickly, Qi Lu also felt a little relieved. It's better to guard the store now. Next, we have to see what Lan Qi does. Qi Lu thought as he sat on the sofa, not planning to change the blood-stained clothes on his body. Anyway, the bloodstains on it are all gone. Furthermore, the facilities in the store all have built-in dust removal functions. It doesn't matter if it is stained with blood. It will be automatically disposed of after being left alone, so there is no need to worry at all. It's better to take a nap first and then take a shower. After all, fighting is not an easy job, especially since Qi Lu is still the only main force. Although the Ocean Dragon King was suppressed, the process was by no means easy. You know, the Ocean Dragon King is the strongest Dragon King among the Dragon Clan, and his comprehensive combat power has definitely touched the ceiling off this world. The fact that Qi Lu can suppress it already proves how powerful Qi Lu's fighting power is. There is no doubt that he is the first person under the realm of the king. However, it is still far away from the realm of king level. There is no other way. If you want to condense the supreme throne, in addition to the power of faith, a path to becoming a strong person of your own is also an indispensable condition. Moreover, Qi Li's situation is even more special. Because the system has not told Qi Lu so far what conditions are required for him to be promoted to the king level. The trial room in the store will no longer be upgraded. Because there is no need for a trial room to condense the supreme throne. Therefore, when facing an enemy who is also at the peak of the strong level, Qi Lu can suppress the opponent. But it is absolutely impossible to crush it effortlessly. After all, how can a powerful person who can reach the peak of the strong level be a simple person? In terms of combat skills and combat consciousness, even if it is not as good as Qi Lu, it is definitely not bad. After such a battle, Qi Lu was able to avoid multiple injuries, which was already very good. It is impossible to say that I am not tired. Yu Shi'er, who walked into the store with Qi Lu, saw Qi Lu lying on the sofa soon as he came back. She did not disturb Qi Li's rest, but walked back behind the counter with gentle steps. Although it is very important to maintain the Yutian barrier. But without being attacked by the enemy, it is actually not miserable. Because simply maintaining the sky-controlling barrier does not require a continuous flow of energy into it. Only when being attacked, energy needs to be injected to keep the sky-controlling barrier from breaking. So after this battle, Yu Shi'er, a key figure, became the easiest one. The other customers in the store, especially those who participated in the previous battle, also subconsciously lowered their voices. Even the movements he was doing became much gentler. Because they all know that in this battle, if it were not for store manager Qi, the human race would never be able to withstand the dragon race's attack. The giant dragon at the peak of the power level is an impossible mountain to climb for the current human race. So from various perspectives, store manager Qi can be regarded as a hero of the human race. So it is natural to give enough respect to heroes. This is how a hero should be treated. Dragon Island is located deep in the endless sea. It's quite a long way to land. And there are countless sea beasts in the endless sea, blocking the possibility of other races coming to Dragon Island. As for the giant dragon, as a very representative and powerful race, these sea beasts are not something that can be offended. You know, when the Ocean Dragon King was still in the endless sea, not even a single sea beast dared to appear within 100 miles of the Ocean Dragon King. It's a pity that the Ocean Dragon King has disappeared now. After taking away the Dragon Soul Fire, it is naturally impossible to return to this endless sea. You little guys, can't you use your own brains to think about problems? The Bright Dragon Emperor has not come out from the Dragon Island so far. Is it because he is afraid of the human race? I let you stay on Long Island to protect your safety. You just ran out without knowing anything. Do you really think no one can deal with you? At this time, Lan Qi was flying over the endless sea while preaching to a group of giant dragons behind him. Shauna, who was sitting on Lan Qi's head, just watched quietly with a smile. What the demon dragon emperor said still holds great weight. In Lan Qi's eyes, this group of dragons, who could only be called little guys, all had their heads lowered with complicated expressions. No one knows what they are thinking in their hearts. Lan Qi doesn't know either. But it doesn't matter.